Well, hello and welcome to day 3 of the Festival of Speed. I hear there's a little music festival going on in this country as well. Who wants to be there, David Green, when we could be here, especially sitting in this M5 CS here at the BMW M Division, celebrating their 50th anniversary at the festival this year. I mean, this, of course, is where the celebrations are happening in the country this year, right?
Well, it's quite comfortable for a performance car, isn't it? Of course, we're celebrating probably the most famous letter in motorsport, BMW's M. And we're here on the stand celebrating all the things they've done in 50 years, not least the start of it all up there, the M1 car up at the top there, the red version there. That's in BMW's classic division.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, we wanted to be down here in this stand because it just showcases as well how much is on offer this year at the festival. Yesterday, we started the show from Electric Avenue. If you haven't been there, they have so many electric cars on show for you to have a look at and maybe have your eye on one for the future. This time out, though, it's starting here at the BMW's M Division. And David, obviously, you got to drive in the M3 touring car, which they launched at the festival this year as well. And then you got to be part of something very special last night as well. The unveiling of the new Porsche, the first time ever it was seen. And this man got the honour of opening that up, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been all fun for me. The M3 Touring, as you say, doesn't seem like much. It's an estate car, but finally M have graced a touring car for the 3 Series. It's the same car from the B pillar forward, but we have that very important estate car. First time in 35 years, so that's been a huge car this time. And as you say, LMDH Porsche unveiling on the start line last night. Very, very special.
Yeah, it was a very special end to day 2 yesterday. Check that out on social media if you didn't see that live yesterday with us. And yesterday was pretty special as well. We got some fast times, didn't we, up the hill? The iconic hill is what everyone comes here to drive, of course. And it was Max Chilton, wasn't it? Ex-Formula One driver. He went up in his McMurtry at 41.2 up the hill. I spoke to him on day 1 here, David. He said, you know, yeah, I'm quite competitive. I'm going for a top 5 finish. That kind of time on day 2. How do you think he'll, I guess, fare when everyone comes out and qualifying later on today?
Well, you know, of course, we're all a bit surprised by that small car as it went up the hill. That whine, that electric whine, it was fantastic. And Max, great driver, a couple of seasons in F1. He really did well in that time. It's a time that surprised everybody. I spoke to him briefly after the run, and he said there's a little bit more there. So I think that record of 20 years, Nick Heidfeld, is in real danger come Sunday. But they've got to get it right today in qualifying. Big day today.
Yeah, do you think anyone can compete with these ex-Formula One champions, legends? Because it seems like they are the guys that put down the markers in terms of times here, isn't it?
Well, there's some great drivers who are real specialists on the hill, people like Justin Law. But I think when you've got a new car, and often these are factory drivers as well, they've got some association with the brand, so they want to take the car up. And if they've been in F1, they're good drivers, we know that. So if you pair that driver with the right car, you got the best chance of success on the hill.
Yeah, we mentioned Max Chilton already, his time of 41.2. After that effort up the hill, he spoke to our reporter, Ed. Let's hear what he had to say.
Max Chilton, it looked quick, and it was very quick. How did it feel from inside?
It felt bloody quick. It was unbelievable. It's amazing. This car just keeps on surprising me. I've been developing it now for about 10 months, and we've come a long way from where it was last year. But once you get all the aids on, so you get the full fan system, which is giving us 2 tons of downforce, 1,000 horsepower, so full torque and then full power, I've never witnessed anything like it. I mean, I've been lucky enough to race Formula 1. Formula 1 high-speed and mid-speed corners you can never compare to, but slow-speed corners, acceleration and top speed, this thing is king. It's unbelievable.
I mean, it looked wild from the outside. Was it reasonably controlled inside?
Controlled aggression. Like, you know, when you've got fans around drinking champagne, I sort of backed off the throttle under the bridge. There's still time in it, for sure. I mean, if you had 3 or 4 runs, you could definitely get even quicker. But that's a great place to be. That's only my 3rd ever time pushing up this hill. So, yeah, there's definitely time to be found.
Well, it does beg the question of how much time there is to be found.
Yeah, we'll find out. You know, it's going to be hopefully we'll have a dry weekend, and Sunday we'll have a good result.
Well, I can't wait. Cheers, Matt.
Thank you.
Well, controlled aggression there from Max Chilton, he said, was exactly how he got that time. Ed there was asking him if he can find anything more. I mean, David, my question to you is, what is the key to a fast, I'm not going to say lap, but a fast stint up the hill?
Well, there's so many elements that go into it. You know, of course, this is not a racetrack. It's a crowned road. It's very narrow. You've got bits of track under trees. You've got the weather to plays a big part. You've got to get the start right, first of all. That's really important. Get the start right and you're on to a winner. Get up through under the bridge and then you hit the all-important Malcolm. Blind, off camber, caught out many a famous driver. Get through that, and then it's all about keeping it neat through the flint wall and then up to the start line, powering all the way through. He needs a few things to come together. He needs the weather to come together, but he's looking good for it, I think.
In terms of who else you know is going to go up there in qualifying, is anyone able to challenge Max this time out?
Well, you know, Travis Pastrana, he's brought that Subaru wagon. I mean, he's a great driver. It's going to be asking a lot for him to find that time from what he did yesterday, but he always surprises us as well, and he'll give it a really good go, and he'll look good doing it.
Yeah, remember he was 2nd as well last year, so he is looking to top the timesheets this year. So that starts this afternoon, qualifying, of course, for the shootout, which is on Sunday. Okay, well, let's bring you up to speed then on what's happening today, day 3 at the festival, and exactly what you can look out for. Obviously, download the app as well. That has a timetable on there and has you covered. Okay, so 9:50 Ferrari in Group C, 10:30 then the Grand Prix Greats, Sparks of Genius and Racing Motorcycles. I actually might be featuring in that one as well, so if you want to see me looking a bit scared, yeah, go and find yourself at the hill. Okay, 11:50, the balcony moment with Giacomo Agostini, the MotoGP great. He's going to be up there doing an interview, and then Keith Ewan will be chatting to him about all his moments of the glory days for Agostini. 12:05, then we have another BMW M celebration. 1:15, it's the BMW M Cars Sports Races and Modern GT Classics. And at 3:10, another balcony moment, this time with Wayne Rainey. We've seen him in action a couple of times already over the last couple of days. He's going to be doing another chat on the balcony. And then it's 4:10, guys. Make sure you can see the hill qualifying for the shootout on Sunday. And then at 5:05, we have Driftkhana round 2. Of course, it's about precision. It's about time on the hill there. And yeah, the smells, of course, which you're saying. I mean, the drifting has been a revelation, hasn't it, since it has been here at the festival for a couple of years now. I love watching those guys.
Well, ever since the Duke decided to let what he calls the hooligans of motorsport outside of his home and up the hill, it's just to entertain the crowds. And this year we've got Driftkhana, so they're actually competing against each other. We have getting as close as it can to the lights. We're going to see more of that today. The competition's really hitting up. James Dean has been fantastic, precise as always, but it's just a real crowd pleaser.
I remember actually, I think the Duke said at members' meeting that they do leave a lot of marks on the track. Do they go around and clean that up ahead of revival?
They leave marks, but they also leave bits of car everywhere as well. I think if you saw them after the first run on Thursday, there was just bits of car all over the place. But they're great fun. The crowd love it. They sound good, and they're just really fun to watch.
Yeah, totally. And David, what else is on your agenda as well today?
Well, I'll tell you what I am looking forward to. I'm looking forward to not being in a sidecar today. So I've heard that's what you're doing. So you're putting your leathers on. I'm glad I didn't draw that straw. So hang on, and I'll be watching that. So I'll be looking forward to watching you, I think.
Yeah, well, thank you about that. that. Hopefully I'll make it up in one piece a bit later with Maria Costello, of course, the legend of the TT. She's taking me up there. But there's so much happening on day 3. We've got NASCARs and rally cars coming up in batch 1 on the hill. They're first up this morning. Well, enough from David and I. Let's go over to the commentary and you can enjoy day 3 at the festival.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Goodwood. Pleased to see so many people in on this beautiful Saturday morning, 8:30. You should be having coffee in bed with a little bit of morning TV or the papers. Well done for making it in. I'm sure a lot of you slightly regretted setting the alarm when it went off, but the trip, I guarantee, will be worth it. Whether it's your first or your 21st time here at the Festival of Speed, there is so much to see, so much to enjoy. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones, your guides through the early part of the morning here. It is still quite early. I hope you've had your bacon sandwich. Hello, sir. Hello, madam. Yeah, wave at the screen. It is obligatory. Bruce, lots to see, lots to enjoy, and although the hill climb itself is the spine of the event, physically as well as metaphorically, there is so much else away from where the cars are actually running.
Yeah, if you don't pick up a programme, you will miss so many of the gems. But you can take 2 approaches. You can wander freeform and just find things as they land in front of you. And hopefully things won't land in front of you as the cars start going up the hill, because we're starting large. We're kicking off with a rallying today, Martin. This first batch of cars, if it's not going to be loud enough, it will end with the NASCARs rumbling their way up the hill climb course. But rallying has gone through many metamorphoses through the year. We've got a rally course at the top of the hill, but great to see them on the tarmac here before they go up and take the chalk course.
And looking here at Toyota Gazoo Racing's Dakar truck, and of course the Dakar very, very different from a stately home driveway. So this car set up for the sands, the sand dunes, the deep wadis of Saudi Arabia, not for his lordship's driveway. However, once a showman, always a showman. These drivers do like to put on a show. They know they're not here to set record-setting times. What they do want, though, is to entertain the fans, and that's exactly how the day is starting.
So that's Mathieu Bermel showing, not only because this Toyota move up and down, look at the front and back, dipping under acceleration, but he's pitching it sideways through Malcolm. Brilliant place. He's rearranged the lawn on the outside. That's a -1 in style points, but going beautifully. Mathieu Bermel, suddenly he's going to find a wall in front of him. Not any wall, the flint wall. He flings his way around. The movement on that, Martin, absolutely huge.
Yeah, you can see that he's had his double espressos, but you can also see that it's day 3. Day 1, this is a big truck on a very small bit of tarmac. Day 2, okay, I sort of know where I'm going. Day 3, okay, everybody, watch this. By Sunday, he is going to be absolutely in his element. Fantastic way to start the morning for Mathieu Bermel in Toyota Gazoo Racing's Dakar Racer. Thundering up behind him, Mercedes SL 500 rally car, one of the least likely, but on screen in front of you, wearing this very retro livery, appropriate for the time, Renault A110. Julien Saunier is the driver. Now, you will also see a modern Alpine A110 in a very similar livery coming up later on during the course of the day. But this is the original and genuine, built in Dieppe, the Alpine company, tuning Renaults and then building their own rally cars. Highly successful in the early and mid-60s.
And of course, Alpine now competing in Formula 1 the last couple of years as Renault pushes that style. And this yellow, white and black livery is on the modern A10 and A110 as the Tour de Course model. Now, oh, who can resist? Ooh and ah, a Renault 5 Maxi Turbo. Adam Keeler, the lucky driver of this, slowing it down. He's about to do a bit of showboating. No, not so much. So he's maybe having his first run of the weekend.
Warming himself up nicely.
When a car, Martin, is as long as it's wide, it can have, let's say, exciting handling.
Again, you know, super successful on tarmac rallying. Coming up behind him, Stig Blomqvist in a Sport Quattro. And then this man, the drifters may be hooligans, but Travis Pastrana has never really known what a bushel is to hide his light under. He does like to put on a show. And look at this thing.
These parts are meant to come up as air brakes, not just loose body panels. This model is effectively the Subaru GL wagon for the 1980s, but then some, I think we can say.
Hooliganised. Yeah, under there is a Subaru Outback estate, basically, but you would never know it to look at it. he said, I'm not sure how effective the air brakes are, but he said they sure look like they're doing something, so that's good enough for me.
Right, and if you want to understand about Travis Pastrana, his series of Giacomo cars, this is the latest. Look at the iteration he's had on YouTube over the years. There's a huge rumble past the commentary box, that's the Nascars, but these body panels flipping up just ahead of the windscreen and just behind the tail, just to provide a bit of air braking.
And he just loves to put on a show. I mean, he is the ultimate showman. Multiple X Games winner Travis Pastrana, and he can drive. It's not just about show. He has got plenty of go as well, and he will be looking for some high speed up the hill in the shootout. Now, Rolling Thunder, Days of Thunder, Mornings of Thunder, the NASCARs. The guys we're talking to a couple of these drivers this morning at breakfast, and they're going, how are we going to beat these electric cars up the hill? I said, you're not going to beat them on speed. You just have to beat them on noise and flamboyance. I said, when the electric cars are going up the hill, nobody is going to know unless they're watching. When you guys fire up, you bring them like bees to a honeypot. So this is the reason for the James Bond livery, which is perhaps a little out of place, you might think, on a Chevy NASCAR, is because this is chassis 007. They were kind of, what colour are we going to paint it? Well, it's chassis 007. What are we going to do? Well, of course, exactly what you're seeing. It's a Chevy Camaro, and it is in James Bond livery.
So the license, the thrill is the message across the back in the Chevy Camaro. Ed Berrier, he knows this hill pretty well, but it's the Rolling Thunder. He's just going through Molecombe now. Nice line through the corner. Wait. Now plant the throttle up the hill. He goes, and he's just following Tatiana Calderon. Talk about the combination, the Colombian racer in the Kuzma Offenhauser, the sit-up and beg IndyCar racer.
Yeah.
What a mix of cars.
Absolutely fabulous thing. The IndyCar racer, that... unique way of going racing. There was so much a part of the Indy 500 over the years. You can go and see those cars close up. They're really very interesting way for a European single-seater based kind of mindset. Very interesting way of running a car. Just seen the black and yellow Olio Fiat Lancia 037 coming up the hill. And here is one in more familiar factory Lancia colours. Lancia Martini, the 037, supercharged, mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, tarmac racer. This car in full Safari Rally spec, so it's got not tarmac suspension, it's got forest suspension, double spare wheel holders on the roof, hasn't got the wheels in it, but again the bull bars. This is in full off-road Safari Rally spec, and of course World Rally Championship Safari Rally is happening this weekend in Kenya again. So this is going back to the Group B era, when Lancia, before they bought the supercharged, turbocharged four-wheel drive Delta S4, this is the weapon with which they took on the Quattros. They simplified and added lightness. These cars were so light that if the mechanics were shining a torch inside the footwell, it actually glowed through the door panels. They were so narrow. Following them up is a Lancia Stratos, and then, now this is a car I've never seen before. I know it's a Lancia Fulvia because I recognise it, but it's not. It's a Lancia Fulvia Barchetta. I've never seen this car before this week.
3 of them were built, specially done by Claudia Maglioli. Of course they're lightweight. They were lightweight to start with, even lighter without the roof on. But again, it's someone who's found this to add to the history. Part of the celebration, 20 years of Lancia domination in rally. Lancia now a mark that has all but disappeared. But for a lot of people in the 60s and 70s, in fact, earlier before that, in Formula 1 as well, very, very much a mark people look towards.
Well, you see the Lancia Ferrari D50 here as well, with the twin pannier tanks. That car will be running up the hill.
Best sounding car of the entire
fabulous.
event. What a rumbler.
And behind this car, for those of you watching trackside, you will see what happened after Group B, which was Group A, a more restrained but still highly competitive rallying phase from the 80s into the 90s, and that is a Group A Lancia Delta Integrale, and the driver has had a little misjudgment, so he has clipped the bales or come out wide on the grass, so we're going to have a little bit of a track delay. There is a red flag. So there is a car coming up the track at the moment, which is the Lancia Fulvia HF. Again, that's in full Safari Rally spec, so he's just coming to a halt outside our windows here at Molecombe. We are right beside the BMW M display and the giant screen. So and here is our Delta Integrale.
I think it was Massimo Macaluso has this incredible selection of Lancias, and a staunch friend of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Just probably a minor slide to one side, and the straw bales have done their job.
Well, I'm not actually looking at the car. I'm not actually sure whether that was an incident or whether he's lost the wheel.
Well, let's see.
Sure.
Here's
What
the replay.
did our cameras
Out of
Here we
Moulton
are.
it comes. This all looks plain and normal, and it's just shortly after this. Is that front wheel is coming off by the looks of things?
I think he's lost the wheel, yeah. I think the wheel was coming off. That did look like it's got a bit of a wobble going. And again, luckily, the straw bales are relatively deformable.
Well, I must say, Martin, if it's going to happen anywhere on the course, that's probably good thing it didn't happen 50 metres further up, because what's ahead of them?
The flint wall.
So hitting a straw
or in
bale.
Moulton, because what's ahead of him there? People having their breakfast sandwiches.
But behind about 6 layers of bales. So really sad to see any car damaged at all there. Massimo Macaluso, he knows these cars supremely well, but it did seem the front right wheel was coming loose a little bit. And, of course, at that point, what are your options? And straw bales did the rest.
Yeah, again, that car in full Safari Rally spec. You could see the bull bars, you can see the spotlights on the window pillows, the side pillars on the A-pillars. And so it will take a little bit to rescue, actually, because we're going to have to get it onto a flatbed, lift the front end. Medical team just making sure the driver is A-OK.
But that's one of the things on hill climbs and circuits. You always have to have your rescue trucks parked at various points up the course, which isn't always easy on a hill climb course.
Big
shout, just below one of the areas that has it.
Big shout out, as ever, to the men and women in white and orange. Our volunteers are heroes who are looking after all the competitors and also making sure that all the fans remain safe and well looked after. And actually, now that the track is red, they may be contemplating opening the pedestrian crossing just beside us. There are a couple of crossings of the track. When the track is green, when everybody is busy, you can still get across the track because you can go over the MasterCard Bridge, which is close to the house. So all of our marshals here, like at every race meeting you ever go to, unpaid volunteers. They enjoy their job for... well, 2 reasons, primarily being close to the action, which everybody wants to be, and also for the banter and the comradeship. They are a great bunch of individuals who make sure that motorsport continues here and worldwide. Luckily, he doesn't have to phone Cesare Fiorio to explain what's happened to the car, because that's not a phone call anybody particularly wants to make.
No, indeed. It really didn't appear to be driver error at all. So for Massimo Macaluso, he got perfectly through Moulton. Tricky corner on the hill climb course. The next corner, in reality, was just up about 100 metres further up the hill. It was the flint wall. He didn't get there. Both Martin and I think that front right wheel was coming loose and the car was guided. Let's take another look at the replay. Moulton in the car's about to come into view. The Group A rally car, the lovely Delta Integrale, no problem at all there. Look at the front right wheel, the wheel closest to us. It just looks like it's coming a little bit loose, and there's no other... yes, there, it's coming out by about 5 degrees, and then did he guide it into the straw bales there because he had no choice, or did the car just get pulled with the camber of the road down into the straw bales?
I think the car is sort of steering itself a little bit there. I mean, he wasn't flamboyant in any way through Moulton, and the car just takes itself off the track and just pulling itself a little to the right. And so... yeah, I mean, we're seeing it there, and it's taking sort of 7 or 8 seconds to happen, but that's at about 1/4 speed. So he's got a couple of seconds, maybe 1 second of warning. Oh, something feels... and there he is. So red flag out on the course. Actually, we've only had a couple of red flags so far in 2.5 days. Great view of this, well, a tiny percentage of the site actually here. Those of you who are here for the first time, I do hope you've worn some comfortable footwear, because there is potential for an enormous amount of walking here. There is so much to see. Future Lab, the gas arena, Cartier Style looks, some phenomenal machinery there in the concours field. If you have brought a very large bulging wallet, there is always the prospect of what's up for sale in the Bonhams auction. You can go through the house and see that. The Cathedral paddock and the main paddock area, 2 different paddocks, have got a phenomenal array of beautiful cars that you'll see going up and down the hill. And then it's about the past, it's about the present, but it's also about the future. And Electric Avenue, one of the areas that you will see the future being very much represented. We'll take a little look at that.
I'm here at Electric Avenue, the go-to place for all things in the world of electric motoring, to find out more about what's on offer in the electric car market as we continue on the road to 2030. I'm here with Dan, who is the EV training lead at BP Pulse. So, Dan, we want to know a bit more about what the road to 2030 is all about.
So it's around the vehicle manufacturers committing to stop producing combustion engine cars. So it's all about converting to that EV journey, and there's huge investment in that. Most of the manufacturers are committed to doing it earlier than that date. Volkswagen, for example, 2025. What's an amazing thing to see. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Yeah, so what's BP Pulse's role in the road to 2030? What are they doing in the quest to an electric future?
Yeah. So ours is the charging side of things. So we've just recently announced £1 billion investment in the UK. So in our charging infrastructure was phenomenal. That's a big plus. And then we've got things like our BP home charge unit. Again, someone new on the EV journey is learning that your car's static 80% of the time. So at home overnight is the perfect time as well. So there's lots going on from our perspective there.
Yeah, so if someone is looking to convert to an EV, what kind of costs are involved, or what savings even can they make?
I think I hear a lot of people say the outright cost is more, but I think as soon as you start looking at whole life cost, it's very different. I mean, I'm a 2 EV household. I've gone from paying around £500 a month for a car, tax, fuel, to around £400 saving. My finance is more, but my fuel is a lot less. I think I'm charging my car 250 miles for about £8. You try doing that in a petrol and diesel car, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's great that people can come and speak to people like you at the stand. What makes the BP Pulse stand out at the Festival of Speed?
Well, I think it does help with all the cars we've got, and the Premier League trophy, that probably attracts people in as well. But it's great to see so many of the vehicle manufacturers showing off their cars to everyone. We're nice to have lots of chargers about as well, so I'm a massive believer. It's just EV in general, it's about the education piece. There's a huge amount to learn, and we're lucky here. It's the second year I think we've had the Electric Avenue here. We're really excited to be a part of it, and it's just a great way just to give anyone any tips or queries they may have about EV and just put it to rest, because it really is a simple transition.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Dan.
No, thank you.
Well, the demand for electric vehicles is getting stronger and stronger, with improved infrastructure and technology and some really striking designs. The question is, when will you make the switch?
Well, here we are. There's plenty of things to do at the Festival of Speed. And here we are at this sort of giant obstacle course for cars. It's the Jaguar Land Rover stand. And, of course, there's not too much off-road right within the festival. So they've actually built this course where you can come and have a test out of the new Defenders there, as you see, going around. So the public can queue up, get a drive around this sort of seesaw you see there. And it puts them on a really tight angle. And it's a way of giving the public something to do, something fun, but also, crucially, for Land Rover to show off what that Defender can do. The new Defender's obviously been a big thing for them. We've seen the launch of the new 130, the extended long wheelbase, the 8-seater here. We've had the new Range Rover Sport that I drove up the hill yesterday. But this is all about the off-road nous, the off-road credibility of that new Defender with its clearance angles at the front. And we've got people queuing up. They're going to have a drive here. Gents, are you, what are you hoping to get out of this?
Just an experience, really.
Yeah?
Yeah, just to see how good they are.
Do you know much about the new Defender?
No, not much at all. Not much at all. We're hoping to find out.
So is this your first thing you're doing today?
Yeah, we've literally parked up and we had to rush straight here because, it's fully booked otherwise. So.
Is this on the bucket list then, going around this place?
Pretty much, yeah.
Scared?
No, not at all. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully they're okay.
Well, you'll be driving it, so, we'll be watching out for you later on, but enjoy. So just one of the many things you can get up to around here. And so, pop along, get in an off-road car, and do a sort of giant seesaw for cars.
So plenty to see and do here, and plenty to take part in as well, not just getting involved. With all the car manufacturer stands, there is the opportunity to like sit in and have a feel and kind of get a feel for the cars. But in the off-roaders with Jaguar Land Rover, and also in the XFs, you can be, possibly terrified witless or thrilled. I'm not quite sure which side of that coin it comes down.
I think it's about a 3-minute ride. The first 30 seconds of where you keep your bearings is absolutely fine. It squeals, you can hear it for almost the whole of the estate. But the dynamic element, the participatory element of the Festival of Speed has continued. But then the beauty as well of the famous Jerry Judah sculptor, never the same 2 years running. This year we're celebrating 50 years of the BMW M division. If you look at the car right at the top, you won't have seen it before in the flesh. It's their new LMDH Charger for the 2023 World Endurance Championship. But that's the future. But let's almost go back to the past, because we've got the IndyCar on the hill that came across to win the Montenapolis races in 1957, and Tatiana Calderon was the driver at the wheel.
Tatiana Calderon, you're used to much more modern machinery, but it must have been an amazing experience coming up the hill in this.
Oh, it's been incredible, you know, a glimpse to the past. You have no buttons on the steering wheel, just you're feeling 2 gears. It's been a great experience, and I can't believe how quick this car used to go back in the day.
Do you think one of these cars would be more rewarding? Because there's no driver aids, there's no electronics, it's just you and a few pedals and a steering wheel.
Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes nowadays we overcomplicate a few things and we overlooked at some information data, and we should rely more on the feeling. And driving one of these cars, it just that reminds you of go simple, you know, just a few buttons with your feeling, not even mirrors. And it's been nice to compare it with modern world now.
And this car won the race, the famous Race of Two Worlds at Monza. Can you imagine driving this at those speeds?
I can't believe how they did 160 miles an hour on this car back in 1957. So hats off to those guys, and happy to see more of the legends that come to Goodwood.
You mentioned Goodwood. This is your first time here. It's quite an assault on the senses, isn't it?
It's unbelievably unique. Honestly, the amount of cars of all generations, the bikes, the legends that drive the cars, you know, that I used to watch on the TV back then. A privilege to be here and to witness all this spectacle.
Tatiana, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Sometimes the best things in life are the things you don't really need. Welcome to the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. Now, the Vantage may be Aston Martin's smallest entry-level car, but for this edition, they've shoehorned their biggest engine into it. Massive engine, small car. It's a mixture that makes people excited, it makes them smile, it gets to the reason for this car. They build it because they can. Aston Martin have done this party trick before, but this one is important. This will be the last ever V12 powered Vantage. An end of an era, if you like. But should a car like this really exist, especially in a world that's turning to a quieter, electrified future? Well, to judge, we have to drive it, experience it, and hear it. Just listen to that. This thing is a celebration about all the things we love about cars. Up front is that engine that we saw in the V12 Speedster that made its debut up the hill at last year's Goodwood. The stats, well, this thing will get you to 62 in 3.5 seconds, all the way to 200 miles an hour. And that twin-turbo 5.2-litre V12 packs 690 horsepower. V12s have a special, almost mythical place in the hearts of everyone who loves cars. They've powered some of the most beautiful, brutally fast motor cars for over 100 years with a soundtrack to match the performance. But we know the direction of travel. And an emissions-free future is an inevitability, and that's no bad thing, but it comes with silence. And as much as we look forward to a new era, we have to celebrate the past. And I, for one, when I see those people smiling, watching this car going up the hill, I'm glad that just for a little bit longer, these cars are still being created. And that engine, wow, I could listen to that all day.
What a tough life David does have, doesn't he? I mean, you know, somebody's got to do it, but he does pick up the dirty jobs, doesn't he?
He does, needs must, but it's great to see that enthusiasm. Of course, David, a racer back in the day and a connoisseur of very fine cars, but he's busy here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We've had the brief stoppage, the red flag, but I think the course about to be opened again very soon. In fact, yes, it is indeed closed. So we've still got more rally cars to come up in this first batch of cars, and we've been treated to some fantastic Lancias so far. Big shame we saw that Delta HF Integrale, Massimo Macaluso, go off into the straw bales at the side of the hill climb course, but many more glorious cars lined up at the bottom and should be soon going up the hill. But at the moment it's a little Terry Grant show down in front of the Goodwood house.
Yeah, keeping the fans entertained as ever. Terry Grant, if ever the track is going a little quiet, Terry will be out to entertain. And you will be able to see an awful lot more entertainment, particularly here and in the crossover just before Molecombe as well.
Right,
from
2
our
cars,
drifters.
1 driver. Now Terry's going to, he normally will set one spinning and then he'll then start spinning around the outside of that and the other. But that was maybe so last year, as he'd say. He's always inventing new acts. And so let's see what the master stuntman gets up to now. He does defy gravity, he does defy the laws of physics. Some years he's driven the whole way up the hill on just, well, 4 wheels would be a bit dull, on 2 wheels. Think about that on the hill climb course.
So currently in this Yamaha engined tube frame chassis legend car, replica, sort of 3/5 replica of 1930s cars on the with the composite body shell, and this has been again highly adapted. He normally sets the throttle on a hand lever and then gets out the car. He's getting the safety car out of the way. I think he's putting his cars away now. So BMW safety car heading back down the hill, and Terry is, tidying up after himself, like every good stunt driver does.
From time to time. So the show completed, but it's great having Terry. He's got about a 6-car group tucked down next to the collection area, the paddock, and brings them out whenever there's a stoppage. But his show's exquisite. But look, if you're a rally fan, I said we had more in store. If you're a Subaru fan, well, you're at the front of the queue.
Yeah, the famous blue and gold colours of the British American Tobacco Company, 555 Subarus, and these cars built not too far up the road in Banbury in Oxfordshire. ProDrive brought Subaru's name to the world's rally stages, first with the Legacy and then with the Impreza, and changed the impression of the manufacturer forever, really. Subaru up until then were sort of quirky, slightly odd-looking four-wheel drive machines, beloved of forestry workers and farmers, and then suddenly they became, not quite overnight, but in a very, very short period of time, one of the sexiest car manufacturers on the planet. And it was as a result of their rally program, starting off with great drivers like Ari Vatanen and then bringing Colin McRae and Richard Burns in to win World Championship titles and British national titles here as well. And they've just created this huge aura around the Impreza and the Legacy that will resonate down through the years.
Well, we heard from Mark Higgins yesterday. He came up the hill in something that looks remarkably like this. It's new from ProDrive, their 25 model run, not 25 individual cars, all sold immediately. It's a modern iteration of this, and the affection with which these Subaru Imprezas are held is enormous, but a modern iteration will just do everything that little bit better. But these are the originals. These are the cars from 1997 and 2001. You can see even the evolution, just the headlights, and so many other little details, Martin, between those 4 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Originally, in the early days of rallying, Subaru Technica in Japan used to send over engines for the rallies on pallets, and the crew never knew what they were going to get. And David Richards said, okay, either we build the entire car or you find somebody else to run the program, because we can't just go to a rally with an engine that you think you've designed for the event that we've got no idea how it's going to work. So they took the entire thing in sight, and a big industrial estate in Banbury, basically lots and lots of small little sheds became part of the program, developing sequential gearboxes, developing the engines, the transmissions, the brakes, and around 4,000 man hours going into taking a fully built production car shell and fully rebuilding it, seam welding it, massaging it. They were saying that the production tolerances were 2 or 3 mil, which is 10 times what a rally car tolerance would be.
Well, the World Rally Championship, by its very nature, is the biggest lottery in the world. You need to reduce all the lottery before the cars get to the stages. And Marcus Willis attacking. This is the earlier one. This is a Colin McRae car that in 1997 missed out on the World Rally Championship despite 5 wins, extraordinary 5 wins, but 1 point short to Tommy Mackinnon.
And in those days, absolutely, it was a fantastic multi-manufacturer battle. And this car with the name of Juha Kankkunen on the window as well. So, I mean, among the many talents in the squad, the engineering talent was obvious, but the driving talent as well. And it was one of those brands that suddenly, as Audi had done in Group B, became one that drivers were desperate to drive for, because it gave you such a great opportunity to win rallies and to go for the World Championship. So currently 2 Subaru Imprezas on the hill. You're looking at the WRC 97 version here. And this gets our rally cars back underway. So just leaving the line. Again, very familiar colours to rally fanciers from the early days of WRC, as it became. And this is Max Girardo, the auctioneer, in an ex-Sebastian Loeb Citroën Zara. And again, Citroën coming in with Sebastian Loeb, who had been a Citroën driver since his late teens, a former near Olympic standard French gymnast. And that certainly served him in good stead. Started in 1600cc cars on French tarmac rallies, and graduated all the way to become, at the time, the most successful rally driver the world has ever known.
Well, a whole array of manufacturers. Subaru became famous from its rally. Citroën, you know, in fact, in many ways reinvented themselves. That was the mark that sort of fell away from competition. But the French manufacturers, it's always been the most shy of motorsport. But when it does it very, very well indeed. Ford, always a constant in rallying. We've got some of their great cars. The Ford Fusions going up the hill, they look rock solid. But Peugeot tend to do things differently. They either embrace one thing fully or something else. And the Dakar event has very much become their thing.
And of course, this is the modern iteration of their Dakar adventure, the 3008, but with the Peugeot 205 T16, they're a dominant force in the latter years of Group B. Then took the 405 and won the Dakar Rally and won Pikes Peak with drivers like Ari Vatanen. And again, having conquered Le Mans, they were looking for other fields to dominate and attacking the Dakar Rally. The Paris-Dakar was always by its name, was a French invention. It's still a very prestigious event for French manufacturers to compete in, to be seen to be taking on the enormous challenge that is the Dakar.
But just looking at that mighty 3008 DKR, you get used to what it is, but we've got a driver who's getting used to what it is because it's Pierre Kappa. He's normally in a GT of some sort. You can see the front. He's never had that suspension travel before. Now, of course, for all the hits, there are misses, and Ford really pushed hard with the RS 1700T, but it was the wrong car at the wrong time. Ryan Champion driving it beautifully, but really sometimes you just get the timing of your introduction wrong, and for Ford they had to shelve this one.
Well, front-wheel drive was never going to cut it in the world of Group B rallying, and they very quickly came to that conclusion. The RS 1700T, not wildly successful even in British National Championship events. I seem to recall Mark Lovell being the man who was sort of charged with making it work, and even Magic Mark couldn't do that. So very quickly back to the drawing board. This was a sort of stopgap to keep Ford in some kind of rallying between the Mark II Escort, which had been outdated by four-wheel drive, and the arrival of the RS 200, their mid-engine four-wheel drive Group B supercar. And there is the RS 200, looking absolutely nothing like anything that had gone before it, but designed specifically for the Group B regulations, and actually arrived just perhaps a little too late and with just a little too little support to really get to where it should have been. I think in terms of design, it had enough to take on Peugeot, Lancia, Audi, but just didn't quite have the legs from Ford.
Not everybody can win all the time, and Ford didn't quite get it right with this. But in fact, the last car they built before that was of this sort of shape was the short-lived GT70 back in 1970, which was a sort of coupe body. This is the next coupe body, but the RS200, super popular in rallying, but then probably its greatest period was later in rallycross, when all the Group B cars were banned from rallying, and there was the perfect stage for them.
Just following that car up the hill in Marlborough colours is a Nissan 240 RS, 2.4 litre rear-wheel drive Group B car, and then on camera now is one of a number of Metro 6R4s. So this car again developed specifically by the factory for the Group B rally stages, four-wheel drive. The only bits of the Metro that remained were the door openings and the roof. The rest of it was purpose-built by Austin Rover. V6 normally aspirated engine behind, again purpose designed for the car. Perhaps turbocharging would have followed had Group B continued, because in the arms race, in the power struggle, the 6R4 was behind, but it gave a British factory a chance to run at the front in Group B and take on the best in the World Rally Championship.
And for all of these drivers, it really is a day of two parts. They have the part where they go up the hill, and then the part when they go on the chalk rally stage at the top. But a car that dropped draws when it was introduced, the Audi Quattro Plus Turbo.
Yeah. So Sport Quattro, the short wheelbase version of the A1 and A2 Quattro, and again a car that probably still defines Group B rallying, I think, for very many people, particularly in the yellow and white HB factory colours. The 5-cylinder offbeat bark, and just the legendary drivers that pedalled the car up the hill. The Sport Quattro, an absolute beast, a real dinosaur of the rally stages. I talked to Steve Blomqvist about it. I said, you know, those cars were absolute animals. He said, yeah, but we had fun.
It was that wonderful combination of with some more excess applied, and they were almost comic book cars, but the way that the Audi Quattro took rallying onto a new level, did things that people never ever thought possible, and it was honed. The original example was something that was actually quite tricky, but they got better and better, and the power just went through the roof.
Yeah, and it did take special drivers to tame those cars, but again, like the turbo era in Formula One, the drivers all realise, and I think they realised at the time, that they were in a whole new world of power and brutality of machinery. So those cars have headed up the hill. They all go up to what's known as the top paddock. Essentially, it's a collecting area at the top, and that is where you can catch up with the drivers and have a little chat, get a bit of a selfie. They're always absolutely buzzing at the top. And our man in the middle is easy to spot. Ed Foster is 9'10" in his stocking shoes. So he's easy to spot. You can see him catching up with the drivers. Let's hear who he has tracked down now.
Julien, there were so many wonderful rally cars in this batch of cars, but this car is particularly special. Tell us about it.
Well, this car is very special. This car is a winner in the Championship Mondial. Is Renault Alpine. I pilot for Alpine RGT and today Alpine Historique.
Now, this won the 1973 Moroccan Rally. What's it like to drive up the hill?
Yes, the drive is very good in today. Well, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I can see Andy nearly getting run over by Lancia. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Max Gerardo, when you come up the hill in a car like this with the name Loeb on the end, you know it's an ex-Loeb car. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's an ex-Loeb car. It's actually a car that he won 6 rallies with. It's probably one of the rally cars that has won, one of the chassis that's won most rallies of any Citroën. So it's pretty special.
And yet, when you came up to the top paddock just now, you did a donut round the marshals and very close to that Lancia up there.
Well, I hope I didn't scare anyone. I suppose that's what it's about rally cars. It's great fun. You can like pull the handbrake. It's give a bit of a show, right?
I mean, you drive some absolutely wonderful rally cars with wonderful history. You seem to tread a very fine line between brilliance and disaster.
I do get scared myself sometimes, I have to say. I just said to the boys, it's like, right, I've done it, it worked, I'm not doing it again.
Now, what else are you driving this weekend? Are you just in this car?
So we've got this Citroën, we've got the Subaru there, the Kankunen that came second at the WRC, and I'm lucky enough to have a Group C car, a Nissan Group C, and a Ferrari 250 California Spider. So pretty busy boy this weekend.
Max, some people would call your collection of rally cars sort of becoming a problem. Do you consider it that? It's a wonderful problem.
Do you know, it's funny actually. My wife says it's a problem, the boys at the office say it's a problem. I think it's a well-recognized. But the first solution to a problem is admitting you have a problem. So I admit now, in front of everyone, I have a problem.
And now you're on the road to recovery. But please don't recover. We love you bringing them here. Thank you.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make it change. Choose the one you're feeling with that, rejoice the Lord. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, Hey Car, Hey Car, hey.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
Well, it's not all major manufacturers that show their wares here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We have some specialist makers and specialist manufacturers here. And this is the Talos vehicle stand. And as you can see, it's got a bit of a military slant to it. Jamie Thwaites here, you're the CEO of Talos. Tell me about what you're doing here.
Well, we originally started building these little light reconnaissance vehicles for the military, and we've kind of progressed into bigger things as the Ford Rangers and the Land Rover Defenders, and we've decided to make them for the road as well, for the street, for the normal customer.
So these are more the sort of hardware for the specialists, and then you've got that's the one for the road, is it?
The based on what we made for the military. So they've got the metal bumpers, or anti-material fenders, as the Americans call them, the side steps, but then we do the interiors, we do the carbon fibre picks. You know, we do what people do, we make them smart.
And do you think there's obviously a big appetite for cars that have that sort of military look and military grade of materials?
It's our angle at the end of the day, you know, and you need an angle in anything, don't you? So, you know, anyone can put bits of plastic on and do a black pack on a car, but metal bumpers, especially a winch bumper like that, not one in the world, so.
You must have been quite pleased when the new Land Rover Defender came along.
Yes. I mean, I was glad that they got the design right. I mean, we both raced one in the Bowler Challenge, so, you know, we know what they can do. They're very, very capable machines, and they look smart. I mean, we just had that little bit of extra luxury with the interiors, so Alcantara and, you know, all the nice trimmings and new sound system.
Well, we certainly haven't got that in the rally cars, but what I'm interested about is what brings you to Festival of Speed? Why is it important to have a stand here and show your wares off to the public?
I mean, ostensibly, it's the #1 event in the UK for motorsport. And not just motorsport, for anything with an engine, or 2 wheels, 1 wheel, 6 wheels. So you need to be here, as far as I'm concerned.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, it's hard work, as I was saying to you. You know, it's all right. I'm not walking as far as I do at work, but I'm sitting down in my office a lot more at work.
Now, is that the partying, or is that talking and working?
There's no partying going on here. I'm getting too old for that.
Well, Jamie, enjoy your day. It looks fantastic. I really love the look of these vehicles, and hope you have a good rest of the festival.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
David Green there with just a view of a tiny little wormhole, of which there are so many around this Goodwood Festival of Speed site, and really we're only on air for 4 days. We just don't have time to cover them all, so you're going to have to come and investigate them yourselves. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whether you are here on site at the Festival of Speed 2022 or whether you're joining us in our online coverage, whether it's now October and you're watching us all on catch-up. You know, there is still plenty to see. Our first group of cars that have been up and down the hill, hello kids, have just headed back down to the paddocks. You can see all those a little closer up later, the Dakar cars, the Group B rally cars, and some fantastic esoteric specials like the Fulvia Barchetta, and we're getting ready for the next group of cars to come up the hill. And as ever at Goodwood, Bruce Jones, an eclectic. If you look up Goodwood in the, in fact, probably if you look up eclectic in the dictionary, it'll say Goodwood. Anything and everything. And one of the delights of coming to any event at Goodwood is, no matter how many you've been to before, there may be some familiar vehicles and items, and there will be an awful lot that you had no idea ever existed or have only ever seen in a photo or read the name in a book or a magazine.
No, that sums it up entirely. It's I sort of look through the entry list and I sort of understand what might be here. But then you can mix that pot again. It's according to who is getting to drive these special cars. And it's Tom Christensen, and he's going full Auto Union. Of course, so many of his successes at Le Mans with Audi, the marque that came out of Auto Union. But what we understand from our colleague in the top paddock is that Ed Foster is that when Tom arrived yesterday in this massive, long Auto Union, he arrived a little bit hot. Not in terms of body temperature, in terms of he got the tail out. But we are absolute motor racing royalty. You think about the Silver Arrows, Auto Union versus Mercedes. The other side of the Second World War, or this side of the 1950s, then Mercedes really stretched its legs. And Jochen Mass is almost the curator these days. He sits in every historic Mercedes, but that 300 SLR is a fabulous, fabulous machine, not just in terms of its performance, it's the way it's built, and you look at the detailing, the beautiful checky seats in the cockpit. It's a gem of a car.
And of course, SLR, you immediately think, as a British fan, of Sir Stirling Moss and Dennis Jenkinson, both now sadly departed, but who won the Mille Miglia in a Mercedes-Benz SLR. And again, following up behind them, this fabulous Lister Jag.
Lister Chevrolet.
Lister Jag or Lister Chev?
You could have the choice.
It's
the Chevrolet, and Geraint Owen is a driver who only really drives cars with very, very large engines. Of course, he drives Babs, the Land Speed record challenging car. He is a lecturer in motor engineering. Imagine having Geraint as your leading example. He's a brilliant individual, and he's a very, very spectacular driver.
So Brian Lister's company, which has been recreated to start building cars again. A familiar badge of David Brown at DB Aston Martins.
Well, not just any old DB4 GT, the DB4 GT Zagato, only 19 of those built. I've never seen this one before in that.
Ray Mallet driving that car.
Well, of course, a huge history for Ray and Aston Martin going back a very long way indeed. Other marques have been included in between, but it's fabulous to see him in this exquisite car on those French plates.
And those of you who are keen old car, new car botherers will know that RML are responsible for a 250 evocation called the short wheelbase, which will shortly be going into production. A mouth-watering piece of kit.
Now, having seen a car that competed on the Mille Miglia, that was the 704, not the 722 300 SLR, the 704, driven not by Stirling Moss. This car in orange most certainly did not compete in the Mille Miglia in the mid-50s. And delighted to say we've got Ian Waddington joining us in the commentary box. This is one of your toys.
It certainly is, and good morning, gentlemen. And what a way to wake up Goodwood Hills once again. A sensory overload as Martin Richards fires around in this Nissan S15 Silvia. So, right now, we're going to have a mixing pot, as you said earlier, Bruce, of a few different generations of motor vehicles, and we're going to kick it off really with some hooliganism on the hill, and it will be Martin Richards setting them off.
And watching on the big screen in the start light in a 1930s BRM V16 is Tom Christensen. He was drifting around the top paddock in that V16, which is certainly not as the maker recommended. I wonder how many more drivers are picking up tips off the drift drivers, because actually all the racing drivers who are here are watching these drifters and going, okay, I need to work on my sideways.
Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of rumours going around that a lot of guys have been taking note of these drifters and saying the balance and the skill these guys have got, as we see Ahmed Dahan getting a little bit overly excessive there as he comes into that first corner. It's saying that, yeah, these guys are unbelievably good, skilled drivers with the car control just pinpoint perfect, and saying it's so exciting, so fun to watch. The discipline is incredible.
Now, at a regular drift event, not one on the Goodwood Hill, how close can the fans get? Because here they're very close. They're just behind those straw bales.
You can't get this close ever.
There we go.
This, Bruce, is the closest you'll ever get to a drift car. You can almost touch the quarter panel as these guys do a donut outside of the Goodwood house. We see Tetsuya Hamino in the shadow S15 Silvia, the Liberty Walk car. Incredible. We see this guy a few days ago take the back end off, completely repaired, and now he's really getting to grips. His English translator said that he feels more and more comfortable, and today he said there's even more public here. He's going to go for it. He's really going to put on a show.
I saw him walking into the estate at about 7 o'clock this morning, so super keen with his translator with him. But talk about caring, sharing. Everybody gets to ingest all the tyre smoke from each of these cars, so they go home with a little souvenir they didn't know know they were coming for.
And Tetsuya here, not only is he producing these huge slides, massive amounts of smoke, but he
to use, clearly, are the Japanese cars. What sort of things they're looking for? We know what they get under the bonnet becomes massively powerful, but what are the key ingredients for a good drift car?
A good drift car, massive amounts of front steering lock. These guys completely change all the front uprights, the front lower wishbones, the steering arms, steering rack modifications on the cross member, just to get those wheels to go almost over 70 degrees of steering angle, so that they can put the car at almost 90 degrees to the racetrack in some concerns.
Well, it's quite fitting. We've got Bagsy on the hill. Let's talk about power, because he likes power with another dollop added.
He certainly does, yeah. Swapped out the engine in this R35 GTR for a Chevrolet 454 cubic inch V8, then slapped on the biggest turbo that Garrett made to make 1,200 horsepower. And Bagsy, this car, his demonstration car, as you can see, produces a lot of tyre smoke.
Next year, I want to see the drift drivers doing the first glimpse, because these guys are used to 1,200 horsepower. We've got lots of road cars that come here with 1,200 horsepower. I want a road car manufacturer to hire somebody like Bagsy to demo their new Ferrari, Lamborghini, whatever.
I have spotted a snag with that. You wouldn't get to see the car because of all the smoke he's producing. And in fact, Bagsy opening his door, his cockpit is filled. He's doing the rest blind, thank goodness. This is about his 6th visit to the Festival of Speed. Have I heard it right or read it right? He's also developing a pickup to be up on the slopes.
quick little cool story for you, for those who probably don't know who I am. I am actually doing double job this weekend. So when I'm not in the commentary tower, I'm actually down working on that R35 GTR. And I do work for Baggsy during the week normally, and we have just completed a 2-year project where we took all of that running gear, all of that heart and soul from an R35 GTR, and we implanted it all into an MP300 Nissan Navara. It's currently down on the K&N Air Filters booth. You can go and take a look. It is 963 horsepower at the wheels, and it doesn't really look like a Navara anymore.
Well, that'll make sure that your builder gets on site on time.
Exactly.
Not going to do much for the paint he's carrying in the back. Nissan Silvia R33, and it's Skylar Rider. And again, you know, the whole drift culture came, you know, gentlemen, I said yesterday, of a certain age, you remember playing Ridge Racer in pubs. That whole... And it was. Ridge Racer was based on this growing form of... It was sort of Japan's 80s, 90s version of hot rodding in the 1950s. Cheap cars, easily tunable cars, rear-wheel drive, just fun up in the hills above the cities. And it sort of has developed into, first of all, a subculture, now into this global sport.
Yeah, it has. It's been taken from something that guys used to, as you say, take these small little hatchbacks.
Very illegally.
Yeah. Very small power, hot hatches around the mountains of Japan. Yeah. They quickly learned that oversteering around the corner was a lot more fun than it was to try to grip race around there. And then that very, very quickly evolved into drifting and evolved around the world.
Now, talking about skids and drifting, this is multiple Le Mans winner Tom Christensen in a Auto Union C-Type V16 rear-mounted engine, supercharged. And Audi Tradition have built this car up as it would have been in Berg Rennen spec, so hill climb spec with twin rear wheels. And Tom actually was saying it's amazing how much grip this thing has. It's got, obviously by modern standards, extremely narrow tyres, enormous dollops of torque from the V16, and Tom really enjoying driving this car.
Well, he is, and in fact, he took 2 bites at Moulcom and then immediately decided that was fine, put his hand up, waving to the fans, big showman. But Tom has driven, actually the range of cars he's driven at Goodwood alone is quite astonishing. Looking down on Geraint and that big Chevrolet engine, Lister, well, no surprise, that's quick off the mark, and the car's built in Cambridgeshire. As you pointed out, still being built, the modern iteration thereof, or the modern ancient, if you will, but following him up the hill, plenty of glorious machinery. This is the Knobbly, the less airstream one. The other one is the Lister Costin, but the Knobbly, certainly down at the Goodwood circuit, very, very popular at the revival and the members meeting.
And it sort of brought Jaguar engines back to top flight sports car racing as well, because that was predominantly for English drivers the engine of choice, but with this big meaty Chevy V8 sound, Geraint Owen certainly giving himself giving the fans plenty of notice that he's on his way.
Now that exquisite Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato, the Italian styling house, taking 19 of those DB4 GTs, still some of my favourite cars in the world, giving them a different body. And Ray Mallock, who goes back, as I say, back to the Le Mans days of the sort of latter Le Mans days of Aston Martin. Maybe, in fact, Aston Martin will go back there in years to come. We know it's in Formula One at the moment. But Ray Mallock, his brilliant preparation house, has had so many successful cars. You've worked with him a lot over the years.
Yeah. Ran RML ran Vauxhall Opel in British touring cars, and then ran Chevrolets in the World Touring Car Championship. And of course his dad, Sir Arthur Mallock, created U2's, created Clubman's Racing. Following him up the hill, something which just past us didn't quite catch that. But this is the first time we've seen on camera the Commie, Holden Commodore. So again, this is the sort of dying breed in the end of Aussie supercars, the last of the V8s.
Yeah, the cars that caused the fans to have a sort of bare-knuckle fighting at the top of the mountain at Bathurst. You were either Ford or Holden. There was no discussion. You were one or the other, full stop. Of course, they have a different diet today. Bathurst still is 100% rock hard as it ever has been, a real challenge of a circuit. So these cars used to going up fairly steep hills, and this certainly is one. Flattened a little bit by TV. Now, for some of the drivers here, yesterday I was talking to Timo Bernhard, and he was talking about the cars he loved in his childhood, and this was one of them in the days when Stuckey won the DTM. Benoit Mats Follier, another Audi driver, works driver over the years, at the wheel now. I love drivers going to cars of different generations, trying them out. We would, if we were in their circumstance, we'd present our list and say, can I get in this? And then you'd meet the people in the paddock and, you know, a little simple conversation. And so many drives at Goodwood. Drivers arrived, didn't expect to be driving. Someone said, our driver isn't here, would you drive it? Would I ever?
Yeah.
You know.
And the drivers love it as well, you know, guys driving a car like that they were watching on TV when they were kids, you know, Stuck, Valterol in those cars, taking on the 190Es and the BMW M3s. Now, both of these, you're looking at 190E Mercedes here and the BMW M3, both four-cylinder family cars adapted for racing. The Audi V8 limousine, as it was when it was racing in DTM, was a very different proposition indeed, but equally competitive. And you said, yeah, championship winner. Now here, this is a car that came from the Japanese GT Championship, so GT500 Calsonic Nissan, and again a car that was super successful in touring cars there, being driven by Andy Middlehurst. That car will be looking for outright times in the shootout up the hill. And here, from the British Touring Car Championship in Demon Tweaks livery, run by Alan Minshaw, is this BMW M3.
Passed down through the generations, and back in the day, Demon Tweaks catalogues, all the car parts you could need. Used to be cover mounted with Autosport magazine when we were there. It was bigger than the magazine. It would hit your desk with a big thump just around Christmas time. And a lot of great drivers drove that car. But look at the mix. We moved from the early 1990s, the exquisite BMW M3, to Julien Majoub in that 308C Alfa Romeo Grand Prix car. Fabulous, exquisite, streamlined in a way before cars really started using wind tunnels. In fact, the Auto Union we saw with Tom Christensen was one of the very first cars to go to wind tunnel.
Well, you kind of look at the Auto Union and you think, okay, I know what a Zeppelin looks like, and that's sort of where they got their ideas from the aero industry. And
big again, lock up into the flint wall from Julien Majoub. He can afford the tyres because he has a company that builds the tyres, makes the cars.
And he's rehearsing, and that Alfa making a glorious bellow. If we're talking about glorious bellows, and actually again, Ian, if we're talking about horsepower, Napier Railton Special, developed and designed by the great designer Reed Railton. The Napier part is the engine. It's a Napier Lion seaplane engine, 24 litres, or as Bruce said, it's not 24, it's 2,599, 23.5. However, 24 litre, and it's a 3 banks of cylinders. I'm not quite sure what configuration that is. It's not a W or a V, it's a something. But again, a real Leviathan. And
it is a W. In fact,
going
right.
Another couple of generations back, right to the dawn of motoring, the 60 horsepower Mercedes, a two-seater because that's how the cars were. But in racing, the driver would have a riding mechanic. That was part of the regulations. The riding mechanic would be there to help the driver, not if, but when the car broke down and when you needed to change the tyres and when you needed to change the wheels.
But imagine if Grand Prix racing was like this today, where you could see the driver in full, you could see exactly which levers they were doing, which pedals they were pressing. Of course, it wouldn't be as dynamic, but it's an interesting thing, and we can see Archie Collins working very hard there as it goes up the hill. Of course, there's his father, Ben Collins, coming up behind. This family is absolutely imbued with the love of these cars from back in the age. If we get a rear shot of Ben Collins going through Molecombe Corner, you'll find, yes, this car is from more than 100 years ago. He will get it sideways. He's absolutely top of these cars. In fact, I really think Ben should be, there we go, slightly sideways through Molecombe there. And again, all arms and elbows, leaning out, changing gear.
And you want, okay, there are 2 levers on the outside. This is why early cars were right-hand drive, because the levers were on the outside, they didn't come inside. One is the gear lever, the other one is the brake lever. So you have rear wheel brakes on a handbrake. So there you are, he's on the brakes. So you are a busy man driving these things, and that's before he starts getting it sideways.
Now this is the car that became Bluebird. It's the Sunbeam 350 horsepower. Doug Hill constantly driving this car, but think that when this became Bluebird, that's because it went into the Campbell family. 2 generations of World Land Speed record challengers. And again, that really, really long tail, Martin, that's not just for visual effect, it's for aerodynamic balance.
Yeah, and physical balance as well. But you're absolutely right. When these cars started venturing way north of 100 miles an hour on the rudimentary surfaces in which they were racing, beaches or salt flats, then suddenly aerodynamics became very important, if hugely under-researched.
So Doug Hill actually chugging a little slowly around Moulcombe, but he's being followed by a Bentley Supersport with Nick Sleep on board. Unusual to see one in blue. We're so accustomed to seeing them in the traditional British racing green, the colours that were decided on the Gordon Bennett Trophy when you had to race for your nation in the fabulous races around Europe. And this one clearly has been competing on a rally or road event down in Spain. Nice, gentle engine sound. Now Aston Martins, of course, we've seen their very latest cars here in the first glance in the Michelin Supercar run, but this is really where it all began. This is, well, not began, but this was basically the second generation fabulous Ulster.
And named Ulster after the Ulster Grand Prix, which the cars were very successful in. An awful lot of cars, actually throughout history, have names that are redolent of events that were important for them. You think of names like Targa Florio for Porsche, the Aston Martin Ulster, low chassis, very low slung sports racer. And here's a car, the Alfa P3, that sets Alfa Romeo on the roads to Grand Prix dominance in the 1930s. A beautiful jewel of an engine, straight 8, and a superbly user-friendly chassis, adaptable to high speed, to street circuits like Monaco, to Po, and you know, the rudimentary surfaces of roads in the 1930s. And Alfa was a dominant force in Grand Prix racing. Now the P3.
The straight through exhaust, you saw it on the Alfa, you see it on this Delage. Absolutely brilliant sounds coming out. I think that the Alfa Romeo P3 probably makes the best one of this batch of cars. Now George Wingard, he's been a huge supporter of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, bringing an awful lot over here, a lot of machinery, but the thing unites them is the fact that they're all from getting close to 100 years ago. Yeah. And this American senator just brings it out, always has his wife alongside him.
Well, why wouldn't you? I'm going to Goodwood, darling, you're not coming. I don't think that plays very well in very many households.
Yes, might have tried it once, won't be trying it again. So Gareth Graham, he drives a lot of cars. He's in the 8C Monza, and again you can see Alfa Romeo, they were right at the forefront of racing in the 20s and 30s, and then immediately after the Second World War, of course, they took those first 2 world championships before mysteriously they just quit at the end of 1951.
And then moving on another generation into the early 1950s and the start of Jaguar's Le Mans success, both with C-Type and D-Type, but not particularly always in factory hands. Courier-Cos, the Scottish team that was so successful at Le Mans, actually claimed as many victories for Jaguar as Jaguar themselves did. And this was the start of a line that led all the way through the C-Type, the D-Type, the Mark 1 and Mark 2 Jags, through to the XJ6 of the 1970s. The family face very familiar. And of course, the C-Type was the debut of the XK engine in racing terms that went on to power Jaguars almost into the 90s. Derek Bell.
Well, very, very special. He didn't know he was going to be driving this car. He turned up and he said the person who was just so delighted he'd drive it. 5-time Le Mans winner, but this is a car that went missing for a mere 80 years. It's been rebuilt. It was a great feature in Octane magazine not so long ago, but what is not to like about a 4.5 litre V12 with a supercharger for good effect? Yeah. I'm sure Derek will be full of this driving experience when he gets to the top of the hill. Yeah. But cars that go missing, people didn't know existed. These things happened before the Second World War, but the fact it was found, it was rebuilt. We've heard there's another car, very special car, a bag of bits has been delivered to Goodwood. It was found after 52 years in Venezuela. I'll get onto that later, but it's something very special in history.
Yeah, Derek was very effusive about this car earlier. He said it's basically cosmetically not been touched. He said it's still got some paint, it's got all the battle scars of nearly 90 years of near constant use, but mechanically refreshed. So he's being a little bit careful with it. It's not his car. The owner was just so excited to have Derek Bell driving it, and Derek, I think, is rewarding that by being super excited to drive it himself. Jason Minshall just blasting past us in an S40 Volvo, as raced in the Super Touring era of British touring cars by Ricard. I think we're supposed to say Rudell, but because he's British we call him Rydell. And moving right up the generations, Hyundai Veloster N TCR. TCR touring car racing is the sort of GT3 of touring cars. Relatively affordable, relatively based on production cars, front-wheel drive racers that kind of are emulating the manufacturer level of the Super Touring era. We see Anthony Reid here in one of a pair of team cars of Nissan Primeras. He and David Leslie were racing these two cars together in period. Anthony driving them again this weekend.
Well, actually, it's Richard Wheeler having a run in this one right now.
He's the owner of the cars.
That's probably the thing, because Anthony's probably in the next batch in something else. It's always a little tricky to balance. But when these cars were racing, British Touring Car Championship was at its absolute zenith with 11 manufacturers competing.
Now, here's a car that you could easily persuade Tom Christensen to get back into, because we first learned his name as a Honda driver. So the Honda Accord, this is an ex-Tom Christensen car. So car and driver, I guarantee that the owner will be trying to find Tom to get pictures of Tom with this car.
Absolutely so. There's been a real growth area in motorsport recently, the historic touring car series, and the likes of John Cleland now out competing in their cars of yesteryear. But of course, they're mixing with the contemporary ones as well. Dan Camage been a major star in the last few years in the Ford.
And we've got the likes of Patrick Watts here as well, who's brought his Peugeot, it's with the Peugeot that he used to race in period. And then there's this.
This is a car from the drift car class. It's the larger, taller drift car class. But what a showman. Duncan Pittaway does nothing, A, without glorious over-enthusiasm, and B, let's just double-check I'm not about to get this wrong, with a tie or bow tie. He's always immaculately dressed, he's always smiling, and when this car just goes on the overrun, the flame that spits out, I've never seen anybody not jump and then start laughing in a slightly manic way when you stand near it.
And this bit was built to break the land speed record. And the story is they went to Ostend in Belgium and they were running along the seafront in Ostend, which was a sort of recognised distance. They were doing it over, I guess, a measured kilometre. And the car broke the land speed record. However, the record was held by a French car, and the French governing body, self-appointed governing body of World Land Speed Records, having seen that the Fiat went faster, then retrospectively introduced a rule to say that the record only stood if you made the return trip within an hour. And because there was a tram going up and down the seafront, they had to go in gaps in the tram service, and they didn't do that, and so the French then declared the record illegal. They went back to try and do it again within an hour, but it rained. And they wouldn't stop the tram service. So there's always a little backstory to all of these cars. Back with the car that's coming past us now, the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy again. The TT, the Tourist Trophy, a super prestigious road race. Again, that started at Ards in Northern Ireland and Dundrod, and then eventually has become a major trophy that is raced for by sports cars or GT cars or touring cars over the years throughout the history of it in the UK.
Well, in fact, just a few moments ago we had Derek Bell going up the hill in the Alfa Romeo, but he won the 1973 Tourist Trophy race at Silverstone in the BMW 3-litre CSL, much like one of the cars up on the display in front of the house. So it really is completing the circle. There is the BMW display. That's look for the BMW CSL. It's the second car down. It's on the right-hand side. Fabulous, glorious car of BMW's. Phenomenal years with its M division. 50 years we're celebrating. That's why they are the central display.
Well, let's just take a little look at that display, because as you pointed out earlier, Bruce, the car at the top in the red, white and blue Munich Motorsport colours, designed in their design studio in California, but that is their LMDH car. LMDH, what is LMDH? Well, it is essentially the IMSA rules version of hypercar, which is a sort of catch-all top category for Le Mans racing. So this will be a closed coupe sports racer, which will race at the Daytona 24 hours, Sebring 12 hours, Le Mans 24 hours, in the World Endurance Championship in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. So that's the car at the top. Second down on the right-hand side, look at that. Again, they have tried, if you look at the car, if you know your BMWs, the designers have tried to bring in design elements from famous BMW liveries of the past. So that's where the camo comes from. But that is actually the running mock of the car. Second right down, that is the 3-litre CSL. Now, the Batmobile, as it became known, was the car that battled against the Cologne Caprice, which we will also see here in the European Touring Car Championships in the 1970s, and really brought BMW back to motorsport On the right-hand side below that is a Super 2000 touring car, the BMW 320i, 2-litre, normally aspirated, furious, rear-wheel drive BMW 3 Series racer. Spearing out in Red Arrow's bomb burst fashion on the extreme left, that is their Le Mans winning BMW V12 LMR, and in the middle of a barrel roll below it, in the Pro Car livery, the BMW Motorsport livery, M Sport livery, or M livery, is the BMW M1 Pro Car, the racing version of BMW's 1970s supercar. And to add a little bit more to the Grand Prix programme, when there were few support races, Bruce Jones, Bernie Ecclestone and BMW came up with this idea where they would have a race for identical BMW M1. So they were all prepared by BMW Motorsport, initially built by Motorsport, and then there were a group of drivers who were driving them for the car's owners. But there were 5 cars that were reserved for the top 5 qualifiers in the Formula One race. So those top 5 drivers would then go and drive those cars. And they went, well, no, we want to race Formula One. We want to concentrate on that. There's money in it for you.
We're there.
Yes. Count us in. So for 2 seasons, it was loosely licensed carnage with the pro drivers and the Grand Prix drivers, who were not always obviously the same 5 Grand Prix drivers at every race being dropped into the cars, but some definitely took to it well, and it was a short-lived but glorious spectacle in Formula One support races. So the track is now red, or safe rather, so probably should be green, but in motorsport terms that doesn't work. You can cross at the crossings. That's what I'm trying to say. Now then, all of our cars are in the top paddock, and then we'll be heading back down. Ed Foster in amongst all the drivers, and again enjoying himself with our Drift Kings.
Lots of racing drivers complain they don't have enough power. Bagsy, plenty of power there. How was your first run of the day?
Yeah, it was a good one. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. Made a little bit too much smoke in front of the house, though, so I got a little bit blinded trying to finish it up. But yeah, no, it was good overall. Really happy with that one. Put on a good show up the top here for the fans. It's busy as hell here today, so yeah, just trying to put on the best show we can.
Oh, cheers, Bagsy. We'll go and see who else we can find. Follow me. We got James Dean right here. James, plenty of smoke, you a big smile on your face, all good?
Oh, what a brilliant way to wake up on a Saturday morning. I can't think of anything better. Really enjoyed it. First run up, pretty fast, pretty committed. It's a little bit slippery today, but we really enjoyed it.
Well, James, it was great. We'll go and see who else we can find. James, thank you. Right, here we got. We've got Paul Swift on the phone. So, Paul, you're off the phone as if by magic. All good this morning?
Yeah, all good until we came up here and I've just snapped the drive shaft, so... But we've got another one down the pits. We'll get it sorted for this afternoon.
I always wonder, your box of spare parts must be a truck of spare parts.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we have to sort of carry drive shafts, spare arms if we hit anything. And, yeah, it's basically a whole car underneath, really. We need to carry as spares. We never know what's going to break, so...
Well, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Right, OK, there was Kevin Quinn had a great run up, but I can't see Kevin at the moment. Let's just follow me up here. We've got Martin Richards. Try not to get run over. Oh, I am about to get run over. Martin, how are we doing?
Yeah,
good run?
Yeah, first run in the morning, really good. The last couple of runs, the last couple of days, we've had a few little teething problems with the car. But yeah, it came together. Came together today, and yeah, so glad to be here. It's an awesome event, and doing this with all these amazing cars and motorsport heroes is such an honour.
Now, there's quite a lot of rain overnight. Was that noticeable on the track this morning?
I think it's washed it off. A couple of us guys were just talking after our first run there, and we think it's gripped up even a little bit more for us drifters. So we're hoping to lay a little bit more rubber down, and maybe that'll help improve the times throughout the day for the guys running up the hill as well.
Cheers, Martin.
Thank you.
Derek Bell, I'm used to seeing you in Porsche 956s, 962s. This is not one of those. What a lovely bit of kit, though.
Yeah, it's amazing. I had this wonderful phone call from this gentleman in Italy saying we have this old car. It's it was a Nuvolari Alfa Romeo 1937, and I thought it might be like a Grand Prix car. And I just love, some of the historic cars. Obviously, that's why we're here. And so we talked about it, and I couldn't really understand what they were talking about, but we ultimately did something, to agree to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to bring it, will you drive it? Yes. And of course, when you see it, I did see some photographs. I said, well, they could finish painting it. But this is it. This is the original patina from 1937. And apparently it was locked away in a barn at the beginning of the Second World War. And that was never seen for 60, 80 years, until 2017 or something. And this is it. I mean, it's just fantastic. I mean, it's very sweet. Apparently it was the first V12. And the thing that nobody knew is that the suspension on this is Porsche. And Porsche apparently in 1934 had an agreement with Alfa Romeo, or Alfa Romeo had an agreement with Porsche that they could run their suspensions on the front.
Well, how very fitting that you're driving it then. But isn't it wonderful to see a car like this that hasn't been changed, hasn't been restored to within an inch of its life?
It's absolutely fabulous. And, it's just lovely. Everybody looks and goes, wow, that's lovely. I was so pleased when I got here to see it yesterday, because it is actually a rather beautiful shape as well. It's not ugly and sort of lumpy. And it's very sweet. The engine's sweet. I mean, I wasn't going very fast, but the gearbox is back to front, and of course the pedals are in a different place. But apart from the awkwardness of this little man of 80 years old, I got to grips with it quite quickly.
Luckily here at the Festival of Speed, no one's really watching, so it's okay, Derek.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly, no, but they should be in here. They'd know what it was like.
Derek, thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend.
Never miss a single lap of the Moto America season. Moto America Live Plus allows you to see races, qualifying, and practices of 8 different classes of racing. Enjoy coverage from 11 racetracks on your browser, Roku, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. See up to 8 hours of live racing per day, or watch on your own time on demand. Sign up today for Moto America Live Plus at MotoAmericaLivePlus.com.
Beautiful Saturday morning at the Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022. Lots of cars coming back down from the top paddock after demonstrating their wares up the hill. And so much still to see around this place. The spine of the event is the driveway, is the Goodwood Hill Climb, but as you can see from the map, dotted around it are so many wormholes, one of which is the Future Lab. Now, this is focusing on future technology from all sorts of different spheres. Let's catch up with a little bit of that. Rachel has been down investigating what goes on inside the Future Lab this year.
So you might feel like you're in a warehouse right now, albeit a really small one, by looking at those shelves. And most of you will have seen the inner workings of a warehouse, maybe on a TV documentary, and you'll be familiar with a lot of forklifts moving around to pick up items, a lot of people working in warehouses. Well, maybe we'll see a change in the near future, and that's what this company, Career over here, is working for Finex, and they're trying to bring automated machinery into warehouses to make the process a little bit easier, I'm guessing, Carino?
Yeah, well, we build software that integrates any types of robots and makes it available to warehouses of any size.
And you're going to show me exactly what you're able to do with the software that they have built. It's pretty easy. All you need is this scanner. You've told me, obviously, you've got coding already in the system. You've just kind of pressed go on that. So it's going to make it a lot easier and quicker, 4 to 8 times quicker than what already is happening in these warehouses.
Yeah, this is a goods-to-person system, and the performances can be 4 to 8 times faster than manual picking.
Okay, well, let's see exactly what it can do then. You talk me through what you're doing here, please, Carino.
Sure. So here we have a sample pick station with a basket. So all we want to do is associate the basket. So we scan it, and we associate it to this pick station. And now the robot knows that we are waiting to fulfill an e-commerce order. And you can see the robot is lifting the shelf and carries it here to the pick station.
Okay, so you've now said, I want to select a certain item that needs to be delivered to a customer, and they're going to bring this certain item to us. I mean, I wonder what we're going to get out of all the goods on display here. I mean, the fact that it will be 4 to 8 times quicker is insane. I mean, how long has it taken to build up this type of software?
It's very complex software because it needs to be very reliable, because it needs to make operations as fast as possible. So yeah, it's complex. It can take years, but we have been very fast, actually.
Well, I can see that it's stopped, and it's now saying on the computer screen, scan item from cell C3. So what have we got in C3?
Some sticky notes for memos, which are always useful.
So scan those, please, Carino.
So the system checks that it's the right item. Yeah.
It's gone green, so we've picked the right item there on the computer screen, popping that in the basket.
In the basket. And then we want, because we may have multiple items being collected at the same time, we want to make sure that it's the right basket, so we scan it. And now the robot brings the shelf back, and this can be packed, put in a parcel, and delivered to your doorstep.
Very clever. So we've done that in a very short space of time, like you can see. Now the robot is taking the shelves back to its original position. And have you managed to get this out anywhere? Are any companies currently using it?
Yeah, we have some deployments in China and here in the UK, and now we are expanding our business.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for showing me that today. I mean, it's pretty awesome what these robots can do. They're actually just picking goods for you and maybe just taking these jobs and making it so much easier. This is the future of the warehouses. Watch this space. Thank you, Carino.
Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022, day 3 of 4. This is Saturday morning. Cars going up and down the hill, and a huge number of fans here. And really interesting, Bruce Jones, so many drivers who are used to coming here, so enthusiastic about the massive crowd already in this morning, because, of course, after the last couple of years of global unpleasantness, everybody is really appreciating having fans to show, and probably everybody, as much as the drifters, loving to see fans here and just to try and put on a good display.
Yeah, they do, and all the drivers and riders very much appreciate the crowd. They feed off off everyone standing alongside the track, and we've had some very, very special moments with Wayne Rainey, paralysed from the chest downwards, reunited with the bike from 1992 that he was riding when he had his fall. He's going up the hill several times, and watching that, the applause, he would have felt that the whole way up. And thank everybody for being so polite, being proper racing fans, whether you're four wheels or two. It's a fabulous place to be.
Well, you see so many kids here, and they're driving the cars as well, because when the race drivers come here, whether they're pro race drivers, retired race drivers, or whatever, they are still enormous kids.
Aren't we all? So that would be Jason Wright on board one of the two Ferrari 156 Sharknose recreations. There had to be recreations because Enzo Ferrari was not a man of sentiment. His cars won rather than his drivers, and when he'd finished with them, he crushed them all. But these were built in the UK about nearly 30 years ago now. But this is 75 years of Ferrari since 1947, when Enzo stopped running the works team. Arturo Metario sitting down low. Well, he has to sit low because he is quite low in stature. He's got the cowboy hat off. It's probably in the passenger footwell, more than likely with a packet of Marlboro cigarettes on board. He is still the ultimate cowboy. Formula One racer in the 1970s.
250 short wheelbase Ferrari. I'm trying to recognise who's driving that one. Not entirely sure. But again, Ferrari in, cars.
It's Lucas Huney, and he has an amazing collection of cars, and this one was exquisite. The Nart car, run by the North American racing team, went to the 1,000 kilometres of Paris at Monterey in 1961, and the Ricciardo brothers won that race in a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 finish. That's as good as it can be.
Wow.
In fact, you can see the Nart badge, the North American racing team, and famously, at various points, the Ferrari Grand Prix cars were painted white and blue in their colours, the American racing colours, to compete over there. Luigi Chinetti doing the entry for them.
And Luigi Chinetti had a showroom. He was the Ferrari importer in North America, had a showroom in New York, and a young man who is here no longer as a young man used to go as a boy and hang around the Chinetti showrooms, and eventually would go in and ask for brochures or pictures or whatever. Eventually was given a Nart jacket by Luigi Chinetti. That man's name we'll get to in a moment, but he has brought his own cars here. Now in his 80s, he has brought a car here that carries his name, that finished third at Le Mans 2 weeks ago in the hypercar class.
Well, we don't need to go to answers on a postcard. His name is Jim Glickenhaus. We'll talk more later, but at the very first Goodwood Festival of Speed in 1993, Sally Mason Stirren drove the Ferrari 166mm, the Mille Miglia Barchetta, and she's still driving it beautifully up the hill. That's a car from 1950, so only 3 years in, or probably 2 and a bit years in, to the history of Ferrari. And this is the sort of cars they were building. They wanted to sell cars that could put money in the pot, and of course that was immediately put into the racing pot as well.
And a fabulous looking road car as well, just a real supercar of its era.
The next car we can see, white with the broad blue stripe, Tazio Otis. This is the glorious 750 Monza. You can see the Italian drivers are generally short, and Tazio a little tall, sitting with his head proud of that dorsal fin behind the driver's head. And of course that was introduced by the Jaguar D-types at Le Mans. It gave the drivers stability on those long straights, otherwise the buffeting from behind the driver's head would have been a real impediment.
And gave the car stability as well. You sort of think it's coming straight back from the driver, but in fact, particularly on the D-type, it was actually curved around to help the airflow over the rear body by Malcolm Sayer, the designer. And Ferrari again, sports racing was at least as important as Formula One was to Enzo Ferrari. He wanted his cars to win the World Championship, to win the great endurance races, the great road races, of course, with the Mille Miglia, the Targa Florio, which was so important to Italian race fans in the early post-war years, the latter part of the 20th century.
Now David Cottingham knows a thing or two about Ferrari's contemporary GT racer, and this car now in the hands of Adrian King, but David Cottingham entered it. It's the 500 TRC, and you could see how the cars were becoming longer and leaner, Martin. They didn't sit up and beg to start with in the late 1940s, but by now aerodynamics so much more important.
Well, and of course the early cars like the 750 Monza with an enormous 4-cylinder engine. These cars, particularly the Testarossa there with a V12 engine, 246 Dino. This Sam Hancock campaigns so aggressively on the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Here he is, equally as alive in this car up the hill. A beautiful sports racer, and essentially the sports race version of their then current 2416 front-engine Grand Prix car, the last front-engine Grand Prix car from Ferrari, which was immediately succeeded by this, the Sharknose.
Yeah, the 1.5-litre formula. Just so happened that Ferrari had an engine suitable and ready when the rules came. The British teams rather caught out. They didn't believe that they were going to leave the 2.5-litre.
Yes, they argued Ferrari designed.
Exactly so. They had effectively a Formula 2 engine. Now, Jason King just loves these cars, American-based in Italy, and these cars, of course, you think about Phil Hill, who won the championship in 61. You think about Wolfgang von Trips, who could have done until he had his fatal accident at Monza.
And those cars are absolutely tiny. Again, they are in an open tent in the paddock below the Formula 1 pit lane. So go and have a look. The team will be very happy to lift the bodywork up and just let you see how tiny the car is. In fact, it's pretty Arturo Mazzario scale. Art could have been a national hunt jockey. He is on the short side of petite, even for racing drivers. Makes Alain Prost look like a giant, and he just disappears inside that sports racer. Again, another stunningly beautiful car from Ferrari. This 250 is perhaps, again, the zenith of Ferrari road car design. So voluptuous, so pretty, and yet look at those powerful rear haunches. Just speaks of power. Extended a little bit, brutalised maybe a little bit for the 250 GTO.
Yeah, the GTO was the top of the line. It was the ultimate performance car of its age. We're so lucky at Goodwood. Nick Mason often brings his along, and this is Sir Anthony Bamford of JCB. It's his car being driven very, very beautifully up the hill. Its entry number is 314. The driver on board is Nathan Deavy. Now we're moving into the mid-1960s as the war. Ford decided it wanted to buy Ferrari. Enzo sort of nearly agreed, then he didn't. Ford thought, right, we're going to take you on at Le Mans. We're going to take the race that you keep winning from you. It took several years, but the battle between the Ford GT40 and the best Ferraris of the age was still epic in the history of Le Mans.
And again, there was an awful lot of elegance in that 365P. Then a Le Mans winner, the first mid-engine Ferrari Le Mans winner, in fact the last Ferrari Le Mans winner, the 250 LM.
1965 was the year. Simon Kidston driving it, but this was a car that Jochen Rindt and Maston Gregory took to victory in 1965 as the Ford Challenge dropped away. It's small, it's made for purpose. Why is it blue on the nose, Martin?
Well, this car, again, Rosso Corsa, which is Ferrari's Italian racing red, but the pale blue shows that it was entered by Maranello concessionaires, the British Ferrari importer, Colonel Ronnie Hoare, and again, this 275 GTB 4-cam with that Cambridge blue. He was a Cambridge blue, and he carried those colours onto his racing cars. Not just a Ferrari importer, he was a big Ford dealer as well. But as Ferrari importers were in those days, sort of the driving force behind a lot of Ferrari's customer racing. So you had this, these cars from Maranello concessionaires. Jacques Swatters, the great Belgian entrepreneur and sponsor of Spa-Francorchamps, he had a Curie Belge and a Curie Francorchamps, the cars in bright yellow. And this Testarossa, this is such an unusual colour on any Ferrari, even, never mind any racing Ferrari. This deep royal, almost navy blue, I just think makes the car look so elegant and actually possibly a little bit of a velvet glove on what is really still quite an iron fist.
Well, the next car up the hill is certainly not a velvet glove. This is when Ferrari moved on. The cars got wider and more powerful. The 512S and Marino Franchitti. You can just catch the Scottish Saltire atop. But, of course, Franchitti, it's not a name from Scotland. It's a name from Italy. Yeah. So, of course, Franchitti loves to get on board. You can see the Saltire, but with the red, white and green of Italy festooned over the top of his helmet. Now, one of the greatest looking cars, to my eye, from the 1960s, with a pile of spaghetti exhaust on the back, is the glorious little 312 Ferrari. But, of course, this was Formula 1 just as those wings started to appear. Belgian Grand Prix in 68, the first wing, and it all went crazy from there.
We were talking to Derek Bell yesterday, and this actually is the first Grand Prix Ferrari that he ever drove. He said that rear wing, we had a little lever to adjust it. Not very effective, but it was their first inroads in. Derek Bell and Jackie Ickx, both Le Mans winners for Porsche, but both started as Ferrari drivers, and Jackie Ickx actually really very successful. Maybe if Ferrari had their act together a little bit more, would have been a multiple Ferrari Formula 1 world champion as well. But That had to come later with the driving force of Niki Lauda and Luca Di Montezemolo pushing them on to their successes. Jumping forward nearly 4 decades to a 488 Ferrari, their current top flight GT racing weapon, both in GT3 and GTE spec. The Ferrari world champions in GT last year. This is the pink car of the Iron Dames, the Iron Lynx team, running an all-female crew. All 3 of the drivers are here: Sarah Bovey, Michelle Gatting, Rahel Fry. They're all here for the first time. Eyes on stalks. They are professional racing drivers.
And they are fans.
Proper anoraks. Absolutely. And as we move away from the Ferrari theme to our Group C theme, Peter Sauber's first Mercedes power car, the Sauber C8. There's C9s here as well. Sauber made his name racing with BMW powered cars, and this is the first time we've seen on the hill the 1990 IMSA GTP championship winning car, and a car that also set the outright lap record at Le Mans. Not necessarily this exact chassis, but the type of car in the hands of Mark Blundell. This is being driven again by Max Girardo, who is having a pretty tough time today.
Well, his biggest challenge, frankly, is getting between one batch and the next. Rally car to Group C car, no cross-pollination at all there. Now, another of the Sauber C9s. They did make a brilliant rumble. This has been driven so far by, it started off Cannon Lucky, but now Alex Brundle, second generation Brundle, racer, commentator, but a driver who simply has got the handle of historic racing. How could he not, with Martin as his father? But when celebrating 40 years of Group C, it seems inevitable one would be looking at the Porsches. And John Watson, who drove one in 1985, talked about how physical they were, but they were successful, and drivers will put up with something that's physical and tough to drive if it's a winner, and the 962 most certainly was.
Yeah, Porsche really broke the mould when they started at Group C with the 956, developed then for with the driver position a little further back, longer wheelbase, more aerodynamic development into the 962. Last night they launched their brand new LMDH Challenger, the Porsche 963. So we continue with that trend. From the 1980s to the 2020s, we have moved on just one mark number from the 962 to 963. And Porsche and Penske definitely hoping to emulate the success they had together with the LMP2 car, which is also on display here, along with these Group C cars. And Porsche will be looking to add to their record tally of Le Mans 24-hour wins, maybe as soon as 2024.
Now, in the celebration of Group C, of course, we're looking at some of the factory cars. Hope to get lay eyes on the Lancia LC2 at some point. But of course, what made the grids so big was the fact that really Porsche in particular was very, very happy indeed to sell them to privateers. One
Customer
of the privateer
racing.
teams
Absolutely.
was John Fitzpatrick, and for those of us that were there in the day, it was great to see this car in all sorts of different body colours and liveries. We had our favourites, the Tic Tac one, the Jägermeister one, didn't really matter.
Yeah.
This was a great car. John Fitzpatrick always entering cars that look brilliant, and Mark Sumter, well, he started off really racing Porsche 911s, but his eyes have got a little larger. Here is the Lancia LC2. I think you're going to take this over. This is one of your favourite cars, Martin.
Absolutely my favourite Group C2 car. Not the most successful, but certainly, to my eyes, well, yeah, just the most Latin. I mean, an absolutely gorgeous thing. V8 engine, twin turbo. They started with the Group 6 Barchetta. They actually started with the Beta Monte Carlo, then the Group 6 Barchetta, then the LC1, and the final development, the LC2. There are a pair of these cars here, one bright red, and this one in the year later Dow Corning silicon livery, driven by Steve O'Rourke, who was Emka, basically. Steve O'Rourke's history, he was the manager for Pink Floyd, and I'm not sure whether he got Nick Mason into cars or Nick Mason got him into cars, or they were both into cars, but when the money flowed, boy, those guys made use of it, and Emka introducing those two Aston Martin prototypes.
Certainly it might be Nick guiding Steve, because of course Nick Mason's father was already a competitor in the day and made motor racing movies, so they all would have been watched. He made them for the major oil companies, so on and so forth. But the 333 SP, for a lot of fans around the world, this was a very special car, and it's made more special for me the fact that Giancarlo Fisichella, my favourite Roman, is here racing in it.
And that was the 333 SP was Ferrari's last top flight sports car, and that was late 1980s, early 1990s. They are coming back to hypercar next year to race again at Le Mans for the first time since the late 1960s. Now, this was Ford's venture towards Group C. That they then almost immediately decided they weren't going to support. The Ford C100 had a lot of potential that was never realised. the Jaguar. This is XJ12C, the Daytona version of the Jaguar program. Again, you can see the super low rear wing, and this car driven by Justin Law. Always hugely impressive, but also hugely fast up the hill.
Now, this man looks familiar. That car, I guess it must be a Ferrari. It's none other than Nigel Mansell, reunited with a Ferrari. Trust me, he's taking this very, very seriously indeed. This is the first semi-automatic gearbox. This car never raced. This is the 639 that became the 640 that was very successful. But this is the important thing. It's Il Leone, as he immediately became at Ferrari. 2 cars, no to tell. I think it's 639 ahead of the car. It begat the 640. But what matters, it's Nigel Mansell. He'll be showboating deep underneath. He wants to go as fast as possible, but he has to put on a show. He is putting on a show.
Well, designed by John Barnard, of course, who brought the semi-automatic gearbox into Formula One because he needed to keep the Ferrari engine in its power range, and this car hugely informative of what was to follow. Nigel Mansell won his first Grand Prix for Ferrari. Now, if anything's going to endear you to the fans, that is going to be it. He was shocked that the car held together. They were shocked the car held together, and he won his first ever race for Ferrari. But that was in the car that follows, the 640. And again, you know, for modern racing fans, simple, pure of line, just a beautifully detailed little car, absolutely mouth-wateringly gorgeous. And to see Nigel Mansell back at the wheel of a Ferrari racing car, it's a great, again, one of those things that only Goodwood can do.
Absolutely so. And for the driver following him, Holger Lange, he owns both of these cars, so this is a massive, massive moment for him. Clearly loved the periods. Ferraris did start selling their cars rather than scrapping them round the back at Maranello. That's his duo, and what do you do to make it more special? You put one of the special men. You put Nigel Mansell in the front one. You follow him up the hill.
Absolutely right. What a lifetime moment. Again, you see those cars on wet weather tyres to allow them to get a little bit of heat into their tyres.
Well, that's unfortunate. One of my favourite cars of the weekend, the 365 GTB4 Competizione, pushed to one side, and instantly go and look at that car in the paddock. Fabulous patina.
Again, another car that Derek Bell raced in period. He was just standing there surrounded by cars that he had raced in period. Jumping for another couple of decades from the 639 and the 640 to the F60 Ferrari. This being driven by Ferrari tester Marc Genet. And Marc has been here at the Festival of Speed many, many times. He was telling Ed yesterday, really knows the hill, but still on wet weather tyres to get some grip from the rubber. He said, you know, it's always hard to be able to use the grip that these cars can produce, but he uses the straights to really give a feel of the noise and the power, and that's exactly what this F2008 Miguel Gonzalez will be doing. Cautious in the corners because you're not going to load up the aerodynamics the way you need to, but you can certainly give the crowd a little reminder of what these engines sounded like.
Exactly. I think really Mark's approach is fabulous. You want sideways, you've got the drift cars or the Edwardians, but if you want to see a car driven close to its potential on something which is about as far from a Grand Prix track as you could possibly imagine, I think his approach is great. Let's hear those engine notes. Let's go get it up the hill as quickly as we can, but with an element of caution. But Marc Genet could do this one in his sleep. He's been coming here for a decade and more. Of course, a Formula One racer in his own right. And you can see the top of the hill, how narrow it is. But look at the gap between those straw bales. The drivers are sitting down below that. Their height is so low, it really is a wall. You're under the trees as well. But for the last of the cars in the back, the F2008 Ferrari, the run now complete. Well, what a batch of cars. 75 years of Ferrari and 40 years since the creation of the super successful period of Group C in endurance racing. We're about to have another super successful period, I am absolutely sure. And one of the contenders is high on the Jerry Juta sculpture. It's the new LMDH Challenger, just launched the other day by BMW.
At the top of the hill is our Ed Foster, and like I think probably every single other fan in the place, he has made a beeline for one man, former Formula One world champion Nigel Mansell.
Nigel Mansell, we talked yesterday when you've been reunited with this car. You've been up the hill a few times in it. Is it feeling even more at home now?
I'm feeling at home, but the gearbox isn't. It jumps from gear to gear and it misses a gear and then it goes into neutral when you want third or fourth. So I'm just keeping it in first and second. But the car's fantastic, but it brings back all the memories of the gearbox failures we had in '89.
Now, you mentioned the crowd there. Can you hear the noise of the wonderful noise of this engine? Can you hear the noise of the crowds?
Oh, it's magnificent. The V12 is, I think, the sweetest sounding Formula One car ever in the history. The V12 and the V10 of the Renault is just amazing.
Now, jumping back in these cars, they must bring back so many happy memories, whether it's this Ferrari or tomorrow for the FW14B.
Yeah, I mean, they're not only happy memories, they're romantic memories, and they're memories of being part of an incredible organisation with Ferrari. And if you're a Ferrari driver, you become part of their family. And being nicknamed Il Leone and winning the first race, which was a miracle for them, it's just amazing. And to have what happens in Italy, the whole church bells ring throughout the country when you win, and it's astonishing. And I don't think there's another manufacturer like it.
Nigel, it's fantastic to see that helmet, that balaclava, those eyes, that race suit back out again. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much.
Giancarlo Fisichella, it's wonderful to see you at the Festival of Speed. We're celebrating 75 years of Ferrari this weekend. What an incredible lineup of cars.
Yeah, it's amazing. This is one of the best, road show, let's say road show in the world. Goodwood is so famous. I'm really proud to be here after 16 years, I guess. I was here with Renault Formula One team in 2006, probably. And today, I'm glad to drive this fantastic car and to be one of the factory Ferrari driver for the FIA WEC Championship.
And just tell me, 16 years is such a long time in anywhere, but especially here at the Festival of Speed. It's such a different event now. It's even bigger.
Yeah, it's getting bigger and bigger, especially now after the pandemic period. Now the people are so enthusiastic to come here, and it's great. It's great to have them here. It's nice to see that passion from them. It's incredible. Fantastic atmosphere.
Giancarlo, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Sonny, your Ferrari here has a wonderful history, and a small piece of that history is that this car was first up the hill at the very first Festival of Speed, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's incredible now. You can't imagine. It's, 30 years ago? Or the time has gone so quickly. And yes, it was number one. And I can always remember we drove it down on the road. And when we got here, dear, as he is now, the Duke, was saying, "Thanks for coming, chaps. Go and park over there." He must have been the most titled car park attendant in the whole world.
I mean, the event has changed so much, hasn't it? It's a feast for the eyes now.
Oh, you cannot believe what is here and how they get it all together each year. And there are some amazing cars. I mean, you look at the Ferrari grid this year for the 75th. It's stunning, eye-watering stuff.
And you've owned this for such a long time. It must be like an old friend now.
It's definitely an old friend. Sometimes it's a naughty little chap, and he doesn't always do what you want it to do. But it's always great fun. Love driving him.
Sally, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lotus leaves the start line, and Terry has been coming here for many years and normally brings something exotic. Noticed yesterday some parts of the stage cutting up slightly. Now this for me is one of the rarities. Car number 93, which is the Citroen DS 23 IE. We saw this on the stage yesterday. Very unique. course. As Tony pointed out yesterday, a car ahead of its time. I remember when I was about 6 or 7, my father had one, and it was completely blown by the fact that when you turn the steering wheel, the headlights move to follow the direction on the road. So that's about 1968, 69. But wonderful to see that car of Harry Martin's. Computer vision, Rover SD1. Full resplendent, evoking memories of Tony Pond, Rob Arthur. We cut back now to the Citroen. Tony's back in the studio with me. Tony, great interview with Nasser, and I said what you wouldn't have heard, what was evident was how blown away he is by the history of rallying here. Group B, he mentioned particularly. I said that, you know, we've seen Sebastian Ogier come here, Sebastian Loeb, and that's great. It blows people's mind what's here at Goodwood.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely fabulous. And that's an endorsement, a ringing endorsement from the stars, talking about this motorsport extravaganza and motoring, of course, which literally happens in the Duke of Richmond's backyard. It happens to be a big backyard, a massive estate, but the stars of motorsport are drawn here because it is such a worldwide event. We look at the Toyota, and again, as I said to Nasser this morning, and he acknowledged, Toyota are literally winning everything. Zav will give us regular updates from the Safari Rally in Africa, where the World Rally Championship is taking place at the moment. That is the round, and as we left it last night, I think Toyota were in the lead, and I think Elvin Evans, he had been leading, but I think he was still up there in second place again, but Zab will update us.
I think the last I saw, Calirup was back at the lead, and there were time changes. Taka got a penalty and got a time adjustment. But one of the things we were talking about yesterday, bringing rallying back to the people, I went back to the hotel last night and caught up with the Argyll Rally. And they had a town centre stage last night. Couple of runs through the town. Tony, the town was packed. And we were talking yesterday about what Rally Sunseeker used to bring to Bournemouth and Poole. And of course, the Tendering and Clacton Rally and Clacton Seafront a couple of months back. So, you know, it's about bringing rallying to the people. Goodwood certainly does that. Now, really unique car leaving the start line. It's the high-roofed, short Paris-Dakar Audi Quattro. And you managed to get a chat with the driver yesterday, Tony. And the one quick thing before I hand over across to you. This Audi was creating a stir on social media last night. Because it's the first time it's been seen. And I think he said that to you yesterday. First event is here. They want to do the historic Dakar. But people blown away on social media, Facebook, and some of the rally forums that it actually has appeared. We'll get a shot of it shortly. That's Conor Falvey in the Porsche 911. Here we go.
Yeah, fun stands. Again, the Dutch are here in force, and for a relatively flat country, they like coming to the hills. They leave their bicycles behind, jump over the dikes, and get to the hills in their rally cars. They are a motorsport nation. We know what Max Verstappen is doing in the Formula One World Championship at the moment, but we've had many, many fine Dutch racing drivers and rally drivers. But Von Stans is determined that they're going to do Classic Dakar. He did suggest to me it might be quite difficult to get an entry, but he was going to try and hard and do that. Because the car's a replica of the Audi A2 Quattro that was built for the 1985 Dakar Rally. And in that year they entered 3 cars, but this particular car was upgraded from the long wheelbase Audi that contended the championship.
Well, here we are, looking forward to some more exciting action coming up the hill. And Ben Edwards here with Keith Ewan, ready to enjoy the next aspects that are coming up. We've got Batch 4 coming up in just a little while, which will see some of the wonderful motorcycles that we've got here this weekend and some of the outright superstars of motorcycle racing, Keith, that we have here this weekend.
It's building, isn't it, all the way through the weekend as we Thursday and Friday, a 4-day event now, but I've got to say, Saturday we're getting to the business end of it. Everyone's used to the hill climb, everyone's used to the parameters that they've all got to work within, and I think fans that come on Saturday and Sunday are beginning to see the drivers and riders unleashed, and I think we're going to see quite a lot of that. Obviously, from my perspective, if I never did another race meeting or another commentary, I would be quite happy to have seen Wayne Rainey, this man, go up the hill. That's Namba that's on the bike at the moment. Namba-san is, it's one of his ambitions, he wants to give something back for Yamaha to Wayne Rainey. Rainey was the man who inspired him as a motorcycle racer, the Japanese man that's on the bike at the moment, warming up that 1992 World Championship winning Yamaha, the one that Wayne Rainey, they brought it out of mothballs, reconditioned it, converted it so that it could be used by Wayne Rainey on the hill climb here. Wayne, of course, the esteemed guest of the Duke of Richmond, and I've got to say, the reaction trackside yesterday, well, I mean, I'm talking about it and all the hairs are going up on my arms as we talk about it now. It was fantastic. Kevin Schwantz, the nemesis, the main man as far as Wayne Rainey was concerned in competition, was here. Doohan as well, they're still here. Kenny Roberts Sr. is here as well. It is just a little bit on the special side. Now, left hand, of course, normally that would be the clutch hand. It still is. But that clutch, when you pull it after you've pulled off, it shifts down a gear. So it's not the usual operation that is. It's actually got treaded tyres on it at the rear. That's, again, you've heard the car guys talking about it. Need a little bit of temperature in those tyres. And the only way you can do that is for the blocks of rubber to move around because, as I've said before, there's no tyre warmers. They're down in the collecting area for quite some time. So you've not got a lot of chance to get any warmth in the tyres until you blast off. But as the rubber moves on the carcass, it gives you a little bit of extra. Michael Rutter there, 50 years old now, talking to the man on the left, who is Kevin Schwantz, of course, the 93 world champion. And that man there is the dog, King Kenny. He's the man, of course, that came over here and dominated British racing. The American, he barged his way into the transatlantic team and came and thrashed the likes of Barry Sheen and co. Well, even when I was riding in the transatlantic trophy match races back in the day in the British team. Mick Doohan there with the grey hair, talking now to Kenny Roberts. On the right is Mick Doohan, 5 times a world champion on Honda. Ruthless fellow, absolutely, and he was involved in obviously the Wayne Rainey years as well. All these guys are legends from that period of time. Massively fast, massively revered within motorcycling. Of course, there's one other guy that we've got here that we're not seeing at the moment. 15 times a world champion. So we look across at Wayne Rainey. 15 times a world champion is Giacomo Agostini. I'll be catching up with him later on the Goodwood balcony. You'll be able to see that live here, of course. But it's all about this man at the moment. Wayne Rainey, paralysed from the chest downwards after that crash at Misano in Italy, the Italian Grand Prix in '93, while he led the championship for a 4th consecutive year. He really is a legend. He's analytical, he's intelligent, he was smart, he got the best out of every race meeting. Kevin Schwantz was fast all of the time, but inconsistent in comparison with Rainey. Rainey would get the biggest amount of points he could get out of the bag, every single one. Steve Parrish to the right-hand side there, Stavros. You're just out of shot, which is where he should be. Excuse me, Steve. So Stavros there, good old mate of ours, a good broadcaster, and a much underrated rider at world level, I felt. I mean, he should have won the British Grand Prix back in the day, but if you remember, Barry Sheen was the one that held out a rather rude sign, gas it something. Those of you that want to look it up can look it up, but this is a family show, so we can't go there. But Parrish then crashed in the British Grand Prix on the very last lap of the British Grand Prix. Michael Rutter, of course, fresh from the TT and the Northwest 200, both road races. And that's the thing, again, talking about Giacomo Agostini earlier on, the TT and the Ulster Grand Prix, of course, around the streets, used to be part of the Grand Prix World Series. And Giacomo Agostini, to win win a world title, you had to win at the TT. And of course, Agostini, I think he won the TT 10 times, and I think he won the Ulster Grand Prix 7 times in amongst those 15 years of championship winning sessions. So we've got such a breadth. I've been looking for John McGuinness. John McGuinness is down on the grid here. Sammy Miller, you can see in the background there as well. There's Sammy Miller, a big grin from Sammy Miller. And Stuart Graham beside him, there's a legend. His dad, Les Graham, was an incredible motorcycle racer. And is he riding a Porcupine? I think he might be, yeah. And if he's riding a Porcupine, that's the one his dad won the world title on, I think, years and years ago. So, honestly,
I'm not sure he is now. Actually, no, he's on a Gilera now.
Yeah, he's on a Gilera.
He was on. I think he was on the Porcupine yesterday. As you say, that was the winner with his dad, Les Graham, back in 1949. But
sorry, Ben, I never let you get a word in.
No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine, because we're loving listening to you talk about the bikes, Keith, and we've got such a variety of machinery here today.
We really do. And I mean, even some of the mechanics from the past that are here are from that era as well. It's like we've gone back in period to a brilliant time. Nigel Everett, there you go. I'm talking about Nigel Everett on Lucky Lucanelli, on Marco Lucanelli's machine. This is Nigel Everett. Now, a spannerman for some years with the likes of Mick Grant and the like. So he's a bit of a revered spannerman back in the day as well.
Well, there has been a real variety of machinery, and Rachel and David are down there. Let's find out what they're getting up to at the moment.
Well, Rachel, you look a little bit different than presenting earlier on. Have you upset the producers in some way? What are you doing?
I actually don't know. Ask Maria. I blame this lady over here for, I don't know, pestering me into getting in a sidecar. No, I'm joking. I mean, obviously, when Maria Costello says to you, would you like to go up the hill in her sidecar? Obviously, her first answer is absolutely yes. I'd be mad to turn this lady down. So that's how it came about. Wandering around the Drivers' Club, and she asked me, and obviously, here I am in her leathers having a go.
Well, Maria, I suppose the first question is, what happened to your last co-pilot?
Hey, look, when you come to Goodwood, you get the chance to take different people up the hill, and this is introducing new people to sidecar racing. The opportunities to do this are nil. So what the Duke does here, I can't thank him enough, because I'm getting to take Rachel not just up the hill to experience this amazing event, but to introduce her to sidecars. And I'm taking all different people up during the weekend, and it's just fantastic sharing this experience, my sport, and hopefully spreading the word that sidecar racing's cool.
Well, I'm guessing you're not an expert at this, Rachel, but what's your advice for her? Hold on?
Absolutely, hold on. She's going to be great, though. She's going to love it. And maybe I'll even take her racing. She might take to this.
I've got my position, David. I've already got my position. I've been told to sit like this, okay? So?
I'm looking for the seatbelt. Where's the seatbelt?
This is the position. Top leg on this little foot rest here. Back leg here. Hold on, Maria, this is it. And then hold on for dear life. I might be crouching down like this. I mean, she goes too fast.
Well, you certainly look the part. She's not obviously adding too much weight to the vehicle. Can I just say, from a personal pleasure point of view, could you really scare her?
No, I'm not. I want her to... She's going to love this. I know that she's so into all of this adrenaline sports and crazy stuff. She's going to take to this like a fish to water.
Well, it looked fast. It looks a little bit scary, but I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. We want to hear all about it when you finish. Best of luck, and hopefully see you later.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I hope I stay on. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Oh, that's wonderful. We are going to be seeing Rachel on that sidecar in just a little while, being partner to Maria Costello.
There was only one thing that the instruction-wise that wasn't given, and that was close your eyes.
Yeah, well, I think she's ready to close her eyes and wrap herself up there, but it's lovely to see. Really, really impressive indeed. So, David is also caught up now with Giacomo Agostini.
Mr. Agostini, I think this is the only chance we're going to ever get to talk to you, because you're just completely surrounded by fans getting autographs all weekend. Is this the quietest part of the weekend?
Yeah, it's very nice weekend. Also my birthday, a few days ago. So
happy birthday!
Thank you. So the people congratulate me. I'm very, very happy, because there's many people here, many fans, and the atmosphere is fantastic.
And tell us what you're riding today up the hill.
This is my MV Agusta 3-cylinder. I win a lot of world champion with that bike. So I keep the bike like my love, you know, mio amore.
Mio amore, it looks fantastic, and it's dry, so you're going to have some fun up there?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Good weather, and I think I bring from Italy because in England sometimes rain, no? but it's happy because I meet all the old friends, all the old riders. So I think is the occasion to see everybody and to talk about our past, to talk about the history, and so it's nice.
Well, you're making a lot of people very happy. I felt bad just popping in because it seemed like you were having a nice chat with your friends here. But enjoy the ride, and what a fantastic way to celebrate your 21st birthday.
Grazie. Grazie. Thank you.
It's not your first time up the hill. It's certainly not your first time driving one of your father's car, but every one of these drives must be quite special.
Yeah, and it's also amazing because every time I do it, I think about what it was like for those guys, and especially for my dad. I literally was thinking, I reckon he could have got the seat a bit lower in this car, but then maybe he was bigger than me. Maybe he had a bigger backside.
You look like you're sitting in the bathtub almost.
Well, that's the idea, isn't it? It was, they often described it as sitting in a bathtub with your feet on the tap. But actually, I feel very upright in this car, and it's slightly squashed. But the Lotus with Jim Clark in it, they went for a very laid-back, more aerodynamic. So Colin was trying to get the driver's head and everything low. So he understood you can get the car lower. So that was the car that this was competing against. And this is definitely, it's a bit more upright, but it's quite cramped. But I mean, it must have been scary, but also amazing to drive.
It's certainly quite snug in there, but I love the patina on the steering wheel there and the leather. And the view's pretty good from here. You can see everything really well, can't you? The wheels at the front there, where you're placing it. A lot more than a modern Formula One car, that's for sure.
Oh, completely. I mean, I'm totally exposed. I can see out over the top of everything here, but there's no seat belts, I might add. So they must have rattled around because obviously, there was nothing to hold them in place. So actually, a lot of the energy would have gone in just stopping yourself from sliding around.
And quite relieved it's dry today?
I don't mind the wet. I mean, these things have got very skinny tyres, so and they're all weather, so they're fun actually in the wet.
And what's your tips for driving up the hill?
What's what?
Your tips for driving up the hill?
Don't crash. It's very simple. Just keep it off the wall, keep it off the hay bales, and wave.
And do you get a chance to hear everybody when you're going up the hill there? Because there's obviously gets a great reception, this car, especially with you behind the wheel.
It's generally, I think maybe it's in your mind you can hear them cheering. But they're probably not. They're probably just waving and having some more champagne or something. No, I give it a bit of a wave. I don't go for a time. I mean, what's the point? You've got these electric vehicles going up now, 40 seconds or something. I'm not going to beat them in one of these.
Well, maybe 42 or 43. But I hear them whistling up front there, so time to get the goggles on. Enjoy the drive, and we'll see you later on.
Lovely to see another world champion, 1996 world champion Damon Hill, getting ready to come up in one of his father's cars, car from just before Graham won his first title.
Well, of course, Damon could come up on a motorcycle. He was an accomplished motorcycle racer before he even came to cars. It seemed that every time he moved up a category, he got faster. When he was on bikes, he wasn't particularly fast. He moved up another category into Formula Ford, Formula 3. I think he went to Formula 5000, didn't he, as well? And then he went to Formula 1. Each category he moved up, he got quicker and quicker and quicker till he became world champion. How about that?
Yeah, no, fantastic career that he's had, but he's so cool and really, really happy. Looking forward to all this.
I have to say that Damon just absorbs all of this as well. He really enjoys the Festival of Speed. Whenever you see him in the Drivers' Club and the like, he could be talking to motorcyclists, he could talk to fellow world Formula One champions, and he just enjoys his time. He seems so relaxed in this atmosphere, I must say, and has time for any one of us, which is rather wonderful.
Well, it's lovely to see all of you enjoying the views here. If you're at the Festival of Speed, if you're watching us online, a great opportunity once again as we're getting ready to see the superstar Wayne Rainey getting back on a bike despite being paralysed from the chest downwards as a result of that accident he had back in 1993. And this weekend is the first time he has been back on that bike since the early 1990s. When he did it on Thursday, we were here on Thursday, Keith. Yeah. When he did it for the very first time, there was tension, there was real anxiety.
Palpable.
And then when he got to the top of the hill, the smiles, the relief,
I think
amazing.
What's going to happen is it's going to get quicker and quicker as well. I think all of these guys, when all four of them are out on the track together yesterday, side by side on this very narrow racetrack at the end of the day, a hill climb, it was one of those situations where you kind of start to worry about the possibility of them getting a little too used to things. Remember, he can't feel anything below his chest, so he's relying on his hands and his chest to feel what that... A two-stroke motorcycle, 500cc two-stroke, is a lively animal. There's no traction control, there's no electronic controls or help that you're going to get from that. You still need to control it by the throttle, and if you do not feel exactly what it's doing, a millisecond off of when it's doing it, you could be in trouble. So it's a big deal for making it right for him. So we have other Marlboro Yamaha type colours, but they're looking to the front, of course. Now, the crew around Wayne Rainey is, you've got a Nambasan, the Japanese gentleman I was talking about earlier on that was sitting on the bike warming it up, will push from the back. A couple of crew members will be either side of it. And the launch is crucial for Wayne because obviously he can't put his feet down. His feet are in Shimano push bike clips, so he's got clips that will be clipped into the foot pegs. And
look at this. How to get the autographs.
Yeah, get them on your body.
Isn't this wonderful? I was just thinking, actually, this group down here, they are having such a lovely time just chatting to each other. And we've got, as you said, all of these champions together in the table. Kenny Roberts, Wayne Rainey, Kevin Schwantz and Mick Doohan. But we've also got some fantastic bike racers who are meeting them and getting a chance to chat to them.
Well, Kenny Roberts seems to be a little bit more in race mode today. He's a bit more focused. Yesterday he was the jovial older gentleman of the superstar department. So Kenny Roberts, watch out for him, though. I mean, he's a real weapon on a motorbike, even at his ripe old age. There's Howard Gregory at the back there that's prepping stuff at the moment as well. As I was saying about the YZR 500 that Wayne will be going up on. Obviously, he's got his knees that will be strapped to the tank. His feet are in Shimano clips, so they can't come off the footrest. You've got to bear in mind that he has no feeling from the chest downwards, and that is a big deal. Kenny Roberts is riding the KR3, which is a prototype three-cylinder two-stroke. Quite rare, well, very rare in actual fact, designed around Kenny Roberts' ideas but it was at a time when MotoGP came in. The four-strokes were coming in. Of course, 500cc, the premier class of motorcycle racing, morphed into MotoGP. And, of course, we're now at a situation where we've got big four-strokes that are much more reliable. I don't know whether we ought to be on there somehow, but anyway, that's a typical Steve Parish joke that's not so much of a joke, so I apologise for anybody that might be offended by that. Michael Rutter to the left. Stavros to the right, and we won't be taking another look at his screen again from a close-up, I can tell you that.
Definitely not, but this is a bike that was in the day was a Barry Sheene bike, and it's lovely to see Steve Parish, who was teammate to Barry Sheene in 1977, out there and enjoying it. The 75 Suzuki it was a great bike. It was a very fast bike. Unfortunately, it was the year that Barry Sheene had a nasty accident at the start of the year, so it didn't all quite go to plan.
You're talking about Daytona, when a tyre blew and he was flat out on the banking, 175 mile an hour. 6 weeks later, he was on the grid at Cadwell Park. I looked across the grid, because I was in that one, looked across the grid, couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
He'd smashed himself to bits and done all the TV and all the PR and everything that came with it, and all the pictures of him with his legs in the air and in the hospital. And the next thing, he turns up at Cadwell Park.
Yeah,
there's an interesting bike, the Honda Britain machine there. Davey Todd to the right. We just missed Davey Todd to the right there that was standing. Oh, Charlie Williams, another TT superstar. Charlie Williams, one of the nicest men in the paddock. Very fast. TT winner, of course. Grand Prix rider from his era as well, in the 70s, which was known back in the day as Continental Circus. Here we go then. Nambasan at the back, just making sure he's bang on dead right. The position that Wayne has to take on that bike has to be millimetre perfect. Howard Gregory at the back there with the starter motor moves to one side. Kevin Schwantz to the left of our screen. To Wayne's left is Mick Doohan. To Doohan's left is Kenny Roberts Sr. Of course, Kenny Roberts Jr. also won a 500cc Grand Prix World Championship. In gear then, we've got it in gear. Wayne Rainey is ready for the launch. There they go, the launch up the road. So onto the hill we go then. 1.86 kilometres of a racetrack for these guys to go, and he gasses it up from the start. Wayne Rainey's got Doohan, 5 times Honda World Champion alongside him. They are riding... Oh, look at this. This is just... Honestly, I've got to say, you will never see pictures like this ever again. This is a one-off. the Duke of Richmond has put together something for me that is more than iconic. It really is. Oh, get on it. Wayne Rainey then gasses out the smoke out the back, of course. The fuel and oil are mixed as one in a two-stroke motorcycle, for those of you that are wondering why the things are smoking as much as they are. We're on 4 strokes now, but these are the old-fashioned 2 strokes. They were quick. 2,500 revs are about the power band. We talk about being on the pipe. People that are talking about cars, usually talk a 4-stroke motor, are talking about being on the cam. He goes again. He looks so absolutely normal. You wouldn't guess a disability was with him at all. I think that's Parrish that's bringing up the rear as well. And up by the Flint wall. This is all going to be over far too soon. You can see it again a little bit later in the day. I'm wondering who that is. That's Danny Pedrosa. Who's on the back bike? It can't be Pedrosa, can it? I did hear that Pedrosa might be here. If Danny Pedrosa is on the back of this group, we've got another superstar there as well. We haven't really had a clear look at that to see who that is with us. Doohan pops a little wheelie, gives you some idea of how quick the power picks up on these bikes. Most of them are running treaded tyres on the back, like I say, to try and get some heat in them. This is a demonstration run, remember. Kevin Schwantz yesterday couldn't help himself but try and get past the checkered flag first. Look, he's doing it again, trying to sneak up into the shot as they come out of the heat haze. Onto the finish line, Doohan pops a wheelie. Kenny Roberts on the left on the 99 bike. Of course, the 99 bike was Jeremy McWilliams, who was on that KR3 back in the day, the Northern Irishman.
You're right, it is Danny Pedrosa at the back.
You can tell by stature. Danny is tiny.
Current racer. And
well, he's a test rider now for KTM, so he's a tester, but he's a special kind of guy, that's for sure. So, motorcycle. And this is the bike, it's a Telefonica bike, the shape, size and colour scheme of Pedrosa from a much earlier era as well. So that's the 37 machine coming up the hill now.
It's the 57, yeah. It's the Suzuki RGV 500 XR80. And Kenny Roberts Jr. took a title on this type of bike in 2000. So he was the penultimate winner on 2 strokes, wasn't he? And then Valentino Rossi, the year after, took the last ever title on the 500cc 2 stroke.
Really interesting that we got Giacomo Agostini here. I'll be talking about it with him. He was the first man ever to win on the 2-stroke in the Premier class. So we'll be talking about that when we speak to him live a little later from the balcony outside Goodwood House. If you want to position yourself for seeing Giacomo up there, that's for... Oh, here we go, a little bit of a wheelie. Trouble is with these things as well, they pick up so quick. There's no wheelie control, there's no traction control. It's really old-fashioned compared with the ECUs and the inertial platforms that now operate the data and the software that is in a modern-day Grand Prix bike. Completely different. Really, the march of time has dialed out all the, how should we say, the lively and more dangerous parts of racing motorcycles.
Well, we've got a wonderful mixture of old and new bikes, but yeah, that's a particularly good one. Towards the end of that 500cc 2-stroke era, we're looking at 15 now.
That's the Elite Ducati. That's a great motorcycle from the time as well. And the Ducatis themselves, you can see the pipe sticking out the back. I was looking at that bike earlier on today. Got a couple of tennis balls down there just to make sure nobody pokes anything like litter into the back of the pipes.
Yeah.
I am joking, of course.
This is Andy Caddick's bike, the Ducati GP6. And yeah, this one from 2006. Ducati, of course, came back into motorcycle Grand Prix racing when they got rid of the 2 strokes.
Yeah, this is
4 strokes.
This is more modern day MotoGP era. We were looking at the 2 strokes of Doohan, Rainey, Schwantz and Roberts et al. But now we're moving up a few years and eras into the MotoGP. Oh, here's one of mine. A beauty, a TZ750. You cannot beat a TZ750. This is what we all cut our teeth on at some stage in our lives. The early days of Roberts, early days of Spencer, if you like, as well. You can go back to Freddie Spencer. But these TZ750s were the absolute... well, I was going to say something, but then I'd be in the same category.
So you raced one of these?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, this is what everybody had. 500cc. White plates generally meant 750. If it had red plates yellow plates on the side, that would designate it was a 500. In Grand Prix, of course, it would have been a 500. But there was a Formula 750 series that we would run these on. Massively powerful. In fact, they've changed the course at the Northwest 200, but I still hold the lap record. In 1980, 125 mile an hour average for the course. So that'll give you some idea how fast these things were. 29mm forks. You can't believe it. You look at the forks, the front suspension, to anybody that's wondering what I'm talking about when it comes to forks, is the fact is that they are so narrow. When you jam the brakes on, it used to force the back wheel to touch the radiator on these TZ750s. I would have liked to have seen Roberts up the hill, I've got to say, on that motorcycle, because I've been here before with the Festival of Speed when Kenny Roberts rode up the hill, and he just is such a weapon on it. Now we're on one of Joey's bikes. There are a few Joey Dunlop bikes down in pit lane, or down in the paddock if you want to go down and touch and feel with them. That's Dave Hancock, actually. Dave Hancock, originally of Honda, that's riding Joey Dunlop's bike up. I recognise the eyes. I didn't know he was actually going to be riding this bike up the hill. The wonderful thing, again, about the Festival of Speed, they spring surprises on us as commentators as well to try and recognise who is actually going to be riding these bikes, because they swap at the last minute, some of these guys. I'm sure it's just to fool us. There goes another one of Joey's bikes. Was that Ian Simpson that was blasting? Yes, it is. It's Simo that's on that one. So Ian Simpson, another very fast man on the roads. But Dave Hancock, he must be getting on a bit now, Dave, but he still rides a motorbike pretty good. Simo was very, very fast in his day in British Championships. And Scotsman, of course. Speaking with another one, and Marino Franchitti this morning at breakfast over here in the Drivers' Club, and he was looking forward to the motorcycles as well. Him and Dario, brother Dario, are big into the bikes. And, of course, a lot of very, very fast, very, very quality Scottish riders that have come down south of the border. Yeah, Simo still knows what he's doing.
The Honda RC45, a classic bike. We've got quite a few of them here.
RC45s were the bike of the time. Everybody loved an RC45. Of course, the RC30 was the road bike that most people... Steve Hislop, another Scotsman that I'm talking about, one on the roads, one on the short circuits on it. And this will be the...
Another Honda, I think this is Barry Steele's, is it?
Yeah, it's again, it's another one of, I think this is in the Honda Britain colours, of course, of later days, the Castrol Honda as it would have been known back then. And these guys are very fortunate to be riding these, to own these bikes, to ride these bikes on the hill, to demonstrate these bikes. It's a bit like Nick Mason. We talked about Nick Mason before with his collection of Ferraris and all the rest of it. The great thing about it is they're not in a shed being looked at by a few. They're out here being used, and they're iconic cars and bikes that are massively expensive. Is this Hutchie? Is this Hutchie? That looks like Ian Hutchinson then. 5 times a TT winner in 1 weekend. 1 week, I should say. You don't get a TT in a week. Weekend, sorry. So that looked like Ian Hutchinson that was blasting up there. Here's the Birchall Brothers. Birchall Brothers in the sidecar. Interesting to hear Maria promoting the sidecars. Sidecars really are a bit of an anachronism now. You do not get them at some of the top quality meetings anymore. But we've got Rachel in the seat. I can tell you, she will be absolutely jangling. You wouldn't like it.
Well, Rachel there, attached to the back of this sidecar. Mario Costello is in control of it, and our Rachel, who's been presented for us over the course of this weekend, you can see she's smiling, she's laughing. Give her a wave as she comes past you climbing up the hill. This is the first time that she's ever acted as a passenger on a sidecar bike.
Well, it has to be mindful, of course, the TT, where this bike was last raced at the TT in tragic circumstances. So anybody that followed the TT will be aware of what happened there in the sidecar class, and Maria was part of that, of course. So it's nice to have a bit of pleasure and a bit of light-heartedness after what was a complete disaster back at the TT.
The bike is bouncing around. We've got some lovely shots from on board, and it's going to be wonderful to hear from Rachel after this just how difficult. I have heard from people who've done this before, Keith. Actually holding on can be pretty tough, although the corners here are not too demanding.
But the suspension movement, this has got a longer swinging arm in it for the TT, the Tourist Trophy races on the Isle of Man, so it's slightly set up in a slightly longer way. It's got a 600cc Kawasaki ZX motor in it. It's still quite quick, but you'd be surprised. It's not so much about accidents that present bruises. Rachel will be feeling bruises after this just by being on the platform, being buffeted about. Here he is. He is the most successful man in Grand Prix. 15 world championships to his name. Giacomo Agostini, Ago to his mates. He is iconic. He's still smooth at 80, still rides a motorbike well. This, for me, is what he is best known for. The yellow plates, of course, is the 500cc designation for the Premier class. And the #1 man on an MV Augusta. This was back in the old 4-stroke days, before it went to 2-stroke. This man rode the first ever winning 2-stroke. It was a Yamaha when he switched to Yamaha in 1975. So to see this guy out on the MV, this for me, as a child, this was the iconic shape and form and colour of Premier motorcycle racing. It went to the Isle of Man, it went to the Dundrod, to the Ulster Grand Prix back in the days. They were qualifying races for Grand Prix points. This man had to do all of that. You imagine having a 37 3/4 mile road course added to MotoGP now. Valentino Rossi, I've seen him at the bottom of Bray Hill watching the TT guys go flying by. They cannot believe what you have to do and what you have to absorb to be able to win a race there. John McGuinness is here today. We haven't quite seen him yet. Michael Rudder we did see a little bit earlier on. Both of them have been winners on the TT. Michael Rudder, of course, has got a book out about his dad, Tony Rudder. That was, I have to say, Sunder Sam is on the back wheel as usual. The fantastic Dakar winner on his motorcycle. He's been overtaken by a legend, and we move towards Ferraris.
Thank you so much, Keith. And you are actually going to be heading off now to speak to Giacomo and to celebrate his success over the years and indeed his birthday just over a week ago. So that's lovely. Thanks for joining us. And we'll have you back with our commentary box a little bit later on. But we're now going to focus on the Grand Prix greats that are heading out onto track as well. This is going to be fantastic. Some beautiful machines to look forward to. The Lancia Ferrari D50, a machine that Manuel Fangio won the 1956 title with in one of these. It had been modified by Enzo Ferrari somewhat more than when Lancia first produced it a couple of years previously to that. And it is one of the most iconic Formula One cars of that period. 2.5-litre V8 engine, some 260 horsepower. But there's Damon Hill, and we saw him just before coming up the hill in the 1961 BRM. And Bruce Jones joining me in the commentary box. Bruce, you've seen Damon drive plenty of machines up the hill, but it's lovely to see him in a car that was driven by his father.
Totally so, Ben. And also, Damon has always been the thinking man's driver. Everything is considered, but for him it's super special. Even if there was no family connection with this BRM, he was in there, he was imagining, he was picturing. And of course, even within his time in Formula One, the world moved on. But sometimes it's good to go backwards, and Nigel Mansell is trying, of course, his debut in Formula One was with Lotus, but he's dipped earlier into the toy box.
He was, and still is, a huge fan of Jim Clark. And this was next Jim Clark Lotus. This was one of the cars that Jim Clark went on to win titles. And I think it really means a lot for Nigel to be out in this.
Oh, I think it totally does. I mean, how could you not grow up being a fan of Jim Clark? He was the supreme driver through the first half of the 60s, into the second half, and sadly, of course, at Hockenheim in 1968. In a Formula 2 race, of all things, he met his end. But the cars that Jim developed along with the genius that was Colin Chapman, they were exquisite, and the Lotus 25 just was the whole leap forward. It was the monocoque. Everyone else said, where's your space frame? Too bad.
That's right, because they were supposed to be selling them to privateers as well, and the ones they sold were the space frames. The monocoque was very much the works car, and it gave Jim Clark his first World Championship Grand Prix win at Spa in 1962, and of course he went on to great success, wins the British Grand Prix, the US Grand Prix, and for Jim Clark it was a massive deal. He was a bit unlucky though at the end of the championship, just losing out by a tiny point.
To a certain Graham Hill, but actually this is the first time we've seen Nigel in a car where a car is small. These were tiny, tiny cars, but Nigel, of course, relishing it. Now, Ewan Surgerson has got this arrows from the late 1970s, and of course the world was moving on very fast then, wasn't it, as ground effect became a thing in Formula One.
Yes, absolutely. This is actually the Shadow DN9. It's Ewan Ferguson, as you say. And the Shadow wasn't at this stage a particularly rapid car. They were trying to get a bit more speed out of it still, but it wasn't ideal. Used in 78 and 79. It was developed by Tony Southgate, who was one of the best. We hear his name developing quite a few of the cars that go up the hill.
Yeah, and in fact, you think about all the other cars that Tony worked on across all formulae and sports cars too, but again it was often down to a little bit of inspiration. If that could be allied with the money to achieve that and really work it through, then you had results. But in 1978, when Lotus had the 79 Formula One car, it was, they couldn't work out, they hid, they masked. People had theories about how they found their speed, and then eventually it was out, and most of the other teams had to wait until the following year until they could have a crack at ground effects.
Yeah, ground effect was the thing, and it wasn't on this car. But Elliot De Angelis had a good result in one of these DN9s. He was fourth at the US Grand Prix in 1979, and that certainly helped him. He went on to Lotus, of course, so that did help him. Now we've got the McLaren Cosworth MP41. Now, this was the first, if you like, of the Ron Dennis, John Barnard era at McLaren. It's also the type of car that John Watson won the British Grand Prix in 1981.
Didn't he just? And, you know, again, with the red and white, almost orangey red and white of the Philip Morris company with their Marlboro brand, it was addressed across a lot of cars, but it looked immaculate on this carbon fibre monocoque car developed, you know, over in the States. It was a lot of aviation technology in time across Formula One has come in at various points, but suddenly here was a car that had real rigidity, and of course that has enormous advantages when it comes to handling.
Mark Hickson enjoying driving it. It was a car that actually ran in Formula One for 3 seasons back in the day, really. Watty challenged for the title in 1982 with an MP41, but it was a Keke Rosberg win in the end. It was all very close right down to the wire, but lovely to see that car. And of course Ron Dennis, who effectively took over the running of McLaren at the time, he hit the ground in style, producing this car with John Barnard.
He did, and in fact, going back to that 1982 season, the second season, we had 11 different winners across 16 Grand Prix. That's immensely hard to get your head around, but Keke Rosberg just got his nose in front. Now, the yellow and green, the multicolours of the Benetton brand, of course, they were bright and brash as they came to Formula One, but Narina McLaughlin has been driving this Benetton for a very long time. It's the car from 1993, it's the B193, and of course this is the point at which Michael Schumacher really started to challenge. Took his first win that year at a peculiar Belgian Grand Prix. Martin Brundle still kicking himself as his teammate didn't come away a victory. Victory eluded him, but this was leading towards the first of many of Michael's world titles.
What a wonderful view, looking right into the rear suspension and the rear wing. Slightly different cars to how they are now. We gather there might be a slight delay to the start, actually, of this car heading off the line, so we'll just wait and see in a moment. Benetton, we'll see. We think we have the red flags out on... I'm not sure, actually. Do we have red flags? Yes, I'm just looking out of our commentary position. It wasn't up, and now it has been. There's been a radio signal to say that the red flags are out. So,
okay, well, what we did see, Ben, we saw Mark Higson in entry number 413, which was the McLaren. Richard Hope was next, the 423, which was a McLaren Mercedes MP4. And then Callum Lockie was next in line, which was 414. That should be one of the Tolmans. That's the Tolman Hart TG183. So it could be either of those cars has just come to a halt.
One of the Tolmans did stop yesterday on the hill climb. It just was a mechanical issue. Oh no, it's the Lotus. I think that's the Lotus.
That's a Lotus 72. Okay, Lotus 72 at the side of the course. And William Pollard, the entrant of that car.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a shame, because it's beautiful to see the John Player Special car there. So yeah, that is a bit of a shame. So we've got a bit of a delay at the moment, and it gives us a chance to catch up with some of the drivers we've been watching already going up the hill. And Ed Foster is now with Damon Hill and Nigel Mansell.
Now, it's lovely to see a Formula One world champion, but to see two from Britain, what an amazing day it is. Nigel Mansell, I didn't even know you were coming up in the Lotus. How was it?
My mind is blown, completely and absolutely blown. I mean, what Graham and Jimmy did and all those other guys did back then. But this car, I have to say, is the best Formula One car I've ever driven in my life, other than the fact I've had a lump of grit fly in my eye. The gearbox, smooth, the engine smooth, the suspension. It's unbelievable. I mean, I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't expect to be as gorgeous as this. Most incredible feeling.
Damon, you've obviously driven lots of historic Grand Prix cars. Must be quite fun seeing Nigel in one.
Oh, absolutely. He looks like he fits perfectly. And, of course, Colin, knew you were a Lotus driver, didn't he? Spotted you as a Lotus driver. You were just too young to drive this one.
You were complaining about his parking, though.
Parking's dreadful. Yeah, he's completely overshot his grid position here. He's poking his nose out.
I had to have half a wheel in front of Damon. I just had to have half of it.
Would you? I mean, can you imagine racing one of these? Would you have liked to race something like this?
I would with Damon, definitely. I just want to say Damon was my best teammate in Formula One. I mean, my goodness me, that year that he should have won the championship. I had an absolute front seat view, and he was robbed.
Kept me honest.
Now, well, if you're enjoying these cars so much, surely we need to team you both up at the revival.
Yeah, I think we are going to be at the revival. Although I think we're celebrating BRM's 60 years since it won the World Championship. So I don't think you're allowed to drive this, Nigel. You have to. Lotus is a banned.
Well, look, both of you, thank you so much.
Well, I'd like to thank Nick for letting me drive his car, and I mean, it's blown my mind, the experience of doing this today. I mean, just joyful is the word. It's just
great to see him in it, though. I mean, it's, you know, it's brilliant.
There was half an inch more room.
Damon.
Don't film me getting out. I need 2 people to get out.
Damon, thank you. And Nigel, thank you.
That's a lovely interview that Ed had there with Nigel and Damon Hill. And Nigel talking about the 1994 season. I do believe that he felt that Damon should have won, and there was that big incident between Michael Schumacher and Damon in the final race in Australia, which rather made a difference, and Michael got the title. So we've got a little bit of a delay. Red flag out there at the moment while that Lotus is recovered.
But wasn't it fantastic? You know, in the day, of course, when they were fully chasing championship titles, neither Nigel nor Damon would have been as relaxed. There's something about Goodwood.
Yeah, I agree.
And once Nigel gets that bit of grit out of his eye as the Lotus 72 is pulled away, and hopefully we'll be open again, it's fabulous. And I think this opportunity to really appreciate what their heroes or their fathers were driving, and I just love seeing that. And brilliant interview there by Ed Foster.
And I was amazed at how Nigel loved the car so much and said it was the best F1 car he'd done. When you think the Ferrari that he was driving yesterday, the Williams FW14, which we're hoping to see him go up the hill, the car he won the championship in, he says that was the best F1 car he's driven. A remarkable comment.
Well, I'd love to hear him when he's driven it around a circuit, a more natural habitat.
Yes.
But you know what? I think Nigel will be sort of putting his hand up, and the car owner, Nick Fennell, might think this could be a really, really good idea. But great to have Nigel Mansell and Damon Hill having so much fun. And the Benetton on the start line, Lorena McLaughlin would have been not nervous, but she'd sort of want to get underway. But she knows this car very well. She knows the hill very well. Car from the Force collection of Formula One cars. They've got some exquisite machinery in their particular toy box.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, talking about Michael Schumacher and the fact that he beat Damon in 1994. This was only a couple of years before. This was really his first full year. Driving this car for Michael Schumacher was his first full season. He'd made his debut towards the end of the previous year, first with Jordan, but then snatched into the Benetton team, so they had him.
Yes, it certainly was. And Roberto Moreno, whose career was finally hitting a sweet spot, and he was swapped in the other direction.
I always felt hard for Roberto. Lovely guy, Roberto Moreno.
Everyone did. And a lot of people used to think the Brazilian drivers came over blessed with money. Roberto lived in a little Fiat camper van at Snetterton, of all places, because it was close to the Formula Ford teams. But a great driver, but not everybody gets the biggest bite of the apple.
We've got a couple of Tolmans here, and it's lovely to see these cars because they haven't actually been seen out in action, and they've recently been rebuilt. And you're looking here at the first car that Ayrton Senna raced. Now, this is actually a 1983 Tolman. He made his debut in 1984, but they had to use the older car initially to get going.
No, exactly so. And then he moved into 1984 car and really started to fly. But great to see these cars out there. And take a look at the rear wing as well. It's a very complicated device of 3 planes effectively on the back, and it sticks out a long way. There we are, the cameraman going around there. That is great to see. It's the details like this, Ben, that you sort of lose in time, and only when you go, of course it had that rear wing. It was very odd, and no one copied it. Maybe there's a reason for that.
The Hart engine as well, and the Hart power units were such an important part of this Tolman team.
Yes, you think about the might of some of the engine builders, but Brian Hart was dealing from a smaller basis, exquisite engines, but the teams preferred to be allied to a manufacturer wherever possible, because of course they could get some money coming in, whereas they had to put money going out towards Brian Hart and his engines. But for Tolman, they worked very well indeed. And not Tolman alone, of course, Jordan had a crack with them as well.
We saw Jeff Page just sitting by the car and been very involved in putting it together. But here we go then. So we are up and running once again, heading up the hill, and Lorena McLaughlin taking the Benetton B192 up past the initial right-hander. And as you say, she's done this plenty of times in the past. She knows what she's doing, and it's lovely to see this car out there and climbing up once more and joining the rest of the pack. No doubt she'll have some nice chats with everybody when she gets to the top of the hill.
She will. A lot would have already had their coffee in the top paddock during that short stoppage. Good to see that Lotus 72. No damage done, just pulled to the side of the course. So the yellow and green of Benetton flashing up the hill. There's a B193 here as well. year later, subtle changes for that car. Up past the flip wall, very cautious indeed, but it's moving history at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It almost makes me wonder, you know, you say how narrow it is. I wonder if the fact that Nigel loves driving the Lotus 25 up here is that much smaller. Yes,
there was
space to play with.
There was tarmac on either side of the car, so yes, that maybe he suddenly found that was a sweet thing. You know, maybe in future we can go to smaller, narrower Formula One cars, suddenly make the tracks more wieldy.
Well, when we see Max Chilton out in that all-modern electric car that's so quick up this hill when we do the shootout, that's very narrow and small. It certainly seems to work. Now, the Tolman has gone up the hill. Alex Brundle, I think, is in the car at the moment, and he and Callum Lockie are sort of swapping over between the two Tolmans this weekend. The other Tolman is the car that Derek Warwick raced in the 1983 season, although Senna did actually test it at the end of the 1983 season. After Senna won the British Formula 3 Championship, he tested Derek Warwick's car from that season. But this is a little bit later on now. We're looking at a McLaren from 2010, and a very different look of car, the MP4 25. Mark Radcliffe is at the wheel at the moment. This is the MP4 25, as I say. And this was a car that wasn't at the time the most successful, but it was better year than they'd had in 2009. Hamilton ended up 4th in the championship with 3 wins. Jenson Button had his first year at McLaren in this car. Yeah, in many ways it was the first less than competitive car that Lewis had in his career. 2007, very nearly won the title in his first attempt. Managed it at the final moment in 2008. 2009, nobody could do anything about the Brawn GP. They came with that very clever double deck at the back. 2010, but you know, you can't always win. But just notice the start of this run, Mark Radcliffe had that problem with tyres too cold, the first double right-hander. And then this is not Formula One, this is the Gen 3 Formula E car. You think, where's the rear wing? Well, there's no rear wing. There's a little vestigial fin on either side. And maybe he needed a near wing. And you know what? This is Nick Heidfeld, who had set the hill record here long ago. Didn't even know he was going for the record in the McLaren at the time. He was just a Formula 3000 driver wanting to impress. But now he's been running in Formula E for a long time. I can't believe we're in about the 8th or 9th season of Formula E. Yeah, and this is the new generation, isn't it? As you said, this is the new aerodynamics, the new look of the car that is coming up for the next season. They haven't done a lot of running with it yet, but it has got a different look to it. It really has. You can hear the whistle and the whir as Nick takes it up the top of the hill. Looks pretty fast over the end, but of course the Formula E cars race on circuits that are generally not big and wide open like Silverstone. They race largely on street circuits, so speed isn't the ultimate achievement for them. And now this is the 2019 Mercedes of Esteban Gutierrez, who is a reserve driver for Mercedes these days. He raced Formula 1 for Sauber for a couple of seasons, and he does some rather nice spins down here, just outside Goodwood House. Let's take a look at this. A very successful car for Lewis Hamilton, taking the 2019 title at a time when Mercedes, of course, were very dominant. They're not being quite so dominant in this 2022 season. They're struggling to get on terms with Red Bull and Ferrari, but this was one of the cars that has certainly shone in recent years and has helped Lewis Hamilton get to that 7 World Championship titles. Lovely to see it here at Goodwood. Oh, absolutely fantastic. I was hoping as Esteban was doing those donuts, they'd be holding back the next car on the start line. You talked fleetingly about the McMurtry Spearling. It's the Batmobile, it's shrink wrap, but this is the car that may well be the fastest car this weekend. This may well be the fastest car ever up the hill climb course. It's being shared by a couple of drivers, but this time around it's Alex Summers, British hill climb champion. He's focused. He has a lot of power to play with. He has, get this, Ben, 2 tons of downforce. The fan on the back of the car. You remember back to the 1978 Swedish Grand Prix. It was a principle that worked very well, and the team owner from Brabham, Bernie Eccleston, thought, OK, I'll agree to withdraw it. I've proved my point. Now, Alex Summers is a hill climb star. He's currently leading the British Hill Climb Championship. So hill climbing is very much his thing. He normally does it in a single-seater. It looks a bit like a Formula 1 car. But look at the speed of this thing. It is just remarkable watching it heading up the hill. I think we've got the timer running, so it will give us an idea of the pace. The record, as you say, could be beaten today. Oh, is he backed off? Oh, yeah. He's backed off, and he's sharing this car with Max Chilton. The record is, Max Chilton, who shared it, did a 41.22 second run yesterday. It wasn't in the championship. Now, what's he doing? It's almost like an alt-delete reset. The car has the batteries flashing and the eyes wide for Alex Summers. So this is a setback on one of their runs. That's a bit of a worry.
Well, that was extraordinary. You could see the downforce, Ben, with all that dirt and filth being tugged off the track. But
it has the fans in the back, doesn't it? It has like the Brabham Formula 1 car back in the day. It has fans in the back that actually produce downforce and suck the car down onto the road. But it was flying along, but unfortunately we're not going to see the time. As you say, the times, the record 39.90, but that was done in an electric car, wasn't it, a few years ago?
Yes, it was the VW IDR with, ultimate hill climb specialist, of course, Romain Dumas, conquering the Pikes Peak. That's not a hill climb, that's a mountain climb. But certainly, yes.
And we will see Romain, because he's running that super van, but
yeah,
it's not quite
the fourth generation Ford super van, but clearly he put it alongside this McMurtry Spearling, and it would dominate it in terms of size. But I, for one, who was someone very excited when the Supervan first time round was launched, the second one and the third, it's been a long gap, and I'm glad that Ford is embracing it again. But clearly a problem for this little electric-powered car, a fan car, but it was so quick through the first few cars.
Yeah, it was fascinating to watch. It is just a single-seater. It is, in theory, a car that will be, you can drive wherever you like. Let's just have another little look. Let's have a look from the onboard. Trying to work out what went on. It's a little bit difficult to tell, obviously. And you can see in Alex's eyes, he was a little concerned. But it is up and running again, so there we go. So I think you were absolutely right. It was some sort of reset it required.
It was, because he wasn't playing with the paddle shift there to go up and down again. Again, look how much filth it pulls off the track at the top of the hill. So the fastest track cleaner in the world, and potentially the fastest car ever up the hill climb course here at Goodwood. A little setback, but you can be sure the boffins, the engineers at this very young company, will be doing their best to get that sorted.
Yeah, that's going to be fun, and you'll be able to enjoy watching it do the timed run later on, when we actually hopefully get a completely clean run up the hill, and we'll know what it is. So number 444, this is the one of two Extreme E Odysseys in this championship that is now travelling around the world, looking at the whole environmental side of the world and involving motorsport and going off-road into some amazing parts of the globe. This one is the car shared by Timmy Hansen and Katie Munnings, and
Katie will be at the wheel.
I think it is Katie, and this time around. Part of the Force of Inspiration that's going on here this weekend, pioneering women at the Festival of Speed. She's part of that, backed by MasterCard, and she's going to be taking this up. She is sharing this car with Timmy Hansen in the Extreme E series.
But if you just consider the requirements of this vehicle versus the McMurtry Spearling, they are absolutely opposite ends of the spectrum. This is made to clear things with great speed and performance from its electric engine, as opposed to great speed and performance staying on the flat, on the level, with the McMurtry uses as its zone of play. But for Katie Munnings, coming from that rallying background, of course she's used to yumping and jumping and being on loose surfaces, but to the Extreme E, Extreme, there's the clue in the name. It's a lot of jumps. It's on areas that have never had motorsport before.
Absolutely. No, quite right. She's daughter of former rally driver Chris Munning, so rallying has been in her life right from the beginning. Competed in the European Rally Championship. She won the Ladies' Trophy back in 2016, and a good effort. So there you are, that Katie Munnings, part of the Force of Inspiration and ready to head up the hill. And in fact, right behind is the other Extreme Odyssey. So we're going to see two of them heading up the hill at the same time, pretty much. But they are big machines, as you said, and they don't have a lot of space at the track here. So it makes life a little bit tricky to set a particularly fast pace. Timmy Hansen, the driver who she shares this car with, Swedish 2019 World Rallycross champion. He started in single-seaters and then switched to Rallycross from 2011. His father was a multiple Rallycross champion. So there's great experience in their families of competing off-road. And here we go then. She's now heading up the hill.
nose dipping down a little bit, just trying to get the front to turn in, using a bit of the grass. Bit of cheating. That's absolutely fine. It's motor racing. Duke of Richmond and Gordon will let you have one run. No, that's 2 runs on the grass, Katie.
That was lovely. That was all 4 wheels on the grass there, wasn't it? Yeah, perfect way. And if you're in an Extreme E, surely that's the way you're going to go, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, track limits, the bane of modern racing, no track limits at all when you're blasting around a desert or over the ice and rocks of Greenland. But turning in, of course, a lot of body sway. Doesn't matter if you're out in the desert, but here it's more pronounced. All that extra grip you're getting from, what is this beneath us? It's tarmac.
In a way, I'm fascinated to know what it would be like for someone like Jenson Button, or a Formula One driver, driving one of these cars, because a Formula One driver is used to that such solid suspension and aerodynamic stability, and yet you drive one of these cars, you've got all this movement going on.
You have to sort of redefine, recalibrate your backside where all the feeling of a car comes, and certainly also the feeling coming through the steering wheel, where you've got that enormous suspension movement, and I think it's a different chip required, but you can be sure with the likes of Jenson it's not too hard to attain.
No, well, he's trying it a bit, isn't he? He's going down the rallycross route. We'll see him out. We might even see him out in a moment, because one of the cars that he runs is in this group. So this is another of the Extreme E Odyssey. And this car hopefully heading up in a moment. See how that goes compared to Katie Munnings. Actually, we did get a time on that.
Okay, well, let's take the first time we got. It was 5.12 seconds the first 100 metres from the start line. We'll see if that can be beaten. At the speed trap, 86 miles an hour. And as you pointed out, the ultimate time at the end, 65.94. So notably quick, but not exactly a car made for purpose of going up a hill.
No, that's right. So we shall see how this goes for the other Extreme E. And a series, of course, that is becoming bigger and bigger. The way they ship these machines around the world as well is pretty amazing. Now, let's see. Away we go then. So, accelerating off the line. We can see, is this going to be quite as quick across the line? Max Futrell is listed as driving this, but I'm not sure that is, because this particular car is Christine GZ and Lance Wooldridge, who actually share this car normally.
Yeah, it must be said, though, Ben, in the paddock, many a bartered deal is done. If someone works out they can't get from one heat to a batch of cars to another, or simply someone else is talking to them over a burger in the paddock and said, your car's amazing. They say, would you like to drive it? People are very kind like that.
It does get to confuse us, doesn't it? Because we don't always know who's actually heading up the hill in the car. We do gather that Jenson Button's car will be heading up in a moment, but I'm not sure Jenson's in the car, for example, this time, whereas he was yesterday. So we do get a bit of a mix. Oh dear. And we've got a bit of a spin. Emma Gilmore in the McLaren, that beautiful Gulf liveried McLaren, has had a little bit of a mishap by the looks of things.
Yeah, well, that's from the sports car class. Let's take a look at the replay. And Emma, a Kiwi racer, came up here and thought she was just attending the event, but McLaren said, we can do better than that. Let's give you something iconic to drive. And she said, well, simple application of a tiny weeny bit too much power too soon, but a chance to show the sponsors' names on both sides of the car.
Now, this is the machine that we saw Jenson Button in yesterday. I don't think Jenson's actually in it this time.
His name's on the board.
His name's on the board, so he could well be in it. So it's good news if he is, and he's been sharing it with Oliver Bennett this weekend. It's a vehicle. It's basically a rallycross machine. It's created for a sort of one-make series rallycross, and Jenson talking about doing the full competition, which is going on in the future. So very different style to racing to what he's done in the past, of course, from Formula One to some sports car racing, but racing these things is going to be very, very different, but fun to see. And it's a pretty rapid run up the hill as well.
Yeah, it's very rapid indeed. It's got 800 horsepower beneath his foot, so the name is fast in its own right, Nitro Rallycross. 51.23 seconds. His bet speed was just over 100 miles an hour through the speed trap, so way down on Alex Summers in the McMurtry, who hit 130 through the speed trap. Different cars to do different things. So that's the last of the batch, Ben. So the course cars will go up to check all is okay. Of course, that McLaren needs tidying up after this little spin onto the grass. But Lotus 72 came to a little bit of a problem, pulled away from the side of the circuit. But talk about a diverse batch of cars. We had the bikes that kicked it off, of course, and Wayne Rainey leading the way in that fabulous pack that appeared to my eye to be going faster by the day now that Wayne is back in the saddle.
Yeah, there seems to be more and more confidence. It was all a bit of anxiety on Thursday, but it's wonderful to see them. They are picking up the pace, and they're putting on such a great show for everybody here at Goodwood enjoying the Festival of Speed. You're looking down into the assembly areas, and we've got some beautiful sports cars that have been running already up here today. GT40 in the background there, you can see, and a real mixture of machinery, some of the McLarens. Really beautiful. And so wherever you go here at the Festival of Speed, there's always something to look at. And there are so many areas. You'll do a few steps, I have to say, to see everything that's going on.
You certainly will. And, of course, it's very much a social event. And if your friends are similarly attuned to you, you're more than likely to bump into them and you'll have forgotten where you were heading in the first place. Then it's time for a meal, or someone mentions Future Tech. You go down to the Future Tech Pavilion and so on. It's a huge day out. In fact, in many ways, you need 2 or 3 days to do it justice. And, of course, you can go up to the top of the hill, drawn by a tractor as you sit on the trailer. You've got the rallycross stage up, the rally stage up there. You've got the off-road course on the way down. But down here, what we're seeing at the moment is the awnings under which all the cars are stored. You can see the entrance to the Drivers' Club in the top right-hand corner with the red frontage. And just off to the right, the Formula One lane.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Bruce. Well, let's go and join Ed Foster, who is now speaking to Wayne Rainey and Danny Pedrosa.
Wayne Rainey, you've been here a few days now. How are you finding the reaction of the crowd?
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing. Every time I get on the bike, I have this anticipation, this excitement, and when I come on to the front straight there, right there where all the fans are, I mean, you can feel them and hear them, and it's just a real thrill for me to be out there on the track and riding with all my buddies now. So it's been great.
Now, you've obviously been riding this a little bit. Is it just me, or are you going a little bit quicker now?
Yeah, I need to change the gear. I think we need to click it up a few more. But, you know, for what we're doing, this is perfect. But I'm really enjoying the circuit. I wish it was a little bit longer, or we could swing back down and do another lap. I'm enjoying it that much.
I love the fact you want to do more. Now, today you're joined by Danny Pedrosa as well. It's great to have him in your band of brothers, as it were.
Oh, yeah, I'm a big fan of Danny. And as a matter of fact, when it was Mick and Kevin and Kenny, you know, I couldn't really hear their bike so much. But when those guys went by me there after the finish line, I kept hearing this noise behind me, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I was thinking, is there something wrong with my bike? But it was actually Danny that was right behind me. That thing is loud. So, yeah, that was cool.
Wayne, thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Right, we're going to see if we can try and find Danny. Where is he? Danny, here we go. Sorry, Kenny, I'm going to squeeze in. Danny, welcome to the Festival of Speed. What an honour to ride up with that band of racers.
Unbelievable. It's just a kid comes through, because I was that small when I was watching these guys race together, going flat out at every race, and now I'm here riding with them. So it's unbelievable. I have no words to express what I'm feeling.
Now, you've obviously come up the hill with them, but have you had a chance to catch up and ask them a few questions?
Sure. Just before the start, we've been together, and yes, it's an amazing. I have a great moment right here, and it's just a dream come true. So I'm really, really excited for the show run after this afternoon.
Now, you raced at Revival before. Are we going to see you back on a bike at the motor circuit?
Well, we never know. But of course, I had so much fun last time I was at the Revival, and it's a so cool event, and I'm just looking forward to it.
Danny, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Now, Rachel, I could see a little bit through your visor, and I don't know whether you were laughing or crying.
I was laughing. It was so much fun. This lady, for giving the opportunity, Maria Costello, to come up here in a sidecar as a passenger. I mean, you don't turn it down. It was absolutely incredible. You know what I was trying to do, Ed? I was just trying to kind of take it all in. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime experience to do, and everyone's waving as you come up to this legend. You can see exactly what she's done for women in this community, and, you know, she's really trying to kind of showcase what you can do on a sidecar. And let me tell you, This is something special. Okay, you can feel every single bump there. There's no suspension, so it is like, especially coming into here, I was like, oh, I think I've gone over a bit of a stone, and you can feel it. It's like a rock, but it's so much fun. You feel so low to the ground that you're kind of experiencing every single corner. It's amazing.
What advice did Maria give you before you left the line?
Absolutely none, no. I'm joking. She said, there's a handle here, H. There's a handle here. Should watch out for the braking. That's the only advice. So when I brake, you might actually have to kind of move a little bit. But, you know, I give it to her passengers who go around TT with her, of course, because that's a little bit different. Obviously, it's Vicky there, and she has to really kind of move her weight and stuff. Here, I'm just holding on for dear life and going up the hill. Yeah, incredible.
Maria, I've got to ask, did she do okay?
She did brilliantly. She did what I asked her to do, which was hold on, put her feet in certain positions, and then I wanted her to just be ready for the braking, because these have got incredible brakes on them, like nearly car brakes. So obviously I'm used to it, but for somebody that isn't, so she did fantastic. I love the Festival of Speed because I get to introduce so many different people to sidecar racing and bring them up the hill and share this amazing experience. And it's great to have another lady on the side. And I'm so glad I invited Rachel, and I'm so glad she accepted.
So TT next year?
100%. I need to make sure she gets me in. But Ed, I want to see you if you could fit in there. You are so tall, Maria.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy.
In that little space, it's tiny. It's made for 5'3" Rachels, that's for sure.
Well done.
Thank you.
Alex, we were watching your eyes on the start line as you left the line. I mean, they were wide open, but what happened? Because you didn't quite make it to the top.
I just felt as I went past the house, a torque reduction, and I thought, oh, I don't know. And then as I went back into the pedal, it wasn't there. So I just thought the only sensible thing to do was to pull over, cycle the ignition. Unfortunately, that took a bit longer than I anticipated, but the initial feeling was good. And as I say, my eyes were wide open and then wide shut when the battery went off. I thought, oh, no, it's a shame. But yeah, it's run really reliably up till now, so we'll just have to get back to the garage and find out what happened.
So do you think it's mendable?
I'm not an electronics guy, I'm afraid. Like I say, you know, I managed to cycle the ignition. It came back online, so we just need to find out what happened, really, and hope that we get Max a good qualifying spot for tomorrow.
Now, you obviously watched Max's run yesterday. Quite an impressive effort, 41.29, I think.
Yeah, I mean, a huge effort and a huge talent. You know, you put a Formula One driver on a hill climb and that's what you get. So quite intimidating for me, you know, to hop in. But, you know, he's been an absolute asset to the team. He's done an incredible job. And I think 41 in practice 3 is a bit of a statement of intent. I'd love to know what that run would have been if I got to the top, but I doubt it would have been anywhere near Max. I've no delusions to that. But it's been great working with him, and he's brought a real element of experience and expertise to the project.
Now, this car is so different, 2 tons of downforce at all speeds up to 150. Do you have to kind of properly mentally prepare yourself before you leave the line?
Yes and no. I mean, because in a normal racing car with a wing, for example, you're bleeding off the brakes as you come into a slow corner and you're slowing down, whereas in this you don't have to. So you can only ever be too slow, if that makes sense. It can only ever laugh at you. So it's a sort of safe difference. It's not if going from this the other way around is more alarming than that, because, you know, you go full brake pedal at low speed in a normal car and you just lock all 4 wheels. So it's actually quite intuitive, if that makes sense.
Well, we love seeing it. Alex, thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Jenny Tinmouth, we just had to rudely interrupt you having a chat to Wayne Rainey. How was it?
Yeah, great. It's great that he's here, isn't it? It's great to see him riding up, and I just had a little cheeky chat there, yeah.
But it's lovely to see that, you know, you guys, Isle of Man TT racers, appreciating these MotoGP legends, as it were.
Yeah, these are just legends, heroes. You know, they are. I mean, they're just human beings, aren't they? But they are actual, complete legends. So it's fantastic that they're here, and it's great for the opportunity for us, to say hello to them and say, you know, and have a chat. Yeah.
And obviously, we're riding at the Isle of Man. Commentary this year, how did that go?
Yeah, it was really nerve-wracking, actually. It's my first time I've ever done it, but I really enjoyed it. And it was great because normally you get wrapped up in your own racing bubble and you don't pay a huge amount of attention to everybody else. And it was great to actually just pay attention to everybody else and see how everyone was progressing through the week and to chat about it. So, yeah, it's great.
So, were you more nervous before the mic went live or before the visor went down going down Bray Hill?
Definitely before the mic went live. I was just easier on the bike.
And Jenny, what are you riding this weekend at the Festival of Speed?
So this is my Isle of Man TT fairing. So it's the bike that the bike isn't the one that I did the lap record on because I borrowed that bike, but it's the same model, so I kept the fairings and I basically dressed the fairings on what is my British Superbike. So it's cheesy, but the 2 Guinness World Records are both bikes. So the fairings, the Aleman, and the bike is the British Superbike. So it's a combination.
Fantastic. And how is your Festival of Speed weekend going?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. Every time I'm here, I have a ball. It is just heaven, complete heaven. So yeah, it's great. I'm so grateful to be here.
Jenny, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we are just looking forward now to a little balcony moment that's coming up in a few moments' time. And we're down there looking at that remarkable sight once again. It is always amazing seeing the sculpture that is done outside Goodwood House. And, of course, it's all about the BMW M cars this year. And we will be seeing those out, actually, in the next batch of cars that will be coming up the hill. We will be celebrating that 50 years of BMW M. But that always makes a remarkable structure.
Oh, Jerry Judah does an astonishing job. Each year you think, that can't be top, that's as good as it's going to get, but he has 12 months to do it. But it's the engineering excellence of suspending so much metal, plus the cars, in no small part, some distance above the crowd. And famously...
And they are real cars.
Oh, they are.
And
1 year, a certain Mr. B.C. Eccleston just phoned to check how his car was going, and that was the point at which they admitted it was suspended from a sculpture in front of the house. So sensible insurance, quite a good thing to have.
So what we're looking forward to is the chat in a moment with Giacomo Agostini and Keith Hewen, who was with us earlier. He has shot down there to Goodwood House, and we're looking forward to them having their conversation, talking to a man who in his lifetime has won 122 Grand Prix wins. He won classes in the 500s, but also in the 350s as well. So he had 15 World Championship titles. Absolutely remarkable. And at a time, of course, where we lost riders at the time. Wasn't always safe. They were on different kinds of racing courses back in the day. It was when the TT, for example, was part of the championship, whereas it dropped out in the 70s. So, but Giacomo Agostini, always consistent, always fast, and always, well, nearly always winning the championships. Absolutely brilliant. And also finding success with Yamaha after his great time with MV Augusta. And he has still a very, very cool gentleman.
He certainly is. We also forget, Ben, that he raced in Formula One in the Aurora British Championship. But what I love, the fact his hair has gone from black to silver. He's still got the twinkle in the eye, still looks super fit. And, you know, it's that element, how much English does he speak? Just enough. And there's a twinkle in the eye. He understands far more than he lets on. But just an absolutely mighty, mighty individual, Giacomo Agostini.
Yeah, well, we will be hearing him from any moment now. One of the greats of motorcycle racing. He is right there now with Keith Hewen.
We're on the balcony then, waiting for the great Giacomo Agostini, it's so good to see you. Come to the front and meet your adoring fans. The esteemed guest then of the Duke of Richmond, Giacomo Agostini, ladies and gentlemen.
Grazie, grazie.
Celebrating a week or two ago your 80th birthday. I have to say you're looking extremely well.
60. 60. We have more time.
Your career started on a hill climb, if I remember correctly, as a youngster, started on a hill climb. How is it to be back at the Festival of Speed?
Yeah, my first victory was in the climb race, and I win with my private bike. So for me here is like I go back 70 years because the climb is like what I do when I am very, very young.
I understand that your father wasn't too keen on you going racing motorcycles.
No, he don't want. He don't want because he says it's too dangerous, and I don't want you race. So I have the help from the lawyer, and the lawyer helped me because he understands I want to race with the cycle and not motorcycle. And he convinced my father to sign, but after he understands, it's the motorcycle. Oh, but anyway, already I have the signature, already the permission, so I go to make my license and I start to race.
It worked out pretty good, 15 World Championships in the end, but in an era where the TT, the Ulster Grand Prix, road circuits were all part of Grand Prix racing back in the day. How did you cope with that?
Yeah, it was very, very difficult, very, very nice circuit because riding Ulster or Isle of Man is very, very nice for the rider. You have a emotion, the different emotion is fantastic. When you win an Isle of Man, it's like win the world champion, but we don't have to think about the safety.
You were the first man to win on a two-stroke motorcycle in the Premier class. I mean, the difference between the MV Agusta and a 500cc Yamaha must have been like light and day. How did it feel?
Yeah, in the end of 73, So, at the end of 73, I see the MV Agusta with the 4-cylinder. It's very, very difficult to find the power. So I decided to change, and I changed with Yamaha. And the Yamaha was a two-stroke, but I see the development every year. The bike is much better. So I decided to leave Italy and go to Japan. But I meet another very good family in Japan with the Japanese. I'm very good, and he gave me the good bike, and I win my first race in Daytona with a two-stroke engine, with a banking course. You never race, and I win, and I'm very, very happy.
The MV still sounds superb, though, up the hill here. It must still be great fun to be reunited with that machine.
Yeah, it's the music. Like Enzo Ferrari, when some journalists ask Mr. Ferrari, what is your music, you prefer which music? And he say, I like the music of my engine. So I like the music on my MV, yeah.
But then, after motorcycles, you flirted a little bit with Formula One.
Yeah, at the end of a career, I try just to help me to forget the two wheels. So I do some race in England with the Williams. Very happy, it's a good experience, but I don't win. I finished one time second, 5, third, 7.
So then you decided your own team, back in the bikes, as a manager. How did that feel? Did you settle into that well as being a manager rather than a rider?
Yeah, in the start I don't want, but after I decide, and I'm very happy because we have a good result with Kenny Roberts, with Eddie Lawson, he win 3 world champion, and with Rob McElnea, the English, Mackenzie. I have a lot of good riders, and it's a good experience, and very lucky, or because we prepare everything, and we have a good rider, win also 3 world champions, so it's a good.
There's been many highs and lows in your life, but the highs, what has been the most special achievement that you've had in your life as a motorcycle racer, as a team owner?
What do you mean?
What's been your favourite time in your life as being in the sport?
Favorite time normally is when you win. Every time I win, I'm happy.
And a guest here at the Festival of Speed. The Festival of Speed just gets better and better, doesn't it, every year?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. I must be in Aston today, but I decided to come here because there's a lot of people and it's fun, and I meet a lot of friends, a lot of riders we maybe cannot see from. I see Wayne Rainey. It's 10 years I don't see him, so I'm very happy to be here and to meet all the young and the old riders.
Do you ever get tempted to perhaps gas it up just a little bit too much up the hill? Does it get competitive for you again? Do you want to go up the hill as fast as you can? Do you ever look at this? Even at 80 years old, you still look extremely fit, extremely fast, and you still fit well with that MV.
Yeah, I like the bike. I love the bike, but of course I don't try like before because when you crash, when you have 20 years old, it's like gomma, rubber, just you go like. But if I crash now, I think it's more hard. So I don't want to take much risk, but I like to go a little fast because make me happy. Because if I go slowly, it's like I'm very old, so I don't want.
I know the feeling very well. I went Brit a long way before you. I've got to say, Wayne Rainey, superb achievement, obviously an icon of motorsport. 1991-92 world champion, 93 it was snatched away from him with that accident in Misano in Italy at the Italian Grand Prix. To come back here, to ride a motorcycle up the hill, to be reunited with that motorcycle is an achievement.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He's a fantastic guy, he's a fantastic rider. He was very, very fast, and I'm sorry for the big accident, but I met him yesterday after many years, and I see him in good shape, and I am happy for him.
And surrounded by superstars, Mick Doohan, Kenny Roberts, Kevin Schwantz, obviously the big competitor of Wayne Rainey back in the day. I mean, you must have been sitting watching your television, seeing those guys fight over the years and thinking, wow.
Yeah, it's all very good. I think if we put all the champion, we count the champion we have in motorcycle, I think it's many because Kenny Roberts win, Wayne Rainey, Agostini, and all the riders here is win a world champion. So if we put together, we have a lot of world champion together.
We talk about the rivalry between Schwantz and Rainey back in the day. Who was the guy that you had as your biggest rival, the guy that you wanted to fight with the most?
Both.
Who?
Everybody. It's nice. What I say last week, I say, okay, now I have 80 years old, and I say to Valentino Rossi, I say, listen, now I stop, and I'm waiting you, and you have 80, and so we race together.
At one point, I thought Valentino Rossi was going to go on for another few years. I mean, from an Italian point of view, Valentino Rossi retiring, what did that mean from your homeland?
Yeah, Valentino have a good career. He win a lot. He's a good rider. And today we have also some Italian riders coming, but we need the time because the experience with MotoGP is very difficult and many horsepower, and you need experience. And sometimes very young riders start with MotoGP, and he don't understand. We need 1 or 2 or 3 years experience before win.
It's how the world goes around. We don't have so many fast American guys anymore or fast Australians, but the Italians are still leading the way.
Yeah, but I remember when I'm younger, there's Italy and England. There's a lot of riders. And I remember with MV Agusta, many English riders come to MV Agusta, John Surtees, John what is the other one? Mike Helmut, of course, and John Hartley, and many riders. Now, after is Spanish come, and also some American. Now is Italy, Spain, and France. Not so many English, so we're waiting some good English rider to race in the MotoGP.
They're coming. Giacomo Agostini, you are an absolute legend. That's been declared, of course, all around the world. It's fantastic to see you here as a guest of the Duke of Richmond. Giacomo Agostini, ladies and gentlemen.
Grazie, ciao.
Thank you very much. It's great to see you again, and you're looking a very fit young man, I have to say. Thank you, folks. Thanks for turning up to see Giacomo Agostini. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Keith. It was great to hear from Giacomo Agostini, and what a beautiful interview to hear from a man who has such a great history riding motorbikes and competing against some of the very greats, and his comments on those as well. Fabulous to watch. We've got a beautiful image there of him going up the hill earlier on the MV Agusta, the type of bike or the make of bike that he won most of his championships with before, as Keith mentioned, getting that first two-stroke championship on the Yamaha. So wonderful history of his riding skills, and it's lovely to see him at Goodwood this weekend. It is amazing how we get to see some of the superstars here at Goodwood.
I really do, and I mean, as I was growing up, he was just Ago, and when you're known by just a derivation of your name, you know you've made it. But he is so charming, so quintessential, and just that red, white and green helmet. I know it was augmented with the gold band later on. It stood the test of time. It was always in motorcycle news when I was reading that alongside my four-wheeled fixes of Autosport and Motoring News and Motorsport magazine back in the day. Now, two drivers, two brothers. Their real name is not Drift, but as far as the Red Bull concern is, they are the Red Bull Drift brothers, Johannes and Elias, and they picked up these BMW M4s, the new models last year. They're a little away from standard, I think would be said, and their driving is phenomenal. These are drift drivers, but they go up in synchronized form. That makes it unbelievably hard, but they're hugely enthusiastic. Some of the most lively people I've come across.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to see some of this. So originally they were kind of going to be part of the Drift camp, but of course they're a part of the BMW M celebration, and that's why we're seeing them coming up now, because we are about to celebrate the run of the BMW M division cars heading up the hill. But we're going to start it with these Drift brothers, as you say, who are putting on a tremendous show throughout the course of the weekend. You never quite predict exactly where they're going to go with the cars.
No, you can't. I thought they were going to go in synchronised form, but maybe, I can't tell if it's Johannes or Elias in front. Maybe the other brother will come and join, or maybe today they'll just spread the show. But once their tyre smoke has cleared, we'll see the rest of the celebration of 50 years of BMW M. But what they can do with these cars, great big exhaust pointing straight up. Look at the rear engine cover. The rear window, and well, it's not just tyre smoke coming through there, but the exhaust as well. But if you want rubber on the track, these are your friends.
Yeah, they're technically involved in creating these machines, as you say, very modified. They're not exactly the BMW M car that you would buy to go on the road, but they have worked very hard together with BMW to create these monster machines. And of course we've seen James Dean, who has been so far the top drift driver when we get to the competition itself, also in a BMW. So it seems to be working well here at Goodwood.
It certainly does. They've got two turbos mounted on their engine. They've decided one might be better, but you're talking hundreds upon hundreds of horsepower. And this time not in synchronised form. But the thing that surprised them, they knew the hill was going to be narrow, but what they hadn't thought about was the crown on the road, which from their point of view, it really reduces what they can use. But you know what? With every passing day, this is day 3, they're using more and more. They've worked it out. It's about driving to the limit, and this is certainly what they're doing.
Yeah, they are smoking the place and showing us a tremendous display. Once again, really good. As you say, they're getting more and more confident with what they can do with these cars as they come up the hill. And they just sort of liven everything up. Give us a big bang before we get into the next sequence of cars heading up the hill. Keeping well clear of that wall, I'm glad to say, so far.
Yes, I certainly think when they looked at their map and they went on a simulator back at home in Germany, I think the two corners they marked were Moulton, and then the very next one, Flint Wall. The rest they can sort of see, but the visual clues are not all obvious, but they've been a real hit. I don't think this will be the last time we see the Honungis, which is Johannes and Elias, here at Goodwood.
That's right, they are Germans, but they've got African background as well, so it's lovely to see them here this weekend, making us very entertained. But now we're going to concentrate a little bit more on some of the other BMW-derived machines, and this is a good one. This is a Sauber BMW from 1981, and this, they only built a couple of these back in the day. It was a Peter Sauber early project, wasn't it?
Yeah, Peter was building cars first and foremost for hill climbs, and then he got more and more into sports car racing, and Le Mans became an attraction. But of course, being a Swiss team, Switzerland had banned motor racing within its borders from 1955 after the Le Mans disaster. So that's why, therefore, they were focusing on hill climbs. You were still allowed to hill climb, but eventually the net was thrown wider and wider, and of course, Sauber went on to bigger and greater things, most notably with another German manufacturer. But the BMW M1 shape so pretty, but this was the more bulbous, the more full intent. And from fat to thin, what a famous helmet in a very, very famous car. The Brabham BT52 that won Nelson Piquet the Formula 1 title in 1983. This is not Nelson, it's taller. It's son Pedro, and it just looks right, doesn't it, Ben?
It looks amazing. It's a remarkable car. I had to go over and have a look at it myself earlier on in the weekend, because when you compare this to what a current Formula One car, it could not be more different.
It's so narrow, though.
Yeah,
I know the white
exactly.
and navy livery, but look, effectively it's as narrow as the Lotus 25. We saw Nigel Mansell go up in the hill until you get from just behind the driver and those great big radiators to the side. But for Pedro Piquet, this is special. He'll be picking up the pace. It's not really about the pace for him, but I wouldn't mind, for one, if Formula One went back to cars this small, but still with those lovely, broad, slick tyres at the back.
I know, it's wonderful to watch. And I tell you what, the engine, the BMW M12 engine, when they were in qualifying trim with these things, they turned up the turbo. They had as much as 1,200 horsepower in qualifying.
So, do I mind seeing a flame-spitting Formula One car in qualifying? No, I do not. Admittedly, the qualifying engine would be taken off and 3 days later might have cooled down, but it was super spectacular. It was bucking Bronco ride.
Yeah, absolutely amazing piece of kit. And as you say, the engines were changed every session virtually. Very different for nowadays, where you have to stick with your engines, or power units as we have to call them now. But in those days, it was remarkable the sort of power they could get out of those engines for one qualifying session, and it would go away to be rebuilt next time.
But what I love is the diversity of success that BMW had. We've got the Formula One cars, the BMW engines, we've got their own touring cars, and then we're looking at a McLaren. But this was a McLaren with the V12 BMW unit in the back. It was an absolute jewel, put in this brilliant design by Gordon Murray. Central driving position with a seat on either side in road trim. That was the original plan, but some of the customers went, we need to race it. So it evolved very quickly, and of course in 1995 scored a famous win at Le Mans. Was suddenly just rewrote the rule books, and one of the great Le Mans drives in the rain in the night by JJ Leto. Absolutely phenomenal. He was night and day ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, well, we got Steve Soper in this car, and he finished second to Ben Schneider in the FIA GT Championship in 1997 in one of these McLarens. So Mercedes just had the edge, but it was a great competition.
It was, and brilliant. This is the long tail version, of course. Many cars go to Le Mans, realise they want a bit more stability and aerodynamic efficiency down the long Mulsanne straight. Now, another BMW. If you haven't seen it before, that means you weren't here on Thursday morning when it was unveiled, and that shows the calibre of the Goodwood Festival of Speed as a car launch venue. This is the M3 Competition Touring. Yes, a BMW estate car. Those of us with dogs will say thank you very much. Those of us that want a car that could do this will say thank you very much even more.
And it's hugely powerful. It's a sort of 500 horsepower machine. Absolutely brand new. This is first time, as you say, that this car has been unveiled and seen at all. And it got a lot of interest on Thursday when it was uncovered. And it's lovely to see it being driven up the hill now. And you can see it's got real pace to it. For what is very much a road car, an estate car, it has got massive pace and very entertainment. It's got that big radiator grille that BMW are using now as well. And a very distinctive colour scheme on this one.
And clearly in the hands of Frank Weischer, it can be put sideways as well, so the passenger may or may not be smiling or grimacing, but at the top they'll gather it all up and enjoy that experience. This is a really potent estate car, and I for one would put up my hand. I would like one very much indeed, because it just ticks an awful lot of boxes. It's so dynamic. I didn't think it'd be this dynamic, and it's fabulous piece of machinery.
Yeah, and so practical at the same time. Yes, you can do whatever you like with it. So that's lovely to see this brand new car heading up the hill, a car that has only been released here. But here's one of my all-time favourites. It is a beautiful car, the Porsche 917.
It's the most surprising thing about the Porsche 917 that Nick Finborough's driving is when I saw the bodywork off for the first time, and I thought, I'm now starting to understand why some drivers at the time weren't entirely sure they wanted to. It was like a little bird cage. The tubing was so small, but the aerodynamic efficiencies of 917, they scored win after win. And Pedro Rodriguez, one of the most famous drivers and one of the greatest performances in 917. But, you know, the world moved on fast. This is a long tail, a Langhek version, as so desired for Le Mans, but for a lot of people, the most evocative car in the Gulf livery. But we move forward to the Porsche RS Spider, so successful in the States. Timo Bernhard has been driving this, trying to see if that's the Timo helmet, yellow and blue. It could well be, but no, it's yellow and blue. It's Mark Webber, so of course, success. I saw suddenly thought, but Timo's helmet also yellow, red and blue, but great to have the Aussie, of course, scored those great successes at Le Mans for Porsche after his Formula 1 career. He'll be loving this.
Yeah, and I've worked with him in commentary quite a lot as well with the Channel 4 team, so lovely to know that Mark's here. I hadn't realised he was actually going to be here this weekend. So driving the Porsche RS Spider, this is a 3.4 litre V8. It was very successful in the ALMS LMP2 categories in 06, 07 and in 2008 as well. Class winner at Le Mans, this type of car in 2008 and 2009. So it's a Porsche, like many, that has had so much success over the years.
6 o'clock yesterday evening, the final action of the Goodwood Hill Climb. This car was unveiled, the Porsche 963. It's the new LMDH car for next year's World Endurance Championship. Kevin Estre, one of the new roster of drivers who's stepping up from GTE Pro. Well, it works. He's a fabulous driver, the Frenchman, but he'll be tickled pink to be driving this car next year. Porsche back at the top level of sports car racing. That is super special. BMW, we've seen their car at the top of the display. That too will be there. Toyota already there. And Penske, the name on the front wing, Ben, super special. They will be running this outfit. You hardly feel it's primed for failure.
No, it is fantastic. And a sophisticated hybrid system that all these cars are going to have to run with great limitations. But also, it's going to be fascinating to see how each team and each manufacturer makes it work for them.
Indeed, when hybrid elements were used before, the three manufacturers competing all harvested their power in different ways, and they'd have a performance advantage at one point on a lap and not on the other. It was fantastic. But this is really going to drive the World Endurance Championship forward.
Yeah,
beautiful
lots of limitations, some clever rules that have been put together. And of course, as we've seen up on the stand in front of the house, BMW are effectively creating a competitor to this, and we've got a whole batch of manufacturers you were talking about that are going to be doing that.
And one begins with the letter F. Ferrari coming back to the top level of sports car racing for the first time 50 odd years. That is super special. I don't think we realise quite now how special it's going to be. Another of the long tail McLarens blasting off from the start finish line. That should be, I think, Lionel Robert in one of those, but in the Gulf livery again. We saw it on the Porsche 917, 917, and of course it was on the Ford GT40s and a host of other cars. The Gulf Mirages in the 1970s. We saw John Watson earlier. He drove one of those back in the day as well.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to see. I think this is the car that won at Silverstone with two friends of mine, Chris Goodwin and Gary Ailes, actually. They had a very successful time with it initially.
They certainly did, and of course Chris went on to become a development driver for McLaren, did a lot of mileage, really, as they were moving back into producing road cars. He did mile after mile, often down on the Nardo Speed Bowl in the very heel of Italy, but that's the sort of hidden work that drivers do to develop. Still see the drivers sitting in the middle, an exquisite driving position.
Yes, that's right. That's been copied by one or two other makers. Now we've got a pretty feisty Porsche making its way up the hill.
It's in the hands of Michael Christensen. It's one of the contemporary GTE Pro cars. This is the last year of GTE Pro, the top GTE class, and next year will be different. It'll be moving to GT3. So it's sort of moving down a level, but the new GT3 cars will have to have a special bit of bodywork. Now this looks though there's going to be a bit of joy coming from under the rear wheels, a bit of smoke, and Michael Christensen does like to showboat. Doesn't get to do this at Le Mans very much, but we appreciate it here at Good. We're simple folk.
So very up-to-date, very modern machine, and you can see that it's got it's an interesting livery.
Of course, it's carrying the speckles of dust and dirt and fly and insect that when you win your class at Le Mans, Porsche have long had the history. Keep it as it was. I'm a big fan of that approach.
Yeah, it hasn't been polished off since then. This is the Porsche 718 GT4 E-Performance. And you can hear that E-Performance as it comes past us, can't you?
Well, certainly drivers like Richard Leitz, he's been there, seen it, done it, and he got into this and went, oh my word, there is so much performance in this electric car. So the 718 GT4. GT4 used to be the tame end of GT racing, below GT3. There's nothing tame about that performance as it blasts towards the top of the hill.
Yeah, fabulous to see that. We've got some amazing electric cars here running up the hill today, as we've seen already when we saw that power that was delivered, but that's another impressive one as well by Porsche, and they are always pushing forward, always pushing technology on. But of course there are old Porsches as well to enjoy, as we can see heading up the hill. 911 was one of the great classics from the late 1960s, and I think this is the James Turner car, is it, that is heading up the hill right now. Yeah, the 535 James Turner car, so back from 1968, where things were a little bit different with the 911.
Well, they certainly were. And of course, they went rally crossing with the likes of Vic Elford driving, and they also went rallying, and in fact, in the historic rallying scene, there seems to be more and more by the day, but it's still such a brilliant, brilliant shape. That initial shape, that once it was launched, suddenly, of course, the Porsche format introduced more performance and more and more. Now, another new car, the McLaren Artura. We saw it in the first glance and the supercar run, but this is now the GT4 version, unveiled here this weekend. That is the effect of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And the development driver, tip-top GT3 racer for McLaren, Rob Bell at the wheel. This car is about to be packed off, believe it or not, after the exercises here, down to do a 30-hour continuation test down at the Portimao circuit.
Rob Bell,
Portugal,
was the man who set the pace here last year, wasn't he, up the hill?
He was indeed. He was a very happy bunny in the shootout on the Sunday afternoon. All the drivers sort of build up towards something, see where they are. Now, a car that just, to my eye, seemed enormous when it came in with that big 10-cylinder truck engine effectively up the front, the Dodge Viper, and it got faster and faster. The wings got more and more lurid. Very popular car in GT racing. Florent Moulin at the wheel.
Yeah, it was very successful back in Spa in 2001. They had a 1-2 finish at Spa with this type of machine, and I was impressed with the speed it does up the hill here, actually, because when we did the timed runs on Thursday, it was right near the front. It's not going to be the pace setter, but it is a rapid machine. As you say, that 10-cylinder engine sitting at the front end, it sounds wonderful too.
I think it was a daunting beast until people just understood it actually came with handling, not just straight line speed, because original Dodge Vipers on the road, yeah, you're probably best living in a country that had lots of long straight lines, but the grunt, the sound, absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And here we are with another of the McLarens from back in the era. This is the M8F 1971. This was a car that raced in the Can-Am series, so this was American sports car racing, and it was a very important product for McLaren, wasn't it?
Oh, it's phenomenal. I mean, from 1966, well, they really started making sports cars in sort of 65. This was the bread and butter. If it hadn't been for this continuation of cars, I don't think the Formula One team would have lasted. But Bruce McLaren, not just a lovely, lovely man, a motivator of his people, but an engineer, brilliant driver. And the M8F was the last of the line. And in fact, we've got the Porsche 917-30 here as well. That killed it off because the McLarens just couldn't cope with the unbelievable power. But this being driven beautifully by Dean Ford. That rumble, it's so visceral, you can just imagine your sternum vibrating if you're standing behind those straw bales.
Yeah, that Chevrolet V8 in the back sounding absolutely glorious, of course. The money involved in Can-Am racing, how did that help to support teams like McLaren? Because there seemed to be more money in Can-Am than there was in Formula One back in the day.
Well, there was. And I mean, the thing was, they'd have the works team with the McLarens, and everyone else would have the previous year's McLarens, but it was a huge prize fund. And I mean, seriously, you look, BRM took a tilt, it didn't work for them. Shadow took a tilt as well, didn't work for them. But McLaren, they absolutely mastered it.
GT44, this is from the mid-1960s. And this particular car apparently didn't have the success at the 1966 Le Mans they hoped for, but that was the first year that Ford did win the Le Mans 24 hours with the GT40, and of course, Bruce, they then went on to win the next 3 years after that as well.
Yeah, they were epic days for the Ford Motor Company, desperate to buy Ferrari. Ferrari decided, maybe, no, I'm not going to sell it to you, and then they thought, right, Henry Ford II said, right, we'll take him on. He won't sell us the cars that win Le Mans. Ferrari had that amazing record in the early 60s, and it took several seasons and a huge number of cars, not just the works teams, the privateers as well, but still one of the cars that stands the test of time. And this is from the stable of Jean-François Decaux. He also has that 1968 Formula One Ferrari here. I say he's got an exquisite taste in his racing machinery.
Yeah. British designer Eric Prawley was part of the initial design of the GT40, but had a little bit of a falling out with some of the other technical guys at Ford.
Well, there was a sort of transatlantic battle as well, either side of the pond. And we had the news come through yesterday that the Lola company that Eric founded has been bought by historic racer Till Bechtelsheimer, no stranger to us here at Goodwood, and they will be building racing cars again. I think that is exquisite news.
That's a lovely story. So, yeah, Eric Prawley, a man who was involved in GT40 in the early part of the design, but then went off. And, yeah, it's lovely to hear that the Lola name is going to be coming back into motorsport. That's wonderful.
Just to stress how big they were, at one time they were the manufacturer that made the most racing cars of all in the world. Now, down south of the equator, down in Australia, if you cut people in half, you'd see they either had a Ford logo or a Holden logo. And the V8 supercars, always mighty, brilliant rumble. In fact, you'll have seen them Ben, racing on the streets of Adelaide, racing on the streets of Melbourne, and they drew almost the crowds as big as the Grand Prix themselves.
Yes, absolutely, and that they are amazing piece. And I also saw quite a few great British touring car drivers go over to Australia and think, oh, I'll jump in one of these and I'll be quick straight away. And then when you spoke to them afterwards, they said it was a totally different thing to drive, and actually it's a real skill set to get the best out of those.
Absolutely so. Now, a McLaren 720S, but not any old McLaren 720S. This is Sam Schmidt, former IndyCar driver, IndyCar team owner, but a tetraplegic, quadriplegic, and this car is driven by, he steers with his eyes, because a camera, infrared camera, looks at his eyes, and he brakes and accelerates by blowing into pipes. It's astonishing. It's all developed by Arrow, and to get around out of the car, and he made his children cry when they saw him getting used to this. He has an exoskeleton, so he can stand upright and do all the things that quadriplegics cannot do. A remarkable man doing remarkable things. It won't just benefit him, it will be so many people around the world, and he's getting good speed, bearing in mind he's got no steering through the wheel, it's through his eyes.
It's astonishing. I hadn't realised that he was doing it through his eyes. Had to steer a car, absolutely unbelievable, wonderful to see. And Sam Schmidt, who's still very involved in the McLaren team in IndyCar, which of course is doing pretty well at the moment. Hasn't quite got the same percentage of the team he did own, most of it. Now McLaren, of course, have bought into it, but that's wonderful to see what can be done.
Well, and that was not a common and garden road car either, wasn't it? That was a car with a lot of performance, one of the great cars from the McLaren stable.
Yeah, beautifully done, beautifully done. So that was a really great batch of vehicles, once again, that we've just seen heading up the hill here at Goodwood, and lovely to see. And we are going to be enjoying the BMW M Series cars as well, because they're going to be celebrating a little bit more about the M division as well. So that's something else to see, and well, I'm sure we'll have some fireworks soon in a little while. We've got, just looking from the camera there, we're looking down at some of the BMW M cars. Actually, the current road cars are on that stand. That's down to the left-hand side. I know many fans have been walking around looking at those and just keeping an eye on the latest machines. That's where the new M3 Touring was launched here on Thursday. So plenty to look forward to as we go through the rest of the day. More great batches of cars that will be coming out. We will be looking for batch 6 cars coming out in a little while, and that will be some of the supercars, some of the most remarkable modern cars of this new era. Many of them are hybrid machines, some of them are fully electric, others are still petrol driven, and really enjoying it. Let's go back up to the top now, and Ed has caught up with Mark Webber.
Mark Webber, what a lovely surprise. You've arrived last night straight into this sort of LMP2, the ALMS RS Spider. How was it?
Beautiful. I've always looked up to this car because my good friend and teammate Timo Bernhardt had a lot of success in this car over the pond, with, of course, a Penske link too, heavily with Porsche back then. So obviously it's a Penske Porsche weekend again with the launch of the LMDH yesterday, which went down very well on digital, I hear, and also here locally. But mate, it's always a pleasure. Look, Goodwood's awesome. The car was beautiful engine. Of course, Timo's behind me. He's telling me all about it, how lightweight it was, what it was like to drive in Atlanta, and like some of these beautiful tracks they got in the US in terms of how tricky they are. And so it was good to a little bit of reminiscing, but of course I never raced it.
Now, is it easy as a driver when you get into something like this that was so successful, or the 962, the 956, to kind of tell why it was?
I think, of course, you know what's gone before is really the drivers and the mechanics and engineers. You know that the level of detail they would have went to make sure that the car, of course, was a success. Look at the question the other way. I've driven some cars and you can see why this definitely wasn't going to get many trophies in the cabinet. So, and there's many race cars out there like that, right? But to have the pedigree and the stable that we have, what's your back there, son? Like Porsche has, obviously there was a lot of, phenomenal cars and very successul ones.
Now, I know you're a bike fan, so you must be enjoying what's going on today and this weekend.
My God, like it's, like last night I couldn't make, you just couldn't make it up. So, Charles managed to organise in his detail, which is obviously amazing, managed to get with his memory, months ago, saying that I told him my dad was coming over to see Wayne ride the bike with Mick and Kevin and Kenny. And so, of course, he sat them together last night. So Wayne and Dad sat there and spoke about all things Yamaha. My dad was a Yamaha dealer for 25 years. So really special weekend for me. Total fanboy, obviously, those guys. I watched them race in Australia. I watched them race a little bit in Europe in the 500cc days. And that's what this event does. You know, it just brings out the real special heroes of our past, obviously heroes of the future. And so, yeah, it was very touching.
Mark, thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Soper, we saw you earlier this weekend coming up in the V12 LMR. Something a little bit different this time.
Yeah, McLaren, sort of same pedigree, I suppose. What apart from this is obviously a McLaren, and the other one was a Williams-built car, but same engine, similar sort of specification. 97 I did Le Mans in this car, all one similar, and 99 I did some American races in the prototype. Great cars, great memories, normal, great event, no rain.
Now, this is, for me, just one of the most iconic cars from that period of Le Mans. They were sort of golden days, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. It's a shame that the long tail never won. You know, the short tail won in 95, and then we turned up in 96 with another short tail, and then 97, and this particular car with a long tail should have won, but it didn't. It just, I think it broke down because of something. We had 2 or 3 cars, but they didn't win, and they were certainly quick enough and competitive enough to win.
A fun car to drive up the hill, though.
Yeah, lovely. Good cars, great memories, bring back.
Steve, thank you.
Cheers, bye.
Kevin Estra, this is the brand new Porsche, an exciting new dawn. They say that as a driver you can tell whether a car is going to be good within a few laps. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, the first time I've driven was in Weissach, you know, on the home Porsche track, and I felt straight away that the car was well born. You know, you can feel when the car has a huge issue to start with, and this was definitely not the case. I felt straight away confident with the brakes, with the steering, with everything what happened in the car. So after that we made some development on bigger track, and it went well. It's definitely not fully developed there. We have to work still, but it's definitely a good car already.
Now, this is made for Le Mans, for the World Endurance Championship. The Festival of Speed Hill was probably quite a difficult little climb.
Yeah, for sure. It's driving with very slow speed, taking care of spectators, everything. You know, it's very different to what we do on normal tracks and normal procedures. So it's something a bit special. But the car did well. Everything works proper. But you definitely feel that this car is made to drive 340 and not 5 kph.
Now, the last time Porsche and Penske teamed up, there was the RS Spider. It was, all conquering. It's the dream lineup, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, associating Porsche, which is a huge brand in the car industry, and Penske, a really crazy amount of company and people working for this company in the world, plus a huge motorsport history, is something very special. I think when you look at the name, Porsche Penske Motorsport, already it brings you some goosebumps, and you feel that it's going to be a good program.
Kevin, thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
This side there's life, that side there's death.
Up over the finish line goes Sam Schmidt and the amazing Chevrolet Corvette C8 with all that technology developed by Arrow.
Well, it's lovely to see so many of you gathered around Goodwood House at the moment as we prepare for a bit of a celebration of the BMW M cars. We've seen them going up the hill, but it's a little special moment to just make sure that we really celebrate the fact that it's now been 50 years since the M division of BMW was created back in the early 1970s. And it was very much created initially for the racing plans that they had for their sports cars, saloon cars. And you can look up at the amazing structure there. And the silver car, which is pointing up into the air, the sort of second highest up there, the 3-litre CSL. That was really the first car of the BMW M division that was so important, and it became an incredibly competitive car. You can see the actual racing version, the orange version, just heading down below, and that is the 3-litre CSL. That was the beginning, really, of the M division, and had a lot of success on track. That's how it began, as a technical team building cars that would be going racing. It's established as a BMW team with only about 35 people, but by the late 1980s, that was up to about 400 people. And by then, it wasn't just about racing. It was getting into the idea of we can adapt our cars that we're selling to the public and involve some of the technical advantages that we've got from racing, we can up the performance of these machines. And in fact, the BMW M1 Pro car, that was the first car that was available for sale, and the public at the Paris Motor Show saw that it was particularly available, and a bit of a surprise. And then after that, it was when they started to get into creating an M version of their road cars, the saloon cars, and the M535. That arrived at around 1979, and that's when we started seeing the sort of M division road cars that we all got excited about as potential cars that we could buy and enjoy every day of the week. So that's all been part and parcel of BMW history over the years, and that's why we're celebrating these lovely cars that are now making their way in front of Goodwood House, so that we can enjoy the moment. And BMW are obviously making a big deal of this weekend. There we are, looking at the new LMDH, the hybrid machine that will be racing in IMSA in America and also being developed for Le Mans. It is remarkable seeing that. It's going to be run to very new rules, hypercar rules that Le Mans are creating over the next couple of years. And from going to a Le Mans 24 hours where we've only seen really one manufacturer fully involved, we're going to see a whole bunch of them getting involved in the coming seasons. And BMW are going to be right up there. Whether they're going to be as high as that, we'll have to find out whether they're going to be that successful. But it's going to be a great opportunity with these new hypercars, these hybrid machines that will be producing around 650, 670 horsepower, but there will be a combination of electrical power and petrol power as well, and you won't be able to go beyond that. You won't be able to add your electric power too much to make it into 1,000, because it will simply cut your electrical power, your petrol power. So it's going to be it's quite a complicated set of rules, but something to look forward to. But that line of cars has now made its way in front of Goodwood House, and it is the perfect place to go and enjoy this little show, seeing some beautiful machines down there. We've got some of the modern M cars down there as well, and the history of it all beginning back in 1972, that little race department that started to set this up and getting into now what is creating M division cars throughout the category is lovely to see. Been some special M cars over the years. I'm glad to say I'm joined by Goodwood journalist Sean Ward. You're often driving modern BMWs now, Sean, and testing them and getting a feel for them. And it's lovely to see them out here, isn't it?
It's fantastic, yeah. They've got such a great collection of M cars, whether it's race or historic or the modern road cars. They've got the M5 CS here, which we drove. I drove fairly recently. More than 600 horsepower, left to number 11 on the start line, I'm ashamed to say. But so amazing M cars here. Fantastic to see so many of them.
Yeah, what a collection. I mean, you won't see this kind of collection pretty much anywhere else. So we're enjoying the music, and the style, and the fireworks now are going up to celebrate this very special weekend for everybody at BMW. What a wonderful moment to celebrate then, from the music and the fireworks, and they've put on a great show, haven't they? Wonderful. What a way to celebrate these beautiful cars that we've got all collected here this weekend, and we will have other opportunities to see them, of course, going up the hill, but why not wander around and have a look at them as well in the various different areas around this Festival of Speed. Look at that, fireworks are going up. What a picture that is. And the sparkles are coming out as well. Well, a very special moment. And it is fun how Goodwood goes into this celebratory mode and does it in such style. And there we can see everyone gathered together with those cars. So a lot of happy, smiley faces all around here today. And it's not a bad day weather-wise. We're being pretty lucky with it. We've had some good sunshine throughout the course of the week so far. Not too much rain around. We've done pretty well. That little bit of rain we had on Thursday. But this has been ideal for everybody getting outside, enjoying a fabulous event such as this. And I do hope you're all having fun if you're here, and if you're watching online as well. Hopefully you're getting a chance to see some cars and hear some machinery that maybe create some dreams for you, or memories of watching them back in the day. And of course the opportunity to speak to some of these tremendous drivers and riders that are here this weekend. We've got an incredible gathering of people, so wonderful to enjoy. Now then, David Green has been fairly busy as ever. He's been down at Ferrari looking at some of their road cars.
Well, a massive draw at the Festival of Speed is always the Ferrari stand and what they bring to the supercar paddock. And this year is no exception, especially so since its 75-year anniversary of the famous brand. And they've bought some really great stuff for us to look at, not least right at the front here, this Daytona SP3. Absolutely gorgeous. It's the third in the Icona range, limited edition, only 599 examples, over £2 million, $2.25 million, all sold out, unfortunately, even if you had the money. It's got the engine from the 812, that naturally aspirated V12 unit. Gorgeous, goes fast, sold out, future classic, almost straight away. And this is actually one of the other Icona cars, the SP2. The SP1 has only room for one, but the SP2, they brought that back along, and this is a really nice spec here in black with the 2 seats, so the less selfish of the SP1 and 2s. You can take a passenger along for this. Great open-top driving. No windscreen, of course, but it's got that sort of windscreen air tunnel there, the air visor, that throws the air up above the car. Really dramatic-looking car, and these Icona range cars are really coming into their own. And if you see them both together there, the profile of that Daytona is absolutely spectacular. They brought along another special limited edition here of the 812. The 812 Superfast, if that wasn't fast enough, we now get the Competizione version, the lighter, more performance, track-based version of that mega-quick 812. And this will follow in that lineage of like the TDF and everything else, which is a great line of limited editions, front-engine V12 Ferraris. The Roma, a little step back to the elegance of the 50s, that sort of front-engined touring car. Gorgeous looking car, but don't be fooled. This thing, V8, really quick. Can actually get the back out and have some fun with this car, as elegant it looks. Or you take it along to the Goodwood Ball. It's Ferrari's grown-up, elegant car. The newest car here, the baby supercar, the 296 GTB, the first Ferrari with a V6 engine. And it's in quite a dramatic colour scheme here at Goodwood, and it's a bit of an homage to the Maranello concessionaires. It's a racing team back in the 60s, and they used this blue on red colour scheme. And we've even got a little nod to the old press cars with that very famous number plate. If you go back and check your old magazines, you'll see that number plate graces a lot of those early press cars from Ferrari. So that car's there. You can see one of the older cars in that Maranello livery up in the classic paddock. This car, another first, so they're just spoiling us this year, Ferrari, for that anniversary. It's the SF90 Spider. The roof's up at the moment, but this is the open-top version of the really high-tech hybrid SF90 Stradale. The roof comes down on this one, almost 1,000 horsepower. The first Ferrari to have all 4 wheels driven, electric motors at the front, together with the petrol engine generating just close to 1,000 horsepower. Very high-tech, very impressive, and now with the wind in your hair. And the last but not least in the road cars they brought along for us this year. If you thought the Daytona was rare in the Icona, this is a complete one-off. The SP38, and this is basically just one person's dream. It's Ferrari's one-off program, and it's basically if someone's a friend of the brand and obviously got slightly deep pockets that can come along and have Ferrari design them an absolute bespoke car. And I love this car. I think they've done a really nice job of it. It's very subtle. You look at this rear deck here, very, very nice. And it's just a great, great looking car. And for a lucky owner, it's one of one. So Ferrari, 75 years, celebrating at the Goodwood Festival of Speed with some pretty special cars, I have to say.
This is e-scooter, the world's first electric racing scooter series, just part of the world-leading innovations here at Future Lab. This is Future Lab, showing off 21 incredible exhibits here in the heart of the Festival of Speed. You'll find everything here from electric race boats to the future of the web to space exploration. It's all here and it's all truly mind-blowing. So I'm going to try something called Tesla Suit, which I'm told is a really interesting experience. Ta-da! I feel like a superhero. Ashton, what have you literally got me into?
Well, see, the Tesla suit is a full-body haptic suit aimed at understanding human behavior, but also improving human performance.
So where do you see this being used? Where is it going in the future?
Sure, so any kind of high-level training simulator where we need to put people in maybe dangerous situations before they even put in it. So, for example, we've got a simulator here where we took their telemetry data from Lewis Hamilton's Grand Prix win, put it into the suit so you feel everything.
Yeah, I can feel it. Oh, it's like in your arms.
And so for any up-and-coming Formula One driver, they're able to simulate that experience before they get onto the track.
Is that 100?
Is that still low?
Yeah, like, it would go lower than that, like. So this is really unusual. You've got one glove on, and when you move your hand, that's controlling my hand.
That's correct.
Right, so tell me about how this can be used.
We can use it for training, for example, when one experienced surgeon trying to teach another one who is a junior.
I'm sure you get used to it after a while, but this is bizarre. This is Move AI, a platform that removes the need for any kind of motion capture suit that you might have seen on blockbuster films or gaming experiences. They've developed a way to capture human movement just as you are. Watch this.
So we're using 4 cameras here, which are connected to a server in the back. Those cameras are processing your image or the video from there, and then sending a feed to a virtual world, which is running in Unreal to power that astronaut. Motion capture is not novel, but doing it without markers is revolutionary.
I've had such a unique experience at Future Lab. I feel like I've taken one giant leap into the future.
Mesh guards driver. So there we go, Aziz Tejpar there in the Ford Escort with the BDA engine in it. Ari Vatanen previously has driven this car, so we've had the young Chargers, we've got the old Stagers all together, we've got every manner of rally car here, right from 1963 Ford Falcon all the way up through the range, and the game changer here of rallies, Xavier, the Audi Quattro, turbocharged four-wheel drive, early 80s, and then back to 70s, 79 and 80. Ari Vatanen, world champion in 81 with David Richards. But that Quattro changed everything, didn't it?
It did. I mean, 1981 saw Hanna Mikkola sign for the Audi team. Very quickly became apparent in testing that four-wheel drive, even though it was heavy, it was a 50-50 split. Hannu was winning events, small events, in testing by 10, 12, 15 minutes. And it made Lancia and Ford completely change the game. Ford canned the RS 1700T immediately.
Lancia Fulvia. And that was the Lancia Fulvia 1300S.
So we are getting ready for a bit more action on the hill climb coming up in just a few moments' time. And in fact, here we are. We've started already. Sean Ward is with me, and he is the man to talk to or ask about with some of these amazing machines that are heading up the hill. Sean.
Yeah, so we just saw the Pagani Huayra R there, and now we're looking at the Lotus Evija, more than 2,000 horsepower. Look at it off the line, smoking all four tyres. It's got a motor for each wheel. 2,000 horsepower, Lotus's first EV, immensely powerful, immensely fast. Also, some wicked aerodynamics, as you can see there, because you can look through the car for more downforce.
Gavin Kershaw driving it, and I know Gavin well. He's been a part of Lotus for a long time, a great racing driver himself, but a very important development engineer, and he does a lot of the driving to analyse what the guys are coming up to there. Gavin can always drive anything quickly up the hill, but this is a beautiful machine, isn't it?
And the colour as well. I haven't seen this colour on the Avaya before. Often it's been black or yellow. They've had those here at Goodwood before at the Speed Week and also the Festival of Speed. Yeah, this is very bright green.
Very bright green, and also very effective. And of course, this is a real hypercar, isn't it? That, you know, it's not the new Lotus that's being produced, which you will see shortly for more customers. Perhaps that one is it's going to be fairly rare.
And this is the Ferrari Monza SP2, so this is limited run, 499 cars. As you can see, no windscreen, it's space for two. There is also the Ferrari Monza SP1, which just has the one seat. Quite an intense experience, I can imagine. No roof, you can hear the V12 all the more clearly. 6.5 litre V12, 810 horsepower.
Amazing horsepower, but we're going to be getting even higher than that with some of the cars that are coming up here. We saw David Green talking to us about this one just a moment, and Pat Blakeney, another experienced driver over the years who I know, who is having fun with this two-seater Monza heading up the hill.
And that's the thing as well, we're looking now at a car with 800 horsepower, which is a ridiculous amount of horsepower. A few seconds ago, that Lotus had an extra 1,200 horsepower.
Really?
It's just, it's amazing the variation we've got here.
So now we're looking at the new Artura McLaren. This is very important, of course. Started with a clean sheet, didn't they, with the design of this Artura. And the core of the car is all brand new. They've got this high-performance hybrid powertrain as well.
3-litre twin-turbo V6, 680 horsepower, as you say. New generation of car for McLaren, replaces the GT series, so 570S and what have you. This here, McLaren 720S, so finished in Golf colours, 4-litre twin-turbo V8, rear-wheel drive, driven by Bruno Senna, so we're in for a show.
Yeah, isn't that lovely that Bruno Senna is taking that car up? But we've got a real mix of cars going up the hill at the moment, of course. What they tend to do with the Michelin Supercar group is to send them all up pretty quickly, and that's what's going on right now.
Very quickly, we just saw the McLaren Speedtail very briefly. Now we're looking at the McLaren 765 LT Spider. 765 of these will be built. They weigh 80 kilograms less than the 720S that we saw a moment ago with the Golf colours. 4-litre twin-turbo V8. And now behind that, the Gordon Murray Automotive T50. 3.9-litre V12 engine developed by Cosworth, revs to 12,100 RPM, 663 horsepower through a 6-speed manual gearbox, and it's got 3 seats.
And that lovely wing at the back too, that fan that creates downforce, that is a lovely piece. And the front of the car does have such an essence of the original F1 GT, doesn't it?
That's the idea, but it's Gordon Murray said that this is, if he had an ideal world, this is the car he would have built back then, but they just didn't have the technology. So it actually weighs less than McLaren F1, but has more power.
Now this is a very limited production Subaru that's been produced, isn't it?
Yeah, the Subaru Impreza P25 comes from ProDrive. Just 25 cars are going to be made. Carbon fibre bodywork, weighs 1,200 kilograms, 395 horsepower from a 2.5-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder boxer engine, 552,000 pounds.
Great rally driver Mark Higgins is taking that one up the hill. We've got the Maserati MC20. There are a couple of newish Maseratis here this weekend.
Yeah, this is the MC20 Cielo, so that is the drop-top version. It weighs 65 kilograms more than the coupe, and it's 1 mile an hour slower, flat out, but still 201 miles an hour. The roof takes 12 seconds to go down, and on the coupe, the engine cover is shaped like the Maserati Trident. Because you haven't got a glass engine cover here, you can get a nice sticker of the Trident on the back instead.
Oh, that's great. Maserati now owned by Stellantis, the whole Fiat Chrysler PSA group, but they're obviously investing quite a lot into the future with Maserati, which is nice to see. So Ferrari 599 heading up the hill now. So a real different group of Ferraris, as we saw David showing us earlier.
Yes, it's the Ferrari 599 XX Evo. So Ferrari, the XX program is essentially they took the Enzo, made a track-focused, track-only version that you basically take to track days. Ferrari would look after it for you, bring a team of mechanics to look after it. This was the second car, the 599XX. Basically the ultimate Ferrari 599 track car, and after that we got the FXXK, which was based off of the LaFerrari.
Now then, have we got a car having had a problem, or is this a little bit of a delay? Not quite sure. Something going on there. We've still got some cars heading up the hill, and obviously it's a little bit off the track there, so hopefully they can sort of keep things going.
That's the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute, just pulled off to the side there. The orange car that we're now looking at is the standard Koenigsegg Jesko. All
right, so the Koenigsegg company, which was founded by Christian von Koenigsegg, and Nate, the Jesko is his dad's name, isn't that right?
Yep,
Jesko got named?
Yep, Jesko von Koenigsegg. Christian decided that the replacement for the Koenigsegg Agera, which was launched in 2011, that he would name it after his dad. I mean, what better tribute could you pay to your dad than naming your new car after him?
And this is another vehicle with over 1,000 horsepower, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Depends what fuel you put in it. You can get either 1,280 or 1,600 horsepower if you run it off E85.
Wow. That is really remarkable. It's a stunning looking machine as well, like so many of these supercars that we are watching coming up the hill right now.
Fun fact as well, it's got 9 gears and 7 clutches.
7 clutches? My goodness, why do you need 7 clutches? I hope you haven't got 7 clutch pedals. That would really make life difficult.
No, don't worry. No clutch pedal.
All automatic. So we do have a red flag because of that car part to the side. So hopefully they're going to be able to get that Koenigsegg moved fairly quickly, and we can get on with seeing some more of these really dramatic machines that are going up. And I went down and had a quick look through the supercar paddock earlier, and there were people everywhere. It was really busy down there, and there's lots of people taking some fantastic pictures. Some of the cars down there really are remarkable.
Well, that's the thing. It's the kind of thing, like, when I was a kid, went to car shows with mum and dad. You just can't help but get excited about these things. You're walking around the supercar paddock, and there are so many things to get excited about. You just don't know where to look.
Now, what is this we're looking at next?
This is it's
a Maserati, apparently, that we are now...
It's a Delahaye D12, actually. So the revival of a French...
yes, the Delahaye,
French band that was launched in 1905. 7.6-litre V12.
That really is quite a beast, isn't it?
1,085 horsepower. Just 30 of these cars will be made. Just have a listen to that.
And the vision of that front end, I mean, it looks a little bit like a sports racing car with that front wing, but it's got that lovely sort of narrow section. This is really a very impressive machine. I wonder if the Delage name is going to become a real superstar again.
Well, again, you can't believe it's road legal. You look at that and you think, surely that's a race car. It's got to be, but it's not. 30 cars, road legal, monster engine, monster sound.
So this company's been relaunched by a new entrepreneur, Laurent Tapie, and is cooperated with some owners of that Delage name to be able to recreate it, really, which is lovely to see. And that cockpit design, very different. But imagine driving that down to the pub. That really would be you'd be getting a lot of looks.
I'm not sure you'd be able to make it into a car park, quite frankly, because people would just stop you and take pictures.
Yeah, so that's one of the remarkable cars. Now, something that's a little bit more regular, I would imagine.
Yes, Maserati MC20. We first saw this at the Festival of Speed last year. As we said about the Cielo a minute ago, 3-litre twin-turbo V6, 630 horsepower, 8-speed double-clutch gearbox, 2.9 seconds to 62 miles an hour, 202 miles an hour flat out, and there will be an all-electric version in 2025.
Maserati going back to the mid-engine, of course. They sort of played around a bit over the years, haven't they? Front engine, the mid-engine.
Yeah, the MC12 was the last one. He's really throwing it through Malcolm, isn't he? MC12 was the last one, nearly 15 years ago, I think now. V12 engine from the Ferrari Enzo. Come on a long way, and they're really trying to do their own thing now.
Oh, it's lovely. Paul Rees is certainly enjoying himself up there, throwing the straw around and creating quite a slipstream as he comes up over the hill. So that's one of the Maseratis. We have such an amazing blend of machinery here. Plenty of Aston Martins that will be coming up the hill as well, and Ferraris, of course, as we've already seen, plenty of those. And we've got the Aston Martin Valkyrie there. This is the Adrian Newey designed car, very much a special effort, and Peter Tunbreck has been driving it so far this weekend. We've got a lovely burnout going on just up ahead.
That is the Aston Martin DBS, more than 710 horsepower, 5.2 litre twin turbo V12, and he is keeping that burnout going. Come on, sir, make it to the first corner. You can do it.
Yeah, that's amazing. Will he have any tread left on those rear tyres by the time he gets
those tyres are gone after this, but who cares?
I love the way the passengers just glancing into the mirror and laughing and smiling.
Is he going to do the whole circuit? That would be quite an achievement. I'm not sure we'll be able to, but those tyres are toast, aren't they?
It's very clever, and he may well be able to do it. I mean, now he's backing out of it now. But that was great, wasn't it? The Aston Martin, what a way to show it off. Even more smoke than we got from the drift cars
There's
earlier.
so much smoke you can't actually see the car anymore.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well,
now we're looking at the Aston Martin Valkyrie, Aston Martin's first mid-engine hypercar. Comes from a project between Red Bull Advanced Technologies. Adrian Newey is heavily involved in this project, which is why it looks the way it does. Incredibly focused aerodynamics. You can, the best view of this car is from behind, because the diffuser, the floor that you can see underneath, is absolutely monstrous.
That's a lovely view too as well, though there's a little side wing. But then, yes, I see what you mean, the Venturi there. And it's lovely how they've sort of accentuated the look at the back of the car. That is pretty clever. This runs a big motor, doesn't it? It's a 6.5 litre Cosworth-derived engine, is that right?
Yep, 6.5 litre, developed with Cosworth. It's got an electric motor, 1,160 horsepower at 7,000 RPM, 900 newton meters of torque. Aston Martin says 0 to 62 in less than 2.5 seconds, and only 150 cars will be made.
150 cars, yeah. And they're actually being produced right now, aren't they? Because it took a little longer to get them into production than they were hoping at one stage.
Which is understandable, because it's such a complicated thing. Just listen to that noise.
Yeah. We should go quiet, really, as Peter Tunbreck drives us up the hill, because, well, you won't hear us anyway. If he's coming past you, it makes a very characteristic noise. Here you are, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Very fascinating, and wow, storming up the hill as ever. Bouncing around a little bit on the slightly bumpy sections. Now, this is a key Mercedes.
Yeah, this is the Mercedes AMG 1. If you have a listen,
you're listening to a Formula 1 engine.
Exactly, the 1.6 litre turbocharged V6 engine from the Mercedes Formula 1 car. Formula 1 engine on the road.
This is lovely onboard view with Esteban Gutierrez, and we saw Esteban, who is reserve driver for Mercedes Formula 1, remember. We saw him in a pretty current Formula 1 car, a 2019 car earlier, and here he is now in a car that is powered by a Formula 1 engine, feeling very familiar in some ways, and it has plenty of downforce as well.
Huge downforce, 4 motors. There's one in the turbocharger, there's one in the engine. There are 2 for the wheels. 18 miles of electric range. 1,063 horsepower.
McLaren, this is the P1 GTR 18. This is a pretty special piece of kit, isn't it?
Yep, a tribute to the F1 GTR 27. Absolute monster of a car. Comes from Lanzanti. They've got a stand here for the first time. 6 cars are going to be made. And a fantastic colour, fantastic looking car. It's hard to believe the P1 now is 10 years old.
Kenny Brack is driving it. He's always fun to watch here, I tell you. Kenny Brack is always a bit mad. He's very fast up this hill. And he's driving the McLaren P1 here. Let's just see. It's actually all looking fairly controlled, I have to say, for Kenny Brack, who we've seen twitching and twisting all the way up the hill in the past. This car is so stable, he wouldn't even know he's driving it, really.
I think he's going for speed here, and we saw him in the 765 LT. He was trying to slide it into every corner. Less so that time.
Now, is this one of the Singer Porsches?
No, so this is another car from Lanzanti, the Porsche 930 Tag Turbo. Essentially, in the rear end of that car, you've got a 1.5 litre twin turbo V6 Formula 1 engine. So 500 horsepower, one of the F1 Tag engines. Lanzanti are building 11 of these cars.
Okay, and it's a pretty livery as well. as Dean Lanzanti is taking it up. It's interesting how much that this Porsche, you know, the shape of this Porsche is becoming so iconic that all these other specialist builders are now building their own versions of it.
Well, there's so much to play with. If you go back to 911, you can, as Lanzanti have done here, they've taken an idea that never really came to fruition, the test bed with the F1 engine in, and they thought, right, well, we can get hold of those engines, we can do something really, really special.
Yeah, and create something that somebody would love to buy, and that's obviously what they've done here.
And the fact that these are actual F1 engines as well. This engine in this car took Prost to 6th place in the 1986 German Grand Prix, 3rd at Hungary, and 7th in Japan in 1987.
Really, that's a great story.
You get a little plaque that says where the engine was raced and where it finished.
But does it have to be rebuilt as often as it used to be rebuilt in Formula 1 days?
I don't think it will be, thankfully. I don't think they'll be winding it all the way out.
Yeah, I hope not, because they used to rebuild engines pretty regularly back then. Now we're on to a slightly different look with the Bentley.
Bentley Continental GTC S. So Bentley have just gone across their range recently, the Flying Spur, the Continental GT, the GTS, GTC convertible, sorry. And they've basically tried to tweak it ever so slightly to make it that little bit more sporty. So a lot of the trim is black now rather than chrome. They've tweaked the suspension, and you get basically some of the nice bits. You get the sports exhaust as well.
Yeah, well, as ever, the Bentley style gives us a different aspect. 4-seater. We haven't seen many 4-seaters going up in this particular run, have we? So a bit more space.
Bit more space. They've chosen not to put 4 people in it this time.
No, not this time. Just the 2. But that's making its way very smoothly up the hill. And Bentley having brought along a few different cars this weekend. It's lovely to see. A little bit of traffic up ahead.
Getting away from the line there very quickly was the Genesis G80, the electrified version. Brand new. Genesis is a new brand into the UK, new brand generally. Very different approach, trying to pitch themselves as a more luxury brand. So, for example, if you're planning to go away for a service, they'll come and collect from you. You don't have to go to a dealership. Someone will come and get it. They'll drop off another car to you, so you're never inconvenienced.
Okay. Now another one storming off the line. A lot of these are the first glance cars that we're looking at now. So these are cars that are just coming up for sale, effectively, a lot of these. So we've been through a lot of the supercars, but this is now a bit more the first glance batch.
Yes, this is the Jaguar F-Pace 1988 edition, a tribute to the XJR9 that won Le Mans in 1988. 22-inch gold wheels, 550 horsepower from a 5-litre supercharged V8 engine.
Yeah, so that has got plenty of horsepower and again plenty of room inside, so you could make that a very practical machine as well as having amazing performance and capability with it as well. So the Jaguar F-Pace 1988 edition is making it up to the final part of the hill climb. So over the line, that's their little run completed. And we've still got a few more of these first glance cars heading up the hill. Lotus, this is the Emira, the first time that we've really seen this in action this weekend. It's been regularly out on the track or on the hill climb. But this is a car that I know many people are very excited about being on the market. A very practical, pretty Lotus sports car, and a company that's been well invested in, of course, in recent years. So they are producing modern machinery.
That's the thing, this is the product of that investment. You know, they kept going with the Elise and the Exige and the Evora for as long as they possibly could, but ultimately you've got to do new things to keep up with the competition. So all new sports car for Lotus. This is available with either a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine from AMG or the old V6 3.5 litre that's been in the Exige for a number of years.
So a few more cars just getting ready. Polestar we've got next, the electric powered machines, of course part of the Volvo business side of things, and Polestar very important in getting those electric cars out and creating a lot of interest throughout the market at the moment.
Yeah, this is the experimental Polestar 2. So the Polestar 2 BST made its debut at the Festival of Speed here last year. Trick dampers, trick brakes, basically as closest you're going to come to a track-ready Polestar 2.
Okay, well, I think we're going to be seeing lots more of the Polestars around. It is a car that, as we say, they're putting a lot of effort into, a lot of promotion, and it's proving very popular as well. So, although this one, particularly one of the major manufactured ones that we're going to be seeing, they are coming up with new creations as well. Nice little movement up the hill, and that looked pretty rapid, I have to say, with that electrical power taking it all the way. And of course, with electrical power, you've got amazing torque as well, so just taking off from the line, like we're watching here, is very effective. You can see that immediately there with the other Polestar, just launching those rear tyres.
Yep, this is the Polestar 5, but it's a prototype, hence the camouflage. So this car won't arrive until 2024. 900 Newton meters of torque from 2 motors, 884 horsepower, 4 doors, based off the Precept concept, which we've seen here at Goodwood.
Okay, and as you say, in this sort of camouflage style, so we can't necessarily pick out all of its elements at this stage, but we still get a pretty good view of it. It has that fairly long tail, doesn't it?
Yep, 4-door saloon. Between now and when this car comes out, we'll also have the Polestar 3 and 4 SUVs. So that will join Polestar 1, which is out of production now, Polestar 2, which launched just over a year ago now, then we'll have the 3, the 4, and then eventually we'll get to the 5.
Okay, so they really are adding to their scale at the moment, and that has just come up towards the last part of the section. And now we've got the new Range Rover. This is the brand new one, isn't it?
It is the new Range Rover, the L460, the 5th generation Range Rover.
Always a special machine for everybody, and the architecture on this is so smooth, isn't it? Everything around it, very, very smooth. Not hugely different, but the way that it's been put together, it is very typically Range Rover.
It is, you know exactly what it is. It's had a little bit of criticism because some people said, well, it looks quite similar to the old one, but it is a new platform. You've got things like all-wheel steering for the first time. You can get 7 seats in it for the first time. There are plug-in hybrid powertrains for the first time, and there'll be an all-electric version arriving in 2024.
That's going to be a very important part of production, of course, for a Range Rover, making sure they do have an electric version. And of course, it's a big machine already, and you fill it full of batteries, but we're getting to that point now where that is, we're seeing a lot of big SUV, electrical powered SUV, so it's totally achievable for Range Rover to get to that level.
There's certainly plenty of space in that to fit batteries, and the thing is, it's just such a big, comfortable car. We've driven one of these for Goodwood Road and Racing, and it's just incredibly comfortable, incredibly capable. You could just spend, days driving across country, for example, and you just wouldn't get tired.
The Aston Martin DBX, this is talking about the sort of SUVs. This is a big, powerful machine, very, very rapid, isn't it?
Yes, Aston Martin DBX 707, so it's essentially the hardcore DBX, and you might have guessed by the name. 4-litre twin-turbo V8 produces 707 horsepower, 900 newton meters of torque. So that's 157 horsepower and 200 newton meters more than the standard DBX, and that was no slouch to begin with.
Yeah, Aston Martin, quite rightly, of course, being who they are, making sure that they're going right at the top end of the performance levels. Performance in Formula 1 is working out for them at the moment, but they're making sure their production versions are giving us lots of performance.
And the thing with the DBX 707 is that it's got a new 4-exit exhaust, so it is a little bit louder.
Yeah. A bit of noise is always fun and games as well. So finally across the line, and I think we're getting to the point where we're just seeing a few of the modern road bikes about to come over the line as well. There are some pretty special machines here, aren't there? We've even got fully electric versions in there.
Yep, and the thing differentiates from the cars we've just seen is that these guys, they'll be coming up the hill thick and fast. You won't have to wait more than a couple of seconds to see the next bicycle. I mean motorcycle. So sorry to the bikers out there.
We saw the bimotor, Tezzy H2 just heading off there, and then that's the BSA Gold Star that is now on its way. Sitting in behind is the BMW PC18. Look at that twin, the twin cylinders on either side of the legs. It really does stretch its way out very, very wide indeed. Got the AMB 001 collaboration between Aston Martin and Brus Superior, actually, that one. And then the next one, this is a big performance bike created to make plenty of fun. So quite a mixed range in the motorbikes, isn't it?
Well, it's the same as the road cars. Go and have a look at these motorcycles. There's so much to see, so many different approaches to a very similar concept ultimately.
Yeah, the BSA there, that's a 652cc single cylinder. Now this looks like a classic American historic car with a lovely V8, but it isn't, is it?
No, it isn't. This is the Charge Mustang. So this is an officially licensed 1967 Mustang body, so it is not a resto mod. It is entirely new, licensed from Ford, carbon body, 545 horsepower, 1,500 newton-meters of torque. That's a monster amount of torque. Just 499 of these cars have been made.
Goodness, well, it does seem strange to have an electrical version of a car like this, doesn't it? But yeah, it makes you think of watching Bullet. Lucas Di Grassi, a racer, is taking this up the hill. A man who knows Formula E very well, knows electric cars very well, and he is taking it up on this occasion.
He'll take that instant electric torque in his stride very easily.
Yeah, no problem at all. He doesn't look as though he's going for a crazy run. He's looking as though he's taking it fairly gently at this stage. Someone of his experience, but it's fun to see.
To be fair, if he's driving so fast all the time, maybe it's nice just to go out for a gentle drive.
Indeed, yeah, a lovely way to enjoy Goodwood here today. So he climbs up to the top of the hill. I don't know if we have many more cars heading up in this particular group. That is the last car, I believe, heading up the hill. And so we have seen a good mixture of the Michelin supercar run, the new road bikes, and the first glance cars as well. And Sean, thank you so much for your input. It's fascinating. You know so much about all this machinery. Oh, we still got is that a Bugatti about to head up?
Yes, it is. It's the Bugatti Chiron 300-mile-an-hour car. And they're going up as a trio. Look at this. Right. This is something you don't see every day.
I think it's actually more than a trio. I think I was looking earlier. It's seven Bugattis that are doing a little run at the end of the batch. So 7 Bugatti supercars. These are all privately owned cars, and I think they've been given this opportunity to have a little run up the hill in their own Bugattis. And what an opportunity for you, if you own a machine like this, to come to the Festival of Speed and then give it a little run up the hill as well. I was talking to Andy Wallace about that new speed that he set in the Bugatti recently, over 300 miles an hour, and just the amount of work that went into it with the guys that he was working with, and the challenge that he had of driving a road car at 300 miles an hour. Absolutely remarkable. Getting the tyres safe and a lot of health and safety, of course, are part of everything like that nowadays. Very different to when world speed records used to be set. They really wanted everything to work well, but it was fascinating talking to Andy, and an amazing achievement from Bugatti to get a road car to get to 300 miles an hour.
That's the thing, the car that he set the record in 304 miles an hour. That car's got a roll cage, obviously, in case anything did go wrong, which thankfully it didn't. Keep him nice and safe, but they're building 30 of those cars. So it has the same performance.
Yeah, no, so there are people who can buy a car of that capability. And he said the difference between doing 200 miles an hour and 250 miles an hour is a huge difference, let alone when you then take from 250 miles an hour to 300 miles an hour. He said that and of course, you know, when you think about the aerodynamics being the square of every speed change, you're looking at a massive force on the car. It's trying to rip the car apart. There's downforce trying to keep the car on the ground, but of course there's also lift at that sort of speed from the airflow going over the top of the car, and it's tons and tons. I can't remember the figure he told me, but tons of force pulling the car down and up at the same time. So it has to be massively strong to be able to sustain that.
And that's the thing with that Chiron 300 Plus car. They extended the tail by 25 millimeters to reduce turbulence, effectively, to reduce lift. They also redesigned the rear diffuser and the exhaust for exactly the same reason, to create negative lift, to try and suck the car further into the tarmac. so that they could get to that top speed.
Yeah, and where the aerodynamic centre of force was important, because if it, as you say, if it was going too much to the front or too much to the rear, that's what they were working on, was keeping that downforce balance. They'd try and make it 50-50. In the end, it wasn't quite 50-50, but it was good enough that they were able to protect the tyres, for example, so you didn't get any front wheel lift, which is we've seen in the past, of course, in cars that are going at hugely high-speed records. You get lift on the front end and the front of the car lifts, or you can get lift on the back end. So it's a massive job to make sure that they had no such dramas when they were doing that speed run. Well, it's lovely to see these Bugattis just giving us a little run up the hill. We've just gone past our commentary position. They're taking it nice and steady. It's a slow cruise, isn't it?
Certainly something you don't see every day.
But it's a company that has produced, is continuing to produce some remarkable machines. A company that, of course, back in pre-war days, when it was set up by Mr. Bugatti himself, creating very beautiful, very stylish and technically advanced machines as well. They were successful in racing. They became luxury items. I've noticed there are one or two beautiful Bugattis around here this weekend, the older cars that are not necessarily coming up the hill, but there are some beautiful ones around. But these are the very latest versions and totally up to date in every sense, as we've just been saying about how they've beaten this record for top speed for a road car.
And the car that is second to last there, Bugatti Divo, that is a limited to just 40 cars, 1,500 horsepower, 90 kilograms more downforce than a standard Chiron, more lateral G. It's basically the car that, if you want a Bugatti that will go to a track, that's the car. Okay,
it's a nice colour scheme too. So that's the one, the black with the blue sections to it. Apparently that is your ideal track day car, eh? Yeah, exactly. And actually, Bugatti does some testing at the Nardo handling circuit. That car is 8 seconds faster than the standard Chiron. Limited top speed though, because they had to you're essentially, when you're trying to create more aerodynamic grip, you're creating more drag. So the top speed is limited to only 236 miles an hour. I think, if you took a car like that to a track day, you'd almost want the track completely to yourself, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want anything else around, because the speed you'd be doing around there.
Well, that's the thing. If you can have one of these, you probably can do that.
You probably can, yes. You can probably afford to exclusively hire the track and do whatever you like with it. Certainly not cheap machines, but they are, these private owners, able to enjoy a little quiet run up the hill here today. And this will be something in their memories, and it probably adds to the value of each of their cars. They say, oh, yes, well, this car did the Festival of Speed back in 2022, So it probably adds yet a little bit more to their value. But I wonder how many miles these guys do in their cars day by day. I can't imagine many use them as an everyday road car.
That's the thing, though. When we interview people who come to Goodwood Breakfast Club, for example, there are guys who do use these cars very regularly because they want to enjoy them. They want to get out and let other people see them, which I just think is so good, because then you get people who are passionate about cars, kids as well who are getting into cars will see these things and think, right, I love this. How can I see more of these? How can I get involved with cars?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Well, let's go up to the top now, as Ed Foster has caught up with some of the drivers who've been taken up the hill.
Marino, Dario, I always see you up here with massive smiles on your faces, usually when you've just driven a priceless piece of history. You're both in road cars today, but they still put a smile on your face, don't they?
They really do. I mean, I'm driving the Gordon Murray Automotive T50. I'm involved in the development of it. And Marino's driving the Singer, involved in the development of it. And then you see Peter Dumbrek and the Aston Martin, and all these guys we grew up with are involved in developing these cars. And then knowing all the personalities involved, it's actually a little scary.
I can imagine. Marino, you've got the turbo up here. Tell us a bit about it.
So it's the latest car reimagined by Singer, beautiful Porsche 964, and Rob and the team have put their own take on the classic 930. So a car that means a lot to us. Dario owns our dad's original 930 turbo. So it's a twin turbo air-cooled 911 engine, just using all modern technology to make it look incredible and to go as well as it looks.
Obviously, in the car you came up in earlier in the weekend, Dario's car, you were made to use a seat cover, but I'm guessing You don't have to in that.
No, I don't have a seat cover in that, and I was very happy to hand the keys back over, not get it dirty, not get in trouble. And yeah, Christmas is not cancelled, so that's good.
Have your hips recovered from your IndyCar drive?
No, they were bleeding last night.
So,
but Marino, you fitted, didn't you?
So what I did was, I went to visit my brother in the assembly area, just so I could jump in the car and go, yeah, it's fine. Don't know what you're talking about. But he does have childbearing hips. It's just.
Did you ask for more padding?
No, for once, it's his own mechanic running it, and he's like, this is the easiest seat fit ever.
It's literally my mechanic, Dave Poppy, from 98, 99, and he's just going, oh, you haven't changed a bit. I have to say, the T50 is a lot more comfortable. I'm a lot happier driving that than Bobby Rahal's 86 winner.
Well, guys, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Jenson Button, you've been coming up the hill in loads of machinery, but something a little bit different here, the Radford. Tell us about it.
Yes, so this is, I'm co-founder of Radford with a couple of fantastic gentlemen, and this is a coach-built car. So we've worked with Lotus on this, so we use the XE chassis, and the engine comes from Lotus as well, which is sent away to Jubu in Austria, tuned up to 605 horsepower. And we build this beautiful carbon fiber body, but it's not just that. Everything's changed. R53 suspension on it, which is amazing. Dimag wheels, which are beautiful carbon fiber wheels, and center lock nuts. And it's a weapon. It weighs under 1,000 kilos and 605 horsepower. So today was the first time I've actually pushed it, which is amazing up here. I got my wife in the car as well, so she's like, oh, it's quick, isn't it? I never drive quick on the road, so no, it's really emotional because every time I drive something up the hill, it's always something new. But this time, it's my car, so really special driving past the house in my car. So this is the Radford Type 62.
Have you always wanted to do a car, or is this something that sort of popped up after you left Formula One?
Well, when I was with Honda back in the day, obviously there was always a lot of chat about Ayrton Senna with the NSX and his involvement with the development of the setup. So obviously you want to do something like a hero like Ayrton Senna, but it's been very different for me because I've actually been involved with from the start of this project of building this car. So it's been very emotional. It's been tough at times for all of us, but it's really brought us together as a big family. And first guys with Lotus, and the thing with Radford is that we have to work with OEMs, else this does not work. It's been a good process. Next car we're doing is with another manufacturer, which I can't say, but really, really exciting as well. But this is the start. This is the baby that I'll always remember.
You're still very much kind of testing with this, I guess.
Yeah, well, this the underpinnings of it are as it will be as the production car. So it's the gearbox and everything. So it's a manual gearbox. Very difficult to put the torque that we have from the engine through most manual gearboxes. So we've had to find one that does, and it's a fantastic box, I must say. So all the underpinnings are as it will be in when it's a production car in a few months' time. The interior, still a little bit of work there.
Well, Jenson is a very brave man who drives up the hill like that with his wife next to him. Well done.
Thank you.
Here she is. Here's the wife.
Ben Fogle, it's always a lovely surprise to see who you're going to get in the top paddock. You've just come up in the Polestar. Fun ride?
A fast ride. Most of the things that I do are very, very slow. So this was on a slightly different level, but just astonishing to do the hill run. I've come to Goodwood for many years. I've never actually done the hill before. And to do it at 170 kilometers an hour, the acceleration in these electric cars is astonishing.
I mean, it's a very bright future, isn't it? When you've got technology like this, people think electric cars might be boring, but they're not, are they?
I'm really excited by the whole idea of electric cars. We as a family have embraced electric cars, and I think it's very obvious that it is a future. It's not necessarily the future. I think there's going to be other alternatives coming, but when we look at nations and countries who have already committed to embracing electric in the very near future, we know we have to look at this. And everyone that I know that has got into an electric car has been astonished by their capabilities. And I think this is only going to improve.
And outside of the Festival of Speed, what are you up to at the moment?
I'm kind of, a lot of my work is filming all around the world. So I'm kind of back on the road, traveling to far away places. And it's quite nice to be in Sussex for a blustery summer's weekend.
Well, enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling without the choice galore. Go ahead and place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, Hey Car, Hey Car.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
Sometimes the best things in life are the things you don't really need. Welcome to the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. Now, the Vantage may be Aston Martin's smallest entry-level car, but for this edition, they've shoehorned their biggest engine into it. Massive engine, small car. It's a mixture that makes people excited, it makes them smile, it gets to the reason for this car. They've built it because they can. Aston Martin have done this party trick before, but this one is important. This will be the last ever V12 powered Vantage. An end of an era, if you like. But should a car like this really exist, especially in a world that's turning to a quieter, electrified future? Well, to judge, we have to drive it, experience it, and hear it. Just listen to that. This thing is a celebration about all the things we love about cars. Up front is that engine that we saw in the V12 Speedster that made its debut up the hill at last year's Goodwood. The stats, well, this thing will get you to 62 in 3.5 seconds, all the way to 200 miles an hour. And that twin-turbo 5.2-litre V12 packs 690 horsepower. V12s have a special, almost mythical place in the hearts of everyone who loves cars. They've powered some of the most beautiful, brutally fast motor cars for over 100 years with a soundtrack to match the performance. But we know the direction of travel. And an emissions-free future is an inevitability, and that's no bad thing, but it comes with silence. And as much as we look forward to a new era, we have to celebrate the past. And I, for one, when I see those people smiling, watching this car going up the hill, I'm glad that just for a little bit longer, these cars are still being created. And that engine, wow, I could listen to that all day.
I'm here at Electric Avenue, the go-to place for all things in the world of electric motoring. To find out more about what's on offer in the electric car market as we continue on the road to 2030. I'm here with Dan, who is the EV training lead at BP Pulse. So, Dan, we want to know a bit more about what the road to 2030 is all about.
So it's around the vehicle manufacturers committing to stop producing combustion engine cars. So it's all about converting to that EV journey, and there's huge investment in that. Most of the manufacturers are committed to doing it earlier than that date. Volkswagen, for example, 2025. What's an amazing thing to see. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Yeah, so what's BP Pulse's role in the road to 2030? What are they doing in the quest to an electric future?
Yeah. So ours is the charging side of things. So we've just recently announced £1 billion investment in the UK. So in our charging infrastructure was phenomenal. That's a big plus. And then we've got things like our BP home charge unit. again, someone new on the EV journey, it's learning that your car's static 80% of the time. So at home, overnight is the perfect time as well. So there's lots going on from our perspective there.
Yeah, so if someone is looking to convert to an EV, what kind of costs are involved, or what savings even can they make?
I think I hear a lot of people say the outright cost is more, but I think as soon as you start looking at whole life cost, it's very different. I mean, I'm a 2 EV household. I've gone from paying around £500 a month for a car, tax, fuel, to around £400 saving. My finance is more, but my fuel is a lot less. I think I'm charging my car 250 miles for about £8. You try doing that in a petrol and diesel car, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's great that people can come and speak to people like you at the stand. What makes the BP Pulse stand out at the Festival of Speed?
Well, I think it does help with all the cars we've got, and the Premier League trophy, that probably attracts people in as well. But it's great to see so many of the vehicle manufacturers showing off their cars to everyone. We're nice to have lots of chargers about as well, so I'm a massive believer. It's just EV in general, it's about the education piece. There's a huge amount to learn, and we're lucky here. It's the second year I think we've had the Electric Avenue here. We're really excited to be a part of it, and it's just a great way just to give anyone any tips or queries they may have about EV and just put it to rest, because it really is a simple transition.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you.
Well, the demand for electric vehicles is getting stronger and stronger, with improved infrastructure and technology and some really striking designs. The question is, when will you make the switch?
So much to see at Goodwood. I was around and about this morning chatting to families and met a group with a young man whose birthday present it was to come to the Festival of Speed. Midday, they hadn't seen a single vehicle go up the hill. They had just been gawking at supercars in the supercar paddock. So you don't have to stand by the track and watch everything going past. There is so much to see. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones taking over for the lunch break. Well, although there is no break here at Goodwood, and those of you who've already had lunch, congratulations. We'll move on from that. Here's the view of Goodwood House with the fabulous BMW M50 celebration Jerry Judah statue with a variety of past and future M-badged BMWs, at the peak of which is their LMDH car, which will be coming to a racetrack relatively close to you in 2023 as they get that racing programme underway. Testing's already begun with the car. And, of course, one of their arch-rivals, Bruce, the Porsche 963, launched here globally. The first time anybody has seen it moving outside the test track in Weissach last night.
Yeah, last car onto the hill. Poor Dane Cameron had to sit down on the start line under the cover. We forgot a driver was there. The cover was pulled off, and there he was, and the American racer who'll be part of the Penske Porsche lineup next year drove it up to the top of the hill, and there does seem to be, there are different ways you can fit into the LMDH class, but one thing that is actually starting to rankle with the fans is every car that's been launched so far is red and white in livery. So for Martin, for you and I, commentating through the World Endurance Championship and at the Le Mans 24 Hours, please, someone have one in blue. But the BMW at the top of that amazing Jerry Judah structure does at the moment have at least a little blue on it.
Yeah, at the moment it's just in a kind of concept livery, so it's got the M Sport colours. However, it rather depends on who's sponsoring the team. You know, I mean, the Penske Porsche that is here, the LMP2 car that is here, is in plain carbon, but of course those cars raced in the IMSA series in yellow and red of DHL. So it rather depends who is the prime sponsor. But yes, red, white and grey has become the colour palette of choice. Stop it, everybody. We've had enough now of red, white and grey. Let's have a bit of variety. Some blue, some green, some yellows, some purple, some pink. I mean, everything, please. Bring the colours of the rainbow to the LMDH and hypercar programs.
But it was very, very special, and a lot of the drivers have been racing in GTE Pro and get a step up with Porsche. Kevin Estre drove the car up the hill early this morning. This wasn't his first run. That wouldn't have been fair. He had a go out at Weissach in Germany. The testing well and truly underway, but I think it's a great moment. I think the top level of the World Endurance Championship is going to go back to where it once was, and of course one of the greatest periods was 40 years ago it started. The Group C cars, we'll get to see those later today, but really we're going back. It's a new form of technology, and it really is going to be the forefront of motorsport.
I genuinely think we're coming into a golden era. It's already started with hypercar. Peugeot didn't race at Le Mans this year with their new hypercar. That will come in Monza in 2 weeks' time. Glickenhaus, Jim Glickenhaus's car is here, and he was inspired by another of the cars that was here a little earlier. Saw a Nart Ferrari. We are now looking at...
Well, we're looking at Neil Yarni, former winner of Le Mans for Porsche. This is Porsche way back. In fact, I don't think Neil would have been born. He certainly didn't come from the 60s. This car did, the 911 TR. And Neil pressing on very hard indeed. The next car behind him will be the 917 Nick Finborough, that lovely Gulf liveried one. But even going into Moulcom, the Swiss driver, the Swiss-Indian driver, pressing on really hard. And going up the hill there towards the pit wall. But really that was where Porsche, this wasn't the start of their racing career. Porsche, of course, they had the 356 before it, but certainly the 911 launched it across all forms of motorsport.
Well, coming up to Moulcom now is the Gulf liveried Porsche 917. And so the flat 12 air-cooled engine racing past the grandstands there as this 911 Neil Yarni comes to the line, raced for Porsche in the LMP1 cars.
Very neat and tidy. A car of similar shape and similar vintage was outside our hotel this morning. Tony Jardine had one in rallying spec. What a treat for the weekend. Now, looking down onto the Spider, the RS Spider that ran so successfully. LMP2 class car, but dominated the United States in IMSA.
Timo Bernhardt will have trouble getting his helmet off. He was just smiling like a Cheshire cat at being reunited with this car. He said it seems so long ago that they raced this car. This is where Penske and Porsche, the current relationship, really gelled so well with this car, just dominating in LMP2 and actually won races outright in the USA, particularly on the shorter, tighter street circuits. But Timo Bernhardt reunited with the car. He said it feels like so long ago, but it just feels so familiar as well, and he is giving it plenty of beans up the hill.
Well, it was interesting to hear the thoughts of the driver who took it up this morning. It was a good friend of his, but someone who didn't race this car in period, but would have loved to. It's a driver who shone for Le Mans later on, Mark Webber, so he was super enthusiastic. Such a dynamic car. LMP2 was a really good class back, but it was led by Porsche. They were the dynamic car.
Well, Timo Bernhardt not only continuing to race, runs his own race team, but also he was the man responsible for shaking down this car, for shaking down the 917, for shaking down the 956 and 962s that are here as well. Now here is a car that won a 24-hour race just a month ago. This is the Nürburgring 24-hour winning Audi, complete with damage, gaffer tape repairs, filth, dead insects, and 24 hours worth of grime.
And Pierre Caffer, quite a busy driver this weekend. We've seen him in other vehicles as well. But, Pierre has been racing at GT level for a very long time. What he doesn't know isn't worth knowing. The Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo was replaced by the Evo 2. So though the body shape doesn't change enormously, they're constantly moving forward. GT3, you cannot stand still.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's being chased up the hill by the Davidoff McLaren. And that, again, the car that Thomas Fischer and his teammates raced in the BPR GT series after Fischer had been instrumental in forcing McLaren, essentially, by weight of demand to create race cars from the road cars. And here, one of the real crowd favourites of particularly Spa 24 Hours, but of the GT3 racing era, SRO regulations, the BMW just looked different to everything else, sounded so good. This one run by Royal Motorsports.
And Bruno Spengler on board, deciding to obscure the view of everybody up just towards Moulcom. But this was a car that always made a rumble, quick too, and Bruno raced this in the Spa 24 Hours period, but that was back in 2015. How time moves on.
With Alex Zanardi, who was run by Royal Motorsport in World Touring Cars as well. Last weekend, Bruno Spengler was racing electric touring cars. This weekend, demoing a very different kind of machine. Right behind him, the red car with the white nose that looks a little bit like a 1960s Ferrari. That is the Glickenhaus. Jim Glickenhaus's car finished third at Le Mans overall, behind the two Toyotas in the hypercar class, and on the overall podium. And that car again being driven hard up the hill. Now here is again another BMW M link, because although the car is a McLaren, yes, the engine is a BMW V12. That was the engine chosen by Gordon Murray for the ultimate road car. And it became a highly effective race car as well, and achingly beautiful.
Certainly is. Just trying to check if it's Steve Soper
I think
on
it is
board.
Steve Soper. I
The
think
helmet
that's the
didn't
red
look
and,
at
red
silver
and
and dark red, though. We'll have a look at looking on board, but of course he achieved great things in this. And earlier today was just sort of rather upset that the long tail didn't win as many as the short tail McLaren at the start of the life. But this central seat car is very, very beautiful bit of machinery. And this is your first chance to see the Porsche 963, the World Endurance Championship Challenger, unveiled, global unveil, less than 24 hours ago, and it's Andre Lotterer at the wheel. Well, if I had an endurance racing team, he'd be one of the first names on the list.
Yeah. Still races for Porsche, of course, in Formula E. Not part of their LMDH programme, at least not at the moment. But again, as with the Group Series, Porsche are intending to make cars available to customer racing teams, because Porsche have a phenomenal loyalty among customer racing teams. And as in Group C, if you give them the cars, even if your factory cars don't win, you increase the chances of a Porsche winning, and that's what the whole deal is about.
Yeah, so do expect some privateer teams to step up to the mark and fill the breach, and therefore fill the grids, fill the numbers. But I think this is very, very attractive, with a little sort of effective 4 flashes of headlight on either side. The Penske Porsche, or the Porsche run by Penske, is going to be special. Well, we saw them race in an LMP2 class car in the WC until this year's Le Mans 24 Hours. They've now withdrawn from that, and they're preparing for the next one, for the Porsche 963.
Again, with the M badge on the tail, this is the first M3. This is the 4-cylinder E30 M3. Mike Rimmer driving this Group A car. So this is actually a Group A rally car, so in tarmac spec. And this car, I think, was one of those built by ProDrive. So they had a hand in developing the M3 as a road rally car. It was very effective on tarmac with the Isle of Man Tour de Course. They picked and chose. Nobody was really going to choose an M3 for the RAC rally. Or Rally New Zealand possibly, but on tarmac it was a racing car, and it was a racing car with very few compromises, the M3, and so that's why it made such a great tarmac spec rally car. And actually now running cleanly, both this and the Demon Tweaks car were kind of misfiring a little bit earlier, so now they have got the full 4-cylinder whale as they are fully on song. Chasing them up the hill is the X-Mark Sura March 782 BMW, Heidegger tuned BMW 4-cylinder engine in the Formula 2 car driven in period by Mark Sura. And here again a BMW and an M1, but a very highly developed M1. And I have to say, I never saw this car race in period. I don't even remember seeing pictures of it, but it's a very early start in motorsport development by Peter Sauber, who went on to run his own prototype cars with BMW 6-cylinder engines, and then of course moved on with Mercedes and eventually into Formula 1.
I mean, obviously compared to the regular BMW 1 and the BMW M1 Racer, the Pro car, which is up on the Jerry Judah sculpture, this is somewhat more bulbous, trying to eke more performance out of it, more aerodynamic downforce for competing at Le Mans. But the M1's still one of the gems in the history of the M division.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful road car, and it's one of those cars that actually really suited wider and wider arches. It actually just got lower and wider, which is never a bad thing in a car. You think of a Lancia Beta, quite a pretty car. Lancia Beta Monte Carlo, big arches, big spoilers. Oh, now we're talking a beautiful car, and that's exactly what you've got here. The M1 Pro car, white and blue, a Acela livery, the denim livery on it. Also, we've seen on the hill, we've just been treated to the soniferous tones of Leopold von Bayern's 635 CSI going past us. That's the car in BMW parts, BMW Tyler livery. And the V12 LMR coming up to Moulcom as well. The open-top car with which BMW won the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Now from BMW to Porsche, this is in the group of cars, modern GT cars, and Porsche seems to be filling all the cracks in that particular pavement. 911 GT3R hybrid, and this is one of many ways. They've got GT3, they've got GT4, they've got electric.
Well, we've got, yes, 3 different breeds of Porsche. We've got the 911 hybrid here, which has got the flat six engine plus hydro power on the front axle. We've got a 997 Cup car, so normally aspirated rear-wheel drive, exactly as you expect, turnkey cup racer, the sort of thing you'll race in Carrera Cup in Great Britain, Italy, France, Germany, Canada, North America, wherever. And there is the grey car with the blue highlights, low highlights, which is the GT4 Pure EV. And that car with, in race trim, 500 kilowatts, 670 brake horsepower, and in qualifying trim, 800 kilowatts, so nearly double the power in qualifying, well over 1,100 horsepower under the driver's foot. And factory driver Richard Leach telling me that it is frankly a little sort of terrifying up the hill on full power.
Sort of moves the eyebrows north up the forehead. Now, one of the cars that was launched on the opening day, yes, the global launch, was the BMW M3 Competition Touring. It's drawn a lot of admiring glances, big enough obviously with the estate end to put your dog in the back, but will the dog feel car sick? This is a car with over 500 horsepower, can be thrown around, can and is through Moulcombe, getting sideways, settling it down, but Frank Weishauer has been going faster and faster with this. This is a beastie.
And this is day 3 now, so he's getting brave. He's turning the aids off, isn't he? Because actually he is really pitching it sideways quite a lot now, down through the first corner, down through Moulcombe as well, just putting on a show for the fans. And this is still, moving motor show was the phrase that was created when basically motor show stopped, and the Festival of Speed created extra days for manufacturer to design or to bring their new designs and to show their cars. And it still is exactly that. People get a chance to see them static, but they also get a chance to see and hear them moving, and that's what gets that loosens the checkbook, definitely.
Now, I could hear popping and banging even from the commentary box, even with my cans on. It's the brothers, Elias Hununji and his brother Johannes. They're known as the Red Bull Drift Brothers. They are performing in a synchronised attack on the hill, a synchronised attack maybe on the scenery, but these are brilliant drivers in their M4s. Little away from the ordinary in the world of the BMW M4.
Yeah, very extraordinary. In fact, they got these M4 competition shells before any race teams did, because their developments are A, unlimited, and B, rather extreme compared to what any race team would do. We don't have the Red Arrows today, Armed Forces Day. The Red Arrows are performing elsewhere. However, we do have a synchronised pair with Smoke On, and they're at ground level. What more can I give you? You know, the Drift Brothers, ladies and gentlemen, they're the Red Bull Arrows. See what I did there?
I see what you did. Quite remarkable for a man who's had no lunch whatsoever, not even thought about lunch. But the car's coming to the end. I can guarantee in the top paddock, if you've got a camera up there, they will be spinning around, because that's what they do. That's why Red Bull put their name on them. And these brothers, I think they'd never been here before. They knew the hill was going to be narrow. They didn't know it was going to have a crown on it, which made their life a little interesting on the opening day. But you know what? They've risen to the challenge, and they are the most fantastic interviews. A really great addition. Those rear exhaust, Martin, rear exhaust, not rare, but it's sitting upwards through the rear window. Quite extraordinary.
Like James Bond smoke launchers or something sticking out of the rear window. So the Drift Brothers bring this particular group of cars to an end. And wherever you are, if you're wandering around, if you go down to the start line, you get a great view and a great audio display from our drivers. If you go down to the paddocks, the teams and drivers will be very happy to talk to you about their cars. And if you're up in the collecting area, ditto, and you can go get the selfies and the autographs while the drivers are trapped there. And while they're trapped, there is no escape from the voracious interviewing appetite of our Ed Foster.
Thibaut Bernhard's, the wonderful thing about Goodwood is people being reunited with cars, and that's exactly what's happened here with this RS Spider, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the RS Spider gave me the chance to step up from GT to LMP racing, and that's where everything built up afterwards, you know, the Le Mans victories and everything. So this car really gave me the chance to promote myself. And 15 years ago, I was exactly with this car. I was here to showcase it, and back then it was an actual race car we raced. We raced with Roger Penske in ALMS. And now, 15 years later, I come back, and now it's an historical car. So you see how times change, but still it feels like coming home.
Makes us all feel very old. Well, how big a step is it from the GT car into something like this with the slicks and downforce?
Yeah, for me, the downforce thing was completely new, but I felt home quite quickly because this car had such a good balance, and it gave such a trust to the driver. But for sure, it was only 770 kilos of weight without driver. I mean, that's like F1 is now, I guess. 500 horsepower, 550 horsepower. Lots of downforce for these, short tracks in America, nimble street courses, perfect.
And this car was so dominant. I mean, it won everything. Why was it so dominant?
I think because the car was very reliable. I think the car had a very good speed, and the car was in a way very simple to set up, and it gave a good trust to the drivers. And I think that's what you need exactly on racetracks like Long Beach and Lime Rock and Mid-Ohio, where, the walls are quite close and you don't have much time to really get into the groove. There's not a lot of practice time. So I think that's why the car was so successful, and we could set up the car very good. I think there were 8 or 9 different levels of downforce you could add for street circuits, for longer straights, etc. So I think it was very versatile.
Timo, thank you.
Thank you.
When was the last time you saw the world in a new light? A new electric experience is coming to you. Introducing the all-electric Genesis GV60.
Callum McLeod in the MGS 2000, and Shelley Taunt now over Flying Finn and making her way down to Kielder, Mikkola and McRae, the next series of bends.
You're right, and Shelley's going for it, She went over the jump there. She sort of bottomed out with a nose spoiler. You heard it crunched when she landed. Look. Yeah. She's on a flyer.
She's on a... Now, we'll keep an eye on her going through that little bumpy bit as the Quattro now makes its way down. And you can start to see where some of them are braking there. There's Shelley out over that jump again. She was ready for it this time.
She was. She stayed over to the left, kept out of trouble. I'm not going to clout that bank again this time. But nonetheless, I think it'll be a relatively quick time. 47, is that the 200?
Yes, that's a big old heavy beast. We were talking about this yesterday when, you know, Group B was canned and, you know, they went with the Audi Quattro Coupe and then into the Audi 200. I don't think I've ever seen Volta comment favourably on the 200. It was a big old bus. Ideally suited to the likes of your Ivory Coast and Safari rallies because of its durability and strength. Back now with the 111 horsepower Land Rover Wolf XD, coiled springs, 1.6 tons. So it itself, a hefty old bus. Maximum range capacity fuel-wise is about 580 kilometres, so a decent range. It's a Land Rover Defender with a few mods to go through competition. As we watch car 83 make its way through. Andy Traynor and Tanya Short back now with Shelley Taunt and Julie Murphy. And as Tony says, they're going for it. Car number 31 now. Graham Middleton and Craig, father and son, and they regularly swap back and forward. They've had this in their possession now for a couple of years. Mitsubishi Mirage, concept that came out of Sweden, Swedish businessman. And it appeared, it was launched at Rally Day probably about 4 years ago now, I think. So just to say again, if you're making your way up through the forest, come up and join us at lunch. We have the rally stage, obviously, and the cars on display, but the Dirtfish rally stage down near Hospitality will have Ryan Champion, Max and Alistair McRae being interviewed by Robin Bradford. So if anything like the interview stages we've had in the past, that is one not to be missed. Some great stories, and they'll all give an insight on what it's like to drive on the rally stage and up the hill.
So this is the 2002 Proton Pert. It was sort of in that year, 2002, that it won the FIA Production World Rally Championship, very important to manufacturers. And production was, or meant, Group N, a category which is as close to standard as possible. And there are minor modifications made. And there's the Middleton Mirage giving us a nice pirouette there through the dust, and a lot of dust. We will see if that affects the cars on 30-second intervals when they start during the shootout. But it was Karamit Singh in the Proton Pert, the Petronas sponsored car, 2002 Asia Pacific Rally Championship. And actually, Zav, the car did compete in Ireland for a while as well, the Proton Pert. But I just give you an idea, as you look at the Mirage, the R5, the Mitsubishi there, you know, Proton and Mitsubishi are the same car, the same mark to all intents and purposes. But just listen to the results from the Proton Pert when you see John Lay come through in that. World Rally Championship Cyprus, 17th overall, given that this was a production car at the time. WRC Argentina, 12th overall. WRC Safari in 2002. In the Safari, an almost standard car taking the battering that it did. And here it is, you're looking at it now. 10th overall, 22nd overall in the Thousand Lakes, and 18th overall in World Rally Championship Australia in 2002.
Plenty of action up at the rally stage. You do not have to walk. If you go up through the Sky F1 paddock and go to the top of all of those tented areas, you will be able to get yourself onto transport, which will take you right to the top of the hill, to the top paddock. From there, once you've bothered enough drivers and maybe got an autograph from Ed Foster, he's the tall one, you can work your way down to the rally stage, get coated in dust and enjoy seeing all sorts of Group B and other rally cars being flung around with gay abandon. And you can walk down through the off-road arena, you can come down through past the Jaguar Land Rover driving experience, and if you've had lunch you can share it with the driver. You can also then go to the gas arena. Now the gas arena has got lots of extreme BMX riders and extreme motocross riders doing tricks, but it's not just that alone. If you have younger fans, let's say of primary school age, they can also ride mini motocross bikes around us, not in quite such a ludicrous 360-degree jump manner, but they can actually get on the bikes and have a little ride around themselves. Below that, you will find lots of food and drink stalls. You will find the kids arena with the wacky race cars. You can walk all the way down to the start line grandstands and watch the start and hear the starts from there. Then come back up, cross the track either through one of the crossover areas or over the bridge, and repeat on the other side, all the way from top to bottom. This place is absolutely enormous. You can see the house there in the centre, and although the hill climb course sort of started out as a raison d'etre of the Festival of Speed, it is a festival. Again, I talked to a family with young children a little bit earlier. It was midday. They hadn't even got to see cars moving. They had just spent the entire morning with the boys going ooh and ah all over supercars. And Bruce, that's what this is about. So many families here. It's just fantastic to see.
It is. There is so much to see, and you will not see it all in one day. Give it your best shot, but a little bit of planning doesn't go amiss. But at the bottom of the screen, you can see all the enclosures for the cars. A lot of people having a fabulous day, eating and drinking in great style. And from where they are, they can look at over the hill climb course.
Yep.
And some a little more focused on their salmon in front of them, but there's all day. A lot of people are here for 8 to 10 hours. It's a monster event.
I've got to say, I've been very impressed by how much all-day drinking is going on as well. It's been really, really good. And the food selections are just fabulous. I really struggled to walk past everything. Well, let's catch up with one of the big stars of the race weekend, or of the weekend here at the Festival of Speed, former Formula One champion Nigel Mansell. Earlier in the week, Lee McKenzie had a chance to catch up with our Nige.
Well, Nigel, always such a pleasure. I mean, I feel a little bit guilty sitting on this glorious, glorious car, but if the car's here, the moustache is here, you're here. This is like turning up in 1992.
And the crowds are here.
The crowds are always here.
The event has grown year on year. The stature of this event here at Goodwood now is just absolutely amazing. And I'm very proud to be part of it this year. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I just noticed the picture behind you there with Riccardo Patrese and myself in 1992. This fantastic championship-winning car here in front of us that we're sitting on very comfortably.
It's very comfortable.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
It's an incredible feeling. When you look back, I don't know actually, do you look back much as a driver?
Occasionally, absolutely. Driving the cars today, getting in the Ferrari, the memories come flooding back.
A famous helmet. It's Nigel Mansell.
I know it's not on a racetrack, you're going up a hill, but does it have the same feel?
No, absolutely, because any track, whether you're going up a hill or on the main road, I mean, once you start one of these things up and it starts vibrating, you get the vibration in the car, the V10 engine makes you cough a little bit as well.
It's great to have him back here at Goodwood.
This car, when you think how old it is, you know, we've got to nurse it, we've got to look at it with great respect. And I love it. It's just, it's marvellous.
30 years since you won the championship. I mean...
And I'm still 28.
You're still 28. How important was it for you, for Williams, to be able to mark what was an incredible achievement?
I think the celebration for me is I celebrate with all the fans. I mean, to think it's 30 years is astonishing.
And just finally, being here to go up the hill in this car, it must be hugely special.
In one word, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to be here this year and to drive the car in a very special way that we're going to do on Sunday. There's a few surprises on Sunday I can't tell you about. I'm very privileged and I'm very grateful that I had the opportunity. And you know, I know Sir Frank's passed, but thank you, Sir Frank and Sir Patrick, and all the team and the sponsors for giving the opportunity to winning the World Championship, not only for myself but for my country, but also for the fans of Great Britain. It's absolutely fantastic.
So this is the 30th anniversary. Shall we come back and do it all again for the 40th?
Why not? And the 50th.
Well, here is Nigel Mansell wearing his familiar helmet and the familiar tash. And the laugh is there, the smile is there, and the adulation from the fans is there as well. That was always when Nigel was absolutely at his best, when he sensed the crowd was on his side. He was always a little bit wary of being hung out to dry by the media, because as we know, the British press likes nothing more than to build a hero up and knock it down. So there were two very different Nigel Mansells. The media saw one side, the fans saw the other side, and that's the real Nigel. He really, really responds well, and he is just, I mean, everybody who comes here on two wheels or four says, I just want to put on a good show for the fans. Nigel Mansell is that double plus.
Oh, totally. And you can see he's now a much more relaxed character. But also, you know what? When you do something and you do it extremely well and then you're not doing it anymore, you realise how much you miss it. The driving of the car is one thing, but the fans are quite another. And I'm sure the welcome has been huge. But remember, the Sun ran a campaign to go and cheer outside the Grove factory for the Williams team, to see Red 5, to see Nigel. It was a massive achievement, the first British world champion for years. But 30 years, how has that many passed since that famous day?
That's, and you know, 30 years, that was 45 years of Ferrari. We're now looking at 75 years of Ferrari. Scuderia Ferrari, Enzo Ferrari's own team, the team that he set up initially post-war to run Alfa Romeo's Grand Prix program, and then he was given the Lancia D50 Ferraris to run for himself and created his own company. And to fund the racing, before commercial sponsorship was a thing, he built road cars and sold road cars, and from the very earliest days they had enormous cachet because it was a car created by a top Formula One and sports car racing team. And Bruce, that continues to this day, and Ferrari is no longer alone in that. Many racing teams now, and you think of people like McLaren, have created road car ranges that bring a little bit of that Formula One spirit to the customers.
Exactly. The car we just saw was the first Ferrari, the 125S. He already started 1.5 litres V12, and that sort of V12 stayed very central to Ferrari wherever possible. The white car with the blue flash is from 8 years later, 1955. Tazio Otis at the wheel of that 750 Monza, and you can see how just in a handful of years, those 8 years, the car shape had changed, longer, wider, sleeker.
And a big capacity four-cylinder engine in the Monza. This is just before Ferrari got into what everybody remembers them from, what everybody knows them for, the big V12 and multi-cylinder engines. So the Monza was quite a brute of a car.
Well, tyre technology was what it was at the time, and that moved on apace, so certainly trying to get the rubber onto the ground. But as you can see, Martin, still the wheels so narrow in those days, and a lot more balance was required.
And again, you can see sort of echoes of this car in things like a Jaguar D-Type. You know, everybody's going in the same relative direction in terms of car shape. Moving on a little then into Ferrari's more, I was going to say more recent, of course it's not, it's still ancient history to half the people here. Flat 12 power in this Ferrari 312 B2. Jürgen Boden is the man conducting it up the hill in front of you. Car number 4.
Well, this is the engine note of the cars I first got into Formula One with, a hard, distinctive bark. And Martin, you can close your eyes and pick out the Ford DFEs. That was easy enough. But the Ferrari engine note was immaculate. Of course, the mattress came into the equation as well with another form of whaling engine, and it really was part of the show.
So this flat 12 engine car, which is in period by Jackie X. Jackie is here this weekend. And in fact, he was driving a Ferrari behind that car a little earlier on. One of the cars that you're seeing with the tiny little winglet over the bowl of spaghetti exhaust, that's just gone up the hill. That is the first Ferrari driven in Formula One by Derek Bell, who was, like Jackie X, a Ferrari works driver.
Plucked out of Formula 2, the pair of them, and given a go. And of course, Ferrari wanted them to do sports cars. And then, of course, not so long later, they were reunited and started winning them all, won it several times together. Jason Wright absolutely loving these shark-nosed Ferraris. Of course, these are recreations. These are the cars that won in 1961, but then were crushed by Enzo. Didn't want them anymore. He cared for the cars, the engines, not so much for the drivers, apart from a handful. But this was a car that was instantly successful. Formula One went down an engine size to 1.5 litres. It seemed probably the slowest point ever in the history of Formula One. But these were just the right shape, small and nimble.
And the American Phil Hill was the Formula One world champion in 1961 in a 156 Sharknose Ferrari. Teammate Taffy Wolfgang von Trips ran him very close indeed, was killed tragically in an accident in Monza. And at the end of the race, Phil Hill was the world champion, but did not know that he had lost his teammate. They were very close friends, and a really horrible way for Phil Hill to become Formula One world champion. And of course, as we saw right from the beginning of this, throughout the development of all the racing cars, the road cars have followed suit. Bigger, longer, faster, more powerful.
And more elegant, and some of the most exquisite shapes here. A little aside about Wolfgang von Trips, he started a karting circuit that had a link to the future of Formula One, because it was run by the Schumacher family in later years at Kerpen. Yeah. And of course, Michael went on to take all those world championships.
So, gorgeous gunmetal Ferrari, and again a lovely mellifluous waffle from that Aurelio Lampredi developed V12 engine. Front engine sports cars, front engines Formula One cars, front engine road cars. Enzo Ferrari was a real traditionalist. It took him a long time to give up front engines in Grand Prix racing, and even then took him longer again to give up front engines in sports car racing.
I must say the cars of that period, particularly the Ferraris, were just possibly the most graceful sports cars of all time. Of course, Aston Martin turned to Italian styling as well, and they really did produce beautiful cars. And then, of course, the Jaguar E-Type came out and gave it a British slant. Now, to some eyes, as attractive as the E-Type was, the Ferrari 250 GTO was exactly the equivalent in terms, but this wasn't a road car, this was a proper competition vehicle, and how.
And more successful in period as well than the E-Type, possibly just because of weight of numbers, but the lightweight E-Type took the battle to them, and the 250 GTO successful in racing across Europe. At that stage, no world championships for these cars, but they were very successful in long-distance endurance racing. So much comfort within the car that Stirling Moss, when he won the Tourist Trophy at Goodwood in a Ferrari 250, of course, he famously had the radio on, listening to Raymond Baxter on the radio commentary, exactly as you were doing now, more than half a century later.
Martin, you and I would be in a racing car using 100% of our capacity, the likes of Stirling Moss, somewhere lower down the range, more bandwidth spare for other actions. But yes. Neil McReynolds taking the Sir Anthony Bamford-owned GTO across the finish line, green with a bright yellow nose, looks fantastic. Very dark when the drivers plunged under the trees at the top of the course. Now, celebrating 40 years of Group C, Sauber became very popular, not just because they looked brilliant in this AEG livery, dark blue with the white pinstripes, because they sounded mighty with that fabulous rumbling turbocharged 5-litre Mercedes engine in the back.
Yeah, we saw one of Peter Sauber's first sports races, that BMW M1R that he developed, extrapolated from a BMW Pro car, then went racing with his own prototypes with 6-cylinder BMW engines, and the car before this, the Kouros Mercedes, the Sauber C8, that was the car with which he first developed. Well, actually, he used Mercedes engines before he had an association with Mercedes, and it was only the success of them that then got Mercedes involved in the program from the C9 onwards. But the car that was really the defining factor of Group C racing was the Porsche 956, 962 family, or the cars were, because Porsche didn't just race them themselves in factory Rothmans colours, they would sell them to anybody who came to Weissach with a checkbook. And still do. They occasionally sell the contents of, or some of the contents of their museum to collectors as well. But these cars, if Porsche didn't win, if Porsche did win, because if the factory team didn't win, somebody else would win in a 956 or a 962. Walter Bruin, Reinhold Jost, lots and lots of very successful teams in customer racing, and I think that's what Porsche is trying to create again as we go into the hypercar era. Their LMDH car will be available to customer race teams.
Now, there are some race enthusiasts, car enthusiasts who build up amazing collections of cars, and Sean Lynn, very much one of those. He's got his hands on his Porsche 956. If you ever look at his helmet, if he gets out of the top paddock, it's all the cars he's owned and the races he's been in represented on his helmet. In fact, he's going to have to get a bigger helmet with smaller images soon because he keeps on buying new cars. But
absolutely right.
Father of Alex Lynn, works Aston Martin racer and things over the years, and a proud father. But he really set his 2 boys on the motor racing road, and the car in that red, white, and blue livery still looks exquisite. Talk of exquisite. Another thing we've had, this is the 4th generation of the Ford Supervan, certainly after many years of not being a Supervan, the first one with electric power,
and
2,000 horsepower.
Look at the back, just below the bodywork, above the splitter. Yes, that is a license plate. This car is road registered, MOT'd. Well, it's not MOT'd because it doesn't have to be because it's not 3 years old, but it is 100% road legal. However, if you need a van for your business, this might not be the one for you. We have a temporary pause, do we? No, we don't, I don't think. So we're waiting to see what is Supervan 4, the 4th iteration. Supervan, which was not originally numbered, was based on a Ford GT40. Supervan 2 was based on a Ford C100 Prix Group C prototype. Supervan 3 had a Ford Cosworth HB engine, the type that powered Michael Schumacher and Benetton to 2 world championships. But Supervan 4 makes a very different noise. It does not have a V8 like the others did. It is a pure EV. Will it be the future of delivery vans as Ford Transits? The chances are it may well be. Maybe not this extreme.
Yes, you won't need to go to drones to get above the traffic if you have one of these, but Romain Dumas is so strong. He holds the outright hill record, 39.9 seconds or so, and that was in the VW IDR, of course, that he achieved astonishing results.
Well,
at
it is
Pikes
a van.
Peak, but this is a van, but only by name. This
Nominally,
is 2,000 horsepower. This is a bigger tool. We've got the McMurtry Spearling also aiming for the fastest time up the hill. We may well have the record broken this weekend. I don't think it will come from this, but Romain Dumas cutting the corners more and more, finding his form, building up, has had precious little experience in this before he came here to Goodwood. Let's see what it can do.
Well, do you know what? For something as, let's say, not optimally aerodynamic, it is going to make a lot of racing cars look pretty slow, and that's because of the sheer power of its electric motors.
Yes, if you think it's a bluff-sided van, it isn't, of course. It narrows in the back, just behind the Ford logo, going down to a point right in the middle. Look at the flare. You'll see the back pillar, the C pillar, effectively. And then, oh, look, sculpted bodywork within. Every little trick they could bring in. And I tell you what, Ford are very, very excited about this. So, Martin, I think we're about to go.
Yeah. So, as you said, Romain Dumas, the fastest man ever up the hill in the VW IDR, the car that they built to dominate Pikes Peak. Again, away he goes without any motive noise other than tortured tyres. Oh, look at the way he's twitching it in. This is going to be a quick run. 4.14 second start from Romain Dumas.
Waiting to see what he's going to do through the track. That's quick, not the quickest we've seen, but he is going to cut every corner. 2,000 horsepower. Can he go around Moulcombe? It's a tricky corner, no problem at all. Little bit of space to spare, but the grunt, we saw it off the line, and then again out of Moulcombe. Clear evidence of that horsepower.
Yeah, and the aerodynamic look of the truck is absolutely not for show. Yes, it looks fabulous, but it will be all about keeping that power harnessed. And Romain Dumas certainly hustling the van in a very white van manner.
It's going to be 49.6. He actually backed off a little bit through the first speed trap, 114. Wow. I expected faster. We've seen 130 from the McMurtry Spearling. It's so bizarre to jump immediately from the Ford Supervan, the latest in the line of those, to the C8 Sauber.
Yep.
That's the bluff-nosed one in the Koros livery. But Paul Napton pressing it on, rumbling past the house under the bridge, and there's the point at which the ground starts to rise a little bit, and once you get to Moulcombe, oh, fabulous rumble from Napton and that Mercedes, 5 litres, turbocharged, up the slope. Mike
Thackwell and Henri Pescarolo raced this car together in period at the beginning of the Sauber Mercedes programme, and of course that, in the end, eventually brought Mercedes back into racing, running their own teams, and then from endurance racing and winning at Le Mans, they gradually aimed their sights on Formula One, and we know what happened. Preceding it up the hill, by the way, was the ex-Tiffany Dell, Steve O'Rourke, Dow Corning liveried Emka with its Aston Martin V8, and following it up the hill, well, here is my favourite car from the Group C era, the Lancia LC2, the final evolution of Lancia's endurance programme, and by far the fastest, took pole at Le Mans.
And there's the ever-enthusiastic Nicolas Manassian. If he rode a bicycle, he'd leap up and down to explain his ride on the bike. But when he gets to the top, I think that's one that Ed Foster should be heading towards, because I'm sure this is the first time that Nick would have driven one of these. He's a driver who put his hand up to drive everything, and you can't resist the man. He's the most charming person in the paddock.
And why wouldn't you want to drive a car like this as well? Such great driver lineups they had in the Lancia team. Nick Manassian there demonstrated the car. Nigel Mansell, we saw him with Lee Mackenzie. He will be out in his championship-winning Williams Renault later this weekend. But first, wearing number 27, one of Ferrari's most famous race numbers, this is the 639, an unraced car. He raced the 640, won his first Grand Prix, but this was effectively the test hack for John Barnard's theory, the Coke bottle shaping of the car, which of course became so familiar, but also that paddle shift transmission, the semi-automatic gearbox, which was key to making the Ferrari engine work.
Now, of course, his previous run, the guy who owns this car, Holger Lange, was following in the Ferrari 640, the car that was developed from this. They went up in tandem, and Nigel's a bit slower. This time he's a little bit faster, still waving to the fans. He can't resist it, even around Moulcom. Every time he bursts in front of the grandstand, has another flip, another road. But I just sense with Nigel, each run is going to be faster and faster. He's loving his time back here. And you know what? He drove a Lotus 25 from 1962 earlier today. I reckon it was the best Formula One car. No, the best car he's ever driven.
Well, this he was saying to Ed Foster earlier, it's kind of missing gears. He's going for the paddle shift, and it's not always being there. You know, it's 30-year-old electronics. They don't always work quite the way you want to. Ask any sound engineer. But Nigel enjoying himself, being followed up the hill by a couple of more recent cars. Here is Mark Genet.
Actually, I'm just having a little look. That's Alexander West. If it's got the blue flash, it's a Swedish blue on his helmet. He's driving the Ferrari F2008, the car that was driven by Felipe Massa when, remember so cruelly in Brazil, he thought he'd won the world title. 10 seconds later, he hadn't, as it was snatched. So that was Nigel going to the top paddock, and here is Alexander finishing it off. So it was so close. And for Felipe, on home ground, it would have been the ultimate fairy story. But
yes, from elation to crushing disappointment in half a lap. And one final car coming whizzing by. And that brings an end to this particular group of cars. Wherever you are, whether you are at the side of the hill, whether you are wandering around the venue here, or if you are watching online, if it's October and it's raining outside and you've been bored all weekend and you're watching this online on playback, then I hope that you are inspired enough to come down and join the crowds here. It is busy. There are tens of thousands of people here today, but there is plenty to see and do. There is plenty of room, and actually there is a lot more space than there are people here. There's so much entertainment. If you're a car fan and you've got a family, bring them along. I've talked to an awful lot of families this weekend, young kids, school-age kids, teenage kids, and it is an entertainment for everybody. It's not just about standing in an anorak and a bobble hat, taking down the chassis numbers as cars go by. There is so much to see. Yes, you can watch them being displayed, but you can also go and talk to the owners, talk to the mechanics, talk to the drivers. They are flowing with information and they love to talk about their cars. So if you're even remotely interested, whatever age you are as a fan, I was going to say from 9 to 90, but actually from 9 months to 90, there are fans here. So whatever age you are, we've got cars to suit and people are just desperate to tell you about them.
And you will never find an environment in which the drivers, from world champion to someone that has never competed before, are more enthusiastic and open to signing your autograph, or their autograph on your program, your photograph. You brought a book you owned before. They love the level of knowledge. But I must say, looking how different people do things in different ways, it's not a bad place to be sitting, drinking a glass of something bubbly.
Well, outside the house here at Goodwood, there is a jazz band playing, and you can sit in the sunshine in a deck chair with a jazz band playing and sip your champagne. So there are definitely worse places to be, worse ways to have your lunch.
And the cars don't make a bad backdrop either. And it's great to see so many screens around, people can see themselves being seen by us.
And that's down at the McLaren stand, right beside the lawn where the Cartier Steel A Lux Concours is. And some really interesting cars there, a group of McLaren F1s of various different designs. A Unipower GTO. I never thought I'd see a Unipower, which is essentially a fiberglass mini-based kit car, in the Stile Lux, but there is a little group of tiny super low sports cars of that style, including a René Bonnet Jet and a couple of others, which are, I mean, they're knee-high to the young fans here. And if you go down to the Super Touring and Touring Car paddock, the Cathedral paddock a little below the house, not only have they got all the drift cars there, but they've got the Super Touring cars there. And I was just reminding myself, standing between the Anthony Reid and David Leslie Nissans, the bonnet actually comes up to my knee. Now, admittedly, I'm 6'6", but that's the bonnet. The roofline on the car is waist height. Those things were, and that's in race trim, those things were just so low, so extreme. And again, the bonnet's up, the doors are open, the guys will talk to anybody about the cars. Well, let's take a little look around the site, because, Bruce, you know, we spend half our day in the commentary box, half our day legging around trying to cover everything. There is just so much to show people here.
There really is, and as you said earlier, beautifully, that the spine of this event is the hill climb course. At the moment, there's a man who's gone completely mad. It could only be Terry Grant. I mean, what he has as an internal balance, I do not know, but it's way superior. And whenever there's a gap in the track, he dips into the toy box, which is just on the left under the bridge, and he brings out something else. And he has a friend. Well, he broke his ankle last year. He drove into him. But these Terry Grant and this bike rider, they get super close, they put on a show, and in fact, as they spin in unison, the bike rider last night was leaning down and fending off the bonnet of the Aston Martin that Terry was driving at the time.
And there you can see in front of the house the big Jerry Judah sculpture. You can go and have a look at that. It's an astonishing to see all these cars arcing up above you like they're in the Red Arrows or something. And there are drivers wandering around everywhere, and they are very happy to talk, not just if you're holding a microphone and you've got a TV camera with you, but our Rachel does have a TV camera with her, and she caught up a short while ago with Formula E driver and creator of the Electric Scooter Racing Championship, Lucas Di Grassi.
Well, I wanted to catch a word with this man, Lucas Di Grassi, currently driving in the Formula E Championships of Rocket Venturi Racing. Yeah, you're a busy man. I never know what he's doing. He's got fingers in so many pies. Obviously, still a racing driver. How's the season going, firstly?
Season going more or less. I think it's my first year with Venturi, so there is some challenges with the new team. But we've done a lot of points, a good podium in Riyadh, and good pace in the races, so I'm very happy with the team, very happy with the performance. We are currently third in the championship, so with the team, and I'm ninth. So it's still 7 races to catch up, and I'm very confident we can do good points now.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in this from the beginning, haven't you? You were the first ever winner as well. Back in, was it 2014? Correct me if I'm wrong there. Yes. But that's been years now. I mean, what a championship it's turned into.
Yeah, so everybody knows electric cars are coming more and more in the future. Even people looking at gas prices today in the UK or Europe, trying to understand that if we manage to get electric cars cheaper, everybody will have electric cars. It's cheaper to run, makes less noise, less pollution. But of course, events like Goodwood is amazing to see what we raced before with all this noise. I love this as well. And Formula E is following this trend. So Formula E is the only top-level racing series electric. The manufacturers are there. They're pushing for the technology that we'll see in the cars in the future. So the future is bright for Formula E. This I'm pretty confident with.
With electric cars and racing in mind, then have you been down Electric Avenue yet? And have you seen any of the cars on offer there, which the likes of myself could possibly go and drive on the road?
Yes, that's actually why I'm here, one of the reasons. So we have a 1967 Mustang made fully electric by a company called Charge, which is a cousin company of Arrival, the van and bus company that is also here. So I drove the car just up the hill, and the car has, I think, like 800 horsepower, 4 motors, 1 per wheel. It's just insanely fast. So I had a lot of fun. And also I'm here for the e-scooter championship. So where in my lifetime I could imagine see e-scooters running uphill in Goodwood. So actually it's a project that I'm very passionate about because, again, it's sustainable mobility. It's probably the cheapest way anybody can enter motorsport. So if you're really good, you can make your living out of racing scooters now because we created a championship. So it's one thing else for people to have fun in motorsport world.
Yeah, we did actually an interview yesterday with Elise Christie, who obviously is a short track speed skater, get that one right, at the Winter Olympics. I mean, that's what I'm finding really unique about that series. You've brought sports people from so many different walks of life. Can you just tell our audience exactly some of the sports people you have involved? Because they're incredible.
Yes, because when the championship started, it was like the chicken and the egg scenario. There was no e-scooter professional rider because there was no championship. There was no championship, there was no scooter rider. So when we created the championship, we said, how do we get our riders from? What are the best riders? So we did like an open test for hundreds of people that could just join and test the scooter. And we found out there was a good mix between men and women and between across different sport and sport activities. So we have an Olympic medalist in snowboarding, racing. We have Ellie from skating. We have a girl that won the last event in Switzerland, which comes from, I think, Italian Superbike Championship. So it's crazy and very interesting to see a new sport coming to life and people coming with the different techniques and being successful and winning races.
Yeah, I've loved to watch it as well. It's been great to meet some of your athletes who've been at the festival this weekend. Well, good luck if you're going up the hill again, Lucas, and good luck with the season and all your exciting projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Talking reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight? You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you trying to eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey.
I'm Danica Verzaski, professional tennis player. I can do this and this. I can even do this. But sometimes this is hard. Too hard. Technology makes my life better. That's why I am working with Arrow Electronics to develop the Wheelway app. Wheelway uses real-time edge data, cloud compute, and machine learning to find the best route, wherever I want to go. I am racing forward. Always forward.
The Festival of Speed is about legends, both from cars and from motorcycles. This year, they come no bigger than Wayne Rainey. Rainey was a dominant figure on his Yamaha in the early 90s, winning 3 500cc Grand Prix championships. It was then in 1993, while chasing a 4th consecutive title, that he suffered a career-ending crash at Misano in the Italian Grand Prix. It's been 28 years since we last did a television interview together, and at that point I asked you what was next for Wayne Rainey. It was the only thing you stumbled on.
Yeah, Keith, when you put it that way, that was a long time ago, and there was a lot of unanswered questions back then. But there was one message that kept coming to me every single day. I want to get back on my GP bike. I want to get back in my leathers, and I want to be able to ride it on a racetrack. So it's really incredible that I'm here at the Festival of Speed in 2022. Going to ride my 1992 World Championship bike.
I mean, we've got Schwantz here, we've got Doohan here. Everybody is here to see Wayne Rainey.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but I never thought that we would all be together, Kevin and Mick and myself. I don't think we're all going to be battling for the first turn, I don't think. So it's going to be a different experience, but it's one I'm looking forward to.
Let's talk about the bike. It is the bike, the 1992 World Championship winning bike. Perhaps you can give us a bit of indication how you've modded it for your riding style of today.
It does look similar, but it's quite different. I lose feeling from my chest down, so I've got those tank pads. When I lean against the fuel tank with the pad, I get some sort of sensation of what the bike's doing. But really, the only feeling I have is when I'm kind of idling the bike. I can feel it in my hands. To shift up, I actually have to hit the kill button, which normally shuts the bike down, but this shifts the bike up through the gearbox. The most difficult part, I think, is the initial takeoff. I don't feel the balance part, like when the bike's starting to tip one way or the other. If I can get it going, I think I'll be okay. I think I can finish it out.
This is history being made here at the Festival of Speed. A big moment then. Wayne Rainey leads the grid. Everybody at trackside. It is a sight to behold. You would not believe that this man is paralysed from the chest downward.
I'll ask you again, 28 years on, what's next for Wayne Rainey?
Well, this time, Keith, I think I can answer that. It's time for me to get it up the hill, get it up to the end, and just enjoy the whole experience, because if there's anything that I've thought about or achieved in those 28, 29 years that since we last spoke, this is going to be by far the highest one for me personally. So after that, I'll be cruising.
Still in the Drivers' Club, guys, and I have 2 women from the W Series now, Abby Pulling and Jessica Hawkins. Ladies, thanks for stopping and chatting, because this place is crazy, isn't it? There's so many faces, so many people to talk to, and you're giving me 2 minutes of your time. Abby, I'll come to you first. I mean, you're still super young, 19 years old. Still brand new in the W Series. 2 podiums already. I mean, your season's been going pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm currently sat second in the championship, so it's just trying to claw my way as close as possible to who's in front. So, yeah, can't get much better.
And I mean, tell us about the series as a whole. Again, Jess, you've been a part of it as well. It's an exciting series. It's really putting women where they should be on the map in motorsport.
I know. I mean, it's doing what it said it set out to do, really. And not just placing drivers as well, it's creating so many opportunities for women in motorsport, and that's not just driving, that's engineering, that's mechanicking. There's so many different areas of motorsport that you at home perhaps don't see. So, yeah, I mean, it's doing an amazing job, and I think that speaks volumes, and it's shown by, obviously, Abby now has an affiliation with Alpine, so does Alice. I've recently signed with Aston Martin Formula One, Jamie's with Williams, so it's doing what it says on the tin, and it's really working, so, yeah.
And you're really recognisable faces, and that's testament to what just happened to Jess 2 minutes before this interview was about to start. Jess, you were just given the opportunity to go out on the hill in what possibly, but maybe not going to happen now.
No, yes, they're just too short to get my too short amount of time to get my helmet and suit together. But yes, that was an incredible opportunity that I'm gutted that I had to say no to, unfortunately, but just due to timings. But driving an old Senna Formula One car, where does that happen? That doesn't happen every day. But yeah, and this is a paddock that is full of people that you may not have seen in a very long time, and then you see everyone here at once. It's crazy. It's a great atmosphere. And is this your first time here?
Yeah, this is my first time here, and I'm going up the hill, which is quite exciting. And even like you say, I met someone that I hadn't seen in ages. We got to the top of the hill, and he was like, "Abby," and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like it was one of them moments. So it's really nice to see them again, and yeah, it's the opportunity being here. It does that.
And again, from a karting background, you know, if you kind of thought to yourself when you were a young girl going, oh, I'm just doing karting for fun, maybe looking to have a career out it, did you ever expect to be here doing the kinds of things you are now?
No, definitely not. And, you know, I love what I'm doing, and it's my job, and I'm enjoying it so much, and that's what they tell you to do. You know, 8-year-old me would be, you know, bouncing in my boots if I told her that what I'd be doing today. So, yeah, no, it's amazing.
And a bikes fan as well, Valentino Rossi says your favourite, I guess, motorsport athlete is. To be here amongst so many two-wheel legends as well is something special. That's a question to both of you. Wayne Rainey getting back on a bike is so special to see.
Yeah. No, I mean, even yesterday we were going into the driver room and Mick Doohan was there, you know, everyone was, signing autographs and everything. So it's nice to kind of be rubbing shoulders with people like that, and yeah, it's just such a pleasure.
Jess, do you think this is a chance as well to kind of speak to people and learn the trade even more, because you do have ex and current F1 stars in this place all at one time?
Definitely. I think motorsport in general, you never stop learning. I'm here with Click to Drive Bristol Street Motors on their stand, and we've had so many people walk past the stand, big names, and come and say hello, and it's just a great event for networking in general, I think.
Well, I hope you guys get to enjoy it and let your hair down tonight at the ball, because that is something as well which not everybody gets to go to. But I hope these two women do, and they get to celebrate all their achievements so far in the W Series. I mean, guys, thanks so much for talking to me, Jess and Abby.
Thank you very much.
Was never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations, you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me, and Dad stopped breathing, and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figure that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car, and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, how could you say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
The hill here at Goodwood is one of the most iconic bits of motor racing these days. And here I am in the 1962 World Championship winning car. Off I go. Graham Hill won the 1962 World Championship in this wonderful BRM. Through the boulevard of Prix, coming up to the first couple of right-handers now. It's a fantastic sight as you come through this bit of the track with the house on the left, this beautiful sculpture at the corner of your eye, but you're firmly focusing on the track, the lines of hay bales with the sea of people behind it. Up into Morecambe, a tricky left-hander, and as you start to climb up, this amazing view of the Flint Wall looms ahead, climbing more hill now, round the Flint Wall. Give it a wide berth. Be nice to see. This come from the Collier collection in America. It is exactly how Graham Hill drove it back in the 60s. To be honest, it's the first Formula One car I've driven with no seatbelts, which is quite extraordinary. I'm bracing myself up against the side of the car to come through the final corner and through the finish line. A fantastic bit of Formula One history to drive here at Goodwood, up the hill, and showing all of you at home a little bit of just what we see from the cockpit.
This is e-scooter, the world's first electric racing scooter series, just part of the world-leading innovations here at Future Lab. This is Future Lab, showing off 21 incredible exhibits here in the heart of the Festival of Speed. You'll find everything here from electric race boats to the future of the web to space exploration. It's all here and it's all truly mind-blowing. So I'm going to try something called Tesla Suit, which I'm told is a really interesting experience. Ta-da! I feel like a superhero. Ashton, what have you literally got me into?
Well, see, the Tesla Suit is a full-body haptic suit aimed at understanding human behavior, but also improving human performance.
So where do you see this being used? Where is it going in the future?
Sure, so any kind of high-level training simulator where we need to put people in maybe dangerous situations before they even put in it. So, for example, we've got a simulator here where we took the telemetry data from Lewis Hamilton's Grand Prix win, put it into the suit so you feel everything.
Yeah, I can feel it. Oh, it's like in your arms.
And so for any up-and-coming Formula One driver, they're able to simulate that experience before they get onto the track.
Is that 100?
Is that still low?
Yeah, like, it would go lower than that, like. So this is really unusual. You've got one glove on, and when you move your hand, that's controlling my hand.
That's correct.
Right, so tell me about how this can be used.
We can use it for training, for example, when one experienced surgeon trying to teach another one who is a junior.
I'm sure you get used to it after a while, but this is bizarre. This is Move AI, a platform that removes the need for any kind of motion capture suit that you might have seen on blockbuster films or gaming experiences. They've developed a way to capture human movement just as you are. Watch this.
So we're using 4 cameras here, which are connected to a server in the back. Those cameras are processing your image or the video from there, and then sending a feed to a virtual world, which is running in Unreal to power that astronaut. Motion capture is not novel, but doing it without markers is revolutionary.
I've had such a unique experience at Future Lab. I feel like I've taken one giant leap into the future.
Well, so much fun and games going on around here at Goodwood. Technical advances, but also the history of mechanics. And well, that's what we're beginning to look at once again as we're looking at the lineup for the two-wheel Grand Prix heroes and some of the historic cars as well.
Danny Pedrosa you saw there as well. We missed him a little bit this morning. Danny Pedrosa's coming under the wire, a man that's very, very quick indeed. Little Danny, but meanwhile we're looking here. Jeremy McWilliams is taking the Movistar Suzuki up the hill. So Jeremy McWilliams, usually on the 99 machine, of course. The KR3 is his. You've seen the 99 machine that Kenny Roberts has been using. Well, Jeremy McWilliams, I caught up with him in the Drivers' Club just a little earlier on. He's looking forward to this. He's very fast as well, McWilliams. Now 58 years old. It's hard to believe that Jeremy McWilliams is quite like that. Kevin Schwantz will be going up as well, of course, but all the time, eyes are still to the front. There is Danny Pedrosa. Danny Pedrosa now KTM test rider, but a multiple MotoGP winner. Fantastic on a 250 all the way through the classes. One of the legends of the sport. And you can see the KTM orange-framed Austrian machinery. KTM have come big over the last few years into MotoGP. It's not been a great year for them so far this year, but they were looking good last year. Grand Prix wins. Wayne Rainey was enjoying himself up in the Drivers' Club. Everybody has cottoned on now that Wayne Rainey is here, and the superstar that he is being recognised all around this place. I've got to say, all sold out, full up here, and Giacomo Agostini and his family, we had that balcony moment earlier on with him. We'll be seeing a balcony moment later on with Wayne Rainey. If you're listening as well and you want to position yourself for it, Wayne Rainey will be up on the balcony. And in the main house, of course, the Goodwood.
It's going to be fantastic to see, isn't it? And we're going to have so much support for him, there's no doubt about it. What Rainey has already done so far this weekend, from Thursday, getting onto that bike for the first time in 30 years, it has been remarkable, and I know the fans here at Goodwood are going to be able to celebrate that in style. But the engine's getting fired up, the two-strokes are chucking out the smoke a little bit, but it's always lovely to hear them and smell them as well.
Well, I think the smell of a two-stroke is the thing that most two-stroke men, that's what you all hanker for, because that reminds you of the old days perfectly. So I've got to say, I'm looking forward to seeing the flat tracker. There's a Yamaha TZ750 flat tracker that might be out there with a youngster called Tom Booth Amos, who's been pretty quick in Moto 3. And as you can see, Nambasan is getting Rainey's bike sorted out.
Yeah, there is Wayne Rainey.
Tony Machetta on the front there. He's looking after the front of the bike. Nambasan and Howard Gregory on the back on the starter. They will start that YZR 500cc Yamaha up, and then it will be ready to go up the hill. So this is what it's all about. It's about following Wayne Rainey up the hill. Mick Doohan is on the NSR Honda on the other side on the number 3 machine. Kenny Roberts is between them. Kenny Roberts hopefully hasn't had a glass of wine at lunchtime. Kenny, a gentleman nowadays and likes a glass with his lunch. And we look across for Kevin Swantz, the main rival over the years. Here we go then. Wayne Rainey leaves the Indianapolis bricks that are a wheelie from Wayne Rainey. Brilliant from the start. That's exceptional already. Wayne Rainey then pops a wheelie off the line. There will be people around the world with tears in their eyes to see something like that.
That is amazing, isn't it? Somebody who is paralysed from the chest down has just managed to do a wheelie off the line here at Goodwood.
He's just had the tank right in his chest. Look, he's leaving him behind already. Swanson's seen that sight before as Rainey disappears up the road. Wayne Rainey, now I did wonder whether this was going to get competitive as these guys went up the hill more and more and more. Yesterday, of course, Wayne Rainey, well, he was just getting used to things. Now he is well used to them. 2 fingers on the front brake. You can see there on the right-hand side, his right-hand side, left to us as we look at the screen. The two-stroke Yamaha machine. We spoke to Giacomo Agostini earlier on. He was the man, the first two-stroke man to win a 500cc Grand Prix, a Premier Class Grand Prix, now MotoGP. And we look up to see 5 superstars coming up to the flint wall. Wayne Rainey leads, Kevin Swantz leads, Mick Doohan leads, Kenny Roberts leads, Danny Pedrosa leads, Jeremy McWilliams. He too is a winner at Grand Prix level. So, what a sight this is. I can't believe Wayne Rainey popped a wheelie off the line straight away. And I get a feeling that he'll be looking for more of that tomorrow when we get to the main event of the weekend. Wayne Rainey has been the superstar, the esteemed guest of the Duke of Richmond, and really the Duke of Richmond and his staff here at Goodwood have absolutely excelled themselves. What a sight that is. An incredible sight as they come over the finish line then. 99 is the KR3 of Kenny Roberts. Number 1, Kevin Swantz. Number 1, Wayne Rainey in the middle of the pack as the two-stroke smoke engulfs the fans at the top of the hill. And look at this. Honestly, Ben, I don't know what the equivalent would be for you as a car man, but that for me, if I don't have to commentate on anything ever again in my life, I will feel satisfied having seen this.
Yeah, no, that was beautifully done by Wayne Rainey. Really remarkable performance. The confidence that he's building up now, having done this on Thursday for the first time in nearly 30 years, to get back on this bike from that period when he crashed and paralysed himself from the chest down, and yet to do what he's doing. He's now got so much confidence on the bike going back up the hill, surrounded by this group of guys that he either raced against or followed on from, or they followed on from him. But there was a massive respect between all of these riders.
Massive. They will have a tear in their eyes. Tom Booth Amos then is about to leave on the flat tracker. Now then, an equivalent to that motorcycle, Kenny Roberts Sr., who you've just seen, I've mentioned him a few times, a hard man. You see how the disparity in the foot pegs? That's because it's for turning left only on a flat track. Now, he's going to have a bit of trouble when he gets up to the right-hander here. He'll be scraping the thing on the floor. his foot will be right there, but it's used to going around left-handers only.
That's tricky.
Kenny Roberts rode an equivalent motorcycle. There's a 750cc two-stroke motorcycle, way too powerful for on the dirt. He rode it at the Indy Mile. Look it up. He's just spat his foot off the foot peg there because he dragged his toe on the floor. Now, if you'd seen that thing when Kenny Roberts rode it at the Indy Mile, he won. He wound himself up to a point where he never would have ridden it again, because the next time it would have been a massive crash. He was superb. Roberts on the dirt was something to behold. Wayne Rainey on the dirt was something to behold.
Now, what's he doing here? Is he changing a bit of the two-stroke balance?
No, you're thinking of carburation, aren't you? Like karting people put their hand over. Well, he's got 4 carburetors to fiddle with there, and he hasn't got 4 hands.
So he's playing with something else.
Yeah, he's probably just making sure that whatever is switched on, maybe there's a tank switch for fuel down there, and he's making sure he's got it on there. But that's a tricky motorcycle to ride, particularly around right-handers, of course. But good to see it out on track. I thought Nigel Everett was going to ride it, one of the mechanics that we've talked about before, but I think he's coming up the hill on the Lucanelli Suzuki. But you can see, you really want to be very careful. They're solid foot pegs, by the way, not like Speedway, where they fold back if you get them wrong and they dig into the dirt. But it's normally down on its side, on the left-hand side, and that is an historic motorcycle that is unbelievably fast on the dirt. You just don't see them back in the day.
And of course, dirt riding was something that a lot of the American riders that then became such superstars, that's how they started, isn't it?
Flat track in particular was something that the AMA series used to be made up of flat tracking and circuit racing, and different types of flat tracking as well, so it was very important from their point of view.
And Kenny Roberts had a style from that helped him develop the skills.
Roberts was incredible, an incredible flat tracker, as was Wayne Rainey.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, great stuff. This is Joey Dunlop machine coming up the hill. I think that's Dave Hancock. Hey, there goes Simo. So Ian Simpson pops a wheelie past on the, I think that's an RC45. He just blasted up the hill in. Scotsman then playing on the... He's a good rider, actually. He's a very, very good rider. Good to see him playing with the motorbike like he should be played with on the hill like this, to keep the fans actually right up to it.
Yeah.
He's moving his body weight all over the place as well. Oh, Simo, he bashed himself to bits at one stage as well. He's had to come through some hellish injuries as Ian Simpson, but he's back on it now. Good friend of his, Jim Mooney, is down in the town here at Chichester. Alistair McRae. We're lucky enough to be out to dinner with those guys tonight as he wheelies out of the shadows to the finish line. Great bike to be doing it on as well. That kind of, not quite linear power, but the right kind of power for pulling a controlled wheelie. A two-stroke is a little bit more lively, because when they hit the pipe, as we call it, the 2,500 useful revs that there are in the rev range on one of them things, it all gets a bit lively. These have got a much broader power spread, the four-stroke. There's the Castrol Honda. Great motorbike in its day, and again a Joey Dunlop machine. Honda, of course, being the main providers of power to Joey Dunlop, the legendary Joey Dunlop, killed in Tallinn on that road circuit when he was out there on one of his many missions to that part of the world. Just used to disappear in his own van, sleep in his van, go out to... in fact, it was me and Jeremy McWilliams, I remember we were on air at Silverstone for a British Superbike round when that news came through. Jeremy McWilliams, who you've just seen going up the hill with the Wayne Rainey group, and he walked out of our studio and everyone was beside themselves when we lost Joey Dunlop, because he was a great, great roads rider, king of the roads, and he was fast on short circuits as well.
Yeah, very sad moments, but of course that is part and parcel of motorcycle racing, and it's something a lot of us car racers just admire and are baffled by, the sort of risks involved sometimes.
This is Davey Todd. Davey Todd is an emerging superstar. He's another one that's an off-road rider, British off-road rider, really, really good. And he's come really good at the Northwest 200 and the TT of late. So Davey Todd is an emerging star, I've got to say. Got his first podium at the TT in recent, a month ago. I can't remember, it seems like a long time ago, the TT, now that we've been here for the last 3 days. But Davey Todd, it was his girlfriend, actually. It was on the Sophie McGinn, who was on Maria Costello's bike yesterday on the Sidecar. Here's Ago. Giacomo Agostini, 15 times a world champion, 8 of them being 500cc, 7 of them being 350cc. The first man to win on a two-stroke Premier Class motorcycle, that was a Yamaha back in 1975. He really is the epitome of a superstar. Giacomo Agostini, stylish, slick, 80 years old now, got his family with him. They all look the same, don't they? Very Italian, very stylish, very smooth. And I just love the way the Italians do things. And this MV Agusta sounds wonderful, and he can still ride him. Here's the virtual voice. Oh, listen to them spinning that thing up. You have to get over the back wheel, put the weight over the back wheel when you go through the right-hander, and then hang out the chair if you're going around the left-hander, otherwise it all gets launched into the scenery. Nobody wants that.
These two have been dominant in the Isle of Man TT runs, haven't they, over the years? 10 victories, I think they've had there.
Yeah, the Sidecar, I've got to say, these guys are a cut above. They really are at the moment. We've not got that depth, I don't think, of TT entry that we've used to have with sidecars. In fact, sidecars are pretty much overlooked now around the world as World Championship leading contenders, whereas the Brits have always done so well at sidecar racing.
And here's someone who's used to riding a bike pretty much off the road more than on the road.
Well, I reckon they should put some sand dunes up here and we could really see what this guy does. I mean, if you can imagine doing 80 miles an hour over sand dunes and through parts of terrain that you don't even know what's coming, you've got a map on your dashboard to tell you which way to go. This is just a demo. He can do this all day long with ease, but he is really a hero to be able to do what he does in the Dakar, for instance, or the Dakar-type racing.
Yeah, he's won it twice, hasn't he? 2017 and then again this year, the winner of the Dakar this year. And here he is able to celebrate that. So let's celebrate with him. What a wonderful show that Sam Sunderland is putting on. Oh, we're into the Grand Prix.
Already? That happened quick, didn't it?
Yeah. Suddenly we go from 2 to 4, and we're on to the Grand Prix greats. And Spike Milligan.
Milligan.
On B time. Yeah, absolutely. This very early car that we're seeing here today, 1955. And Connaught was a key motor company, and of course it had success with Tony Brooks back in the period, getting a first Grand Prix won by a British driver and a British car for 31 years when they managed to do that with the Connaught. And it was bringing in some new technology as well into Grand Prix racing. But then here's a lovely car as well, the Lancia Ferrari D50 from 1956. Those big side pannier fuel cells feeding that V8 engine that sits at the front.
I'd like to say anything from 1956 is beautiful, but clearly in my case that's not the case.
An important year, obviously, in your history. So Neil McReynolds, who's driving this, it's on about 250, 260 horsepower. This machine would have been generating back in the day. And then
is that Damon?
Yeah, it's Damon. So Damon Hill back up in the BRM
with the Yacht Club helmet still on. I mean, Damon Hill is... I'd like to have seen him come up the hill on a bike as well as in a car. I mean, I think he's so humble, Damon. I love Damon's personality in as much as that he wouldn't want to be seen perhaps to be with the bike boys because he wasn't quite a superstar in the bikes. But I think people would quite appreciate seeing him pull a wheelie or two up the hill here. And he really is capable of it.
He loved his motorbike racing, didn't he? Yes, absolutely. And I remember seeing him race at Brands Hatch on bikes back in the day before he then switched to four wheels racing in Formula Ford, and it was a bit of a shock to him when he first switched, I know.
Well, I don't think, it was at a time in his life where the family didn't have really the kind of bucks that you needed to go racing. When he went to Formula 3, he was getting quicker, Formula 3000 and up to Formula 1, and by the time he got to Formula 1, he was a weapon. Now, here's a name.
Yeah, René Arnoux, who was a Renault driver back in the day. He drove for various other teams as well. But he was a key Renault driver, and this is the RS10, which was basically the follow-on from the development of the original turbo Renault-powered car. It became the first turbo car to win a Grand Prix, winning at Dijon with Jean-Pierre Jabouille. It achieved lots of pole positions, but originally it was quite hard to get it to the end of racing, so that was always a little bit of a tricky aspect for them. Alfa Romeo now as well. This was from the early 1980s. This is the 182. Richard Hope is at the wheel of that at the moment. And Alfa Romeo back then, they weren't having huge success, but it wasn't a bad car. De Cesaris was driving for them then. He took pole position at Long Beach. He had a third place at Monaco actually that year as well. But Bruno Giacomelli scored points on just one occasion. And Alfa were only down in 10th place in the Constructors' Championship.
Coming right up to date now with a bit more EV action.
Yeah, now this is the car we saw Jenson Button in, but it's Oliver Bennett who's driving it today. And this is a rallycross machine, isn't it? So it's a very different but electric-powered rallycross. And look...
Oh, hang on a minute. Let's have a little bit of a donut from the EV, just to prove that EVs aren't that boring.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't quite as accurate as perhaps he wanted to be, but it's a big old thing to be able to spin in that particular area. And I would imagine you've got to be pretty used to the way EVs download the power, I would imagine, because it's a completely different kind of power.
It is. They're very full of torque, of course, and you can get instant response on an EV, and that's exactly what he's taking advantage of.
Got some grunt in a straight line, as we know EVs do have. Now then, this is even more exotic.
Yeah, now this is hydrogen-powered electric. So they use the combination of hydrogen and air to react together, and the energy that creates electric power, and that is what powers these machines. We've got two here this weekend from H24 Racing, and it's something that ACO, who run Le Mans, are involved in too, because it's something that they're building up for Le Mans in coming years, that you have this different method of power, and
Let me
fascinating.
ask you, it says H24, but is there H2 for racing?
Maybe. It could be, yes.
Something about the chemical side of that, the physics side of it. Meanwhile, back up to the proper things, noise-making vehicles.
Yeah, Hamilton.
There'll be a few here that prefer that.
Lewis Hamilton type car, the MP4 25, and we saw this out earlier, 2010 season. Lewis Hamilton did take 3 wins in one of these cars in that season, and Jenson Button, who's here this weekend, he had a couple of victories as well in the MP4 25. McLaren ending up finishing second to Red Bull on that season. Very fascinating year, of course, having Hamilton and Button together then, as we did. Now, this is the Tolman, Callum Lockie driving it, and this is the Derek Warwick car from 1983. It was then tested by Ayrton Senna at the end of the 1983 season at Silverstone. It was November by then, so the conditions weren't perfect, but of course it was an impressive first test that Senna did. He was with the team the following year, and the other Tolman that you're going to see coming up the hill is the car that he actually did race at the beginning of the following season. So this was absolutely crucial early stages for the great Ayrton Senna with this Tolman team, the British team that created some fantastic machinery back in the day. Struggled to get the right tyres on it sometimes, but that was part and parcel. Emanuele Pirro now in the MP4 5B, and this is another ex-Senna period car, and this was from 1990, and it was a title for Senna, taking the advantage over Prost by just 7 points. It was all a bit close.
Quite literally, quite often.
Yeah, the battle between them was massive, wasn't it? And historic as well. And then you've got a much more modern car. You've got the 2019 Mercedes F1 car with Esteban Gutierrez. So almost current, but of course we've changed the cars for this year. 2022 sees all the new rules coming into play, and the Mercedes haven't quite got it as right as they have with this car. But Esteban always likes stopping here and
doing a quick demo.
Yeah.
Getting it in the right gear, getting the right electronics sorted out, package-wise. That is a big, long car to get the pendulum swinging in a very small space. The drift guys, which we'll see more of, I'm sure, this weekend, well, eat your heart out.
I think it's always fascinating to see that he does this sort of drifting style thing like that. Maybe we should put him into the competition, you know, the Driftkhana later on. I don't think it's going to win in this though. But yeah, the Mercedes climbing up the hill. Esteban Gutierrez, who raced himself in Formula 1 and is still very much involved in the team as a reserve and development driver as well. And a lovely guy, very easy to speak to, and he's obviously enjoying himself here with the chance to drive this 2019 car up the hill. Had plenty of victories during that season, and another World Championship for Lewis and another Constructors for Mercedes in 2019.
Duke of Richmond has got a good guest list again this year with some big names that are giving us some great times up the hill here. This is day 3 of the Festival of Speed. We've still got Sunday to come yet, and the shootout, of course. And if you want to listen to Goodwood Radio first thing in the morning, 7 o'clock on air, if you're not here tomorrow, well, you can listen to that. It all starts at 7 o'clock, and I've got to say, our colleagues here, wonderfully knowledgeable and very, very interesting. It's like a coffee table with knowledge. And some of the guests, I must say, are amusing and knowledgeable.
So it is lovely to watch. Let's hear now from Kevin Schwartz.
Kevin Schwartz, what a remarkable weekend we're having here with Wayne Rainey back on a bike. Is it sometimes quite difficult to cast your mind back all those years when the rivalry between you two was it was so fierce, wasn't it?
It really was. You know, when Wayne and I first got to Europe in 88, 89, we still hated each other. And as our careers progressed and we realized the world was a big enough place for both of us, we started to be able to have a beer on Sunday nights and communicate a little bit. But, you know, I've seen the back of that Marlboro Yamaha a whole lot in my career, and to see it again is pretty special.
Of course, you've been running up the hill quite a few times now. You've been joined by Danny Pedrosa. It must be like a sort of wonderful band of brothers now.
You know, it really is. And I think, you know, even late in our career, Wayne and I started having a lot more time for each other. And since our careers have finished, you know, we don't talk a lot, but I keep up with what he's doing with Moto America. And, you know, having the other guys, Mick and Kenny Sr. and Pedrosa and Jeremy Mack. I mean, it's so cool having everybody here on, most of us on older two-strokes, but Danny on a current bike that actually lowers its tail when you push a button.
Did you realize at the time what a golden era of motorcycle racing that was?
You know, I don't think we did when it was happening. You know, for sure, you know, as I walked away from the sport and started noticing, you know, from there Mick continued to dominate for a while, and then it kind of got back to anybody's chance to win. So being involved in the late 80s, mid 90s, all the way through the mid 90s was a really special time in racing. And you know, those 500s were 130 kilos, putting out 180, 190 horsepower in about a 2,500 RPM power band. So it's like a light switch, or very similar to it. But, you know, absolute lethal to ride in the wrong conditions. But, and that's what made winning on one that much more special.
Kevin, thank you.
Thank you.
Ben and Tom, you just arrived in the top paddock, and there were a few sort of choice words when you arrived. What happened on the way up?
Yeah, we just had a real good run. We had a bit of clear track there, and Ben put it through its paces, that's for sure. I don't think I was quite ready for that, but I had to soon be ready for it.
How much of a talk do you have before a run in terms of how hard you're going to push it, or do you just go for it?
Normally we'd have a little bit of a chat, but we've sort of been mixed up with bikes all sort of weekend, and we had a good gap, and I thought this was going to be a real chance to open it up, so I just let it have it.
So you're fresh off the back of the Isle of Man TT. You're now up to 12 wins there. I mean, at an unprecedented level. What's the secret to going quickly around there?
Commitment, I think. Commitment, course knowledge. Me and Ben are brothers, so we have a real intuition, really. It's going on, and it's the type of thing that you can't buy, you know. I know what he wants for breakfast, and he knows what I want for my dinner, sort of thing, you know. So we've just got a thing going on, and yeah, course knowledge, commitment, and just put your whole life into the event, really. You know, it's such a big thing for us, and we're lucky lads to be able to compete at that level.
And we're going to see you back next year, I take it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Can't stop us.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Well, we've got plenty more to look forward to coming up, and in a little while we're going to be seeing the shootout for the qualifying for the hill climb, and we're going to be seeing some very rapid machinery out there. But starting right from the beginning as well, from the older vehicles. So we're going to see some really older machines heading up the hill quite slowly, and then it's going to gradually build up until we get to some pretty rapid machines.
Yeah, the 2022 Festival of Speed with the Ukrainian flag over the top of Goodwood House. We've got another balcony moment coming up a little later on with Wayne Rainey being presented to the crowd from the Duke of Richmond's Goodwood House. I have to say that the wind has picked up a little bit, but it's blown that dark cloud well away now. It was quite cold earlier, and I'm sure everybody stood here at trackside. You know, one minute you're cooking because the sun's out, the next minute you're freezing cold because the wind is getting to you. But now it's got that kind of festival feel about it, hasn't it? Everyone's sat in anticipation about what's about to come.
Yes, and we are going to see some good action out on the hill climb in just a few moments' time. But we've also got an interesting aspect coming up in just a few moments, indeed, Keith, because we've been enjoying the fact that Wayne Rainey has been able to ride a motorbike up this hill, and he's got all these amazing mates and competitors from back in the 1990s with him, and we are going to be seeing him up there on the balcony in a moment.
Even if you didn't know who Wayne Rainey was when you first came to the Festival of Speed, let's face it, this has been predominantly a car meeting for a long time. Bikes have been involved, of course, but Wayne now has been presented in a completely different light. I mean, from a disabled point of view, he has done something that is very rare. I mean, we've got Sam Schmidt, who's out there as well, that's driving, so it's not unheard of, but of course on a motorcycle it's very difficult balance-wise to make it work very well. So the BMW display outside the front of Goodwood House, we had Giacomo Agostini up there earlier on. I had the privilege of talking to him in front of the fans as they gathered in front of Goodwood House. But it is, again, another one of those situations that's got such an electric feel about it. I remind you, if you're not here over the full 4 days, of course, you can tune in. And I must say that the Goodwood radio is really useful, and it's full of enthusiastic banter and fun. Even if you can't be here at trackside to smell it and feel it, the thunder of some of these vehicles that go past you is absolutely phenomenal. The excitement of seeing motorcycles absolutely flat out up along the front straight here, but topped by everything, or topping everything, I should say, Wayne Rainey, paralysed in the 1993 Misano, the Italian Grand Prix at Misano circuit. Terrible situation at the time, and 30 years later, he's back, he's on the hill, reunited with his 1992 championship winning. Remember, he won the 500cc Grand Prix Championship, which is the equivalent of MotoGP. 500cc's morphed into MotoGP for those of you much younger than I. The fact of the matter was, he was a superstar then, and he is a superstar now. He's had so much to cope with in his life. As the boys come across the gravel then towards Goodwood House to escort Wayne Rainey to Goodwood House.
Yeah. No, this is going to be a wonderful moment.
Oh, a little bit. Kevin Schwantz.
Yeah.
He is, honestly, I've ridden with him. He is a hooligan on the loose stuff as well. I mean, Kevin Schwantz, he might look a little long in the tooth now, but he can still ride motorbikes. These guys have forgotten more about riding a motorcycle than most people ever know. Outside Goodwood House then, for the first time, the Grand Prix bikes line up.
Yeah, going to get a little assembly area, aren't we, of these beautiful machines and of the riders.
Interesting that Kevin Schwantz has actually done Macau. I mean, it's very, very rarely do you get modern-day top-line motorcycle racers riding the roads from the Grand Prix. You used to, in the old days, you know, Agostini's days, he had to ride in the TT and the Ulster Grand Prix as part of the World Championship. That doesn't happen anymore. It's a situation where, obviously, MotoGP is on the safest of circuits around the world. Kenny Robertson wanders in. You can see that yellow and black block style. That's the Yamaha America colours. If it was white and red block style, exactly the same style, but in the two different colours, that's the European Yamaha style of the olden days. I have to say, I love that block style of Yamaha. Yamaha, of course, leading the World Championship at the moment in the hands of the Frenchman, Fabio Quartararo. And we've had Johan Zarco that's been doing the business on the Ducati as well. The French have had a bit of a resurgence in the premier class of motorcycling. We've got a very interesting dynamic in that it used to be all about British riders,
Then it was about Australian riders and American riders, of course. Now it's Italian and Spanish riders that are dominating. And the French, as I say, the resurgent French are doing the business. Yamaha really have only got one rider, though, that's able to perform to the top, and that is Quartararo. Quartararo is the new alien. You quite often hear in motorcycle commentary and referring to them as aliens. Well, some motorcycle racers do things that even other motorcycle racers can't understand how they do it. The first alien for me was Freddie Spencer. He did things with a motorcycle I didn't understand. And, of course, the very latest one of those aliens probably is Marc Marquez, who does things with a motorcycle that even teammates that read the data, that look at the data that Marquez has got, can't understand how he does what he does. It's just, they find a way of using the machinery in a different style and in a different way that works for them. For instance, load in the front wheel. Quite often nowadays, the last thing you do when you ride a motorcycle is have the throttle and the front brake on at the same time. That used to be the one thing you never did. Now they smudge the front brake and have the throttle on to keep a little bit of weight on the front end. They work these extra dimensions out that none of us would think about. I've ridden a motorbike all my life, but I would never do that.
It is fascinating, isn't it? How everything advances, everything moves on, whether that's technically or physically as well, from people learning all the time, being born in perhaps into a situation like that where you're learning from a young age, from somebody who knows a lot already, and then suddenly going off in a slightly different direction, as you say. And that can often be startling for all of us watching or competing against these sort of people too.
Even for us that were part of it, you've got to say, seeing that kind of thing is pretty spectacular.
Indeed.
That's why we call them aliens.
So those bikes have been moved back into position, which is lovely to see. Bikes from the 1990s predominantly that led these guys to their titles.
I think this is a mark of what we're seeing here at the Duke of Richmond's house. The fans that have gathered to see this and to celebrate Wayne Rainey, to celebrate his achievement back in 1991 and 92 and what he's achieved since then. He is the boss of Moto America. He is trying to bring a series back to the fore for motorcyclists in America. Unfortunately, they've dropped off the edge. We've got a couple of riders that are quite good in Moto 2. Cameron Beaubier is the very latest to come across, the 28-year-old American that, again, is a product of Moto America. Wayne and his team are really bringing those on over there and trying to promote the pinnacle of motorcycling in MotoGP and bring it back to America as well. Whether he'll achieve that, we don't know, but certainly, thanks to Wayne Rainey, it is happening now, slowly but surely.
Well, it's lovely, and we are going to be joining the action down here in just a few moments. It's lovely to see so many fans gathered together in that area now, just hoping to get some great photographs, some videos of a very special moment here, something that perhaps we might never have imagined actually seeing some years ago, and yet it has built up, and the fact that Goodwood Festival of Speed has been able to operate at the full level this year, of course, for everyone is just amazing after such a difficult period over the last few years with no events like this. Okay, yes, it did run last year, but now it's so busy, it's so full on a beautiful day as well.
Well, if you had a choice between Glastonbury and the Festival of Speed and you chose the Festival of Speed, you might have thought you've made the right decision, I would suggest.
Indeed, we've certainly got a good one, haven't we? But there are some big events going on, you're absolutely right there. With this one, for us, for anybody with a mechanical interest in motorsport of whatever area and of cars and bikes in general. And here we go. Big round of applause beginning to build up now as Wayne Rainey appears. Let's go over and hear from him.
Oh, look at the guy. Good afternoon, everybody. Please give a huge round of applause for these four gentlemen with 12 World Championships between them. Mick Doohan, Kevin Schwantz, Kenny Roberts, and Wayne Rainey. Wayne, I'm going to start with you. Your first time here at the Festival of Speed. How fantastic has it been to be reunited with that, the Marlboro Yamahas down there. For anyone who was downstairs and hasn't seen it, do have a look. How amazing has it been to be reunited with your old bike?
Wow, it's absolutely amazing. I never thought after 30 years that I would be back on this bike with with my competitors and rivals that I battled so hard. But being in this setting, it's like we're all buddies now. It's really amazing. We're having a great time. So it was perfect.
And I mean, I have to be honest. When you first went up a couple of days ago, understandably, it looked gingerly and steady. But I have to say, it might have been nearly 30 years, but the racing brain started to kick in. The throttle was being opened a bit more. Is that instinct kicking in even on a demonstration like this?
Well, the first run I had to make sure the old man Roberts could stay up. That's why I went so slow. But no, but actually, yeah, the first couple times it was very gingerly, and I was, not sure where the track went, not sure about the balance, and it's a 500cc two-stroke. I haven't ridden in a long time, so you have to be very careful with it. But now that I've been up the hill 5 or 6 times, I believe it is overall, that last run today was the first wheelie I've done in 30 years. And then coming out of these double rights, my throttle hand was saying go, but my brain was saying no. So I'm glad I listened to the head. Yes.
Excellent. Kenny, they're chatting, obviously. Reunion. Can I ask you, how you played such a huge part in Wayne's career, all the way into those 3 World Championships. How cool is it for you to be here and witnessing, first of all, the reunion of these 3 guys from that era of the 90s, and to ride alongside Wayne over the weekend?
Well, he wanted me to toss Swans off of here. So earlier, I guess they made up now. So there's no words that can describe what this guy's done in my life. It seems like riding on the racetrack now with him, the last 30 years has just disappeared. It's hard to describe the emotions, and I'm not really emotional, but the emotions watching this guy ride a motorcycle with these guys, I mean, it can't get any better than that, really.
And Kevin, for someone like myself who grew up watching motorbike racing, it was a big thing, the Schwanz-Rainey rivalry, the 2 Americans, and it wasn't just at the top class. I remember Brands Hatch, you guys, and things like that. It must be special for you to have a reunion here as well, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. To get back on a motorcycle, to come back to Goodwood and to ride when Wayne gets on a 500 for the first time is amazing. I've seen the back of that Marlboro Yamaha enough, and I got to see it again today, so a little bit like old times, but yeah, I mean, it was great. Mick there, Kenny there, just made it that much more special. And all you fans, great to have you here.
Mick, your era of dominance sort of came off the back of these guys winning their championships, but you were all intertwined in that era, wasn't it? So tell me about your love for Goodwood coming back. Are we going to see you here riding more and more? How do you enjoy coming here? Maybe we'll let him go.
No, exactly. I love coming here. I haven't been here for a couple of years anyway, but with Wayne coming back to ride, I wouldn't miss that. Him and I battled it out with Kevin also for the early 90s. Unfortunately, Wayne got the better of me twice. But I mean, that's all good. So to see him out there, especially then that last time just then running up the hill, it is pretty special, even though we're all getting on. We're riding very slowly. But I mean, to think about Wayne back on the bike, riding up here with Kevin, with Kenny, in an environment like this, it just doesn't really get any better. So hard to replicate, so I had to be here.
And for you, Wayne, you've got your family here this weekend. It must be, it's a big thing for your whole family, I'm sure, to experience a weekend like this and to see you back on your bike after everything you've gone through since Misano that day.
Yeah, it sure has. My wife, Shay, she watched me race in all those races in my Grand Prix years, but I've never seen her as nervous as she was here at the first time I rode. But she seems to have calmed down a bit. But on top of that as well, when I was injured, my son was 10 months old. And now he's here, and he's actually picking me up and lifting me onto the bike. And I mean, that is so special to me that he could finally experience what I did throughout my career. So that is very special as well.
And listen, so we've had the reunion. Are we going to see you guys coming back for more? Is this now whet your appetite to be riding again on coming back every year? What do we think?
Oh, I'm not leaving. I'm staying for sure. This is great. The Duke of Richmond puts on a heck of a show. And, I mean, why not? I mean, this has been a blast. It's just incredible. I've loved every minute of it.
All right, listen, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Enjoy the rest of your riding. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for these guys.
Well, a wonderful chat there from Karun Chandok with the guys, and such a special time for all of us here to soak it up and enjoy it, and for Wayne Rainey to be the star with his colleagues as well, all of them together. So many titles, as Karun said, 12 titles between them. So we've got a little bit of action beginning to happen on track again, but that was such a special moment and something that we will remember for a long, long time. Just getting into the next section of cars coming up the hill. We're getting back into the Michelin Supercar run, and we are going to be seeing some pretty remarkable bits of kit. We've got the first glance cars coming up as well, and we've got the back 6 road bikes also heading up the hill. So that one is a pretty unusual one, and I'm glad that I've got Sean alongside me again to just talk us through some of these cars.
Yeah, they're coming thick and fast, aren't they? So what we're looking at the moment, Hispano Suiza Carmen. Comes from Spain, it's got 2 motors, 1,020 horsepower, 24 cars have been made. Resurrection of a brand that was founded in 1904.
Now, Bruno Senna drove this early, he was in it again, which is lovely to see, especially when it's anything to do with McLaren and supercars, and he's heading off on his way. And look, we've got on board, so we can actually watch Bruno as he drives us up the hill, which is a lovely opportunity, isn't it?
So he's in the McLaren 720S 4-litre twin-turbo V8, 720 horsepower. Of course, Bruno's absolutely fine with all of that.
I'm sure, yeah, he can deal with anything. The nephew of Ayrton Senna, a great driver himself, and somebody who is so great to work with, whatever he's involved in. And I think he's going to thoroughly be enjoying climbing up the hill here today in front of you all, making the most of the McLaren. And we've got quite a few quick and rapid drivers, I have to say, in some of these supercar runs who will be pushing them on pretty fast.
Yeah, some of them don't hang about. Thankfully, the weather has been delightful today, so there's no tricky conditions. We haven't had the rain that we thought was coming earlier on this morning, so they can go as hard as they possibly can.
And somebody lucky enough to get the passenger ride there, sitting alongside. Imagine having that opportunity to sit alongside and be blasted up the hill by Bruno Senna.
What an experience. It's a thrill to go up in any car at all. Yeah. You know, such an iconic hill climb. So to go up in a McLaren with Bruno Senna, that is an experience.
Now, one of the many Porsches that we've got on the list.
Porsche 911 GT3 992 generations. It's got a 4-litre flat 6, 510 horsepower, naturally aspirated engine, revs to 9,000 RPM. You get it with a manual gearbox, you get it with a double clutch PDK gearbox, but it makes such a good noise.
Esme Hawkey behind the wheel of this as well, and she's putting on a great show, also with a passenger as well. So they're going to have some fun going up the hill with this. And we've got plenty of other Porsches that will be taking part in this. Great sound from a lot of these cars as well, isn't there? And of course some of the electric may be a little quiet as we come up the hill, but they can still be delivering some rapid pace.
992 generation GT3 also has double wishbone suspension at the front for the very first time. It's got a 42mm wider front track as well, all in the search of better front end grip. And also, if you look at the rear wing, it's got a swan neck rear wing for the very first time, so that's new for the 992.
So Esme Hawkey, the W Series driver, brings it over the line there. She's also part this weekend of the Force of Inspiration group to celebrate inspirational and pioneering women at the Festival of Speed. Now, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, that's heading up again. We've seen that come up the hill a few times now. It sounds amazing if you get a chance to have a listen to the Aston Martin as it blasts up the hill. But it's not the only Aston Martin here.
Yep, this is the brand new Aston Martin V12 Vantage. What Aston Martin has done is they've taken the most powerful, the biggest engine they have, the 5.2-litre twin-turbo V12, and they've put it in the smallest car they make, the V8 Vantage. So now it is the V12 Vantage. Unlike the previous car, it's limited, just 333 cars will be made. Could well be the last hybrid, big power Aston Martin, non-hybrid Aston Martin we'll get.
Wow, that's a big opportunity. And they're only making just over 300 units, aren't they?
Yeah, 333. 62 in 3 and a bit seconds. Top speed more than 200 miles an hour. They've gone very heavy on the aerodynamics. When the old V12 Vantage first launched, it was quite a simple car, relatively speaking. There was very little to tell a V8 Vantage from the V12. There's no mistaking it for anything other than a new V12 Vantage.
Yeah, so yeah, the rear wing on there is an important part of it. Aero aspects to it as well. So that's all good stuff. And this is the course that we saw a little bit earlier. The tag turbo engine you were telling us about, the Formula 1 engine.
Yes, exactly. So this has come from Lanzanti. They're going to be building 11 of these cars, 1.5 litre twin turbo V6, more than 500 horsepower, but it is essentially, well, it is a Formula 1 engine. You get a little plaque which shows exactly what engine it is, which races it took part in. Just an incredible bit of kit, and again, road legal.
Yeah, road legal, that's the thing. You get to play with your Formula 1 involvement, the Formula 1 engine in the back of that car, but you can drive it wherever you like, and that's what this aspect is all about. So, great power with that turbo power being produced, 1.5 litre engine.
Yeah, because it's such a lightweight engine as well. It weighs 150 kilograms less than an original 930 turbo would have weighed.
Yeah, so perfectly sitting in the back of that motor. It's going to make it handle well without excess weight over the rear wheels. It's going to be a lovely car to drive, as you can imagine. So that one comes up and over to complete the run. We're going to be looking at some timed runs fairly soon, but that's going to come after this current batch. Right, here's the Rimac.
Here we go. Wait to see this. He is not hanging about. The Rimac Nevera. All four wheels spinning off the line. 1,914 horsepower, 2,360 newton-meters of torque. This guy knows how to shift. Look at that.
Yeah, he's actually a Croatian. The company comes from Croatia. He's a Croatian drifter himself. So he knows exactly how to make this thing play.
0 to 62 miles an hour, 1.9 seconds. Let's watch him through Malcolm. Is he going to get the back out? Of course he is.
He's got the hazard lights going. Yeah, he's sliding it beautifully. And it's huge, as you say, it's hugely powerful, and it's got instant torque. I was talking to a friend of mine who said it was in front of him on the queue to get on the hill climb, and he only had to move a couple of metres, and he lit up all 4 tyres at the same time, did 2 metres and came to a complete stop.
So much torque, so much power, so much skill as well, so much confidence to be able to get all 4 wheels spinning and keep it under control.
Yeah, but the torque you get from that electric production is amazing. So the Croatian manufacturer Rimac, who have created this machine and released in August last year. He was certainly putting on a good show, though, wasn't he, the driver? Really demonstrating how it could be something special to watch.
Every single time he's come past the comm box, we've just been keeping an eye on him out the corner of our eyes, sliding it through Malcolm every single time.
Yeah, lovely control. And that is a very special piece of kit as well then. So 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds, 0 to 100 in something like 4 seconds.
Top speed 256 miles an hour.
Oh, crazy, crazy. Well, we've got plenty more crazy machines, of course, to enjoy here.
Pagani Huayra R, the sound you're hearing is naturally aspirated. 6-litre V12, revs to 9,000 RPM, weighs only 1,050 kilograms, 850 horsepower.
Wow. So, I mean, you could almost watch a race between the two of them, couldn't you? I mean, he's not got quite the horsepower of that previous one, but it does sound amazing. It's got a really unique sound to it.
It sounds amazing. Follows on from the Zonda R, the previous car that Pagani made, the Zonda, their lightweight tracked version of that car. Just big power, lots of fun, lots of noise. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, very impressive. We've got a few more cars to take a look at, though, in this long queue. And there's something a little bit less dramatic, perhaps, but still very powerful.
Bentley Flying Spur. This is the V8S, so you can get... Bentley have just gone across their range, the Continental GT, the GTC, the convertible and the Flying Spur. And they've given us this S range, which is a slightly more sporty version, sportier look. You can see the black grille there, the black wheels as well. Other bits of things that are normally chrome have been given this black treatment. It's the ultimate Bentley luxury car. Very relaxing to drive and yet incredibly fast.
And the colours seem to be a bit of a scheme at the moment, don't they? Because we've got the BMW M3 Competition Touring here, which we've seen up a couple of times, and this was released just this weekend.
Yeah, global debut on Thursday morning. It's the car we've all been waiting for. BMW hasn't made an M3 touring before. We've always wanted them to. They did an M5 touring with a V10 engine, but they've never done the M3. They did one concept with the E46 back in the early 2000s, but at last they've given us the car we've always wanted.
A big one, not a big, a smaller estate car, yeah, with all the M3 parts, the performance delivery of a machine like this in a very practical body shape as well. And it's being pushed pretty hard up the hill now. Franz Weischer has been demonstrating extremely well over the hill climbs so far, and it makes it all the way to the top. And we've still got a few more lining up to come out.
Got the new Genesis GV60 there coming up to the line. Genesis have just launched this car, all electric of course.
Yeah,
wheel spin off the line.
We're into the first glance cars here, some of these, as you say, and the Genesis GV60 part of their group, what they call a subcompact luxury crossover. Came out in September 2021, and it runs either a rear motor or a dual motor, doesn't it? I think this one.
Yep, you've got your pick with what depends what kind of power you want.
Yeah.
Also affects how much range you get. But yeah, as you said, a luxury brand. Oh, he's really throwing it to Malcolm there, isn't he?
Yeah, pushing it on well, and that's another of the modern range of cars that we're all getting used to now. This is the sort of thing, these electric cars that are selling so well at the moment. Understandably, with the cost of fuel that's going around. It's not stopping us all using fuel, but it certainly is making the electric car market stronger and stronger.
And I just love as well how every single pro driver in these cars, no matter what it is, they're absolutely on it. He's pushing that as hard as he possibly can.
Yeah, which is lovely to see. So here we are with the Lotus again, the Lotus Emira, this new Lotus, which is now being made a great deal about. Looks like there's a problem with getting the crash helmet strapped up properly. That's been done, and now it's going to be ready to go, hopefully.
Yes, so this is the all-new Lotus Emira. It's got a 3.5 litre V6. All-new generation of cars for Lotus. Replaces the Elise, the Exige, the Evora. And you can also get this car with a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine from Mercedes AMG. With that, you get a double clutch gearbox. With this, you get a 6-speed manual.
Well, the Emira was first seen at Goodwood last year, the 2021, but now it's very much on sale and available to buyers to go and sort out. And there are plenty here, different colours, so you really got your opportunity to study them in detail and decide, are you going to be buying one of these new Lotuses? Now, back with another Porsche.
Yeah, this is the Porsche 911 Sport Classic, launched very, very recently. 510 horsepower from a 3.7 litre twin-turbo flat-six engine. The thing about this is, it's got the engine from the 911 Turbo, but unlike the Turbo, it is rear-wheel drive only, and it has a manual gearbox. In the Turbo, you can only have a PDK. In that, you get a 7-speed manual, proper driver's car.
Yeah, and that's still something that matters to people, the ability to have a manual gearbox and not all semi-auto. Everybody wants slightly different things, but it's great to have that opportunity to have the manuals. Now, the Range Rover Sport is heading on its way.
Yep, another very recent launch. This, judging by the sounds of it, has the 4.4 litre twin-turbo V8 from BMW. So what we're looking at here is 530 horsepower, and he's not hanging about. Watch him go.
They've done a bit of fresh styling with it as well, haven't they?
Yep, all new generation of Range Rover Sport follows on from the also recently launched new generation of Range Rover, the L460. It's a comprehensively new car.
Yeah. Well, the hazard lights can briefly come on because of the heavy braking, obviously. We see that quite a lot with the road cars coming up the hill. It's got a fresh styling, revamped cabin as well. And it's going to be another very popular machine, I'm sure. Third generation of the Range Rover Sport.
Just listen to that.
Yeah, sounding really good up to accelerate from that final section of the hill. All the different sounds, the noises, the balance that we get up the hill here, always so good to tune into. And I hope that everybody here is having that opportunity. Different areas around the hill climb, you'll get different noises as well, whether it's all about tyres or all about engines. Somebody's pulled over there.
That's the Mercedes-Benz EQXX just on the side there. Coming up ahead is the Alpine A110 Tour de Course. 1.8 litre, 300 horsepower.
Yeah, so this Mercedes, it's an unusual looking Mercedes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So this is a test car. Weighs 1,750 kilograms. It's got 100 kilowatt-hour batteries, 200 horsepower.
This is driven from Stuttgart on one full charge.
Yep, it drove from Stuttgart, then went to Silverstone, then went to Mercedes-AMG powertrains in Brixworth. 1,202 kilometres on a single charge.
That is amazing, isn't it? I mean, that gives us a big lift in terms of the range of EVs when you hear that they've done 1,200 kilometres on a single charge. That's remarkable.
Well, that's the thing. We're moving gradually. We're getting there. We're moving from a time where electric cars had quite limited ranges. The battery technology is improving all the time. So where once you wouldn't have thought that going from an entirely different country would be possible on one charge, we're getting there. This is very much a positive step in the right direction.
Yeah, no, the work that's going on to machinery like this to make sure that it gets that kind of range is something very special, and give people a lot more confidence, of course, because that is part of the aspect of electric cars is having that confidence of range. And with something like that, okay, that's a pretty grand machine, but nonetheless it helps everybody. And it's being caught in the background by the Aston Martin.
Aston Martin DBX 707 behind it there, 707 horsepower, so quite a quick, quite a loud machine.
Yes, not so much about the range, more about performance. Now we've got the bikes going out as well, which is good. These are the new road bikes that are heading out onto the hill climb at the moment. And again, we've got quite a mix of machinery that is going up here. We've got a couple of Triumph specials that are going up. We've got the Livewire Electric is one of them as well. A couple of BMWs, including what is now an M series BMW. They've introduced that M aspect to motorbikes now, not just on cars.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've had it, as we all know, by the central feature here this year, celebrating 50 years of BMW. And to motorcycles, it's a very recent addition, just over a year, I think.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. So they're giving us a little bit of a display of some different kinds of machinery here.
And they come thick and fast as well. You know, with the cars, we leave a little bit more space, but when it's the motorcycles, they're powering up one after the other.
Indeed, yeah. We'll see them all rushing up the hill pretty fast now to bring this batch to a conclusion, in fact, because we will be now beginning to turn our focus onto the shootout.
And a burnout, yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah, that gives us a little bit more. Oh, don't fall off on the way out, though. That would be a little bit embarrassing. No, it's worked out okay in the end. This is the Livewire, actually. So this is the electric bike, and it has got off the line extremely well.
And again, because it's powered by electricity, you get instant torque, instant response, hence the burnout.
Yeah, can have a bit more of a play down here by the looks of things.
Look at that, lifts off, lets the rear wheel go light. That is a lot of smoke.
Yeah, lovely. And showing that electric power can amuse you just as much as combustion engines can as well. So flying up the hill very rapidly on the Livewire. The electric bike from a firm derived from Harley-Davidson, in fact. It chucks out over 100 horsepower, has a range of 146 miles on a full charge. So slightly different to the Mercedes we were just looking at, but nonetheless, decent enough range on the bike.
I think the Mercedes has the advantage, though, that it can fit a few more batteries.
Indeed, it's got a lot more space. So he's the final runner in this sequence for batch 6 that we've just enjoyed. And we are now going to be turning our attention very soon to the shootout, when it's all about getting up there as quickly as possible. But we will be seeing quite a lot of cars from back in the day that are definitely not going to be the fastest, but they will be nonetheless very entertaining to watch. That's coming up in just a few moments' time. It's a beautiful afternoon. We've certainly got the path, the pretty much perfect conditions, a little bit of cloud above, and the breeze coming across. But I think it's going to make the track conditions ideal for when they start to really attack and see just how fast they can go. Max Chilton is not going to be driving today. He will be coming back tomorrow after setting that remarkable time that he did yesterday. And in fact, he's been fastest over the weekend pretty much. But we shall see if they are able to do it. But his co-driver is going to be doing a good job as well today to just try and get them into a decent position. Alex Summers drove the car earlier, and he'll be doing the run this afternoon. Did have a slight problem with the car earlier, so let's hope that it isn't a problem. And it's the McMurtry Automotive Spearling, the little electric-powered, fan-driven as well car that was so rapid up this hill. And hopefully we'll see it putting in a good display once again. So everybody getting a chance to cross over. Well, we've got this little break, get over the track rather than having to go over the bridges. And it does allow everybody to move around the various different aspects here of the Festival of Speed venue. And once everybody is into position, we've got to get all those cars back down the hill from the supercar run. Make sure everything is perfectly clear and sorted, and then we'll be getting into these high-speed runs. Marshall's, as ever, doing a fantastic job of keeping everybody out of the way. Right, let's go and join a Formula One driver, another Formula One driver who is here this weekend with Ed Foster, is Joe Guan-Yu.
Joe, fantastic to see you at the Festival of Speed. You just come up the hill in the supercar batch. How was your run?
Yeah, it was very good. Obviously, it's the Tonale SUV, and yeah, obviously today is nice to see so many people and to be finally back after a few years. It's my second time in Goodwood, but it's crazy how the fans are so many people here today, even on the signing autograph session earlier or here on the grandstand. So it's impressive to see. Big weekend for UK motorsports.
And are you going to come up the hill in anything a little bit more racy?
As Alpha, I mean, obviously GTAM will be my absolute full preference, but nevertheless, I feel like this car is the new release that Alpha will do. So we're here trying to promote this Tonale, the first hybrid for Alpha. So yeah, looking forward obviously to see. And obviously from my side, my absolute maximum would be like in Formula One car, doing donuts here on the grandstand. That would be my absolutely more enjoyable thing. But yeah, it's a good climb.
Just turning to Formula One for a second, it's been a great season for Alfa Romeo, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, compared to where we were last year, we are a big step up, and it's a team atmosphere is very good together with my teammate, and also we show very good potential performance fighting for that top 4 of the constructing championship. We are pretty close all the midfield battle, but yeah, I'm happy with the progress I made, progress the team made. We're in a good progress for the future.
And you obviously did a lot of junior racing, but how big a step is it when you first come into Formula One? Is it a shock, or are you kind of prepared for it?
I was prepared for it because, F2, it gives really the experience that all the young generation driver needed. So I think, obviously, coming from F2, it doesn't feel a huge jump, but still is a big jump. So, yeah, you have to change your driving style, adapting quite a lot, understanding all the new scenarios with the team. That's difficult. And the most difficult part is probably the mental side, From maybe 10 races, 12 races, you're doing 22 races. So that's very hard to keep your momentum always at the very top every weekend. But yeah, here we are. Enjoy every Grand Prix so far.
Joe, have a great weekend.
Thank you so much.
Bruno Senna, it's quite a short hill climb this, but it's probably even shorter when you've got to drive and speak.
Yeah, it was a bit of an experience. There's not much time to think here, so you have to sort of like talk in automatic, and at the same time you have to think of what you're saying. And especially when you're live to thousands of people. But it was really cool. To be fair, I think this being my second to last run is a good thing because I'm getting too comfortable with the limits, and in Goodwood you need to respect the wall.
Now there are some amazing liveries in motorsport. Thinking Martini, and then we've got the Golf car here. Tell us a little bit about what's underneath the livery.
You know, this is a McLaren 720S. It's standard 720S, but it's prepared by MSO with the Golf livery. And it's an amazing homage to, as you said, a historic and a very celebrated racing livery, one of the most recognized ones. So, real amazing partnership between McLaren and Golf. And get the chance to drive this car here. Everybody up and down the hill, they love this livery, and I think it's a great way to show the car off to lots of people.
Now, you stopped racing, I think, a couple of years ago. You're heavily involved in McLaren. Do you still have a racing itch occasionally? Do you sometimes look at some of these races and think, oh, I'd quite like a go in that?
Of course. I mean, I love driving. I love competing. And I took some time off after COVID to, get a reset on life. I think a lot of people had to revise their lives. And in some ways, it's quite nice not to be racing and get some time to do a bunch of stuff that I enjoy. But, of course, I watch all the races. I'm still eyeing what can be happening in the future.
Bruno, thank you so much.
Thank you.
When I was racing, Helen was always by my side. We've been married for over 60 years. In 2015, Helen was diagnosed with dementia. It's a cruel disease with no cure, but I want to change that. Let's beat dementia together.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with thousands choice galore. Go ahead and place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, hey Car, hey Car, hey.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
So, cars from that last run just making their way back down the hill and getting a chance to clear everything up. We've seen some fun times already so far this weekend. We're going to see some even more rapid performances, no doubt, coming up as we go through this next part. We've got the qualifying shootout to come next, and then the Driftkhana round 2, as we get to see just how effective the drifters can be all around this specially organised part of the track. So the shootout, it's all about getting up the hill climb as effectively as possible and getting just the right little clips against the grass, not going onto the grass too much. It's all about getting that forward momentum up the hill and generating as much power from whatever machine you're in to make sure that you can get to the line as quickly as possible. Keith, we'll be watching those split times and speeds. It's going to be fascinating to see. We saw some rapid machines already.
Yeah, this is the calm before the storm, isn't it? It's all about to happen fairly soon, both in the shootout qualifiers and, of course, the Driftkhana. I think Driftkhana have done themselves a whole load of favour this weekend here at the Festival of Speed. So it's a huge audience that they've really been performing in front of, and I think that a lot of people now are really getting into it. Walking through the paddock, the amount of people that have approached me regarding the Driftkhana side of it. Ian Waddington will join us for that, of course. He's brilliant. I love having him in the commentary box. Gives us a real insight into the type of engineering as well as the style and what it takes to make it work. But I still don't know how to score it.
Absolutely. But we will be enjoying that later on and seeing how it all goes with the drifting. But we're going to be getting on for that pace up the hill first of all. And we can have a look at the layout from the start. So this is what they've got to do. Got to go through those first couple of right-handers, then through Molecombe Corner, up past the Flint Wall, and then climb all the way to the top. It's a total distance of 1,890 metres, an average gradient of 4.9% in terms of climb. And the actual record is 39.9 seconds, but I tell you, they were getting close to that yesterday. Well, Max Chilton was getting close to it. So there is a potential for the record to be broken. A record that was held by Nick Heidfeld for many years, set back in 1999 in a Formula One car, but then set more recently in 2019. So we shall see if anybody is going to be able to get to that sort of pace. Travis Pastrana, definitely one of the potentials to watch out for, because I think we can see that the rather strange Giacomo machine that he's running, based on a Subaru, has had a great deal of fast pace. Whether it's going to have quite enough pace to beat the McMurtry Automotive Spearling, though, but that's got to be reliable, and it matters because how you get on today will determine the running order of tomorrow. And no matter what's going on, even if we're delayed, the top 20 will be run in reverse order tomorrow, building up the tension, building up the drama, which is always fun.
That Spearling is something like I've never seen or experienced before. I've got to say that it looks like an absolute weapon. Pastrana, as you might expect, knows this track really well, knows how to get up the hill very quickly, and the car looks well animated when it's on the track. But that Spearling just looks like something else. I've never seen anything quite like it. It's a bit space age.
That's right. Well, we shall see. We've seen some reasonable rapid pace, but today we haven't seen anything quite as quick yet as we did yesterday when Max Chilton did that 41.29. So there we are, looking over the Goodwood house and those fabulous BMW M cars once again that we celebrated in style a little bit earlier on today, and they are definitely the stars of the show in many ways.
They very nearly got the hedgerow there organised in the M logo as well.
Yeah, almost works, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, those displays, they're iconic, aren't they, in themselves? They're real works of art that they have out the front of the Festival of Speed outside Goodwood House every time. And this time around, of course, you can drive up to the front door. I love the fact that Agostini rode his motorcycle into the lobby area straight in there. The MV Augusta earlier on today. Giacomo Agostini, 15 times world motorcycle champion, when he came down for a chat off the balcony in front of a huge crowd. And it just, honestly, it's every part of this place, you get those moments where the hairs on your arms or the back of your neck stand on end. We can all find them somewhere. 50,000 people here. You will have those moments sometime during the day that just inspire that kind of feeling. you might not have had it from being a child. I mean, that MV Augusta, I never expected my own body to react in the way that it did when Giacomo drove it across the gravel. Then we had Wayne Rainey and his cohorts come to there as well to speak with Karun Chandok a little bit earlier on.
Yeah,
very special moments.
Yeah, very special. We're still waiting for this group of cars to be lined back up into their area. The supercars, if you want to go and look at them, I'm sure many of you have seen them already, because for some of you it's on the way in that they're parked up in their paddock, the supercar paddock, but it's down near the actual starting line of the hill climb on the outside, left-hand side from the perspective of actually starting from the hill climb. And I had a quick look down there earlier, but I know many of you come in that way, so you would have probably looked at a lot of these supercars as you headed into the Festival of Speed earlier on today. Some of you come in different routes, I know. There are lots of different car parks to find your way into, and so if you haven't been down to the supercar paddock, then it's definitely a good place to go. So wonderful viewing platforms all around this place.
We've been quite lucky, Ben, I think, with the weather again. I think that we can be thankful for that. It was a little bit blowy a little earlier on, then it got very dark as the clouds blew past us here. So obviously the Duke of Richmond had ordered fine weather for the whole of Saturday, and it blew straight past us, thankfully. Although it was scheduled for a shower or two this afternoon, it doesn't look like that's imminent now. So we should have a good, dry, grippy track, well worn in for our shootouts later, and the Giacomo as well. The Driftkhana, Giacomo, with plenty of horsepower, a little bit more than a Giacomo, I feel.
Yeah, no, it's all part and parcel of it, isn't it? It's a bit like figure skating, isn't it? As we've heard, it's all about the getting the balance right and the rotations right.
Torvill and Dean on some kind of steroidal interference, it would feel like. Yeah, you're right. It's I particularly like yesterday, Terry Grant as well, bringing in with the motorcycle stunt rider, and then they were choreographing their particular two-wheeled versus four-wheeled effort. That was very entertaining yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. We're hearing a few roars from the supercars as they head their way back down to the bottom. The hill climb pace, of course, it is going to be crucial today. It isn't going to be the final shootout today. The final shootout will take place tomorrow afternoon, and I do hope many of you will be here for that, or if you come to Goodwood today, we'll be watching it perhaps online if you're not coming back for the Sunday. We've seen plenty of different winners over the years. Justin Law, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on in his Jaguar XJR 12D, because he has been fastest here in the past, back in 2017. Last year, though, he ended up crashing out, so that wasn't perfect for him, but there you go. We've had lots of different winners. Rob Bell actually was the fastest last year. Romain Dumas, who has done extremely well, got that record, but a winner here both in 2018 and in 2019 as well. Sebastian Loeb, the great rally champion, fastest man here back in 2014. Our own Anthony Reid, who's been up and down in mainly touring cars this weekend. He's been the fastest man in the past, back in 2007 and in 2012. So lots of them have been there, but who's going to add their name to the list, I wonder, this weekend?
I think it's going to take a risk. Somebody's going to have to take a risk to do anything with the fast cars this weekend. You know, the flint wall is scary. That kind of, it's not really a curved flint wall. It's got bits that jut out. You can get it so wrong. Moulcombe, you know, I've been watching them come into Moulcombe. You come over the rise. It's a little bit blind coming in here. You've got to take a risk. You've got to force it in on the brakes maybe to try and line up Moulcombe properly and get back on the gas as early as you can. Some drivers may take a little bit of grass.
Yeah.
It's dry, so it's got some grip attached to it, but we'll wait and see what style of vehicle and driving we're going to see when we get to the shootout.
Okay, well, we're still waiting a few moments because we've still got to get a couple more cars down from that previous batch, so we're not quite ready to get going just yet. But there's plenty of ways to enjoy the time, as we can see.
There's four men that have definitely got the right idea.
Yep.
And yes, we're watching you, sir. I hope your wife knows where you are.
Yeah, there are lots of opportunities to have some fun and games here.
Indeed. Oh, you've been spotted. Did not tell somebody where you were today?
Yeah, but you're enjoying yourselves. That's what we like to see. And give us all a wave.
Nobody is safe at trackside. There's those clouds I was talking about being blown across. You can see the flags are blowing against them. So with a bit of luck, they'll stay away from us here over Goodwood House.
All of this began back in 1993 when they had the first time that motorsport was brought back to the estate here, even though there was actually a hill climb back in the 1930s, a single one, but then it was reintroduced in 1993, and since then it's just grown and grown. Originally just a one-day event, gradually increasing to now being this 4-day event. Willie Green was the fastest man at that first ever event back in 1993, and Martin Brundle fastest the second year. Martin, of course, has been a very, very regular visitor here over the years, driving all sorts of amazing machinery, historic cars, and that's what we're going to partly be seeing in this next section.
I always get the feeling that Martin Brundle is somebody that you can underestimate of just how quick he still is in a car, and every now and again he just proves the quality that he was. Back in the Formula 3 days, it was him taking it to Senna. I remember back when I first was watching a bit of Formula 3. I mean, us bike boys even watch cars now and again, and I have to say that back then it was very interesting indeed.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Senna-Brundle battle in Formula 3 was pretty potent at the time. There were some exciting moments between them. Senna ending up with the championship, both of them getting into Formula 1, of course, pretty much, well, both in '84, and Senna then going on to what he did, and Martin never quite getting that victory which he deserved, because he was there were several times when he was so close to getting a win.
Well, Martin was from the same region. We used to do a lot of testing at Snetterton, of course, when I was racing bikes as well, and we were of that same era. So I was on 500cc Grand Prix bikes, and he was moving on up through the Formulae towards Formula 1, and every now and again Anglia Television, I remember, who used to have a sports department back then, and Steve Aldous, I think, was in charge of it all back in the day. And me and Martin would often meet up somewhere on a dockside somewhere to be interviewed by somebody from the sports department at Anglia Television. Do you remember when they used to have sports departments back in the day?
Yeah, no, wonderful. And, of course, Steve Aldous, I know well, because I worked with him for many years.
Well, Jerry Harrison,
well.
Who was, he went to, again, Jerry Harrison was the man that taught me so much in television initially. Well, maybe not, if you like. But it used to be quite, he used to be my mentor originally, the great Jerry Harrison. Went to work for Transworld
So you
Sport.
and Martin both got the big TV side out of it all as well. You both ended up with great TV careers from your sporting careers at Snetterton. So
well,
it's
that's
nice
exactly
that it's worked out.
And the early days, of course, was when Lewis Hamilton was a karter, when he was in his youngest era, and Jerry Harrison used to force me into doing a piece to camera alongside the very, very young then Lewis Hamilton. So those were the earliest days in television for me. Great days, I must say, and watching youngsters come through, having sort of been in that position, albeit at a lesser level, obviously, than the likes of Lewis, was just a great viewing platform to be on, to see youngsters come through karting at that time. We didn't have anything equivalent-wise in motorcycles. You know, you were either back out on the big track with the racing licence, but we didn't have mini motos really then, or any small tracks that you could ride smaller bikes around to bring on, like the Italians do, for instance. Yeah, no, very different times, but lovely to see, and creating good times going into the future as well. So we are getting a little closer to the initial runs coming up the hill. We're just waiting for that area to be fully checked out, cleaned up, and you can see some of the vehicles actually making their way down now from the assembly area. So they are making their way down to the starting area. So it's still going to be a few minutes before we're ready, as everybody finding a slightly different vantage point to be able to watch this qualifying shootout. It's important to get yourself into the top 20 if you can, of course, in this shootout. The Driftkhana next. After that, of course, will be something that you want to find a decent vantage point for as well. Preferably one with the wind behind you so that the smoke from burning tyres is blown in the opposite direction. Yeah, it's always good fun. And then we've got a little bit more after that as well. We've got a combination of batches 1 and 2 to finish off the day with some more cars heading up the hill climb just for a bit of a show after having done the shootout a little earlier. So that's what is coming up on the calendar here this afternoon at Goodwood. We've got the rest of the afternoon, just a couple of hours, and then we've got the whole event next year. We've got an interesting machine that's going to be going up. The Toyota Dakar Hilux, Nasser Al-Attiyah, who won his 4th Dakar
earlier this year in 2022. He won the Dakar this year. Now he's going to be the first driver to take the shootout run, because he's also going to do all of the other sections, the rally stage, the off-road stage. So he's going to go from one part to another around the Festival of Speed. So wherever you are, and even if you've gone up to the rally stage at this time of day, you will get to see this Toyota Dakar Hilux that Lancia is competing with.
Well, I can tell you the bike men are back in their locker room, and they're all tidied themselves up, getting ready for the ball tonight. Of course, the Duke of Richmond, traditionally on a Saturday night, holds a massively impressive ball that everyone is invited to, that's competing here, VIP guests and the like. That'll be this evening. There's always a little tip. You can stand to the side of the house if you're camping here or the like, and just watch the superstars suited and booted wandering through the front door of Goodwood House. It's quite a vantage point. And of course, if you have a few hours to kill, you can watch the fireworks a little later on as well. It will be absolutely spectacular. The Duke of Richmond knows how to throw a party, no doubt about that.
He does, but it's wonderful also the fact that you can get so close to some of these star drivers. When I was walking through the paddock earlier, I noticed that Jackie Ickx was just at the back of one of the cars that he has been driving here today, and happily chatting to people, doing some autographs, and not diving into an area where nobody could get to him. It was lovely to see, actually, and the fact that people have been able to do this is very, very good. But let's get a little bit of an insight of what it is going up the hill. We've got our very own Karun Chandok, who went up in a BRM a little bit earlier.
The hill here at Goodwood is one of those iconic bits of motor racing these days. And here I am in the 1962 World Championship winning car. Off I go. Graham Hill won the 1962 World Championship in this wonderful BRM through the boulevard of trees, coming up to the first couple of right-handers now. It's a fantastic sight as you come through this bit of the track with the house on the left, this beautiful sculpture with the corner of your eye, but you're firmly focusing on the track, the lines of hay bales with the sea of people behind it. Up into Moulcombe, a tricky left-hander, and as you start to climb up, this amazing view of the flint wall looms ahead, climbing full hill now, round the flint wall. Give it a wide berth. Be nice and safe. This come from the Collier collection in America. It is exactly how Graham Hill drove it back in the 60s. To be honest, it's the first Formula One car driven with no seatbelts, which is quite extraordinary. I'm bracing myself up against the side of the car to come through the final corner and through the finish line. A fantastic bit of Formula One history to drive here at Goodwood, up the hill, and showing all of you at home a little bit of just what we see from the cockpit.
Well, that was a lovely view. Thank you, Karun, showing us what it is to drive up this hill climb. That gives us an insight into what they're going to be enjoying coming up in just a few moments' time, and for us to see what it's all about as well. Not easy to get it right. We've touched wood so far. We've had some pretty clean running. We've only had one or two little incidents. We had a mechanical issue. We've had one or two bumpers taken off, particularly of the drift cars, but that's only to be expected, of course.
I always find simple tracks that are easy to learn, the most difficult to go quickest on, because the fractions of a second you need to steal from each time you go up the hill or do a lap of a simple track are difficult to find. It's not easy to find that extra little degree that you need. A little bit of grass here, a little bit of curb there, of which there are none. You've got to find a special way up this hill to get that last tenth out of the deal.
And just a quick reminder, there is a bit of a limitation on what cars are allowed to go up the hill. They do not allow, for example, a modern Formula One car. As we saw Esteban Gutierrez out in a modern Formula One car earlier, but he's not allowed, I'm afraid, to run it up the hill at the sort of pace it could do. So there is a limitation to the cars that are allowed to do.
It comes down at the end of the day to the good old health and safety.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the velocity that a modern Formula One car can travel at, yeah, the barriers and the like have got to be able to contain that situation, and health and safety have got it fairly well worked out that something of that ilk is not really what they need on a track of this narrowness. It's always a balancing act, isn't it, of putting people near a track to enjoy the speed, enjoy the thrill of it, the smell and the thunder of something
Indeed.
going by, as to keeping it within safety boundaries.
Absolutely, and that's important to all of us. And it's those big straw bales that so many of you are standing behind are there to absorb any impact, but hopefully everybody's going to be keeping it reasonably sensible. We might see the odd wheel on the grass, as we often do at this event when they are really pushing on. And although this isn't for the outright award that we are about to watch now, it is the build-up to the outright award, and it will still be something to be fastest today, to try and get that confidence for whatever vehicle you've got going into tomorrow's big event. So there we are, just looking back around to the house once again, and that fantastic look across with the BMW sculpture.
There's a Robert Kubica flag.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
The Polish flag. That's nice to see one of those. He was a bit of a hero of mine back in the day.
Yeah, fabulous driver, Robert Kubica. So
Stop speed also.
And there we are, getting ready for the Toyota Dakar Hilux to get going up the hill then. And here it goes off the line. Nasser Al-Attiyah, who won the Dakar for the 4th time in his career earlier on this year. He's a cross-country FIA World Cup champion on 3 occasions. But this is a big, big machine, isn't it, Keith?
I'm slightly surprised he didn't take a bit more grass than he did on the first couple of right-handers. It really was one of those situations that, he's not too serious about things. Obviously, as far as the shootout time is concerned, he's just going to give us a demo of how to do a donut or two in front of the Duke of Richmond's house. Oh, a bit more grass being spat into the crowd as well. Won't need to trim that piece then, will they?
He's got a busy time, though. You know, part of the reason that he's doing this first run is that he does the hill climb first, and then he's going to go off and do the off-road part. He's going to go and do the rally stage as well. So they are getting to do every aspect of the events here at Goodwood in this vehicle, which of course can do that because it can run on, it's used to running off-road on sand, on huge sand dunes. They are remarkable pieces of kit.
Through Moulcombe then, you can see how wide it is compared with the actual track itself. It's almost the full width of the track. And he's having plenty of fun with this. Flint ball next, don't play up there. That isn't going to move. He's going to put a graze or two down the left-hand side of the car.
You can see the dip when he hits the brakes hard, but you can see the flow that he's got through the corners as well. He's keeping the acceleration going as he comes up to the top of the hill. And we will be given a time as he comes across the line. That is the initial time. Oh, no, actually, they haven't.
It was a demo at the end of the day, so I think that the time is immaterial. It's a demo pass, obviously, to whet our appetite as to what's to come next in this shootout.
Indeed, that's what it is all about. So it's on for him to go and play on the various different sites. That's what matters to him. And he's going to enjoy that over the next few minutes, I think, getting up onto the off-road stage and then going up to the rally stage as well. So let's have a look. Some great angles that he was putting that machine at.
He certainly was, absolutely. Moulcombe Corner was slightly scary the way he well sideways then in the Toyota Hilux Dakar.
Yep. Now they'll be getting him ready for the next part that he's going to be doing. Presumably they're just getting him lined up to do the next section. I don't know if there's a problem for him to be able to continue on this run.
And we have another vehicle going up the hill at the moment.
This is all part and parcel of the fun and games here at the Festival of Speed. It's always challenge to get everything into the right place just when you want to. There's a lot of redirection going on.
It's a challenge to work out what's going on next.
Oh, look, we've got one of the historic cars up as well. So we've got some of the historic cars also beginning to start their hill climb runs. So you're no doubt seeing those if you're here at the Festival of Speed, and for all of us who are enjoying it on screen as well, this is slightly entertaining. We shall just see. This hasn't quite worked out as perfectly as Nasser would have liked.
Takes the...
So whether they have a problem...
Takes the harness. That's the helmet and neck harness that will be connected to the back of his helmet as well. It's used to be the hands device. I think they've probably renamed them a few things after that, but it's very similar.
Well, they've done the first bit anyway, and it's all a bit of fun. So it's time for us to turn our focus onto some of the beautiful older machinery that is here at Goodwood, that is now beginning to climb its way up the hill. You're looking at the Sunbeam TT from back in 1914. Yep, that is well over 100 years old. It was a copy of the Peugeot, funnily enough, of the previous year, which had been doing a lot of winning. It ran a 3.3 litre engine, and actually the Sunbeam TT did go on to win the TT at the Isle of Man in 1914. So just before the beginning of the First World War, Sunbeam had success at what was in those days obviously a very big event for a four-wheel machine.
Indeed. None of these cars, of course, are going to be competing for the top 20, the shootout part of the qualifying to go through to the shootout tomorrow.
No, they're a little bit old for that. But I love seeing this older machinery here at Goodwood, you know, and the sound of them as well. They always have a unique noise to them.
Love the fact he's got a little bit of body language going on in there as well, hanging out the side of the car, trying to shift his body weight from one side to the other. Meanwhile, coming up now, the Peugeot absolutely blasts off the line.
Yeah, this is another machine that is used to the Dakar and that sort of event. So a little bit like the Toyota that we saw just a few moments ago. This is another Dakar vehicle, and it's got the capabilities, it's got the grip, but it's also a big machine, and it rolls and leans. It's really designed for off-road, not on tarmac, and yet it's great to watch. You watch the dip under braking, you watch the acceleration, it just lifts the whole front end up and it almost takes the tire off.
Moulcombe corner, I tell you what, that could have ended in tears on the inside of that corner, and a big round of applause for the save that was. But it was close, there's no doubt in that. It's the closest we've had to a Moulcombe crash.
Yeah, it's fascinating, but he's squeezing in between the various straw bales. You can get close to them, but try not to take them out. Otherwise, you're going to cause chaos for everybody else so far. Fastest that we've seen up here yet is 65
We're going to be way below that. We're going to be well into the 49s and below for the quick cars when we get to them.
Yeah, that is not going to be one of the quickest cars just yet. So Andre Villas-Boas has done a 64.9. He did definitely get a little bit onto the grass.
Bit more of the Duke's turf going... exit in stage right. Oh, that's proper out of order there.
Bit wibbly wobbly, wasn't it?
And you don't hear that in commentary very often.
No, it was going one way then the other way, and well, they got it sorted out in the end.
That's the steering column to be held, isn't it, really, as we get all the bits in place. It's a real skill to be able to drive a classic vehicle. Passenger will be pumping the fuel through and recharging the fuel system to make sure that the motor is getting enough fuel where it counts.
Yeah,
Gear change levers to the right-hand side.
And this is a very pretty car. It looks as though it might be having a little bit of trouble. The Ballot 3 IS, George Wingard, having a little bit of trouble with that, sadly. It has been running pretty well so far this weekend. I was
going to say, is this the most crowded when it comes to trouble that we've had on the course over the entire 3 days so far? I think it is.
Yeah, because most of these cars have been running remarkably well. They are pretty old, though, let's not forget. You know, so keeping them reliable is not so easy. We'll see if they can manage to do it. Car like this, this particular brand of car, had great success to the Indy 500 back in the 1920s.
The only one good thing about cars of this ilk travelling this slow is that we are going to get great photographs. Anybody at trackside that wanted to get a photograph of the Ballot 31 S is going to get a beauty. Now it's up to speed.
Yeah, looking a bit more comfortable now.
Well, I wonder whether, again, it comes down to the travelling mechanic, if you like, the travelling technician that's in the passenger seat has pumped enough fuel through.
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, whatever. They are working their way up now, and it looks as though it's all going to continue. We've got no red flags out there. We're not getting the session stopped, and they are managing to make their way up. So drivers and mechanics would often ride together back in the day, and that's what you're seeing right now. Now, this is pretty much the earliest vehicle that we've got here. This is the Mercedes 60 horsepower. Archie Collins is driving that. It's a 9.3 litre four-cylinder engine, and this car won the 1903 Gordon Bennett Trophy and recorded a top speed, a magic top speed of 68 miles an hour back in its day. But you think that was 1903 and it was doing 68 miles an hour? That was pretty impressive back then.
No man with a red flag in front of that one, that's for sure. Couldn't run that fast. And again, using your body to try and keep the centre of gravity in the more positive position.
Yeah, you're not going to feel very secure there, are you? It's more like, you know, it's almost like having a horse in front of you rather than a huge engine, but it still works out very, very well indeed.
This is one of my favourite cars here, I've got to say. It's an elegant looking, beautiful looking.
Yeah, this is the Ferrari 166 MM, named after Milia. The race, the Barchetta, means little boat, and it looks a bit like a little boat. It's a very beautiful design. It has a 2-litre engine, but it's a V12 engine. Sally Mason-Steeren, who's competed here at Goodwood over the years many times, she's certainly enjoying the ride. Gets the early run up the hill, and this car was a winner back in its day, no doubt about it. Back in 1949, the Mille Miglia. It also won at Le Mans and at the Spa 24-hour race. It was a very successful machine over the years, well, in those early years of Ferrari. It was a great start, if you like, for Ferrari's success. We're here at Goodwood this weekend. We're celebrating 75 years since Ferrari began the brand, and we have seen some astonishing Ferraris. We'll see a few of them in this run, but not quite as many as we saw in that particular group that was out earlier.
So the Barchetta comes up through the 60-second mark at the moment, and the fastest time we've seen so far has been a 49.8, and that was I think Jonathan Lipton. Did he pull that time at the top of the hill? Yes, he did. Lupton, sorry.
Okay, so we'll see if we get any more pace. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more pace coming through fairly soon at Sally Mason-Steeren. So she goes 8th for the moment, and crosses the line at 78 miles an hour. So, sorry, 74 miles an hour, yeah. So we'll get a little bit of an indication on the sort of finishing speeds. This is a remarkable piece of kit as well. It makes so much noise. The Fiat S76, the beast of Turin, and you can see the fire coming out. That is part and parcel of this machine. It's known for it. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. You get that look. You get the fire coming out the exhaust there. That is always happening with this machine. It is absolutely huge. Sounds incredible. 28-litre engine. It was rebuilt in recent years and appeared at Goodwood in 2015, and has been running at events since then, really. But wonderful to see it cross the line. 76 miles an hour. Not bad, eh?
It's not hanging around. And I've got to say, that is probably the most remarkable looking car I've ever seen in my life. And again, if you fancy your toast to doing, there is the don't stand too close. Right, the Demon Tweaks BMW comes up the hill now. Guy Minshaw in control of the this is a classic M3 for me back in the day.
Yeah, definitely a car that took British Touring Car Championships back in the late 80s and early 90s. People like Frank Sittner and Will Hoy drove BMW M3 E30, the early M3s. Guy Minshaw's a rapid driver as well. We see him doing lots at Goodwood, whether it's at the members meeting, Revival, or here at the hill climb. And this will probably be a slightly quicker lap. We shall keep an eye on it. It's not pushing mad here, but certainly the car is accelerating beautifully up the hill. We are celebrating the M division of BMW throughout the course of the weekend, and this was one of the key M series cars that BMW created at the time. Those little rear wheel arches, such a beautiful shape, just giving that little bit of extra space for some rear wheels. And yes, he goes fastest for
62.3 he was, 62.3 at the top of the hill, so quite a way off the faster times, I feel.
Yep, but that's a good start, and this is going to be another quick car. This should be fast, and particularly with a driver in the shape of Giancarlo Fisichella, and a very experienced Formula One driver who then turned his attention to sports car racing and has done a lot of sports car racing over the years as well in this Ferrari 333. And he's not actually pushing it quite as much. Maybe, I don't know whether there's a, he seems to have backed off a little bit. He's not pushing it as hard as I would have thought that Giancarlo would have been going for. So this doesn't even look like it's going to be a particularly rapid run. It's a bit of a shame. So a steady run in the Ferrari 333 for now. It's not going to be a big challenger on this occasion, even though it's got a nice 4-litre V12 engine in it. Same engine as the Ferrari 641 Formula One car had back in the day, and it was very much a winner in sports car racing. Now there's another very pretty machine heading up the hill. That is the 304 Ferrari 750 Monza. Tadzio Otis is driving this. It's very light. It's only 760 kilos. And it's pretty productive. It's a 3-litre engine, so it can deliver a fair amount of power. Very successful car that was actually, this car was exported to the United States pretty early on in its career, and it had quite a lot of victories out there. Now, it's not really, I don't think, the pace setter. We've got that BMW M3 having set the pace so far. We've got the Lister Chevrolet that's gone up, which we haven't actually seen on track, but that is currently second fastest. So let's just see what the time is.
64.8 he's just managed in the Ferrari 750, so 64.81. That's pretty third. Yeah, it's in third place at the moment. We're going to get some quick cars coming up the hill.
Yeah.
Again, this Lancia Rally 37 is going to be, it's not really the car for, again, this kind of competition, if you like. It's going to be spectacular, though.
Oh, it's so good to watch. I mean, it's such a wonderful machine from that Group B rally car era, and it was a successful car back in the day. Lancia won the manufacturer's title in 1983, which was, in a way, with the first proper Group B car. Group B meant a set of regulations, a set of technical regulations, if you like, that created these mid-engined, some of them rear-wheel drive, some of them four-wheel drive machines. Mainly, they became four-wheel drive as we went on, because you had the Audi Quattro at the time that was going so well. But we saw some fantastic machinery appear in the Group B era. It only lasted 1982 to 1986. But nonetheless, it created some of the most exciting machinery. Unfortunately, it also created some horrible accidents, and we lost some great drivers at the time, and that was why Group B then ended at the end of 86.
And he's grabbed the lead.
Good
but
man.
As I say, plenty of fast cars to come just yet. So 61.76.
Good. Well, we'll see.
Here we go.
They can improve on that. Now we've got we do have a Formula One car. This is the Benetton B192. This is an ex-Michael Schumacher car from the 1992 season, his first full year. Lorena McLaughlin is the driver. She is very experienced here at Goodwood, loves doing both the hill climbs and going to the circuit as well. And although it is a Formula One car, it's probably not going to be the fastest machine that we've got here today. You can see how it reacts. You were talking about the camber change, Keith, and you can see how this car reacts to that a little bit.
Yeah, the crown of the road really interferes with a car that's used to being on a track that's got camber and works in the favour of the cars. So really tricky run for a Formula One car. We remember Nick Heidfeld, how much he was moving around all over the track. So the Benetton 4B192 comes to the top of the hill as we keep an eye on her last and final time. 44.3 at the intermediate 2, 59.4 at the top.
Yep, she's second. Okay, so the next car out, 402, is the Cooper Climax T43, Chris Hennywell. And chasing up the hill with one of these baby little Formula One cars. Comes back from 1957. It was actually the first Cooper F1 car First appeared at Monaco in 1957. So let's see how this goes for Chris. Beautiful control on the steering wheel. You can see how it's all just being held balanced. Up past the wall. And let's just see how this is going to finish up. So 52.8 is the fastest that we have seen so far. Let's see if the Cooper is going to be any quicker than that. Across the line it goes. Nope, 60.5. So that puts it into 5th position. And back down to the start. We've got one of the NASCARs heading up the hill. Number 246. This is the Chevy Camaro, Ed Berrier. These cars, of course, are more used to competing on the oval tracks in NASCAR racing, although road tracks are important to them as well. They don't have as many road tracks, it's more of an oval track for motorsport. But the sound of it is just glorious.
Yeah, the Chevrolet Camaro really is one of the thunderous American vehicles, isn't it? It's the Camaro, iconic in name and presence when it comes to a track like this. Through the flint wall then, absolutely rattles the windows on the commentary position when it came past here a moment ago. What sort of time is he going to put in? It's 39.6 through the second intermediate. Coming to the top of the hill then, 53.1 we have at the top, 128 mile an hour average.
So yes, that goes into 2nd place. And there we are now looking at one of the super touring cars. So heading off the Nissan Primera, and Anthony Reid is behind the wheel. I'm not sure he's actually driving, no, it's Richard Wheeler in this one. Anthony Reid's in a car that's actually slightly further ahead. He's in an ex-David Leslie version of the same car. Richard Wheeler here, who is the owner of this Nissan Primera. And so I expect Anthony will probably be a little bit quicker with all of his experience of touring car racing back in the day.
That's a bit of an in-house competition between the two, then, and the owner and the driver.
Indeed, yes.
We like a bit of that.
In fact, yes, it is. He's gone quickest, so Anthony Reid.
52.4, yeah, top of the hill.
Just done a good job there. So Anthony Reid in the other Nissan Primera has now taken the pace away from Richard. I don't think Richard will match that pace somehow.
Certainly not through the second intermediate. He's quite a bit behind, so he won't make that up on the top of the hill. Richard Wheeler then goes to the top with a 59.5 compared with the 52.4 of Anthony Reid. Oh, hang on, don't knock the marshal over.
So much more modern machine here, ready to come out and do its stuff.
That's what I like about enthusiasm. Even the mirrors are folded back just to try and give the aerodynamic advantage of no mirrors sticking out. Unless he's going to run that close to the flint wall, he needed to have them retracted.
So it's BMW M4 CSL. You're riding it.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going well, isn't he?
Weidinger is properly put. It's a big car. It's quite a heavy car as well, the M4. And it's going to be a handful, certainly up towards Moulcombe.
Lots of power, though, to play with. And he's making the most of it, using every aspect of the road. Up past the flint wall, all clean so far.
38.3 to the second intermediate split. What's he going to do at the top? As we come to the finish line then, waiting for it to click up onto our screens here.
This could be, indeed, as you say, the fastest so far.
51.0, sorry, 51.08. So a fast time there.
So that is now the fastest car, but we are now watching some more potential machinery, the Hyundai Veloster, and this is Lewis Kent, who is a champion in this type of touring car racing. It's just the level below British touring cars, but it's very rapid, and let's see how he can deal with it. He may well be able to beat that 51 seconds.
Yeah, he got himself out in the dirt there, lost a bit of traction out onto the main part of the track. That might have cost him just a little bit. And we've got a 25.4 through the first intermediate, and that is nowhere near the fastest time. I suspect that was because he lost so much traction up on the grass. Waiting for him at the top of the hill. 40.3 over the intermediate, the second intermediate time. He's picking up a little bit of time at the top of the track. 54.1 in the end.
Yeah, it's put him in 5th place, so not quite as fast as we might have thought it would be. Here's a Ferrari out there having fun once again, though. Always beautiful to see it. It's Sam Hancock, who is always going to attack. Very, very rapid driver in this beautiful Ferrari 246 Dino. And you can hear it, the way he's on and off the throttle as he goes past.
Well, you can see his hands just swap sides for a moment. Momentarily, as the Ferrari blasts out of Moulcombe up towards the Flint wall.
One way then the other.
Yeah, yawing away at it, isn't he? He's properly busy in there.
Yeah, but that's great. So it's a typical Sam Hancock. He's always going to go on the attack here up the hill. Now 51.08 is the time he's got to try and beat. Has he done it? Can Sam do that? I'm not sure that he'll be quite that fast.
56.9 in the end. 41.9 at the intermediate split, but 56.9 overall. 104 mile an hour average.
Well, pretty impressive in a machine from the 1960s, early 1960s, compared to some of the very up-to-date machinery that we've got now. Holden Commodore.
Steady old start there, I've got to say. Not burning rubber like we might have expected from a Holden Commodore.
Often we see Rick Wood out in Ford Capris and other machinery, but he's in the Holden Commodore V8, so this is a part of Australian touring car. It's a big machine, though, as you say. It hasn't got a lot of space to play with around the hill climb, has it?
I used to love the Aussie V8 series. It was something that you always watched early in the morning.
Yeah, it sounds wonderful. It's putting its way up this hill very cleanly and smoothly at the moment. But I'm not sure that it's going to be quite on the pace. So first split, yeah, he was down a little bit on the first split, second split as well. So we're not going to see this car, I think, competing just yet with the BMW 4 CSL that is currently fastest on that 51.08.
Quick car coming up behind him, though. We'll keep an eye on that. It was very fast over the first 100 yards, 23.1 at the intermediate number 1, and that'll be the...
Well, that's the Shadow F1 car, Ewan Ferguson, who's driving that now. Let's see how quick it can be. It had some results back in the day. It wasn't a total front-running Formula 1 car, but it did have a few promising results in the points. A couple of 5th places with the likes of Stewart and Clay Regazzoni. Jan Lammers and Elliot De Angelis actually had one of the best results, a 4th place finish with the Shadow DN9. Pushing on, but whether we're going to be able to see him into that low 50s. We want to be seeing someone into the 40s. We haven't seen anybody into the 40s yet, and he's always a huge challenge here at Goodwood. And it's 53.46, so he's still not there. He's in 5th position. Now, this is one of the new Ferrari 488, the challenge cars. This is James Swift at the wheel, and again, this is potentially a pretty rapid machine. It's built as a race car. It's 670 horsepower with a twin-turbo V8 sitting in there, and I think this could be a chance.
Yeah, we'll wait and see when we get to that all-important Moulcombe corner. They're right in front of us now, into the left-hander at Moulcombe. If he can just get that drive right out of here, look good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the Ferrari 488 looking very good indeed. It went through 23.4. It's on the pace, 38.3 at the second intermediate. And that is quite fast, among the fastest.
Okay, so let's see. Is this going to be enough to knock that BMW M4 CSL off the top of the list?
52.3, not quite.
Close between them. So from 51.0 to 52.3, it's about 1.3 off the pace so far. Now, this is a rallycross machine. I doubt it's going to be the fastest, but it's Jenson Button's machine, and Jenson is definitely getting more to grip with it. He loves this place. The Formula 1 world champion of 2009 is now switching his career into all sorts of other things. He's definitely involved in this.
Well, they knocked 30% of the power off yesterday for him to get used to it. Now I would suspect that they've wound that right back up to full power, judging by the way the thing's moving around on the road. 22.0 through intermediate 1, 35.9 through intermediate 2. That's a good pace. I've got to say, that's the fastest pace through intermediate 2. 48.99 from Jenson Button, 48.99. That is impressive.
Yeah, that is good. He's gone fastest. So Jenson Button currently the fastest out there on the hill climb run.
On a car that you wouldn't have expected, perhaps.
No, well, it's built for rallycross more than anything. But this Dodge Viper is a rapid machine, so this is something to keep an eye on. But then we've got the Formula E car as well. Formula E, this is the latest version. It's actually the new version. It's not racing yet. It's going to be racing in the next championship. Nick Heidfeld, who has had the record here in the past, he is now launched in the Mahindra Ran car.
They're coming thick and fast now, and thick and fast with the emphasis on fast. Look at this thing. It looks like something out of the future, and of course it is.
Yeah, that's right. This is the new look at the Formula E car. When it came up on the pictures, everyone was going, wow, look at that shape, the aero sort of triangle shape that they've developed.
Through the first split, not right, 22.6, so he's still got work to do.
Yeah.
Well, needs to get this right. Nick Heidfeld, the course record holder at one point. I don't think this is going to be able to do it, the Mahindra. It looks like it should.
Let's see, is it going to beat that Jensen Button time that we saw just a few moments ago? No.
Just
49.3 is not quite enough. It's not quite enough because it was a 48.99 or 49.0 that Jensen did earlier. So she's just missed out on that. Very close though.
Very close indeed. Here we go.
Yeah, this is an important one because this man, Justin Law, has won this event before. Now remember, all of this today is not about winning the outright event. It is about being fastest today. Of course, you want to be fastest today. It sets up the order for tomorrow and the actual win. But it's still just as important to everybody to try and be as quick as possible. Justin won this in 2017. He crashed out last year, so he's still going to be doing a pretty competitive run. His first sector, not bad.
Not bad, 22.0 against the 21 of Ben Mitchell.
Adam Smalley, he's also quick, though, in the Porsche, so we shall see how he gets on. Here comes the Jaguar up to the top of the hill.
But so, the 22.0 through the first sector as well. What have we gone through the second sector? 35.6. 47.3. 47.3 then.
Yeah, that's good. But actually, it's just been beaten by the Formula 2 March BMW. We didn't see it, but the single-seater was actually a fraction quicker than that. So we've seen another change as the times continue to improve. And, well...
This is your 2,000 horsepower van that is certainly quick off the mark. As all four motors pull this van around, right out towards the grass.
Former winner here, Romain Dumas. Can he put it together in this? I think this is a remarkable piece of kit. I don't think it's quite got the same pace.
I think the chassis-wise, we're just perhaps a little bit on the large side, but 2,000 horsepower, the equivalent of Dumas has got under his foot. And again, Dumas through 21.8 was his first split, 126 miles, 35.9 in the second split.
Yeah,
he's not a million miles away for a van, is he?
He's very competitive, Romain Dumas. And when Ed Foster was telling me when he arrived up the top of the hill earlier this week, having done his first run, well, he's gone third fastest.
48.59, 48.59, 134.7 miles an hour. Meanwhile, wait for it.
And Travis Pastrana's already on the hill, and then we've got Alex Summers. These are the two fastest vehicles that are there. Watch Travis Pastrana, this amazing machine with the little wing flaps that pick up when he gets onto the brakes. And this will be a quick one.
Whoa. Over the line, and he goes. Pastrana, 47.0, 47.0 from Pastrana.
It's not actually the fastest. It's not quite beaten the Formula 2 March.
Here we go then. This is a weapon. Have you ever seen anything like it? Wait till it leaves the blocks. It is a frightening looking vehicle.
Fully electric.
You'd get out the way if this came up behind you, that is for sure.
Two electric motors at the rear. It's got a fan to create downforce, and you'll see it chucking out the air and debris virtually out of the fan at the back of it that creates huge amount of downforce.
Look at that. Look at Have you ever seen anything like it off the line?
Here we go.
McMurtry Automotive Spearling then. Alex Summers is your driver.
Yeah, Alex is a hill climb winner many times, leading the current British Hill Climb Championship in a very different kind of car to this, though. And he's sharing it with Max Chilton over the weekend.
Well, Max Chilton was quick enough in it yesterday. Alex Summers, though, doesn't look like he's hanging about. Yeah, you wouldn't want to blink, would you? You'd be in the fence if you blinked too much.
On board, great shot.
Wow, over the sprint.
Yeah, now he's just got the final part. It's so quick.
29.6 through the second intermediate, 29.6. He is going to blitz this time, surely. Yeah, coming to the finish line, over the finish line,
Oh.
a 40.05. 40
Goodness
seconds, 149.1 mile an hour, 40.5 for the complete course. Wow.
That is fantastic. You know, that is almost a new record. Not quite, but that is so close to the existing record here. And he was saying yesterday, well, actually earlier today when he was driving the car, Alex was saying, well, you know, Max Chilton, he's so fast, but he's done a brilliant job. And he is the fastest man of the day. Well done to Alex Summers.
Have you ever seen anything like that, Ben? I've got to say, he gave a hand signal at the end there that gave me the impression that he was glad to have actually made it to the top of the course. It's almost like a space shuttle, this thing. I've never quite seen anything like it.
And the view from the onboard camera. He's still breathing. He's still taking deep breaths to get through. Look at that.
What a time.
Really amazing. So, for all of you who are wondering what this is the McMurtry Automotive Spearling, as it's called. It is a special prototype machine that has been created. And we've got an opportunity, I think, to get a word with him.
I think the fact that the car is the size it is as well for a hill climb of this width is really, really handy. It works so well.
Wonderful. Ed Foster is there to speak to him.
Alex Summers, what if I told you that you are the second fastest man ever to climb that piece of tarmac?
I mean, what an honour. What an honour, yeah. Dead chuffed. Really pleased for the guys. Obviously, we had that issue earlier, so it's lovely to be up here and it's lovely to fly the flag for the brand. So, yeah, couldn't be happier right now.
There's some amazing onboard footage on the way up, and your eyes were like saucers. It's obviously quite alarming to drive this thing.
I've had more texts about my eyes today than about anything else. I'm like, what did it look like? No, never mind that, just your eyes. So that's what we care about. So it's a great camera angle, and I hope it gives some idea of just what the emotions are on the start line and on the rest of the course. I'm just watching it now, look at that. Ooh.
Can anything prepare you for the acceleration off the line with this thing?
I'll be honest, no. Being fired out of a cannon, maybe. Look at my eyes, look at that. No, it's just incredible. And, you know, a huge thank you to the Duke for inviting us in the club and all the marshals and everyone who's put on this incredible event. You know, it's just a real privilege, a real honour. And I hope the guys are having a nice little celebrate down the bottom.
Having done a 40.05, Romain Dumas was a 39.9. I think it's safe to say that his record is in danger, isn't it?
Well, like I say, like I said to you earlier, Max will drive the car tomorrow. Max is an incredible talent, and you know, like sorry, I'm struggling a bit. He's, you know, he's going to show you what the car can do. I'm just happy I'm qualified. Happy we fixed that issue we had earlier, and yeah, hopefully they can have good weather tomorrow and a good set of runs.
Well, congratulations, Alex. You've made a bit of history.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Well, fabulous job by Alex. He is leading the British Hill Climb Championship at the moment, former champion himself, and second fastest ever up Chelsea Walsh. Recently broke the Dune record as well. So he is very good on a hill, and he's absolutely shattered everybody else. Look, the gap. But I have to say, Ben Mitchell, what a fantastic job he did in that 1982 Formula 2 car, the March BMW, second fastest from Travis Pastrana. Then Justin Law, we expected that Jaguar to be quick, and sure enough, it was up there. And Romain Dumas in the electric supervan. Adam Smalley, Jenson Button, Nick Heidfeld, all up there. Timo Bernhard, and they will all go again tomorrow, of course, to try and go fast once more to actually take the victory. So all that's done. It's been satisfying, of course, but what it has done is it's made an order for tomorrow, and it means that the fastest cars will go last tomorrow. So we'll see it really build up, the tension build up. But I have to say, if that McMurtry Automotive Spearling is running like that, there's not much question, Keith, as to who's going to be fastest.
As a car, you've got to say that'll be the fastest car. It's just a question of whether Max Chilton can better the time that we've just seen. I mean, that was a great drive, I've got to say, from the pilot.
Yeah,
1.8 kilometres, of course, and a blast up the hill there was superb. and he's celebrating, and he might well do as well. I've got to say,
you've got to feel for him a little bit that he doesn't get to do it
you
tomorrow.
Have, indeed. That's exactly how I feel. I mean, he knows that was a good run, and I think it took a little bit out of him as well. Very impressive.
Wonderful. Well, there we go then. He has done a magic job. He's put the pressure back on Max Chilton in a way, because he's done a quicker segment or quicker hill climb than Max did. Max has done some rapid times, but that was even quicker. So I wonder, it really does mean that the record here is achievable, because it's 39.9, and we shall just have to see how that goes. Well, what a dramatic time we've been enjoying here this afternoon.
Race Against Dementia supports early career scientists in their research around the world. Our scientists are supported by the RAD Leadership and Development Programme. That's interesting to hear that from you.
Race Against Dementia is going about it the right way, invested in new talent. I think there's a lot that we could learn. Being hungry for change is the way to go.
Let's beat dementia together.
So we expect a ding-dong, and we expect a tyre smoke you're seeing now from Dave Watkins. And off the line he goes. We are against the clock now. This is the Saturday shootout. It's not just the honour, it's the cups, it's the awards. And Dave Watkins wants to beat all those other historic cars in his particular category. Richard Barrow's going to do his best for the Group N Subaru, but he's been doing really, really well so far, despite his accident in practice on Thursday where he battered that Subaru. It's a bit battered and bruised, but it's going absolutely really, really well indeed. And he's been flying around here, really enjoying it, considering it is his first time And this isn't an easy rally stage. There's in the region of 16 bends, 14 of them are major bends. As you're watching Dave Watkins hard at work, spinning the wheel there, opposite lock at the rear of the Escort comes out, and Richard Barrow gets going down to this difficult rutted section from the tarmac onto the loose, as we call it. And the Fiat 124 is getting ready for action. That's Mark Bendel. And Tim Bendel was meant to be here with his Lada, Xavier, but we didn't see him, did we?
Now, Rory Bell on the start line. And Max Freeman will be with them this time.
Okay, now let's watch this, because this is going to be a good quick run. If he can keep it out of the banks, keep it out of the bales. Roger Duckworth, you know, top British rally driver, been hugely successful, winning events like Rally Sunseeker, the Rally Sprint Series, Rally Barbados regular. Oh, nice jump, nice landing from Rory Bell, that's good. And getting it neatly down through the left-hander, and heading on his way through to Kielder and then down through Mikkola. Roger Duckworth coming up the other side of the stage now, climbing up the Sussex escarpment towards the top of the Duke of Richmond's estate and towards that finish line where he wants to flash across. As we watch Rory come through to Delta, as he comes through Gambles,
I tell you what,
onto the inside, across the little bank there, flick it round, on with the hydraulic handbrake, back on the throttle, flicking that rear end round.
I think he holds that together. That's going to be a quick time.
Should be.
Clean everywhere.
Should be. For the first time this year since 2005, this stage has been run in the reverse direction. Where we are now is where the finish used to be, but this is now the tarmac section on the start, so you're going to get good grip off the line, and then you go into the loose stuff. So you need to be positive, you need to be thinking about the changes of surface that you're going to hit, because you've really got mud, field, ground down grass for this first section, and then you go into the clayey bit and more rocky undersurface. The stage is live, and it's an Escort Cosworth, and Lars Sander has got two cars here, Xavier, to choose from. I wonder if he's going to run the other one. He's got the Repsol coloured identical Cosworth Escort as well.
Yeah, he's got the Escort WRC and then that Escort Cosworth, but I just realised nearly every time Lars Sander has been to Goodwood, it's always a different car. So he's bringing a really wide variety of cars here. And you know what? You know the other thing I personally try and do is pinch myself every now and again, because you and I have been doing this commentary for a few years now, is to try and pinch myself and remember this is a magic event. There is nothing like Goodwood anywhere else in the world. That you can see the diversity, not just of rally cars up here on the stage, if you're up here and have joined us, but the diversity and variety that exists down in front and around the house. Different MotoGP bikes, historic bikes, DTM cars, Formula 1 cars. Now we have Formula E. And as somebody has whispered in my ear, it's the Glastonbury of motorsport, and that's a pretty good analogy. But there is nothing like it in the world.
Some of the action from the rally stage, but what is coming up now is Driftkhana. This is going to be all fun and games. Let's find out a little bit more.
So you want to know what Driftkhana is? Okay. Let's go. Forget engine sizes and batches, any rear-wheel drive can drift. It takes place on the hill and finishes up here at the top paddock. It's a winner-takes-all competition, and it's scored on these three criteria. 1, proximity, 2, time, and 3, style. Driver scores are added together, and the highest score wins. James, do you mind showing us how it's done? Accuracy is measured by sensors, and the cars have to be close enough to set them off. Time is measured over one section of the course. And style points will be awarded by the commentators. It's fast, it's skillful, it's wicked.
Well, that was a great little look into how the Driftkhana is going to operate, and it's going to be fun to see those vehicles coming out and having a play. We can see the bins in place outside the Goodwood house already, Keith.
Yeah, I wonder how many of them are going to last, as the cars are still coming down the hill at the moment to go back to the paddock from the previous session. Got to say that this is something I've been looking forward to, but I hope they've got a new batch of bins in, Ian.
Well, report is they've got spares and some more spares on top of that. And Ben and Keith, we've been enjoying this for the last 3 days. And over the last 3 days, all I keep hearing is positive and positive and positive news about drifting. And surprisingly enough, how many big drivers that are here this weekend, some huge celebrities saying that they are absolutely enjoying the drifting and how much buzz it creates. I walked into Goodwood this morning from the camping site and everybody was a good atmosphere. The weather was nice. And then they got the drifting underway this morning on the hill, and the atmosphere just flicked on. It was electric, and it's been electric all day so far.
Well, you managed to get something pretty spectacular out of what is a very, very tight environment, and I think that that is the key. It is very visual. It is visual. It's surreal in some respects, particularly James Dean, who is a little bit on the special side when it comes to the accuracy. I don't quite understand how he manages to have this thing millimetre perfect every time we've seen him on the hill. Maybe he's going to drop the ball in this session.
This could be it. You may have just given him the commentator's curse, the chink in the armour, as we like to say. Yeah, James Dean, we like to call him the machine, because sometimes we wonder if he is actually human or if he is a machine inside that car. He is pinpoint perfect with the accuracy. So far this weekend, over the last few days, he has been ranking highest on the points, getting those barrels on point, not knocking any of them down, and really expressing himself and his style to the judges.
Do you think the bins look as though they've moved them around a little bit, so it makes it for a pretty good setup, I think you've got now?
Yeah, the judges, the drivers and the guys that are operating the system, they've been meeting every single time these guys have been going out and saying, where do we need to tweak them, where do we need to move them, because they want the best show, and the drivers are saying, well, put them here because it's easier, and then some of the other guys are saying, let's make it a little bit more difficult, let's not make it too easy for ourselves.
I think I can probably work out who those drivers are on each side of that scale, particularly. Tell us about the speed that they... I mean, there's a speed element to this as well. Are there kind of equal points in every element of this, or are there bigger points for proximity, bigger points for speed up the hill, bigger points for style? How is it scored?
So it's scored basically straight off the start line. We've got these proximity sensors all the way up to just before Moulcombe, where the guys are timed, so they have to hit these proximity sensors. They have to be within 12 inches, just 1 foot away from those barrels to activate the sensor. They'll be flashing blue when they get there. If they score and they hit that proximity sensor, they'll go green. They'll get a time to there. Then there's a freestyle section where they're allowed to, pull up outside the grandstands, do some donuts, some burnouts, and get some appreciation from everybody in the grandstands and around Goodwood watching. Then they head to the top of the hill where they have a wall ride with proximity sensors all the way around it, and then finally the pylon. They have to do 2 clean donuts around it to illuminate all the lights before parking that car perfectly in the box.
We're just looking at Alex for a moment here. I mean, look at the way he's enjoying the reaction he's getting from the fans. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get similar in Driftkhana, but he's having a fabulous time.
That is the fastest car up the hill. That is the fastest man up the hill, this 2022 Festival of Speed. It was spectacular. Max Chilton will take over from him tomorrow in the McMurdy vehicle. I've got to say that I've never seen anything quite... Ian, you've seen a lot of weird and wonderful cars. Engineering is the thing in drifting as well. What about that thing?
I mean, we took a walk around yesterday in the paddock when we'd finished our section. We had some spare time, and we took the team up there. We had a good look at that car, and it is an absolute world-class piece of engineering. Look at the way it takes off at the line, Keith.
It's got so much grip, and it's small, which is really useful on a track as narrow as this. It is like a bullet.
It is like a bullet, but you got the feeling from Alex when he got dealing with the speed that he's coping with. Not easy at all.
Well, we know he's a very experienced hill climb man. We heard that a little bit earlier. Toby Moody came into the box here and passed the phone to you with the details on it. But look at the wide eyes that he's got there. This thing, you're on the edge, I think, of human capability, the way this thing came up the hill. You cannot blink, otherwise you're going to be in the bales.
It's over so fast. I mean, when we see some of the older cars, some of the slower cars come up, and we can chatter away for quite a long time, you and I, Keith, can't we? Waffle, waffle, and then with this thing coming up, we have to be pretty precise. It's so rapid.
You have to drop into bike mode, I think, when it comes to something as quick as this. But he almost looked relieved to get that over and done with as accurately as he did.
Ian, have any of your drift guys, have they all been tempted to have a go in that yet?
Every one of them have said, what an absolute piece of kit. And I think the most astonishing thing about that vehicle is that it can create 2,000 kilograms of downforce sitting still. I mean, the engineering, the work, the thought process that's gone into that is unbelievable. 1,000 horsepower, which is produced by those electric motors, is nothing nowadays. Bagsy's GTR has 1,200 horsepower. So power is not the thing that's most impressive. It's the way that they deliver it. It's the way it takes off with that downforce.
Let's hope they keep it on suck, not blow. Otherwise, that thing is going into space.
Well, let's not hope that. We've seen Max Chilton in it yesterday, as you said, Ben.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. OK, so we've got the cars beginning to line up for the Driftkhana now, and there's James Dean actually at the front of the queue at the moment. Whether he will be the first one we see going out.
Yeah, they were saying that they were trying to get themselves in a bit of an order, trying to work out a little order as how they were going to go. But the marshals are not silly. They were just picking them out here and there to mix the order up a little bit.
Oh. So you talk about order. I mean, we talk about track temperature and grip and rubbering in a circuit and so on and so forth. Will the first runners rubber in the track on this particular course?
So we are now getting ready for this Driftkhana round 2. It's going to be a pretty exciting moment, and we've got the cars beginning to line up down there, and Ian Waddington joining us with the expert view on what these guys are doing. You're always with them, you're working with them all the time, Ian, but we're really looking forward to what could be a tight battle, although that man who's just been waving at us, James Dean, he's been phenomenal this weekend.
He's been absolutely phenomenal. He's been setting the scoreboards alight, Ben. He's been really using that skill, that talent that we've been talking about, and how precise he is inside the car. But this young man, now Jordanian's very own Ahmed Daham, in this incredible carbon Kevlar Lexus RCF. Look at him pumping the steering wheel. He said he's not messing around now. He went out yesterday, and we see him, Ben and Keith, put that car to the absolute edge of the tarmac on his first ever run. He said, this is it, this is the one. James Dean's always been the man to beat. He's always had a target on his back, if you like. But Ahmed Daham said, no, this weekend I'm going to do it. I'm going to set the scoreboards alight. I'm going to really impress me as a judge and the crowds here at Goodwood.
This is Tetsuya Hibino. He's so enthusiastic. He doesn't speak much English, but he's got so much energy to him.
He certainly has.
Where are the judges on the course?
Me, you and Ben.
Really?
Like that.
Yes. So the more influence we get, normally in drift situations, the judges don't really get too biased or too influenced by the crowds because they have that keen eye. That is their job. But us, we're drift fans, as we like to say, and we're here for the experience. So the more the crowds on the grandstand and around the hay bales applaud, cheer, get their camera phones out and film, the more points we'll give them. I've got a scoring board next to me. It goes from 0 to 1,000 extra points.
OK, well, we will bear that in mind. It depends how loud we get, really, doesn't it, Keith? That's the message.
I feel a level of pressure all of a sudden here in the commentary box for the first time in this entire weekend here at the Festival of Speed. I've got a feeling this is going to be certainly even more frantically dynamic than we've experienced so far this week, because this is the competition. This is the bit that they've been building for.
Yeah, it certainly is, and these guys have now had a few days to feel in, and you can see Kevin Quinn there just watching the stream of live from Goodwood, getting a feeling for probably how everyone else is doing. Kevin Quinn, the Northern Ireland driver, very, very competitive.
Ian, you were talking to me yesterday about how they have the radiators in the back. You can really see that there, how it's got this huge radiator in the back. Just remind us why they have that.
So these cars, they obviously travel sideways around 90% of the tracks they go to. Very rarely do they go forwards, only until they initiate the drift, which is by a clutch kick in the car, Scandinavian flick, or pulling the hydraulic handbrake to lock the rear wheels. So there's not a lot of airflow. So what these guys do now is they move the radiator to the back. They increase the size of the radiator because there's no width or height constraints. We put an electric water pump in there to move the water around the car quickly, and it cools the car and balances the car 10 times nicer than what a front radiator would do in a normal car.
There's Axel Hildebrand, who has got this all-new machine that he arrived with this weekend, and they finished it off while they were arriving, pretty much, which is fun to see.
Yeah, it certainly is, and these guys have worked really hard, and again, more guys that have been testing and tuning this car and staying up late into the night to get the alignment done.
We're off. James Dean then blasts off in the BMW. Let's see what he manages to do in this. He's been spectacular. Look at it. Yeah, incredible. Perfect. Grass to grass to grass. But here we go. Look how close he is in the proximity department. He's missed out on 2 barrels, though, in these early 4.
Yeah, but James Dean's being very, very clever here. He's going for speed. You can see the way he whipped through those first 2 corners. He's not messing around. He's trying to get these proximity sensors lit up if he can. He's not worried about dropping 1 or 2 proximity sensors. He wants the speed. Look at this. He's going to go very, very fast under the bridge. Look at this flick in the car. Is he going to stop for some donuts? No, he's not going to. He's going to score low now on the freestyle points, but he's definitely going to get up some speed. As you can see now, picks up more proximity sensors. James Dean absolutely firing through the Goodwood Hill here now, up towards the flint wall. Will he flick it left to right? He certainly will. James Dean dicing with danger as he comes past the flint wall, up now towards the end of the circuit.
Beautiful control as ever, but I'm surprised he didn't do another extra donut in there. He's really stripped it out in a way this time.
He certainly has, yeah. He's looking for that time. He's trying to get that time element down as he now comes up to the finish line. That time will probably pop up on our screen and that will be recorded. And now he's got a little cool-down area. So he's got the run up to the top of the hill with the turnaround area. He's going to cool that car down, get to the top of the hill, and then re-evaluate where he is and try and score many points there.
In that final little section that they do up at the top.
That's correct, Ben, yes.
Now you could see Keith there, he's really getting those tyres to smoke and getting pretty close to the bins.
Yeah, he was perfect when it came to the bins. He missed out on a couple of them, but as you say, Ian, it's a change in style for him. Normally he would be going for the spectacular, the fan favourite donuts in the middle of the course. He didn't. He went for a full-on assault on the hill.
Yeah, he went for a full attack, as we like to call it, and I think James Dean's just changed his game plan. He wouldn't have told any that down at the Cathedral Paddock. He would have kept that close to his chest, and here we go. He's up at the top end. We can see him now. He's illuminated every barrel or every light on that wall ride. He's now going around that pylon that we spoke about. He gets the lights illuminated, he flicks it. Oh, and he misses the parking spot completely, does James.
Yeah, where's he going?
Couldn't see through his own smoke.
He's meant to arrive backwards into that parking slot, isn't he?
Yeah, he didn't do it. So
well, he got plenty of green lights up as far as the barrels and the proximities are concerned. Style-wise, I'm not convinced that, even though I think he has been a great driver this weekend so far, I'm not sure style-wise he cops it just there, personally.
So Ahmed Daham now in the carbon Kevlar extras again, right to the edge of the circuit. Incredible, as you say, Keith. Perfect and beautiful. Flicks his way through another go. He's going to go for the speed here, or will he do some style? He does. He gets to the outside in front of the house now, throws it in to those barrels. You can see him lighten them up perfectly. Will he stay down there or will he move away? He's going to move away. He's going for the speed. You can see him shift a gear. The back of that Lexus dip down, pick up the grip.
He looked like he dropped out of gear there for a moment.
He's gone for a rolling burnout. That car ever so slightly stalled up. Big rolling burnout underneath the bridge as the external wastegate pops and bangs. And now he's going to go for some style. No, once again, another guy going for the speed. The tactics have changed.
Yeah, they're all going for this.
Well, we watched some of the drivers looking on their phones. They will have seen what James Dean did because they're picking up the Goodwood feed.
They certainly are. And that's what we use in the real-life competition too. Look at that. Daham almost takes the front bumper off the car. You can see the flame erupt underneath the car from that external wastegate as Ahmed Daham now looks to finish this run off in style. Big clutch kick. You can hear the car wind up on power.
It's a big, powerful machine. This is 1,200 horsepower.
It's around 1,000 horsepower at the moment. He said he's detuned it ever so slightly for this weekend.
Okay, that's interesting because the grip level.
Oh, almost.
A bit of a tap there.
Yes, that's more than a bit of a tap. I think we've got a bit of a flap going on now because some body workers. He did look like his bonnet was on the move again as well. I noticed that was flexing fairly well.
I think that might be a heat tactic, just lifting the front of the bonnet ever so slightly on those aero catch bonnet pins to get the cold air under the front of the car. And look at this, incredible stuff. And
they take any opportunity to get some air in there, don't they?
They certainly do. Yeah, these cars. I was speaking to some people earlier down the paddock, and they said these cars aren't like any other car. You know, a touring car will go round.
It's good stuff. So let's just have a look at how it finishes. Well, he parks in the right place.
Nicely. He did. Look at that arm out the window as well. He's happy with that one. We need to give him a score for that. We're going to go for a good score there, 750, I reckon, because he risked it all up the hay bales.
Yeah, he certainly did. That was a fully committed drive, I think you call that.
Certainly was. So it is Tetsuya Habino in the Super Silhouette Liberty Walk S15 up next.
And James Dean, the favourite, has been put under a bit of pressure here. These guys have upped their game somewhat.
And this guy,
we got a bit of one-handed
Japanese pro for many, many years, in his late 40s now, and he's put on a pretty good show already, hasn't he?
Yeah, Tatsuya Hibino's been pulling panels off this car all weekend, pushing it to the limit now. Will he have chose the same way that James Dean has got, or will he go for more of a style, which you can see him getting into that donut?
Beautiful.
Very nicely done. Look at this from Hibino. This car running a quad-rotor Mazda engine, 1,400 horsepower. Look, arm out the window as he waves to the crowd at the grandstand. And big rounds of applause, everybody enjoying the show here at Goodwood.
He's not going for the flat-out bit initially, now he's picking it up a bit more. Are we going to see another rotation in this section?
Doesn't look like it. Goes straight on by, gets that proximity centre lit up as well. We've only dropped 2 so far. I mean, he's not bad as a one-handed driver, is he?
Yeah, he's done most of it on one arm out the window. Now, he's not going to go for the speed up the hill. I think he's going to go for more of the show element. Looking at the looks of it. He's almost takes the side of the car up on the hay bales.
Oh, that's nice. Gets it flicked to a good angle. Yeah. Kicked up a little bit of the grass. Yeah, smoky. But he keeps off the straw bales.
He certainly does, yeah. Gets himself back onto it again. There we go, the cool-down area that we talked about. A little run up through the finish line now to the top of the hill.
I think the only way he could impress me more is if he did a selfie while he was driving along. He's got one arm free, clearly, so...
Yeah, that'd be entertaining. Let's have another little look at this action. Oh, he was actually quite close, wasn't he?
Yes, very close.
Yeah,
I think it was a little more of a scruffier run, and he missed one of the barrels as he did this. Look at the way that axle was starting to tramp as well there.
Yeah, the way that these cars are set up so much to gain that grip as the suspension bounces up and down. You can really see it when they've locked the rear wheel on these slow-mo shots, the way the wheel moves and articulates inside the chassis. Very nice stuff. Now, Hibino makes his way up to the top. You see the flames once again erupting at the bottom. Gets all the wall ride done. Into the pylon he goes. Full throttle, smoking him out. And you can see nudging it with that front bumper, that big split hanging off the front of that Liberty Walk bumper. Gets the pylon fully illuminated. Gets himself into park. It's brilliant. Wow, very nice.
That was really nice.
Look at the angle of those front wheels, though. We talked about it yesterday. The engineering involved. It looks like the front wheels fell off.
Yeah, a lot of people wonder how and what goes on there. But yeah, increased steering angle from suspension components, lower arms, uprights, the whole lot. Up next to is Bagsy in the Nissan R35 GTR. And Bagsy, the big showman, going for a very flamboyant run. Expect to see donuts at every single part of the circuit as he makes his way down now. Flips in that Monster Energy R35 GTR. Look at this, very, very nice from Bagsy. Transitions that car left to right. He's going to go opposite way into the barrel. Gets it done.
Proper hooligan machine, this one, isn't it? It looks like something you could be scared of. Drops in. Does he get all of the proximity centres?
Oh, he's come to a bit of a halt.
Oh, he's come to a bit of a halt. You can see a big flame erupt out that front bumper. That is where the exhaust comes out. Oh, maybe the car
has he broken a drive shaft or something? It's
no, we haven't seen this happen very often with these guys.
Haven't seen it at all this week. No, so far. We've had a few bumpers left on the track, but a breakdown is a rare thing.
Yeah, it certainly is.
That's
so
Bagsy
having issues with that car, and yeah, drive shafts. A lot of people say, why do these guys break drive shafts or break transmission parts? It's because the reaction inside the car, you have to dip the clutch, pull the handbrake to lock the rear wheels, and then let go of the handbrake and lift the clutch within a microsecond. And 1 microsecond wrong, and you're breaking a drive shaft, because there is no way that drive shaft's going to spin when you've got the rear brakes locked and you lift your foot off the clutch.
How heavy are these cars to push?
Quite heavy.
Yeah.
It's the locked rear differential that really causes the problem. So a lot of these guys are running what's called a Winters quick change differential, known for oval racing in America, and then brought into Formula Drift and then found in Europe. These cars run a spool diff. So the centre of the diff is a billet piece of aluminium with a ring gear on it. So there is no give whatsoever. So when you're trying to push these cars, especially when they're low tyre pressures, turn the steering wheel even a fraction and the rear wheel doesn't want to turn it. It feels like you're trying to push the car with a handbrake on.
Well, the marshals always doing a fantastic job here at Goodwood. They've managed to get it out of the way, but it's got to be put into an area of complete
it kind of underlines that these cars are not that light either, I would suggest. I mean,
they've got some pretty big power units in them, haven't they?
Yeah, but judging by the way everyone's struggling to get that thing parked up in front of Goodwood House, he's early for dinner, folks.
He certainly is, yeah. Bagsy early for dinner. He's going to leave it there and go straight into the house tonight in his race suit.
Oh, well, it's a bit disappointing, though, because it's a shame that Bagsy wasn't able to get it to the end. Very experienced in this line of motorsport, the drift competitions he's been doing for a good long time, but okay, hasn't worked out this time. He's always got tomorrow, because we're going to have a final run tomorrow.
Overnight to fix the car and back at it tomorrow. Up next, Kevin Quinn in the impeccable Sylvia S15, the Quinn's M Sport S15. Young man travelling from Northern Ireland in a brand new build, and impeccable. I spoke about it the other day. I said to you how clean this car is, and everybody around the paddock was saying such an amazing build.
Well, we'll see how much he's prepared to risk this car. That's what it's all about at this stage in the competition.
Does he want to keep it impeccable?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he'll want to, but how much he's prepared to push.
Whether he does or not, he said tomorrow night for the final Driftkhana round, he may shed a few body panels. We'll see how that one works out. Let's see if he can keep him on them for this run.
It must be hard when you built a new drift car and you do those first bits of damage. Once you've done the first few, it's just standard. You just replace the bits. It's part and parcel of drifting, isn't it? But it must be hard when you built it for the first
We
time.
all like that with new cars anyway.
We are. We all have
that
it.
scuff on the bumper and you've rubbed it on the curb for the first time.
Yeah, exactly the same.
I'm a wheel specialist.
Yeah, same as me. Well, there we go. Kevin Quinn fires that car on the foot brake, left to right, up the track he goes. And now fires that car in. You can see the way he just about slowed the rear wheels down enough. Oh, he's going to have to put in some work here. Yeah, it didn't work out for him. A little bit too early. Fix on that sensor, though. Goes for that one.
That one as well.
Nicely done from Kevin Quinn. Now comes outside the house to the barrels. This is where it all went wrong for Bagsy. Kevin Quinn, though, no issues so far. Gets a nice clean donut in the bag. Now makes his way. He's going to do a big rolling burnout all the way up the hill, waving to the grandstand. Kevin Quinn, the showman.
That smoke is the same colour as the car. It's all very matching. Beautiful, beautiful job.
And nicely picks up the power once again once the wheels stop turning and grip up. And you can see him flick that car in. Nicely done once again, Kevin Quinn. On form. A lot of these guys now losing that show element up the hill, but they're going for the speed. That must be the new tactic.
I wonder if they've all agreed to this beforehand.
Maybe.
Or something. Because they're not doing it.
How many donuts?
It was tight, wasn't it?
If you clip that bail, you're going into the flint wall on the opposite side of the road. That is almost a certainty. So, top of the hill then.
Yeah,
the Nissan Silvia looking extremely clean and tidy. And 2 barrels. Go green.
Yeah, gets them absolutely perfect. For me, the hairy moment of that was when he come up towards the flint wall. I thought he was going to take the front wing off the car and, you know, catch that wheel on that hay bale, like you say, Keith, and it could be all over. Here he comes, though, up the top of the hill now. Kevin Quinn, we wait for him to appear.
Everybody stands back, waiting for the drifting car to come into sight.
Yeah, it comes in nice and hot. You can see him already set that car up way down early on the hill. Into that pylon he goes. Nice job, Kevin Quinn, to that front wheel. Following the outside circumference of that barrel perfectly. Camera lost in the smoke. Can he get it parked up?
The answer,
job
not
done.
bad.
Pretty good. Yeah, that was nice. And Kevin has kept it immaculate still, just about.
Yeah, it was close. It was close to not being immaculate.
Now then, this is a very interesting car. The bonnet's off of it on purpose. It's something we've been talking about all week, and it's got quicker and more accurate. Is that down to setup?
He's taking the roof off too, look, so we can see his hand waving out of the roof.
He said
now.
he was going to slowly lose more and more panels over the course of the weekend. Yeah, the setup, these guys have been working non-stop on this car to get it exactly how Axel wants it to drive, and he said he's thrown on yet again another pair of red tyres for this demonstration out here. It goes nicely close to that barrel. You can see the way he just precisions the back end on there and then quickly gets out of there away from danger. Into that donut he goes, and he's made a hash of that one. He's going to have to go back at it again. Or is he going to abandon? No, he's going to try and go for it. No, abandons it and makes his way up the hill.
Smoke. I don't quite know where that came from. He thought he was a red arrow for a moment then.
Yeah, that was definitely coming out a different colour. Yeah, that didn't quite work out for Axel, did it? The initial part, it looked as though he's really getting more comfortable with this new machine. It's got this triple rotary engine in it.
Yeah, Axel deciding to lose the standard Chevrolet LS3 V8 underneath the bonnet and go for a triple rotor PPRE engine, same as what Mad Mike runs in his cars, and he said that these engines, incredible, but very, very highly strung. They rev to the moon and back, and Axel there getting a little bit squirrely out on circuit. Almost.
Yeah, he's kind of, I think he's annoyed himself a little bit here, hasn't he? Because he's sort of bailed out of this a bit, and I think he's probably disappointed himself with that early run.
It's a snappy car at the moment. They do need to do a bit more development on it. It's definitely got a bit of snappiness. It's not as predictable as some of the other cars that are in this group.
No, it's certainly not, yeah. And predominantly this chassis, we spoke to a few other drivers that have these chassis, and they said when you're driving this car, you feel like you're sitting on the rear wheel. So although it looks like or feels like you're carrying a lot of steering angle, you're actually not. So Axel, still work to be done to get himself dialed in on this chassis. Always say seat time is key to get yourself absolutely dialed in with the car. And Axel Hildebrand there getting the slow-mo shots. You can see those rear wheels tucked up into the carbon Kevlar arch.
How much is sort of stiffness of suspension a key role in getting the development right on these machines? Here he is doing the last part. Let's just see
if he parks it well.
Yeah, he's done the rotation nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah, needs to get a little bit closer. You can see those lights flashing red.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to go now for the park. Gets it done, not too bad.
He's obviously got some display smoke involved there with the rear tyres.
Yeah, gone for the red smoke rear tyres to try and impress the crowd. Now, going back to your question, Ben, suspension. A lot of people think that we run them very stiff. We don't. We want a lot of suspension travel. We use the best coilovers available on the market. These guys using KWST coilovers, BC Racing. They go above and beyond in coilover technology to get the bump, the rebound, everything exactly right. Paul Smith off the line in the Jap Speed Maxxis tyres, GT86.
Yeah, a lot of people will love seeing a GT86 out there. It's a very popular car, of course. This one, a slightly modified version.
Yeah, slightly modified. Now has a Toyota Supra bottom half of the engine and a Toyota Sora top half of the engine. It's a 1.5 JZ, so it's almost a 3 litre.
He's missed one barrel coming up through onto these 3. I think these are looking a little neater. No, he may have missed one of those as well. So he's a couple of barrels now. He got them. So he's on his way.
Physically, it's a slightly smaller car than the others. Is that an advantage or disadvantage when you're trying to do the bits with the bins and all that?
I think it's an advantage, to be honest with you. I think when you get into it, you know exactly where the back end is. Bagsy's car is absolutely huge. When you sit in the driver's seat, you can barely see the outer proximity of the vehicle. I think Paul Smith's got such a nice seating position. He's quite high in the car. He can see the extremities of the car, and he knows exactly where the back and front bumper is as he comes around the flint wall.
That was nice. Yeah, that was a class manoeuvre through there.
Yeah, we see people trying to get it right through there, but that was one of the neater ones we've seen, I think,
that
so
was
far.
very clean from Paul Smith, yeah. The 2012 British Drift champion. Plenty of experience under his belt now. Gone into a semi-retirement, brings his car out for demonstrations and show purposes, and says that Festival of Speed and any event he could get to at Goodwood is always the one he'll head for throughout the year. You can see more of those flames erupting from the back of the car.
Coming up the final part of the hill there, is that give them an opportunity just to cool it slightly before we get into the final part of the final phase of demonstration?
Yeah, it certainly is. They get the car, they'll be off for it, or coasting that car up the hill, just trying to cool it down a little bit before they go full steam into it. They know that once they get into those barrels as well, get into that pylon manoeuvre, the car will start to get really, really hot, no airflow whatsoever. As Paul Smith now demonstrates this, up onto the wall he goes. Nicely done, all 4 lights illuminated. He goes for the pylon, he's going to get that top one illuminated in any second. Now makes his way around, there he goes. Now he looks to park the car in the box.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, and he doesn't, he misses it.
Oh dear, it wasn't where he thought it was going to be.
No, it certainly wasn't.
Well, that's a couple of guys now who haven't got into the parking box.
If you do make smoke, you've got to be able to look through it.
Now, this is Tessa Whittaker, isn't it? Getting ready to do her run.
Yeah, Tessa Whittaker, the female drift ambassador under Driftworks Monster Energy R33 Nissan Skyline.
She's kind of just been getting used to things, I think, on this really tight and twisted, really difficult track. So narrow, with the crown in the middle of the road, which just throws them slightly. Some of these drivers seem to have a little bit more experience with their cars and have overcome that. But Tessa's been getting better and better through the week.
Yeah, she certainly has, and she said that she was very, very nervous coming into this weekend. She said there was a lot of pressure, a lot of eyes on her here at Goodwood, but now she feels more and more comfortable within the car, and she said, no messing around, today's the day. I'm going to try and get the job done.
She's been competing now for about 5 years, which is a lot less than some of the other drivers that she's up against.
It certainly is, but she's no lack of experience, Ben. She's done a lot of stunt driving for Mission Impossible, Lufa, and she's been to Uruguay recently, as we mentioned a couple of other days ago, to do some stunt driving and some filming for Toyota Gazoo Racing. So
she runs. You were telling me she runs the drift school. So you could learn from her. Well,
she certainly does. Yeah, you could. She said she did offer. She said if Ben and Keith want to come to learn to drift a car, she said Wigan Three Sisters Race Circuit is where it is, and that's where her drift school is.
As long as it's not my car.
Well, let's see how the rest of it goes. It's a pretty good run, this, you know. This is the best run we've seen from Tessa. I think she's really getting it together with this one.
Yeah, I think she's got her confidence back now. And she said that flip wall is more scarier than you think as you come towards it. And she's absolutely nailed that as Tess now starts to calm the nerves, gets herself up towards the back end of the hill. Look at this. No messing around. Tess feeling very, very confident as she heads down those narrow hay bales.
You mentioned the flint wall. It's not a curve, is it? It's got bits that jut out in it.
It's jagged,
but you could get it really quite wrong there, and that would be a car destruction point of this circuit.
Well, the first section's gone well for her. Let's see how the last bit with the pylon and everything. But that was definitely, I think, one of her best runs of the week so far.
Yeah, certainly is. We're going to see some highlights of Tess here. Getting it wrong ever so slightly outside the house. Gets the rear wheels on the grass. Yeah, again, some more grass, Keith, that won't need cutting this weekend.
I think the Duke of Richmond might be sending for the landscapers for this week. I think the drifters have added to his woes over that grass edging.
So here we go, Tess is making her way into that wall ride section, gets it nailed. Yeah, all done. Very nice from Tess. You can see the way she locked up that foot brake, getting herself into that pylon. Now Tess, very good. You can see where that stunt driving and that drift school training coming into practice here. Gets herself lost.
Oh dear, that didn't quite work.
She managed to park the monitor, although not the car.
Yeah, put it in place. Oh, it was working so perfectly. She had the front bumper just touching, but then it touched a little bit too much.
Yeah, unfortunately knocked it over and didn't get herself parked in that box.
But then, of course, it all depends on how much weight is in the pylon. I mean, sometimes that must be quite hard to know. Sometimes it's full of concrete.
Exactly.
And you're going to damage the car. In this case, it's not so heavy and it gets moved very easily.
Exactly.
The pylon monitor has come to fix the pylon. I have to say, is he your technician?
Here we go.
So, Martin
I hope they get it fixed pretty quick.
Yeah, so do I. Martin Richards off the line in the Driftworks Nissan Silvia S15.
I think this is a pretty car.
Yeah.
Now, Martin Richards has a little, gives me some information. And he said this car was down some horsepower. He actually had a problem with the car. He didn't realise he was actually running 350 horsepower.
Wow.
Where it should be running the 500. So he's been doing a stellar job so far the last few days here at Goodwood in a car that was suffering some issues. Now, he said he feels a little bit more confident going into Driftkhana this afternoon.
He has been able to get some of that power back, has he?
Yeah, they fixed the car. They worked late till last night to get the car done.
Oh, here we go.
Now Martin Richards has chose the other option. He's going to go for the star points.
And he didn't get it right.
No, he didn't quite work. He didn't
get the pendulum swinging.
Indeed. So it hasn't gone quite to plan. But he's an experienced drifter, isn't he? He's involved on the organising side too of the whole drifting game, isn't he?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, he's been in the game for a very long time. He competes all over Europe in the Drift Masters European Championship. He was in the Middle East at the beginning of the year. He's such an influential name. He was one of the first people from the UK to travel with a drift car outside of the UK. So a lot of respect to Martin Richards. He's an ambassador, you know. He moved the sport forward, and he's a very influential voice to a lot of young drifters. Look at that from Martin Richards. Incredible stuff.
That was lovely, that bit, yeah.
Yeah, just that. The thing that they would normally get absolutely perfect is a 360, and that's the one thing he hasn't got perfect on this occasion, on this run.
Adrenaline this afternoon. I think they've watched the shootout qualify, and you see that bonnet lifting up with the speed he's carrying up the hill. I think they've built themselves up. It's been a long wait since this morning, and now they was eager to get out in the car and to prove what they can do. And Martin Richards here, you can see the way that wheel travels up and down inside the rear arch.
That was good, wasn't it? I know the angle of the camera made it probably look even closer than it was, but that was beautifully judged.
Here we go, top of the hill.
Yep, so, so Tess Whittock there, she's replacing the pylon with herself, Martin Richards. And
they are partners.
They are partners, yeah, and Tess and Martin got engaged this time last year on the roof of the house, so a very special place for Martin and Tess.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah.
A quality couple.
Yes.
Can you imagine going out for a drive with them?
You might not have any tyres left, Keith, by the end of it.
That's a fact. You'd need sponsorship, that is for sure. So, Tess Whittock showing a sense of humour. They're still fixing the pylon that she knocked over a little earlier. Her partner will have come up to it and wondered where it was, and there was his partner in the middle of the track.
That was great. Good stuff. Well done. And it put on a tremendous show. But so, do we know who's going to end up having the best scores?
Well, hopefully we should see them on screen in a minute, Ben, and we've got one more of these Driftkhana shootouts to go. That will be tomorrow, just after midday. And then tomorrow evening we will crown our 2022 Driftkhana champion. Here we go.
Okay, well, let's see how the table is looking then, guys.
Yeah, there you go, Ahmed. And you might have expected that, really, but not much of a lead in Driftkhana terms, is it?
No, not really, but Ahmed Daham really there. He said he was going to come out today and really prove what he had, and he has. A 9,287-point score, knocking James Dean down into second. Kevin Quinn jumping way up the order into third. Avino there into fourth, Paul Smith into fifth, and we can see, unfortunately, Bagsy right down the bottom, a 3,000-point score. Not a bad score, considering he didn't really do half of the run. No,
that's right. Well, it's been fascinating, great fun to watch, and we've got an opportunity to go to Ed and get some reaction from what's happening up there.
Martin Richards. We've got absolute chaos up here in the top paddock. What am I going to do? Martin, I'm going to grab you. I'm so sorry. Now, you come up into the top paddock, you're ready to do your wall ride, you're looking for the barrel, and then who do you see? Tessa, what went through your mind?
I see my other half, Tessa, standing there. I'm like, quick thinking, get around her. She's the cone I'm meant to go around and just send it. It was amazing. It was good fun.
Tessa, you are an incredibly trusting person to let that happen.
Yes, he is my other half, and we did get engaged here last year as well, so it's just our little anniversary gift for him.
Everyone should have an anniversary donut, shouldn't they? But the rest of the run, it looked pretty clean. Obviously, the surprise at the top, but all else went well, no?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I've been struggling with the car a little bit all weekend, but I think that run we pulled it together, found our little stride, and I'm interested to see where we come.
You must get extra points for that, surely. You're on board with that?
I hope so. I really hope so. I really hope so.
20 extra points?
I'll see if I can speak to someone. Guys, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Break. Up over the finish line goes Sam Schmidt and the technology developed by Arrow.
We're looking at the air scoop at the top, at the back, required for the twin-engine approach from the Scirocco of Kim Mather there. And what was the horsepower he quoted for each engine?
He said it's 150 plus 150 and a bit more.
So,
which is class. But I mean, I've had a look around this car. The engineering on it is nothing short of fantastic. But you were explaining that a very good Formula 2 racer, a very accomplished rally driver. He's one of those guys that just can put his hand to anything. But this is an amazing car.
Yeah, it's a treat for everybody, for all of us watching on screen, and if they're watching out on the stage, everybody, you can hear us across on the public address on the tannoy. You're watching Philippe Tolomanau going over that little jump through into Gambles, that Gambles section, the lowest part of the course, and Stig Blomqvist's signature on the front of the Saab, which is... did you tell me that was the first turbocharged car to win a rally?
Yes. Sweden 1979, I think.
Good.
But I was also telling you that Stig Blomqvist competed in the Sedan Products Open Championship, and I remember him doing the Circuit of Ireland, and they were having to change the pads about every 2 stages. They just could not keep brake pads in the car.
So Richard Connolly at the wheel in the Saab.
Sounds like it is a misfire.
Yeah, doesn't sound too good. We didn't see it out this morning, and I wonder if that was the reason that it had problems with the engine. So gripping very, very nicely through there, the Scirocco. Now, that was a flick that he didn't want, because that was a bit of buckaroo going on there. Up came the rear, down came the front, and it threw it all out of kilter. But the navigator pointing, and Kim knows where he's got to go and how he's got to get all the way around. Do his 360, that's fine, so his time will count. And rallycross or rallying, these are real beasts in turbo T16, the Peugeot.
Leaving the start line now, car 67, which is that wonderful, wonderful Audi Coupe Quattro Dakar. And a very, very unique car. It's a replica of Audi's A2, which the owner is hoping to get an entry accepted into the Paris Dakar Historic. He was chatting to Tony yesterday. Tony had a great chat with him out wandering around with the camera. Knocks out about 430 horsepower, 6-speed manual, weighs 1,460 kilos. And again, a great example of cars you'll only see at Goodwood. And that's what I mean about the diversification that we get here and the variety. We cut back now to Chris Dakin in the RAF, Subaru Impreza. Chris has been tantamount at bringing a lot of support, not just for the RAF, but also the other armed forces to Goodwood. Hence the displays such as Future Terrain up on the top of the grandstand here at the back of the rally stage area, along with the armed forces rally team, the Land Rover team. If you are making your way up through the rally stage or there, come on up and join us, because there is a wonderful, absolutely wonderful display of cars here, some of which, I know I've said it before, but some of which are not going to be on the stage.
Listen to this. Listen and watch and enjoy and savour every moment. Look at this leap though, massive, the longest yet. That's got to be about 60, 65 metres. Easy. And then just pushing on through the rest of the rally stage, absolutely broadside with this all-wheel drive and the big V8 literally rumbling and shrieking. Look, watch this big step that the little rally cars have difficulty with, not this, with a big long suspension travel for the desert, soaks it all up. Wow, what a piece of engineering, the Toyota Hilux. And this was first time, second time, then a little bit short. So Nasser thinks, just take that out of the way, squashes it, rolls it over, and it gets spat out to the right-hand side as he disappears through the dust. Lights ablaze, as it would be in the desert in Saudi Arabia, on the Dakar. This man knows his way just about through every desert, you know, on the globe, especially in the Middle East. 17 times Middle East rally champion, heading for his 18th title. World cross-country FIA rally champion, coming to the end there, and just entertainment. We'll probably watch that again and again, and it'll form a part of lots of highlight packages from this incredible 2022 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It's never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations, you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me, and Dad stopped breathing, and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figure that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car, and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, how could he say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
A very good afternoon to you from the Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022. 5:56 British summertime here at the festival, and the hill is still alive with the sound of music. Well, the kind of music I love most. This is Tom Christensen, Mr. Le Mans, the most successful Le Mans racer in history, in the Auto Union Type C. A V16 mounted behind him, behind the fuel tank that is mounted behind him, with the transmission even further back, and twin rear wheels in perfect hill climb layout. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones watching the action. And Bruce, we've had a nice little rest and a sit down for a couple of hours. Tom in an Auto Union, just what we need to get the blood flowing again.
Well, exactly so, Martin, and surprise, surprise, look at the layout of this car, apparently famous for a little bit of oversteer, followed by a whole lot more. Of course, the double rear wheels, the hill climb special rear wheels, will keep that in check, but Tom has been able to get it a little bit sideways up in that top turnaround area, but he's giving it plenty of beans. But a V16 supercharged 6-litre engine, that was the key to this in a very aerodynamic package. But seriously, Martin, you'll have seen this car close up. The most exquisite engineering.
It absolutely is. It's just a wonderful piece of precision engineering, but on those tyres, on very much poorer surfaces than this, those cars in period definitely required huge commitment. This is team boss Ray Mallock with the Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato, a DB4 GT restyled by the Italian styling house Zagato. Absolutely drop-dead gorgeous, still with the familiar 6-cylinder engine that powered the DB4, 5 and 6 range. Must have shot a lot of tigers. Yes, I used a machine gun.
Well, taking a look at this, I mean, absolutely exquisite. Car owned by Peter Livanos, the Greek shipping magnate, and it is truly beautiful. These are the cars, when you get up close to the paddock, you realise the level of preparation is absolutely astonishing. Driven beautifully there by Ray, the way he went through Moulcombe, very impressive indeed. Talk about not sublime to ridiculous, but sublime to sublime. The Renault 5 turbo super production car. This was a one-make series in France that begat so many great drivers, and the French scene always likes a small production series. This is a production plus. Look at the wings, look at the spoiler on the front.
Well, it was a derivative of the Maxi 5 turbo rally car, but as you said, tuned and developed and lowered for racing. Eric Comas, one of the drivers that was charged with driving one of the guest cars this would have been, but a lot of the other drivers would have been young hot shoes, eager to make their name.
Yeah, but
and of course, Renault's such a massive supporter of French motorsport, both by producing championships and cars and also by supporting drivers.
Well, Alain Sepaggi, who had great performances actually a lot of the time in the Mercedes, Cudini and Snowbeck, but the names that drove these cars, they all seem to start with J. J for Jean-Pierre Beltoise, Jabouille, Jarrier, Jusseux, they all raced them, and Eric Comas in 84. Now, one of my favourite cars of the weekend, not just because in the 70s I loved a matte black bonnet, but this fabulous rally spec 450 SLC rally. And Klaus Ludwig, he's always a driver who enjoys his fun. He's been going up the hill in the 190E. Oh, the drift section is over, but there's a late candidate there. Maybe
it's
not.
Never over for Klaus Ludwig. One of Mercedes, is that Klaus's helmet? Anyway, Klaus is one of Mercedes' most starred and famous drivers, and he is clearly deciding that anything the Drift Boys can do, he can do in a Beamer, in a Merc rather. Thank you very much indeed. So the 450 SLC was actually developed for long distance rally, so Côte d'Ivoire, that kind of real endurance event. I think may even have competed on the Safari Rally in Kenya as well. And clearly, chucking it in is absolutely the way to go with this beast.
I tell you what, I'm still a big fan of sports cars with large engines up the front, but this is rock solid. You looked around Africa, still there were plenty of Mercedes being used decades after they were built with 400,000 kilometres on the clock.
Well, this is in real road spec with big wheels and rubber band tyres, but in off-road spec it would have had enormous knobbly tyres on to get it through the mud of the African terrain. But great demo run. Now let's take a look at one of our half dozen NASCAR stockers that are here, wearing the number 24, made famous by Jeff Gordon and Hendrick Motorsports. So it's another classic Chevy Impala SS driven by Paul Clark. And these things, not quite as unsophisticated as you might imagine. Yes, big grunty cars, yes, big manual gearbox, but they actually are not particularly well tuned for this road, but on an oval, really do the job very well indeed. And if you ever get a chance to go to the States, look for the Richard Petty Driving School. You can drive 600 horsepower NASCAR stock cars on an oval track, on your own, with no instructor sitting alongside you.
He is not kidding. Martin is not kidding. I spoke to Richard Petty about it, and the numbers that go through that school, absolutely enormous. Not surprising. Paul Clark driving this car, I saw him when he got out of it on Thursday. He was popping and banging as much as the car is as it goes quite gently past the wall. It's been a real thrill for him to drive this car here at Goodwood.
And actually, he is being quite gentle. There are 2 or 3 other cars coming up past us, and they are being driven with a great deal of alacrity. Yeah, the Richard Petty Driving School, sorry to advertise it, but it is absolutely the thrill of a lifetime. It's well worth every penny. And yes, I did pay to go myself. So I think may have a little bit of a problem. However, no problems with this car, the BMW LMR, the V12 LMR. Marcus Flausch driving this car. And of course, this is the model with which BMW won at Le Mans in the 24 hours. Their previous V8 engine cars, run in their final year by Gabriele Raffinelli's team in the USA, did not have so much success. BMW then approached Williams Grand Prix Engineering, who of course they later had Formula One success with, to co-design and develop this car. A, achingly pretty, B, clearly a little bit of BMW livery, and C, superbly effective. They got a great driving lineup together and ended up winning Le Mans.
And a car that still is held in enormous affection by Steve Soper. We think first and foremost of Steve as a driver who achieved brilliant things, huge amounts of things in touring cars, in Britain and across Europe. And then he did a lot of sports car racing. We've also seen him with the V12 engine in the back of a McLaren F1 GTR. This he moved to, but those engines were small in comparison to the Napier Railton, a mere 23.9 litres. Yeah. And Alan Wynne knows this car absolutely supreme. He's been driving it for a very long time.
And this is a very strange engine. You see the two chrome bulges on the side of the car. Well, those are where two of the cylinder heads are. The third is vertical in the centre. So essentially it's three big four-cylinder engines on a common crankshaft. So it's an arrow formation, a very wide angle, so sort of 80-degree V12 with another banker, or V engine with another banker cylinders vertical in the centre. So it was a Napier Lion aero engine originally. It was used in World War II in marine form as well. More than 1,300 of these engines were built. There are only 3 left known to be running, and one being built up from spare parts. But spare parts are fairly thin on the ground for these things. So the Napier Railton, built for high-speed running at Brooklands, and then tried to go out and break some more land speed records. But being driven very gently here by Andrew Lewis. He realises he's in something with enormous gobs of torque. I think 1,300 Newton meters of torque.
Yeah, absolutely enormous figures. Alan Wynne normally drives this, but Andrew Lewis getting a feel of the car. Don't forget, this is the car so famously in photos on the banking at Brooklands. In fact, there's a brilliant photograph in the programme where 2 of the 4 wheels, the giant car, are not on the concrete. Oh, my word, they must have been extraordinarily
and that's why the cockpit is so large, because you need to fill the cojones in somehow. Yes, at speed, you can barely imagine the bravery that was required to wrestle this beast around. Now then, here is another car driven by the late Sir Stirling Moss and the late Norman Dewis as well. This is Jaguar C-Type, driven by Louis Frankel from the famous motoring family. Andrew Frankel, a lot of you will know as a motoring scribe and occasional racer. His brothers also race, and this beautiful pale green C-Type, a very un-C-Type colour, if you like, down in the cathedral paddock. If you go down there below the house, you'll see this car, and sitting next to it one of the Kyriakos Team Cs as well. Kyriakos, of course, having so much success with C-Type and D-Type Jaguars in the 24 hours at Le Mans.
So the Saturday is almost at an end. We've had a brilliant preparation for tomorrow's shootout. We're still shaking from the pace that Alex Summers set up the hill in the Mercury Spearling. But this is a more dignified end to the day. Beautiful cars that brought a lot of technology forward. The disc brakes being first raced on a C-Type at Le Mans, and then technology came on thick and fast. The Bentleys that set the pace in the 1930s, you know, clearly they were going to be superseded. Of course, there was that little interregnum. It was the 6 years of the Second World War. But really, once the parts became available, the engineers became available, they weren't in the war effort anymore. They really started to focus their mind. And it was a good distraction, Martin, in those immediate post-war years.
And all of that technology, all of that knowledge that had been learned in building particularly fast flying machines really was brought to bear in the 1950s in those cars. Of course, the XK engine in the XK120, then into the C-Type, and that engine went on to be the mainstay of Jaguar power production right the way through to the end of the 1970s and into the 1980s. I mean, it was one of the longest living production engines in British motoring. This car, the Alfa Romeo 12C, has got a great backstory. The owner approached Derek Bell here just before the event began, said, look, I've got this Alfa, would you like to have a drive? It is, as it emerged, blinking into the sunlight after many, many years of hibernation.
Not many years, many decades. It was nigh on 80 years it was tucked away. And there's a fabulous feature about a month ago in Octane magazine. It's when cars aren't just known, but they've disappeared. This is one that's effectively disappeared back in the 1930s, and it's astonishing. The 12C with that... in fact, sorry, not 1930s, it was immediately pre-war. It was 1941 it was built. You can imagine the confusion. Other things happened and it forgotten, but this is hugely imported with the 4.5 litres supercharged V12 engine. And Derek really loved the way the paintwork hasn't been restored to the way it could be. I rather like that. Of course, it's been tucked in a shed, it's been hidden away. Why shouldn't it be a little bit grubby at the back?
Yeah, it's over 80 years old and it still looks tidier than my Morris mine. And mind you, it hasn't had quite such a hard life in the last 50 years, so... It is, again, a great-looking piece of mobile history, and it ended up being a dead end for Alfa Romeo. They never got to pursue the car and race it post-war. And, of course, this was the big step change for Alfa Romeo, because up until then, all the way from the P3 onwards, it had been 8-cylinder, straight 8 supercharged engines, and then they ended up producing this just pre-World War II 12-cylinder engine.
But I think one of the keys is it was a prototype, and we forget that manufacturers back then tried many different avenues as the technology was unfolding in front of them, and that is why it's got such a brilliant place in history. We've got some fast stuff coming up the hill. We've also got Sam Schmidt in the Arrow McLaren, but just behind him we've got one of the Subaru rally cars in that wonderful livery that was just so good. This is one of the very early ones. That makes it 1997, does it not?
Yep, and this driven and co-driven by the Juha Kankan and Juha Repo in the World Rally Championship. Marcus Willis is pedalling this quickly. He is going to come up behind the 12C Alpha in a hurry. Luckily he's got good line of sight as he comes up towards the finish line, pedalling superbly. And as we talked about a little earlier, ProDrive and Subaru's legacy and then Impreza rally programs really just completely redefined the manufacturer as not just purveyor of weird and slightly odd kind of farmer-style machinery.
Yeah, four-wheel drive utility estate cars, but certainly keen. Seen on the hill farms. We've got some other later Subaru Imprezas following it up the hill, but also Citroen took a serious crack at rallying. And great to see the cars. This is presumably Max Girardo. He had a really fun ride up the hill in it earlier. This is the Zara World Rally Championship car from 2004. This was Citroen's probably most serious stab at the top level.
Yes, and of course it's the car that brought Sebastian Loeb to World Championship prominence. The first of his World Championship titles came in the Zaras. And he started his rallying career with Citroën in French National Championship level in the Super 1600 cars, and then moved on and was picked up by the factory team. He was clearly a fast, raw talent, and French tarmac rallying is a pretty intense battlefield. Max definitely enjoyed his earlier ride, was doing donuts in the top paddock. He did suggest that perhaps he might not be quite so exuberant afterwards, but, you know, you've got to do it. He's a boy, he's got a toy, he's doing skids.
Yes, exactly. He's got quite a few toys.
He definitely does.
A motorsport auctioneer and in his own right, amassing a phenomenal stable of cars.
But he is like, you know, an antiques collector who basically buys antiques predominantly that they love and then find it really hard to sell. And I can imagine being in that situation with Max, you know, getting stock in and really not wanting to sell it. I think you have to have enormous discipline, not just to try and hoard the lot until you eventually go bankrupt.
You can imagine the excuses, can I just race it just the once and then I'll let it go, but then it'll be better next season, I'm developing more. Now the Ford Focus WRC, Conor McCloskey will be driving this brilliantly all weekend, and a car, you know, it's amazing how fast the ages of rallying move on from one mark to another. Some manufacturers get the right car for the right time, but these cars really start to become a lot more dynamic again at this point.
Malcolm Wilson's M Sport concern built this up in Cumbria, of course, and they really kept Ford rallying. Ford had sort of bailed on rallying, they bailed on M Sport, and M Sport kept producing cars and kept persuading Ford to help with support. This was driven in period by Jari-Matti Latvala. And coming up now, a couple of cars behind him, the Ford RS200 is coming up, but we're now looking at the Nissan 240 RS. This was this was Nissan's Group B car, or Nissan's rally car as Group B arrived. It's rear-wheel drive, so it's kind of almost should have been a contemporary to the Ford Escort Mark II, the Opel Manta 400, that kind of thing, TR7 V8 maybe, or Rover SD1 V8, but 2.4 litre 16 valve engine, rear wheel drive, pretty much outclassed in anything other than real endurance events. It was events like the Safari Rally, again the Ivory Coast Rally in Africa, where this car had more of a chance because It was hewn from granite, a Japanese granite, but granite all the same. Very reliable, pretty decent performance. Didn't have the four-wheel drive that would have made it competitive on most of the European rounds of the World Rally Championship.
It must have been so hard, Martin, to just wait for any result to come your way. The hairs would go off, and you'd hope as not a tortoise, that's an insult, but a car that just didn't have the performance, didn't have the four-wheel drive, but the results did come their way. Never the wins, but it was just that top-level consistency, and it kept another manufacturer in the World Rally Championship.
And already behind it up the hill is the HB liveried short wheelbase Quattro, the Audi Sport Quattro. Also coming up behind him is the Dakar Citroen Zara, and we're now looking at the MG Metro 6R4 coming up past the house and under the bridge. Tim Bendel driving this car, and again Austin Rover's entry into the Group B rallying fray. Four-wheel drive, but with a V6 normally aspirated engine. Makes a great noise, was a little bit underpowered compared to the turbo and turbo supercharged rivals from the likes of Peugeot and Lancia, but it gave the British team and British drivers particularly a stab at competitive rallying in the World Rally Championship during the brief high spot that was Group B.
Not the most elegant of cars, and in fact, a bit like the RS2000, it went on to have far greater success in Rallycross when Group B was abandoned, and these short wheelbase cars really were fine on these tight circuits, but over the longer runs, certainly you want to find yourself in an Audi Quattro. Well, why wouldn't you? Well, the S1 we had coming up the hill just now with James Rimmer on board, he was going very well indeed.
He was
at the bottom
indeed.
of the hill.
The 6R4, like the RS200, sort of arrived to the party late and maybe just a little bit undergunned, but underdeveloped was the key thing. Lancia Fulvia HF here, but one that I've never seen before. I've only ever seen Lancia Fulvias with a roof. So this Barchetta, really unusual little machine.
One of three, Martin. One of just three.
There you go. Okay, you know, every time at Goodwood, they produce things that you've never seen. Here's another Fulvia. That's in full Safari rally spec, so elevated suspension, good ground clearance. You can see the bull bars at the front, the spotlights on the windscreen frame.
A good time story for this one, because Massimo Macaluso is at the wheel. He had a mishap this morning in his Lancia Delta HF Integrale. Went off just about, just a bit lower down the course when it looked like the front wheel was coming loose. But luckily, when your stable has other cars, you get in one of those. And normally driven by Monica, but Massimo's such a fan of this event, and it's great to have these Lancias.
And in period, that was driven by Timo Salonen, co-driven by John Davenport, so on the Safari Rally. John Davenport, a great rally co-driver and also competitions boss at BMC and the like. And turning the clock back just a little further, we've gone from 1960s rallying to the Edwardian era.
And the front-on shot didn't make it plain. He was moving, but you can see the puff of exhaust smoke and up towards the first corner. Don't expect handbrake turns in this one. Of course, the controls on the outside of the car, only the steering wheel, not so much in the car as on the car. And that is, they've got a flat spot. No, they haven't. Those solid tires are just looking a little bit uncomfortable. The riding mechanic not having to worry about too many flies in the face, but just fantastic to see some of the very oldest cars here. And that's the Spiker, and this is driven by Evert Luhmann, who has just the most amazing collection of cars from across the ages, from across the world, in his museum in the Netherlands.
And of course this car also from the Netherlands, Spiker, one of the world's oldest motor manufacturers. So the Dutch-based company, there's Spiker 60, and dating back, you know, this is within almost touching distance of the original Benz motor car. This is such an early machine.
1903, the first ever 6-cylinder engine, the very first with permanent four-wheel drive. I didn't make that up. This is true. This is four-wheel drive. Astonishing.
So 119 years old and still driving. I mean, the longevity of the internal combustion engine is really quite remarkable, isn't it? I mean, it's a tiny speck in the history of humanity, but the fact that these machines are over 100 years old and are still moving. Now you can see the front differential. There's a differential on the rear axle as well. And don't forget, of course, when these cars were driving, roads as such didn't exist. There were no roads. There were dirt tracks that would have been cattle tracks, kart tracks, they would have been muddy and rutted, maybe a bit of gravel to try and make them a little bit more passable. But these early motor vehicles would have had to deal with roads that were suitable for horses and carts, ox carts. Heavy horses would have pulled them. So they were, by nature, fairly high off the ground because you needed a decent amount of ground clearance, and four-wheel drive must have seemed like the most amazingly sensible idea because there was very little traction available.
Exactly, what a brilliant idea. Take a look at the massive horn just in front of Everett Lohman's right foot, and clearly that was for, as we now know, scattering grannies and chickens.
Indeed. Is Chris Drewitt with us? Oh, and I was going to say there is a little bit of something alight underneath, but it wasn't. It was a reflection of the hazard lights on the Aston Martin course car behind it. Thank goodness for that.
Well, Everett Lohman has brought from his museum so many amazing cars. I've never seen it's actually a speaker, really, rather than a spiker, isn't it? A speaker 60. It could be many ways. They put the Y in to fit with non-Dutch tongues.
Lots of Dutch names have home and away pronunciation. Non-used letters, yes. But there you go, you can see the outside external controls. That's why early cars, even in the continent, from all the continental manufacturers, were right-hand drive, because
most people are right-handed.
Everybody is dexterous. Almost everybody is dexterous. They use their right hand. So the right hand was for changing gears and also for using the outside brake lever. So whether the brakes were mechanical, whether they had external blocks rubbing on the tyres or a transmission brake, it was all done on the outside, and the throttle controls would be in the centre of the steering wheel. Well, what a fabulous way to end an astonishing day of firsts and everything else here at the Goodwood Festival. The Festival of Speed never ceases to amaze, and Everett Lohman bringing this spiker to round out the day's action on the hill. Still lots more to see and do if you are here on site. But for the moment, the finish is in sight, at least for the hill.
Well, that Spiker 60 then was a lovely, calm way to end out the action. 10 hours of action on track here on day 3 of the Festival of Speed. After quite a chaotic day, as always, David, over here. There's so much going on, but what a way to end it there with that pretty awesome Dutch piece of machinery.
Yeah, it wasn't going to win any records at the hill, but it was a gorgeous car, and you can see those wooden wheels with the hard rubber tyres. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, well, let's just recap then on another special day here at Goodwood. What a day it was. Can I start and be a little bit selfish and say I ticked off a bucket list moment for myself? I got to go up the hill for a first time in a sidecar with the TT legend herself, Maria Costello, and it wasn't, let me tell you, as daunting that everyone led me to believe it would be. I actually loved every moment of it.
Well, I was hoping that she was going to frighten you a little bit more, but I think the thing to celebrate is you're still here. That's a good thing. And it was exciting by the sounds of things.
Well, it was so exciting because I was going up there in the company of some absolute greats as well. Danny Pedrosa was up there. Obviously, you had Steve Parrish, you had Kenny Roberts, you had so many great names. Agostini and his MV Augusta as well went up just before me.
And I was walking along the grid after speaking to you, spoke to Agostini, Emanuele Pirro, Nigel Mansell, Damon Hill. It just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, you can just list so many names. And obviously, everyone here were absolutely treated as well to some special interviews up there on the Goodwood balcony behind. We had so many two-wheel legends just reliving their stories, didn't we, David?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, we've got the great and the good of the two-wheel riders up there on the balcony, and the crowd was huge today. It felt so busy today. Over 50,000 people here today. And, you know, it was seeing Wayne go back up the hill today. It's just, I think he even popped a wheelie off the start line today.
I think he did pop a wheelie off the start line. I mean, those guys just absolutely love to be back together. I got to speak to them on the grid yesterday, and they just have such great camaraderie as well when they're together. Maybe a little bit jovial at times, but they're having good fun like everyone here is today. I think we just saw some people behind us having a little bit too much fun as well. But let's go on to what it was all about today. It was about qualifying for the shootout for tomorrow, and we had some absolutely scorching paces. Let's talk about that McMurty there, setting an absolutely awesome lap time.
Well, I think Max Chilton was off at a wedding today, I believe, so he subbed out the drive to Alex Summers, and he really delivered. A really good hill climb driver, and he was absolutely buzzing, as was that car. Flying up the hill, it looked quick, it was quick, and going over the line with a time that really bodes well for tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a 40.06 in the end for Alex Summers, and that does at the moment actually beat the outright lap record here, which was a 41.6. That was set by Nick Highfield, the ex-Formula 1 driver, of course. So let's see if that gets broken tomorrow, because for it to be an official record, it has to be broken, has to be set on the Sunday in the shootout, because I know people have gone faster, but it hasn't been set on the Sunday, David.
And that's why it's a 20-year-old plus record, because, you know, everything has to come together on the big day tomorrow. It looks like it's going to be sunny, which is a great thing. Max will be back behind the wheel. The ingredients are definitely there.
I actually wish I could see Alex back behind the wheel, because if you guys did get to watch that, his eyes were just popping out, because he said that's what happens when you go about 146 miles an hour, which I believe was the top speed of that McMurty car. But in terms of its look as well, people were describing it as a bit of a Batmobile kind of machine. Would you agree with that? What did you make of the look of it?
Well, it certainly did look like a Batmobile, only in miniature, because it's so small. But that fan, you know, with the downforce, it was just pulling up so much dust off the track. Absolutely unbelievable. And as you say, his eyes were like saucers. I actually was at the top paddock when he came in, and he got out of the car and he was buzzing. The adrenaline was still running through his body. He came up, he gave me a big hug. I don't even know the guy, but he seemed very happy, as he should be, because it was a fantastic drive and one of the really truly fast runs up the hill.
Yeah, and unfortunately no one else could live with that pace. I think everyone else was about 6 seconds behind Alex Summers in that McMurty. But I was impressed with Travis Pastrana. Obviously, he came second last year with a time of about 46. He's done 47 flat this time out. Do you think he can go any faster in his Subaru GL wagon? I think he's driving this time.
You can't put anything past Travis. He goes for it. He's so competitive. He's always got a smile on his face, but he's a serious driver. And it was good to see him. It was good to see Jenson Button. I think he looked a little bit nervous before the run, but he was at the top of the list for quite some time today. Nick Heidfeld, obviously the record holder, he was in that Formula E car. That did a great time. They were only about 0.3 of a second behind Button, but looking really good.
We're seeing Travis's Subaru on the screen at the moment as well, but that obviously happened today. The shootout itself is tomorrow. We've got so much going on day 4 as well. Let's bring you up to speed then on what else you're going to say on the final day of the Festival of Speed on Sunday. So the supercars, they go out first, 9:50 again. We have a packed day. Ferrari and Group C cars 10:45. More BMW celebrations at 12:10, just around lunchtime. The Red Arrows are back. We missed them today, but they've been in action on Thursday and Friday. They're here at 12:40. Then the Driftkhana finale. You would have smelt them and seen them a little bit earlier. That's happening at 1:15 before we see the Grand Prix greats and racing motorcycles at 2:30. Then we have another iconic balcony moment with Nigel Mansell this time out at 3:20, and then some Pioneers and pre-war machinery to round off the afternoon at 5:15. And of course, amongst that, we'll have the shootout as well to see who does top the timesheets here at the Festival of Speed for 2022. David, are we going to see that record being broken?
Well, I'm going to say yes. I think all the ingredients are there. It's going to be a sunny day. I'm really hoping. You know, I feel sorry for Nick if it goes, but he's had it for a long time, so I think it's about time that record went.
I think it's about time that record went as well. Well, records are there to be broken, of course. Let's see if we can break a record and really rewrite the history books in 2022, the Festival of Speed tomorrow on our final day. Well, that's it then from David and I on the third day. We've had 30 hours of action so far, 10 and a half more to come tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us on day 3. If you're going to the ball, have an absolute blast. If not, we'll see you here tomorrow. Good night, guys. See you tomorrow.
GT Zagato only.